Okay.
Thank you.
If we're heading into alt season, this is what it's going to do. All right. Something like that. And that would put, actually, it'll be less than that. It'll be, yeah.
The memes with a ton of zeros, people just do market cap. Okay.
And it could just like God candle up here higher. Okay. This is a potential for Solana because of meme coin season, but the chart is telling me otherwise. Now, I do see this massive cup and handle right here, right? We got a cup, we got a handle, and then it shot up. Okay. But that kind of played out and it came back down. So this is my worry for Solana, is that this is what we get. And that kind of lines up, okay, with the cycle that it should pump up here like this, and then that's it. And it'll probably double top right there and then come down. Do you guys see it? So it's a head and shoulders, but it's also this ascending channel. It'll come up here, and by October, November, it'll be the top somewhere around 215 to 220, and then it would be toasty to the mosty. Oh, man, it is so hot in here. I'm gonna die.
It's hot everywhere, bro. The weather's like 120 degrees.
Oh, that's better. Oh, it feels so
Oh my
good.
gosh. Get
Oh
over
my
yourself.
God.
You're fine. You'll be just fine.
Oh my
Not
God.
where I live.
I'm dying.
Must be nice, big baller.
I'm dying,
We
chat.
melting out here. We're melting.
Chat.
I've got like 3 fans on me. It's still hot.
Chat, help me out. I'm dying, chat. I can't breathe. I'm dying. I can't breathe.
I know. We really are. We really are, big baller. And you know what, though? That's why I love the winter, because the winter out here is 60 degrees every single day. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful sun, beautiful weather, while everyone's freezing and in like negative degrees. I'll take the desert any day of the week.
Mar Lopez says, gift to send me, goat. You gift to send me. I'm going to post a lion for the gift goal now. Anytime
Don't
someone
do
says
it.
gift to send me, you have to send a lion. That's the rules.
Oh my gosh.
Until we get 15 lions. My guy wanted 15 lions. And he's like,
That's
please,
wild.
you gift to send me, please. Oh my God. That will never die. That I want my gravestone to say gift to send me.
It's okay, Francesca. I'm glad you're here. That dry heat in winter made me thirsty when I went to Vegas. Yeah, I mean, that dry heat, that's why I like it out here. It's not humid heat where it's, thank you. Love these, where it's gross, but the dry heat makes it not so bad, you know. So, but still, heat is heat. But yeah, if you don't stay hydrated, you're gonna suffer.
All
Thank
right.
you, Francesca.
Let's get back to the news. What time is it? Oh yeah, we're on track. Why Fed rate cuts could lead to bad news for big tech stocks. And this is not just big tech stocks, but crypto market as well, okay? So I want you guys to understand that rate cuts will cause a nice pump in the market. People will FOMO in thinking that ISO is the switch getting flipped in November and all these things. Dang, those are cool, Jesse. Who you got in your chat?
Nobody. Like nobody's even in here. What are you talking about?
Oh my
What are we talking
goodness.
about?
So yeah, a rate cut is going to be short-term bullish. It's going to be long-term bearish. So once we get a rate cut, wherever we top out at from there, I'm going to start wondering if the bull cycle's over or nearly over. Reactionary cuts are usually bearish. Exactly. Thank you, Daniel. So let's give this a little listen to.
Potential stock crash for the sake of doing. There has to be a trigger point. And I think you brought up a good point earlier in the show that maybe we do get the 10-year yield going to 5%. Is that the trigger that would, I guess, just send big tech back into profit-taking mode?
I mean, it could. It definitely could, because if you look at the flows, the one thing that people forget is that there's massive flows into bond funds, and there's massive interest in yield right now because there is a yield. And if we were to get more yield into bond funds and the like, you could see money moving that way, and that could definitely give indigestion. And keep in mind, if you take the top Mag 7 or the top 20 tech stocks out of the S&P, it's hardly doing anything. The Russell is still down on the year, and the mid cap, which is still unchanged on the year, because they don't have very much of this big AI tech in it. So if you were to get higher rates, it could really be a drag on the stock market even further.
Jim, I imagine you get a lot of questions from your clients and folks that use your research on the Mag 7. What are you telling them to do with some of these names today?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I think it's a risk. It's a risk. I think you need to understand that if you want to play some of these Mag 7s, you want to play them for big gains, you also have to be prepared for big losses. So you need to adjust your risk. I think the problem I see with a lot of people is they think it's all a one-way street. They, they look at all the rallies in some of these stocks, and I'm thinking Palantir right now, and they think that it's just, well, that's the way it's going to be, and it's just a money printing machine. Well, it is until it isn't, and that's the biggest risk you have to take with them.
Yeah, you can go look no further than C3AI. I mean, the stock crashed yesterday, Inez, and I think it was a real wake-up call to folks that not all AI stocks are created equally, even if you have AI in your corporate name.
Exactly. And we have had Wall Street analysts talk about that you really want to stay within the ones that are doing well, that have strong earnings. And of course, everyone names those big Mag 7 stocks and the big players within AI. But so not all of them are created equally. But look, you've had B of A's Hartnett talk about the risk of a bubble and signs of a bubble. And I mean, you've had investors and retail investors coming in and buying aggressively, and there's been a lot of dip buying. So the investors have been increasingly going further and further out into risk, and we saw recently, just a couple of weeks ago, this sort of meme craze again. So when you get to these levels and you're near record high levels, you expect a pullback at some point. We just don't know what the catalyst is going to be, and sometimes it happens like that. Something happens, and then you see a pullback.
Brooke, real quick, CoreWeave stock hasn't gone anywhere since June.
Yeah, well, certainly what we've seen, though, is a bit of a move in these, summer months as these companies reported. We do know that over the past month alone, as we got more data out from these key AI players, that CoreWeave has moved in line. But now we're seeing CoreWeave under a bit of pressure as maybe this hype around how the company is playing into the AI revolution is not all that it's banked up to be. After such a premium, such a run since its IPO, we are seeing it under pressure this morning. But certainly what I also want to say is that before CoreWeave sort of has played such a role in this picture, we did see during that sell-off in April so many investors move away from these Mag 7 as this fear really roiled the markets. And now we've seen investors, as these earnings, like Inez said, have really come to fruition, have really surprised investors. We see retail investors looking to get back in. And so it'll remain to be seen really how CoreWeave does play into this picture, but we know that over the past month, the results from these big AI players have led to results for CoreWeave.
Let's talk a little bit more about the tech trade.
So, high risk assets such as crypto, such as tech, okay, will suffer from a rate cut. All right. Now it'll get bullish, but once we hit that top, that's going to be it, man. That will be the end of the bull run, in my opinion. And I think I'll be right on this one. You okay over there, Jesse? Looks like you're having a great time.
What?
What's going on over
No.
there? I feel like
just
I need to just come over to your live.
Girl talk, girl talk, girl talk. That's all it is.
I feel like I'm
Promise.
missing out. I feel chat,
No.
you guys are missing out. Go over to Jesse's live. It is popping
No.
over there. I feel like I'm missing out on the good stuff, man.
No, it's literally just, unless you want to learn how to do lashes, I can't help you, okay?
Absolutely. Chat, if you want me to wear lashes, put a W in the chat right now. I will put on some crazy lashes. TikTok seller
I
put
actually
an
could
L.
do that for you.
You want to do lashes on me?
I think that would be
Alexa
hilarious.
put a W in the chat. Oh, a whole bunch of W's. I kind of want to do
Oh,
it
you
now
set
just for
yourself
fun.
up.
I actually
TikTok
want to do
seller.
it just for fun.
Thank
Like,
you, Alan.
I think it would be fun.
I could do it.
Look
I
at
could do it.
I have pretty eyes.
You do have pretty eyes. You just need the lashes.
Would my glasses mess it up? I'd have
Yes.
to I'd have to not wear glasses that day. I'm seeing a lot of
Some of-
W's. Francesca's
I
putting
know, and-
W's in the chat, a whole lot of them. I think the
Some-
chat has spoken.
I
Jesse?
think one of the ones on my side says, "There's just no help for you, buddy." Said, "Love you though."
I am seeing so many W's in the chat right now. I'm being spammed,
Oh.
especially by Francesca.
Okay, so lashes and curling your mohawk.
I don't have a mohawk, but I guess I could.
What part?
I could
That would
fan the
work.
mohawk straight up.
With some curly curls.
Fanned mohawk and some eyelashes. Do you guys want me to wear heels too?
Nobody can see those.
I know. I'll
Bruh.
just say I'm wearing them.
Oh, okay.
I'll put my leg out like this.
To catch a car. Okay, I'll take my. You guys are great. We have a lot of fun, and it wouldn't be fun if you guys weren't here.
Yeah.
And just liking the show, and it's great.
I
Full
think I'm gonna
Rocky
do the
Horror
lashes.
Show.
Jesse, would you
What?
do lashes on me?
I can. I used to be a
I could
beautician.
probably get my wife to do them, but she doesn't wear lashes.
I can do them.
You
I've
do-
been doing them
I'm actually
most
doing
of my
makeup.
life.
I wear makeup for the show. I'm wearing makeup right now.
Oh my god. No judgment.
No judgment. I have very shiny skin. So I have to do like some kind of makeup. Otherwise, the glare would blind you. Oz, check my
The
Discord DM after the stream. All right, I got you, brother. A mohawk would look good, goat. I mean, it kind of is a mohawk, but it's just like a half hawk. It's like the top portion of it. I guess it is a mohawk. You know, I used to rock a mohawk in high school. I was like punk rocker, and I was in a band. I was totally in a band, bro.
Oh, that's right. You were in a band. Didn't you like travel or something like that?
Yeah, I toured the country 7 times. Let's see. Maybe Jesse can install lashes all over your head and hair transplant. Oh my God. That would probably help because my hair is thinning. My hair is thinning.
I'm gonna just get you a wig. That sounds like
How
more
about
fun.
an emo crypto techno life? Who was the guy that said AVT is going to $100? It's going higher. I don't remember. That's a good question. I think I remember the conversation though. It just got so boiling hot right now. I don't know what's happening right now. This is my new microphone. I'm just going to talk into the fan. This right here is my smallest fan. Who's my biggest fan? Let me know, chat, if you're my biggest fan. And it doesn't take a lot to be my biggest fan because my fan is so small. Francesca says she's my... TikTok seller says Mr. Zines is my biggest fan. Francesca's my biggest fan. I think so. I think the IT guy might be my biggest fan.
Nah, I think he hopes that you step on Legos sometimes.
Oh, definitely. The IT guy absolutely despises me. I had him come in and work on some video stuff from Rare Evo. He was not happy with me. I have so much footage and work for him to do. Like, I just came back and I was like, hey, guess what, IT guy? You are working full time for the next week. And he's so thrilled about that. He's thrilled about extended hours. And the problem
Not
is
only that,
all the equipment.
you gave him like a million tasks.
He can't work remotely. Everyone else can work remotely except for him. Poor guy.
You gave him like hours and hours, a whole week of videos, and we're like, okay, I want you to go through all of it and clip this, this, and this, and then figure out how to do this, and then put it here and here. And he was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, and like a ton of
okay.
new tech. So we had drones and 360 cameras and like multiple cell phone cameras and multiple like recording devices and audio devices. And he's just like, what is all this? Poor guy. He's got his work cut out for him for sure.
Poor Elon. Elon didn't
poor
deserve
Elon. Did you guys see my video from Rare Evo of me at the party, the VIP party? It was so sick. I don't think I've ever had so much fun in Vegas in my entire life. Like, it was just crazy. I mean, I've had great times, but like, I don't know. I just had a really freaking good time. I've never had like, I mean, I have had the VIP experience, but it's a little bit different being an influencer in this space. I've been around all of this. I grew up around all of this, but I'm on the other side of the curtain now for the first time, and I'm the influencer. So you have to understand, as an influencer, you are propped up even more than the people that I thought that I was going to have to go like to them to get them to, they want to approach me because I'm the influencer. I'm the one that can help them. Whereas I thought I was going to be going to them for them to help me. No, they wanted me to like prop them up. And it was just a whole new experience.
How do you spread the news?
Yeah.
How do you spread to people that are on the internet?
Like literally having the CEO of Cardano come to me as an influencer and be like, hey, like, this is what we're doing with Cardano and this is the moves we're making and we want you to tell the people and all this stuff. And like, this is the CEO of Cardano coming up to me and like wanting me to influence you guys. Like, I thought I was going to have to go to him and be like, hey, like, check, you know, and like, I pretend to be cool on the internet. You should totally like, you know, whatever. No, other way around. Mind blown. Bro's got more motion than I thought. Dude, it's pretty phenomenal, everything that happened at Rare Evo. I'm excited to see who actually follows up and comes on the show. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But I'll tell you this right now. Michael Turpin's producer for his podcast reached out to me yesterday, and is going to be emailing me a schedule to come on Michael's show for an interview and a talk. So you guys are going to have to come and watch me on someone else's podcast for the first time. And I think I have to fly to Puerto Rico for it, which is kind of awesome. So it's definitely going to be interesting. But I mean, she approached me. She came to me and was like, we want you on to come on. Like, they saw the twisty mustache and the suit, and they're like, we like the look. She's also the producer for Tucker Carlson. And we're working on an interview with Tucker on the Tucker show. Like this, I want to have Jessie do Tucker. She does more of the political stuff. I do more of the crypto stuff.
I'm not going to jail. I am not going to jail because everything about that fool makes me angry.
But you have to understand, like, first of all, as a journalist, we need to not create echo chambers. We need to give people a platform, and this gives you the opportunity, if you believe that something he's saying is wrong, to bring it to his attention. Because I feel like a lot of these influencers, like Tucker Carlson, for instance, they get softballed a lot, you know? They get softballed, and you know us guys, we do not do softball interviews. Okay? We will ask you difficult questions. We will get down to the bottom. And I feel like Tucker would do, I don't know. I don't know what he would do, honestly. I think it would be a great interview.
He makes things up and presents them as facts. And then when you dispute it, he's like, well, no, this is a fact. Show me your data.
So call him
and then
out
he
on
gets it from the wrong
because I think
not,
it would be a great interview.
I need you to watch him to just freaking
I
one
used
of
to
his
watch
episodes.
Tucker.
If you can, and you're wrong. So watch him now. He is completely deluded, completely like he doesn't know what it's like to be an average human being. He hasn't had to been one in years. So how would he know? And he's like, oh, well, things cost less. The F they do. He's not
well, you have to understand, these are people that
society.
haven't been to the grocery store in years, if ever, right? Some of these people, they've never been to the grocery store ever. What's up, Damon? How you doing? Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, he makes millions about lying to the certain side of people that just don't freaking listen.
Well, I think it's important to not create echo chambers and to talk.
But
like
that
Michael
is
Turpin.
what he does.
Okay, I'm kind of anti-BTC. Not so much now, because I'm learning more. But I do have some difficult questions to ask him about Bitcoin because he's a Bitcoin maxi. You know? And I feel like if anyone can put me at ease about it, it would be him. And I'm hoping that maybe he can influence me in the right direction because just like XRP with Bitcoin, I want to believe. I used to hold Bitcoin. I sold it a long time ago. I sold it when it hit like 90K. I didn't think it would go higher than that. Okay, I was wrong. And it could potentially go higher even from there. But all I did was move it elsewhere. Like, it's not like I took a loss. Like, I did great. I bought Bitcoin at 25K. So I did fine. I more than doubled it. Just saying. I think it's important to interview people that don't align with your beliefs because those conversations need to be had. That's all I'm saying.
There is a difference between talking to somebody who is willing to debate and talking to a rock. I have watched Tucker Carlson many times because I have to watch Fox News so I can get the whole picture. The problem is they do not use facts or science. They think their opinion is a fact. And when you use a fact against them, they try to manipulate it into you just hating America.
I'll tell you this.
Every
Tucker
single time.
has a way with words where he says things that are a question, but it sounds like it's a thought. Like, he's very good at saying things without saying it. You know what I mean?
I'm not going to say what I want to say.
Look at
This
my
will be a
little
conversation
penguin.
for later.
Look at my little pengu.
Exactly. And that's the whole thing. We don't want spread of misinformation. But if you watch places like CNN and Fox, that's all you're getting is misinformation.
Dude, this is why we have a show. We're decentralized media, right? So we love crypto because it's decentralized, right, chat? We love the decentralization. That's what you have here is decentralized media, baby. This is the future of media is what we're doing right now. You have the ability to get the news that you actually know is truthful and factual. That's why I built this platform the way I did and I operate this show the way I do is because this is what media is lacking. And I believe it is lacking it on the political side as well. And I'm kind of letting Jessie do her own political thing and whatever she ends up doing. But I believe that there is a vacuum for a political show like this financial news media. A non-biased, very open-minded, willing to ask difficult questions. This is what media needs. This is what journalism used to be. Okay? And somewhere along the lines, we just kind of stopped doing that because the corporation got control of everything and they own the media. And so now they do softball interviews and it never leads to any. It's not an actual interview. It's not actual journalism. And that's what I'm trying to bring back is actual journalism.
But here's the problem. Did you hear what they did about the press pool? And I talked about it in my live last time. So there's a press pool and all the names get thrown in it and it randomly gets picked out. So they got rid of it because they don't want certain people asking certain questions. And me and TikTok seller, because he was even saying like, wow, they're asking these questions. I'm like, because they got rid of the random pool. And so they only want people who ask the questions that they want. And if you step outside that line just once, you don't get to come back.
Interesting.
Because they want a controlled, and you can look it up. What's her name?
I believe
that stupid blondie, whatever her name is.
Caroline.
That's right.
She's the reason for the word bitch. Bitch.
That part. How are they letting Oz talk to Tucker? I know, right? So she's the one who came out and said, you know what? We're going to get rid of that altogether and just have a more friendly environment. We can be trusted by picking the right people. They're picking the people they want to pick. So now
HD wants to know, why does this have to be political? Well, it's
everything
not.
is.
So we're doing financial on this side, but Revolution has a political show. So what we're talking about is her doing an interview with Tucker Carlson. She doesn't.
I didn't bring that up.
I'm trying to convince her to do the interview, but I'm going to be doing a Bitcoin one. So we want to produce decentralized media here. So that's why Revolution does a political show. So we're not being political in the show right now.
Okay, but who doesn't believe that politics don't play a part in your finances?
Absolutely. That's why we cover, the wars.
But Francesca
and things
said
like
it right. We need to be in the middle because we can't be one extreme or the other. Your politics are going to affect every part of your life, whether gas or your food is going up or you can't drive at this time of night. What did we go through COVID? And how many people lost their jobs and lost all their, it does play a part. Now, is that everything? No, there's a lot of other factors. But I think when people are like, well, why is anything political have to do with money? It has everything to do with it.
Right.
Because
Look at
they
the
can.
Genius Act right now.
Right.
Basically, politics is moving into finance right now. And unfortunately, that's the world we live in. Politics is the greatest thing on earth. It's legalized mafia, period.
That part. I know. I don't even disagree.
Wrong. He's not wrong.
My gas went up from $2.58 back to $3.28 in one day. And that's what we're all dealing with. You don't think that hurts you financially. It does. A trip that would have cost you $20 is now going to cost you 30. People really have to open their minds to both sides. Yes, we need our economy to do well. We do need to bring businesses back here, but we don't want it controlled by corporations and the government. Like, there's got to be a middle ground here for all of us to thrive, for all of us to invest, for all of us to accept crypto, and to be able to spread that money to not just corporations or whatever, to our keeping our families invested and safe.
Literally on the screen it says politics and economy. They're and look at, there's this little symbol right here. It means politics is bigger than economy. Now, did they intend to do that? I believe so. I believe that they do that. It's subliminal talking through. You see it, but do you register it? But you do. Sometimes you notice it, sometimes you don't. I notice things like this, okay? The politics over economy. Politics is massively influential in the economy, in finance. It's all part of it. But that's why we are unbiased with our presentation here. Obviously, I have a bias. Jesse has a bias. But the way we try to present our information is in an unbiased way, in a factual way, so that you can decide where you want to lie, which side. I like to be right in the middle. The middle ground seems to be where why can't we all just get along? In the words of Dr. King, there's got to be a way that we can compromise on things, because no one is ever going to be completely happy. And that's where I'm at with it, is like, let's find the common middle ground so we can get along and actually deal with these issues and find a way to coexist and operate in a system that actually can work, because I do believe that we can create something that can work. But lately, it's just been one extreme or the other, and we need to get away from that. It's a rubber band effect. When you pull the rubber band, it wants to snap back the other way, So what we need
Pendulum.
to do, and what's happening is both sides are pulling away like this. Eventually, it's going to snap back into the middle.
And on my side, they're like, everyone used to vote with their pocketbook before politics became like Jerry Springer. And another one is people want to talk down and call names. That is showing ignorance. And that's both sides. That's not, just one side or another. It's both like, and I'm like, can we just focus here in the middle? How do we because what is it? United we stand, divided we fall. And that's
Exactly.
all. And they know that. The longer they keep us divided, both sides, the longer they keep us divided, the faster we're going to fall. And right now, we are at warp speed all the way down if we don't get it together.
It's the Overton window. If you guys don't know what the Overton window is, go and Google it, okay? Look into it. But what's happening is the Overton window is shifting. And what's happened is the left has become more left, and the right has become more centrist. And as it shifts, it goes one way, and eventually it shifts so hard that it starts to shift back the other way. And that's what we're in right now, is where if you, back in the 80s, if you were like me, a centrist, you were considered a leftist. And now if you're a centrist, you're considered far right. And so what we're trying to do is find that balance here again. And HD says, it's just that I voted for Trump and it feels like there's more anti-Trump. And I understand what you're saying is okay. And you can vote for whoever you want, whoever you pick, that's on you, okay? But the thing is that there is this media control that has this Trump derangement syndrome, but there's a lot of fact in those things. And there's a lot of falsities in those things. And that's why we're here, is to take a middle ground to sift out the BS and look for the facts, okay? By not taking either side. You know, that's where I'm at with it. Is like, whether you voted for him or not, what are the facts? That's what I'm focused on. What I care about the most is because we're being fed so much BS from both sides, we don't know what to pick and choose from. So that's why we have this show. That's the whole point. Is I'm not going to blindly follow a president because the media told me to. I don't care who you are. You can be my best friend. If I feel like you're lying to me, I'm going to call you out on it. That's where I'm at with it. Every single one of these politicians is guilty of something, and they should all be held accountable to it, no matter what side you're on. No one should be above the law. Anyway, segue back into crypto. U.S. stock rally to records on hopes for rate cuts to interest rates. Okay, the stocks got a lift from hopes that a better than expected inflation report will give the Federal Reserve leeway to cut interest rates at the next meeting in September, which possibly will happen. Trump just put in his new appointee that's pro rate cut. We shall see. You have to understand that this is a group of people that have to vote on it. Jerome Powell is not in charge of it. He's just the authoritative mouthpiece. Okay? We shall see what happens. This could all just be a play, bringing in someone like that, fueling that to pump the market just before it dips again. Honestly, I think no rate cut is actually more bullish for us than getting a rate cut. I really do. Yeah, a rate cut is going to be a nice big green candle, but then that's it. After that, it's over. If we stay like we are, we've been slowly ticking up. That's the kind of market movement that we want. That's steady, healthy growth. But as soon as we get those rate cuts, boom, it takes off. FOMO happens, alt season happens, all that goes on, and then it's over. But if we slowly tick up, the longer we do that and then we get a rate cut, the higher those prices are going to be, the more money we're going to make. So be careful what you wish for. TikTok seller says rate cuts would be like the case dropping after the God candle. It's over and nothing left. Exactly. Mother Dragon says slow and steady wins the race. And that's why I love SXT so much, because it's just the most healthy market movement I've seen out of any low market cap coin. It's beautiful. It's what you want. Jesse's mad because I'm shilling SXT again.
No.
I don't want to be a coin shill, but at the same time, I'm like, if you guys are looking for something to get into that's at the bottom, because if you're looking to get into the market, you don't want to get into the top of something. You want to get into the bottom of something. And that's why I'm showing you this. I'm like, hey, here's an amazing project that has great utility, has great partnerships, has low market cap, has everything that you need, is lined up to be the next narrative in crypto, and it's ready for accumulation. So if you're ready to buy, this is the thing to buy. You know?
That's
you're
all
so
I'm funny.
saying.
I don't want to shill, but I'm gonna.
I mean, I'm just saying, I just really believe in the project, personally. In my opinion, I believe in it. That doesn't mean that something else doesn't come along. 4 years is a long ways away. A lot can happen. A lot can be developed. A lot of things will change. But as of right now, it looks good to me. All right. More news. What time is it? Oh, yeah, we're right on schedule. Jesse, thank you for being on the show. I appreciate having you here.
I love being here. I love talking to the people in the chat. I like people who are like, Oz didn't see my question. Can you ask this question? I'm like, and I know who subscribes to your channel. I know who doesn't. So, but other people were like, can you ask him to do this? I'm like, you're not subscribed. You're going to have to go subscribe first. But this is and a few people in mine are saying before this was the Jerry Springer show, and they're right. That's what it feels. I know Oz felt left out. And all of us are passionate about crypto and understanding finance and political, what's happening in the world. You have to pay attention because it will affect all of it. Like you said, rate cuts are more political than right now they became political instead of financial, which is ridiculous. But people find it as a power play, and he's not doing what other people want him to do. So hopefully with this administration, if you're into crypto, you voted the right way. That's just, he's pushing it so hard because our dollar is about to be nothing. So if you did vote for Trump, if you really are into crypto and this is your whole life, then that was the right avenue for you.
Neo 2.0 says, did you tell the CEO of Cardano how your what? I think you missed a little bit there, Neo. You might want to retype that. I will try my best to answer that question if I can get the second half of it. Francesca says, I miss Oz on After Dark. We'll do one soon. I'm so sorry. I'm so busy. I've been being an A-list celebrity for the last week. I don't know how to act right now. I'm sorry, Francesca. I've been so busy. But I will make it on there. Give me some time to. I haven't even really had a chance to settle in at home or any. I haven't even unpacked yet. My bags are literally packed full of SXT, baby. Let's see here. Federal Reserve official jobs data strengthens the case for rate cuts. Let's take a listen.
Top Federal Reserve official, jobs data strengthens case for rate cuts. By Miriam Waldvogel. The Federal Reserve should move to cut interest rates, Governor Michelle Bowman said Saturday, citing dramatic negative revisions to the monthly jobs report released at the beginning of August. Bowman was one of the board's 2 dissenters from its decision to hold rates steady in July. The Fed board generally decides on a rate decision unanimously. A double dissent is rare. Bowman's position, made in remarks at a banking summit in Colorado, comes as the Fed board has faced significant political pressure from President Trump to cut rates, including making noises about firing Chair Jerome Powell. With economic growth slowing this year and signs of a less dynamic labor market becoming clear, I see it as appropriate to begin gradually moving our moderately restrictive policy stance toward a neutral setting, she said in her remarks as prepared. Taking action at last week's meeting would have proactively hedged against the risk of a further erosion in labor market conditions and a further weakening in economic activity. The jobs report released August 1st showed that the United States only added 73,000 jobs in July, far lower than expected. That figure was also accompanied by significant downward revisions for jobs figures in June and July. Bowman also said she was confident that the president's tariff regime would not present a persistent shock to inflation, which she expected to eventually fall to the Federal Reserve's goal of 2%. Bowman and Fed Governor Christopher Waller, who also advocated for a rate cut, could soon be joined by Trump pick Stephen Murrin, who will temporarily serve on the board to replace Governor Adriana Kugler while the president mulls a long-term replacement. Bowman and Waller were nominated by Trump during his first term.
We shall see about the rate cut. I'm leaning towards not. I hope. I'm a little biased, though. Jesse, what do you think? Rate cut or not?
No. I mean, if you, the reports that are coming out aren't necessarily accurate. So it's going to depend on which reports they're gonna believe and whether they, I just don't think they're gonna get cut anytime soon. I think maybe the beginning of next year might be the best bet, but I don't think it'll be good for anybody if they do. And if they do, we'll see how the market goes. Okay, are you done over there? Fashion show? Chicken fashion show?
Yeah, I got my Cardano glasses on. but now I can't see anything. I got my blinders on, my Cardano blinders. I'm absolutely
Cardano
blinded by
blinders.
Cardano right now.
There's no probability. I know. Yeah, this stuff is, yeah, and all of this coming out, yeah, your inflation, you think it's bad now.
Yeah, Australia got a rate cut yesterday. Thank you, Mother Dragons. I did see that. And other countries have been getting rate cuts. I think that the play is for everyone else to get rate cuts and us not, to help bolster the dollar. The dollar becomes stronger by us not cutting rates. I believe that is true. Not 100% on that, but I believe that inflation in other countries with a rate cut will go up, whereas inflation continues to tick downward on the dollar. So, Mother Dragons says, "Hey there, Rockstar," to Mar Lopez, and Daniel says, "Love you, Oz, but if you're A-list, we're cooked." I'm just playing. I was pretending to be A-list. That's for sure. Definitely pretending.
can't
But I
help
had a great
himself.
time. I had a great time. I mean, not really. I know I'm not an A-list celebrity, right? I'm not a celebrity at all. But I do enjoy being in the space, rubbing elbows with rich and powerful people. But for a means to an end, it wasn't about partying and living like a rock star for me. For me, it was working. I was networking. I was meeting with powerful, influential people in this space so that I could get information to pass on to you guys. I did it for you, you know? I want to know.
Yeah, he totally danced with half-naked women for you. He
Yeah.
did that for you.
I'm taking one for the team, guys. Taking it for the team.
Uh-huh.
I'm a very selfless guy here, and I'm willing to sacrifice my time for you.
Yeah, I didn't know he did everything for us. Yeah, I mean, team player over there.
It's all
Totally,
for you, baby. It's all for you.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it was
He's
so
really,
exhausting. I don't think I was partying so hard. I must have got less than an hour of sleep every night. So yeah, I put in the long hours and I put in the hard work for you, ladies and gentlemen.
AB. All right.
Trump tells Goldman Sachs CEO to hire a new economist after bank says consumers will pay the bulk of tariff costs. This is a slippery slope, ladies and gentlemen, okay? If you have to hire someone that is going to fit your narrative, now we're moving into communist propaganda, fascism, socialism. That is not a good thing, okay? We should not be hiring people based off of what their views are. We should go off the data, okay? And this is a slippery slope. Maybe whoever's in charge has got the wrong data, but I'm telling you right now, we don't want a rate cut. Trump wants a rate cut so that he can refinance the debt. He does not care about you, all right? The rate cut is not good for you. It's good for him and his agenda, all right? So pushing this idea that we need to just remove somebody because we don't like what they say to put someone else in there that will say what we want them to say, that's not a good precedent.
It's about controlling the narrative.
TikTok seller says, Trump loves me. He loves you. He died for your sins.
Okay, so here's listen. I think the idea of this whole thing was maybe started for an economic reason, but as it's evolving, it's turning into something that we're losing control. That ball is rolling so far down the hill so quickly, we lost it. And, you know, the fact that they want people to say what they want to say, and like, this is you need to find this person that's going to say this, that's dangerous for everybody.
Yeah. It's very, the fact that he even said it, I'm telling you, he just has a case of diarrhea of the mouth. I don't think he thinks about what he says before he says it. I'm not going to hate him for that, but at the same time, like, we got to be careful. All right. I have to be careful what I say. You know, we have to be careful what we do. Doing something like this causes not only precedent for a slippery slope for bad things to happen, but also it gives ammunition to the other side to be like, look at fascism, which, I mean, these are the steps towards fascism, or what I would say is probably more like propagandic socialism or communism. But I would lean more towards the fascist. The difference is fascism is it's the corporation and the state colluding with each other, right? And to work for each other. And that's what you're seeing right here is Goldman Sachs, CEO, corporation, finding a new economist, right, to fit the narrative of the state, the government. That is what fascism is. That is like the definition of fascism. Everybody always like, the word fascism is used so loosely now that when you say it, it holds no weight anymore. And so I don't like to use the word, but this is the definition, okay? This is collusion between the state and corporation. All right? This is bad. This is true fascism, not like the kind of fascism that the far left uses. This is actual. Obviously, it hasn't been done. It hasn't been acted on. It's just diarrhea of the mouth right now. But it is. It was said and is a national statement. We need this. This can't be allowed to happen, okay? If he does something like this.
He already did.
It happened?
With Apple. You didn't watch it? Me and
No,
TikTok Seller watched it.
Wait, with
They're
Apple?
Yes. They are, the government and Apple are teaming up to give money to the government for the government's helping them out. They are helping the government out, and we will get slave wages to work in their factories. You didn't watch that?
No, I need you to send that to me. You have to understand that I have been working so hard taking one for the team this week, guys, that I'm just a little out of the loop. But I did it for you. I did it for you, Chad.
No, I agree. I just didn't know if you had seen it or not. Me and TikTok Seller.
Anything.
Every time this fool comes on, like, wait, he doesn't know. I know, and I just realized he wasn't even here. So anytime the dude comes on TV to make a speech, me and TikTok Seller, he usually tells me, hey, bro's on TV. So we watch to see what he says. They made a huge announcement that the government and Apple have come to a $600 billion arrangement. And we are there. We are there. People are like, oh, it's already happening. Decentralization is already decentralized. They want it to happen. And then what happens then? They haven't raised the minimum wage. The federal minimum wage has been $7.25, but your inflation went up. Your wage isn't. And then they want these companies to work with the government, and then who controls your pay? We're already in it, and this is already happening. So that's what I'm saying when you say, "Oh, this could." No, we're there. Has anybody
Neo brings
ever
up
thought?
a good point. Okay. So Neo says, I don't understand how you say lower rates won't benefit Americans. And he says, just because you're a millionaire and don't have to borrow money. Okay, here's the thing, is we shouldn't be living in a world where we need credit to survive. Okay? We should live in a world where we work for what we get and we buy what we want when we need it, and we don't have to rely on debt to make it happen. Because debt is slavery. The idea is to get out of debt. Okay. And right now, people are living not paycheck to paycheck, but credit card to credit card. And that is a bad thing. So it's about changing the idea of needing credit to live. And I understand that not everybody can do it. And that's why I'm trying to help people to get wealthy off of crypto. So that way we don't need to rely on credit. We can rely on ourselves and be self-sustaining, self-sufficient.
I have a
come
problem.
from the bottom, okay? I lived homeless on the street and I brought myself to where I'm at because I went without for a very, very long time. Even now, with my money, I am very frugal. Ask Jessie, she'll tell you I am cheap. I am
Yep.
cheap. I'm wearing a free shirt from Rare Evo and shorts from the thrift store. Like, I am cheap. Okay? And that's how I retain my wealth. If I went out and I tried to be flashy, buying gold chains and stuff, obviously I would probably buy a gold chain because it's gold. It's going to stay valuable. But, you know, like, even my cars, like, I have nice cars, but they're cars that retain value and grow in value over time. They're an investment for me. I enjoy them, so I don't see them as a liability, whereas another like investor would see them that way. I see them as an investment because I have the ability to maintain them. But I get what you're saying. How would it benefit Americans? It would benefit Americans that are like you and me in the crypto space looking to make money here. But yes, the average everyday American can dig their slavery debt hole deeper if they got a better interest rate. They could get more loans, more credit cards. Yes, that can help in the short term. Okay? But really when it comes to the market, just give me a second, Jesse. When it comes to the market movement, having a rate cut is not going to cause a bear cycle or at least a nice long bearish trend, which puts us in a situation of not being able to get out of our financial matrix that we're caught in. Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay, so this was brought up in my chat, and now that is something that I really didn't think of, but kinda I understood. Has anybody ever thought of the fact that if everything is crypto, you can't hide money under your mattress anymore? Plus, they know exactly where you spend your money and where you get your money from. Remember, privacy is a thing of the past. It's not something that you will have anymore. What does it say? Playing the other side. Yeah, and people need to understand both, but this might all just be a setup to you, like, what do we say, the ONE world, ORDER, because that's where we're heading. If we
One world
all,
government.
we're no longer gonna have, I can't say it,
I just said it.
bananaed me. TikTok shop. We love TikTok shop. So my thing is that can all come into play as well. Your privacy, once it's all there, it's digital data, and everyone data mines. I don't care who or what you're like, no, they all do it. And then they have access to everything you do, everything you buy, everything you look at, worse than it is now. So I think people also need to take that into consideration, because I didn't think about that until right now.
Alexa says, if I got rich off crypto, I don't care, right? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of basically where I'm at with it. And I want to help you get to that point as well. And I want to also teach you how to be like me, where you don't let the money change you and you still stay. Like, I know that I joke about like that I'm Mr. Cool Guy, but I'm very humble, okay? And I want to help people. That's why I'm here and why I basically pay money to go live and have a job when I could literally be retired right now. Okay? I do this because I want to help people. And then Neo says, yeah, you're trying to help people into the beast system. Let me tell you something right now. Is in the Bible it says it is it is easier to thread a camel through the eye of the needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom. Okay? So if you do make money, it is going to be very hard for you to get into the kingdom. And I get that. And if you have that inability to rely on your convictions, this is not the space for you. This is not for someone that can compromise on their beliefs. But yes, this is the beast system. And whether you believe it or not, these people do believe in it, and they will create it and use it like a blueprint, whether it's real or not. It is happening. And let me tell you right now, if the Bible is correct, and this is the beast system, and it is the direction we're going, that this is God's plan. And God is moving this direction. And it's what God wants to happen. It's on you to decide whether or not you're going to take that mark or not. So if you don't have the mental fortitude to have the money and not change your values, then you should not try to become wealthy. You should try to live as Jesus did, wandering through the desert, and try to get right with God. Me, I'm right with God. I'm good with where I'm at, and God has blessed me because of it. A few years ago, I had nothing.
Exactly. Money comes and goes, but good people don't.
TikTok seller says, get wealthy to fight them back. Exactly. I'm trying to become Batman. Okay? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to use their system against them. Because we got enough billionaires, but no Batman. So somebody's got to do it.
And I think people are maybe misinterpreting this the wrong way. That somehow sustaining a future or your children's future somehow makes you bad. Who you are as a person, your morality, the decisions you make on a daily basis, who you choose to be, that is what's going to get you to those little pearly gates, because doesn't matter. You know, I knew people who had money, and before they left this world, they didn't have a dime. They made sure it went to all these things, and they were good people, you know, good solid people who were in church on Sunday and were preaching on Saturday to help people and working in food kitchens. So people, they misunderstand that money somehow means bad. It's who you are as a person that makes you good or bad. And you shouldn't need commandments to tell you that. Your morality, who you are, your kindness to strangers, that is what you are going to be judged on. And that's what gives you that mark, just to be clear.
Neo says the same people with all the credit card debt living month to month will blow through the crypto wins. Exactly. And that's why I try to teach people how to secure themselves financially. Literally yesterday, I had my security guard, Al. He owns businesses. I set him up because he had everything in his name. And I set him up with an LLC and am teaching him how to have a business that will not make him liable, where he has all the stress that he's had for the last like 17 years. He's been in business for himself. And I'm trying to teach people how to manage their wealth. You know, in the Bible, it says to be a good steward of your money. And that's what I'm trying to do, is teach people how to be good stewards of their money. But I do believe that this is that system. I do believe that this is the system of the beast. This is the ushering in of that system. Okay? This is just the beginning. It is not there yet. It is not that yet. But Neo, are you not invested into crypto? Are you not here in this space because you're trying to become wealthy? The idea is to teach you to become wealthy, to teach you to be a good steward of your wealth, but also to teach you to be a good human being at the same time. And to use it in a positive manner to fight back, fight the system. That's the whole point of this. Some of you will, some of you won't. But I figure if I can raise one soldier out of this entire fleet of people making money off of watching the show, I feel like I did a good job. What assumptions do you think I'm making, Neo? I'm really trying to, like, brother, I just know that I come from a place of love and understanding. And I want to understand you and your thoughts and where you come from. But I don't understand the animosity. I have noticed some things about you, Neo, lately that I could call you out on, but I'm not gonna because I have respect for you. Big Baller says, I'm a soldier of yours. You're not a soldier of me. You're a soldier of the Lord. I'm just a general. Asset Farmer says, this is a good discussion. Thank you. I mean nothing but well from everything that I do. But I'm also flawed. I'm a human being. I'm not perfect. I will never call the market perfectly. I try my hardest to help you. But I am going to be wrong from time to time, even maybe about rate cuts. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong a lot, but I'm also right a lot. Okay? And time will tell. But my intentions are good.
And honestly, to be clear, if I thought he had any ill intent, I would not be here. And I've never, ever shunned away from what I think or feel, and I say it. I say it with my whole chest, and I'll say it again. The difference is people want to connect things that do not connect because, again, it needs to fit a narrative. And whatever it is you want, of course you can connect it. But I get it, the whole, well, what does politics have to do with it? What does religion have to do with it? It's whatever you make it do with it. If you want to fit it in there, by all means. But the majority of us are just trying to understand and move forward. And that's okay too. You can have your convictions. You can have your thoughts and opinions. And that's why we're here. These are our thoughts and opinions. He gives TA. I help you, fact check things that maybe don't sound right or whatever it is we need. And to take it to the level of, to be hostile in any kind of way when all we're trying to do is help. We're not here to battle your convictions. Like we said, you fall on whatever side of political side you're on. We don't care. We're still here to help you. Whatever you fall on, whatever religion or not religion you fall on, that's okay. We're still going to be here to help you. And there's just no reason to be any other than either we're all working together, because if we work against each other, we're no better than the things we hate. That's all I have to say.
Big Baller says you get the best TA and the best fact checker. The end. That's all we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Trying to give you good
Thank you, Big
TA
Baller.
and give you good facts. That's it. No one's ever going to call this market perfectly. But if you guys, want to go follow a moon cheeser, go right ahead. You guys want to go watch J-Dan and send him, massive gifts, go right ahead. Go right ahead. No one's forcing you to be here. I'm just giving you information. But I see you here often, so obviously you're receiving some of it. I'm just here to help. And just because what I believe doesn't align with what you believe doesn't make either of us wrong. It can make both of us right and both of us wrong. It can make me wrong and you right, me right and you wrong. We don't know. A lot of this stems off of speculation. These are my thoughts. This is what I believe. And you can choose whether or not to go along with it, but I think I've done pretty well for myself. And I want to help people to have that same understanding. Maybe it works for you, maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't work for you, move on. There are plenty of other spaces where people will tickle your ear and tell you exactly what you want to hear. All right, back to the news. All right. That was actually a really good discussion, though.
I know my chat's saying this is a great conversation, so.
Yeah, everyone's saying it's a great conversation. I think these things need to be said. And I understand why. What just happened right now. I understand why and how and where it stems from. I'm not Neo, don't think that I'm not privy to what's going on. I know exactly what's going on, but I'm not going to call any of it out. I'm not going to bash anybody. I'm here to give the audience what they came for, the show. So I hope you're enjoying the show. And if you don't enjoy the show, by all means, I'm sure there's a different creator live right now.
Washington on trade with China. Let's get that now from Eamon Javers at the White House.
Brian, that's right. A White House official tells me that the president has now signed an executive order to extend that China trade negotiation for another 90 days. Now, we haven't seen the executive order yet. I'm told it's about to be released publicly a short time from now, so we'll wait for any additional details that might be in that. But that is the expected outcome here after those negotiations in Sweden between Treasury Secretary Bessent and his Chinese counterparts. Bessent said that he was going to come back to the U.S., brief the president in the Oval Office on those discussions, and then they would decide whether or not to extend that deadline. Otherwise, if not extending the deadline, that tariff snapback would happen tomorrow, Brian. So the president here waiting until the eve of the deadline to go ahead and extend. He was pushing on social media yesterday for more soybean purchases from the Chinese. We'll see if he got any commitments on that. And any other details around this when we get the official language, which I'm told is coming out shortly.
This might not be such an obvious partnership.
There we go. Trump extends China's tariff deadline by 90 days. I think you already covered this, Jesse. But I was gone.
No, I didn't get to. Okay. I didn't get to.
So, yeah. So we knew this was going to happen, okay? First of all, the China thing, that deal cannot be hashed out quickly. But China is also saying that they're willing to make deals or whatever. The deal is no deals. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I really feel like the deal is no deals. Bring manufacturing back to the U.S. That's the deal, is tariffs stay, and they're not going anywhere. And just to keep doing the tariff thing over and over and over and over until everyone's desensitized to it and doesn't care. That's where the direction I'm leaning towards. He has openly said the idea is to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. How do you do that? Massive tariffs on every country. No deals. Any deal that is made would mean that production does not come back to the U.S. and it's business as usual. So tell me what deal is coming, because I just don't see a real deal coming. And we're a long way off from it. If we are going to get deals, we're a ways off. It takes time. So President Trump has signed an executive order that will prevent the U.S. tariff on Chinese goods from snapping back into effect for another 90 days, a White House official told CNBC. The order was signed just hours before the pause on Trump's tariffs was set to expire. The delay was expected outcome from the last round of talks between the U.S. trade negotiators and the Chinese counterparts, which took place in Stockholm in late July. So, no deal with China. You know what's crazy? Remember May when everyone was like, oh, there's a deal with China? Do you guys remember that? Jesse, do you remember everyone in the chat calling me a clown because I was telling them there was no deal?
Right.
Mr.
Yeah.
Pag says Ripple is coming. What do you mean Ripple is coming? Did you see the Brad Garlinghouse meme on the poll? Is that why you said that?
Oh my gosh. How do you get manufacturing back in the United States? That's what they're trying to do by having deals with corporations and the government, not the people and the corporations. That's
Exactly.
their plan.
And that's the definition of fascism. The true definition.
He needs to play the interview with the beard guy right before tariffs. How do you keep prices cheaper in the United States? You don't.
Wait, who said that about the beard guy?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not going to be
it
mad
says-
at whoever's in your chat. By the way, chat, I love that you guys are going to Jessie's side and engaging with her. That's the whole point. I will never be upset about that. Go send her gifts. I do not care, okay? I don't even want gifts anymore. Don't send me any gifts, all right? I'm done.
Lying.
Why is Trump putting his police in D.C.? That is a good question.
He sent the National Guard to clean up the homeless crime. Again, he's deploying the National Guard against the American people yet again. He was able to do it without any consequences here in California. Now he is doing it again in Washington, D.C. And I don't know if anybody remembers Rudy Giuliani when he ran New York and all the homeless people just disappeared. So I'm assuming it's going to be the same case. Yeah, the National Guard from the parade.
Just like when China came to California and all those homeless people disappeared and their families are still looking for them.
Yep.
Ooh, that's crazy. That's a scary thought.
We'll see how that unfolds.
Basically, it's illegal to be homeless in a world where no one can afford to live. That's a scary, scary thought.
And he
Alexa
said, and
says,
his reference.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was reading something.
His reference was Kim Jong-un can do it, and his streets look amazing. So the DC should look just like that.
He said that?
Yeah.
He did not say that.
You can look it up. Go look it up. He was talking about, it was on the live news talking about that.
You know, I don't
That's his go-to love.
This is the problem with the left, is they screamed fascism for so long that now that we actually have fascism happening, when I say it, it carries no weight. Was that the point all along?
I think no matter who got in office, I think we were just heading in this direction. I don't think it would have mattered. I honestly don't think it would have mattered.
It's a uniparty. We're all marching in lockstep down the street, screaming Heil Hitler at the top of our lungs. I swear to God, nothing's getting any better no matter which side you pick. Okay, if you're gonna pick a side, pick the goat side. All right, be a goat.
Make America China again. Oh my gosh. I like that.
Did you see my meme I made? It's like the guys dancing, and it's like the dude with the cowboy hat with the mustache, and they're like dancing, and then it's like Oz, Jesse, and the IT guy, and it says, "Make crypto great again."
Yes, absolutely. And this was a good point. It said fascism or communism, those are the only decisions. That's where we are.
Yeah.
There is no other way.
And that's where we get the live in the pod, eat the bugs. That's where we get the one world government, one world currency through crypto. That's all the direction that we're headed right now. It was coming either way.
I was really
TikTok seller,
hoping for
thank
the
you
Terminator.
Galaxy. You guys don't have to send me gifts anymore. I really don't.
Yes,
send them
you
to
do.
Jesse.
They love us both, and it's important to them, and I think that's really sweet.
Thank you.
They should have voted for no. Francesca, don't get me started. But I forgot what I was going to say. She threw me off. That was a good question.
I want to read this real quick. Alexa says, "Sorry, Oz, we have to support Jesse too." Share, and then Mother Dragon says, "Sharing the love." Listen, guys, I really don't care. Like, I'm so happy that you guys are supporting Jesse. I will never be upset that you guys are in her live, chatting with her or sending her gifts. I will never be upset. Don't send me any live. You know what I really want is I want engagement. I want people to like my videos. I want people to watch my content. I want people to watch my live show, whether it's on Jesse's side or my side. I want people to watch and get the information. That's the thing that I care about the most, okay? So if you guys start sending all the money to Jesse's side, then I don't even have to pay her anymore. It's perfect.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, I like
Good
that.
sir. No. Yeah, and I like that you have to take in consideration us. They're bouncing back and forth. They're showing love on both sides. This isn't one side over another. Stop taking it personally. We're
I'm
cool.
not. I'm really not. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled. The only thing that I care about is my content getting out there. Whether they're watching it on your side or my side. That's all I care
Absolutely.
about. I care about viewership. That's the only thing I care about, is I want more people to see the show. And as I say that,
I agree.
The viewership is dropping. Everybody hashtag FYP in the chat. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hashtag for you. Hashtag Fartcoin. I don't care what you hashtag. Hashtag something for the love of all that is good in crypto. Hashtag something now.
You know what's funny? The last dip, the eye candy, that's hilarious. The last dip of Fartcoin, I'm not gonna lie, I bought it and it's making me money, and I'm really upset because it's making me more money than some of my other utility coins, and that hurt my feelings. I was like, okay.
That's why I sold my Fartcoin, I think at I bought it at like 90 something cents, and then I sold it at like $1 and some change, and then I bought back in at like 80 something cents. And yeah, it's been great. It's never
just like
fall below 50 cents.
I was just like, nah, like, you know what? Why not? You know, I didn't put a lot into it. I was just like, let's just see how it goes. And then this thing shot up, and I'm like, are you kidding me? My XRP is down, my SXT is down, but that one thriving.
Yeah.
Fartcoin will always stop at 87 cents and go back up. And I'm like, okay, so
Always. So if you're looking for a buy order, that's where it's at, 87 cents. Boom. Yeah.
I never thought I'd buy a meme coin ever.
You know what's crazy is I was talking to the devs that created Pengu, right? So the people that created Pengu, I was there with them. I actually sat down and I talked to the developers at the after party from the first night. And she actually approached me and came up to me and was like, I was talking to the dev from HBAR, and she comes up and we're talking and everything, and she's just like, dang it, Al kept saying it yesterday. Anyway, they have their platform that they're doing for like meme coins and creators and stuff like that, right? And so they want me to come on to their network and to be a creator for them. And I'm like, okay, like I want to look into this. We're going to talk more. So I've been talking with her on X, right? So she comes up and she's just like, we talked and did all that. So then she's like, come by the booth tomorrow. So I go by the booth, and that's where I got my little Pengu. All right. Got my little Pengu.
It's pretty cute.
All right. So I go by the booth and we're talking and everything, right? And we're talking about meme coins. And she's like, yeah, like we developed Pengu and all this stuff, right? And I'm like, That's awesome. And I was explaining to her, I was like, I love Pengu so much as far as like a meme coin goes because of one reason. And that reason, and I told her it's because of Star Wars. And she was like, what? I was like, Star Wars. Star Wars marketed everything. They put Star Wars, it was branding. They put Star Wars on lunchboxes, on t-shirts, on everything. You know, that was the whole merchandising. And that's what I loved about Pengu. Is I was like, Pengu has playing cards. They've got, they've literally have stickers in TikTok. Like when you send somebody and you say hello, a little penguin will come up that says hello. Like, that's all from Pengu. And like they have, you know, the little plushies. They have merchandising and marketing. They're marketing master geniuses. And I was like, that is why Pengu is never going anywhere. It's a collector's item now, just like Star Wars stuff is collectible and is never going anywhere, right? And so that's why I got my little Pengu right here. Like I was like, I need it. I love it so much. Actually, this is my best friend right now. I love it so much. I should have got them to sign it. I didn't even think about it. I was having so much fun. I didn't even think about these things, right? And so the next thing that we were talking about is I was like, you know, I'm a collector. I like collectibles. I collect classic cars. I collect nerd stuff. I collect antiques and anything that's weird or different or whatever. I like collectibles, right? And so I was like, when I look at a meme coin, I see it as a collectible, right? Same with NFTs. You know, I see them as collectibles, and NFTs are going to make a comeback, by the way. So if you got NFTs, just hold on, baby. So I'm like, these are collectible, and and we started talking about Fartcoin, and I was like, you know, Fartcoin is never going anywhere. Fartcoin will always hold some value. It is going to be one of those, just like Pengu. Pengu, I believe, will always hold some value. Same as Fartcoin. And Fartcoin is because fart jokes have been around for thousands of years. Okay? And the joke, like I said, I will always hold a fart. You know, I will always hold a fart coin just so that I can say I'm holding a fart. And send one to my friend. Hey, I'm sending you a fart for your birthday. You know, happy birthday. Here's a fart. You know, how many times do you give somebody a card for their birthday, right? And they're usually like some silly joke or whatever, and then there's like a $20 bill in there. Wouldn't somebody send their frat friend, you know, $20 worth of fart to them for their birthday? Obviously, yes. It is never going anywhere. So I see the collectability. I see the value in it. It really does have value. So that's why I'm very like into Fartcoin. And like I said, I will always hold Fartcoin. And think about this. There's less than 10% of the world's population in crypto. We're moving towards adoption where the entire world is going to go into crypto. Every single one of those normie newbies is going to go in and be like, oh my God, they have Fartcoin. I'm totally buying this. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at with Fartcoin. Fartcoin is magnificent. It is amazing. It is up there. The only thing it's lacking is what Pengu has, is that merchandising. But it doesn't need it because it's a joke. It's a joke as old as time. And it's not going anywhere. And that's why I'm always going to hold me some Pengu, and I'm always going to hold me some Fartcoin. Those two memes are just, these are the ones, you know? They are collectible. There will be others. Pilu says the internet of value. Exactly. What do you think, Jesse? You want me to send you a fart right now?
No, I think I'm good. But you know what I thought was funny? Was like, especially in LA, to just airdrop them to people and they don't know where it comes from. And I think that would be really funny.
Think about that.
But
You're
I'm sorry.
airdropping a fart. I'm gonna airdrop you a fart.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's something I would do, just because I like creating chaos. Like on Valentine's Day, I'll like write these notes and say, "Hey, I'm pregnant. Call me," and just I'll put them all over these cars because
No, you
why
don't.
not? I don't have a Valentine.
No,
That ain't my
you
problem.
do not.
I've done it quite a few times because I
Jessie.
think I'm hilarious.
I thought I knew you. You're way
No,
cooler
I
than
am-
I thought you were. That is the
Anyways.
coolest thing I ever heard.
I've done a lot of things that
Wow.
just create. I don't actually hurt people, but it creates chaos, and it's pretty funny because I can see like probably half these people, their heads are turning like, oh no, like I have to explain this to my wife. I think it's hilarious. Anyways, but
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
so I used to work in the union, right? And all my union buddies, I would go to the dollar store and buy a packet of scrunchies. And if they left their window down, I would throw a scrunchie in the passenger side of the window.
You're doing it wrong. Use glitter.
Glitter. I don't know. Scrunchies work, man. Oh my God. So funny. You don't know how many divorces I caused.
To me, it's like if you're in a solid relationship, you're going to be like, oh my God, this is stupid. But if you're not, now I didn't get a Valentine's Day and neither do you. So,
Oh my God. You are bad. You are bad.
know.
It's at least me. Like I'd do the scrunchy thing and then it would be like a buddy that I know well, right? And so after it would happen, I'd know their wife. You know what I mean? Like you have to understand, like in a union, it's a brotherhood. So like these are my
Right.
brothers, and I know their families.
Right.
Like we go to the picnic every year and everything. So I know them. I have their number. So like I'll let a little time go by, and then I'll call and say, "Hey, just so you know, I threw the scrunchie in the window." Okay. But it's funny, like you gotta get.
AB. Wait, AB said I put an upside down pineapple magnet on a car with religious bumper sticker.
No, you didn't.
I just think I found something to do.
I think AB
Oh my
might be our
gosh.
best friend now.
Oh my God. So she's so funny. Oh my
AB,
goodness.
you're hilarious.
Oh, absolutely.
When we go to
that
Vegas
is-
for the next conference, we're bringing AB with us.
I have a few people I want to bring with us, but yeah, I think that's hilarious. I don't know.
is-
I always did the glitter thing. The glitter thing, you can't get it out. Once it's in the car, it never comes out. Every time you sit down, you get glitter on you. Now, I never did that to anybody I knew. Like, I had good friends, and they're like, bro, like, this guy did this, this, and this. I'm like, show me where the car is. I'll get the glitter in. And then it's forever.
Have you seen the new trend where the girls are covering themselves in glitter before they go out so that married guys don't hit on them or touch them?
That's actually really smart. Just because I hate glitter, so I get that. Yeah, just because then there ain't no getting that off before you get home. Period. Glitter is a forever thing.
You
so
can
if-
shower and it's still there.
Mhm.
Okay, let's get into the conspiracy stuff. All right.
Oh boy.
Have you heard that glitter comes from human remains ashes and that the largest people that that are like connected with glitter corporations is crematoriums? Have you heard about this?
No, because it's weird.
And so they looked at glitter under a microscope, and they looked at human ashes under a microscope, and they're indecipherable. You can't tell which is which. So that glitter on your eyes is probably great grandma.
That's none of my business. But you know what that reminded me of was the Family Guy episodes where send us all your fingernails. Remember?
Oh yeah.
That's probably where that came from, if I had to guess.
Oh my God. You know what? Chat, send me your fingernails, and I will build a magnificent structure of your out of fingernails. I'll build a giant XRP emblem with fingernails and glitter.
That's just mean.
They won't say or show how it's made. Yeah, glitter is like the most kept secret. It's like more secret than the Coca-Cola recipe. It's pretty deep. And like you start looking into things and connecting the dots, and it's kind of enlightening and scary and weird at the same time. It makes me hate glitter even more. I never liked glitter, but oh my God. Could you imagine these girls that are putting glitter all over themselves to go out so that guys that are married don't touch them, find out that it's human remains? My word. Could you imagine? Or is it just propaganda that's being put out so that girls don't do that? What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Well, men do that. They're like, oh, we can't have this. Let's start a story so that they'll stop doing that. We can cheat without impunity. All right. You need to do a little
Francesca says,
TA
I love
before we
my
leave.
Glitter.
Oh,
Francesca
I do too. Look at
is yep. You girls are covered in great grandma.
Well, she looked great.
I mean, if I was gonna go on to live another life, I wouldn't mind being in, on some girl's titties.
Oh,
That's the
my
way to
God.
go. Sprinkle me all over your titties when I'm gone. Just a little bit like this. Just a little sprinkle, little goat.
Like, every time I think you can be helped, then you do stuff like that. And I'm like, no, we're past that. That ain't it. That ain't it, but okay. Maybe, like, we should do crypto, some TA before we head out. Booby glitter. You can be booby glitter.
I want to be
I think that's a
booby glitter
thing.
when I'm gone. Alexa says, I will pretend I never heard Oz.
We're gonna
love my
all
glitter.
have to, Alexa. Yeah, we're gonna all have to, because I like glitter. Especially, when I'm doing my face or specific makeup. That ain't gonna stop me.
All right. It's 9:00. Let's see here. So this is supposedly the numbers for inflation report that came out. I think that this can't be real. Okay. This information is obviously flawed.
No frickin' way. No frickin' way.
Let me tell you something. You guys want to know the actual inflation report? Go to the grocery store, go to the gas station, go to Walmart, go buy things that you bought whatever time frame you're trying to compare to. Remember what you bought it for then and what you're buying it for now. And you tell me if the cost difference.
So this is what I did. And what I did was, I've always used the Walmart app for delivery, especially since COVID. I didn't want to go out because, well, one, people were being weird, and two, I'd take advantage of any way to be away from people.
Tell them the story
So
about
what
the
I
guy
did-
with the mask at the gas station in COVID.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. So what he's talking about, so from a year ago, I did this where I clicked reorder all items, and it gives you the price that you paid. And the price went up, I think, for this specific grocery was up $77. Okay, from 1 year ago, the same exact groceries were up $77. So
And
this
what was the
whole,
original price you
everything is
paid?
down.
So what did you pay?
It was like 210,
So 200
and then it was almost 300.
and now it's 300. So it's gone up a third, basically.
Okay, and then my electric bill from this year we used less electricity than we did last year. And last year my bill was $630 something. This year, using less electricity, my bill is $912. That is not down. That is a huge hike. Our gas is more expensive. Everything is more expensive. So the eggs never went down. They didn't go up, but they didn't go down. So that's that's just full of it. Like, all of this is just a lie.
Tyrone Yellowstone or Yellowbone says, I need help. Did I get scammed? Tyrone, if you are worried about getting scammed, my suggestion for you is become a deluxe subscriber and get coaching from me, and I can look into whatever problem it is you're having. Or you can subscribe to Revolution Starts Now. She's up here, my co-host, and she does fact checking. So whichever you feel is best for you, I would say reach out to one of us, become a subscriber, and that's what we do.
He does the TA, though. If you need TA and understanding the charts, that's him. If you need a fact check on something that doesn't sound right to you, then that's would be my subscription, just so that we're understand.
Exactly. So if those are the questions you're asking, you're definitely in the right place. But we offer that service for subscribers. So I'm not buying this, okay? These numbers, I'm not even going to go over what they are, okay? Obviously, this is the numbers that they're using for the rate cut information that they're going to get. We'll see. This is obviously something biased as well. But if you want to know the truth of what is actually inflation is like I said, do what Revolution did. Look at what you bought, a year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4, 5, 10.
Click reorder. Click reorder.
Yeah, a click reorder, or just remember, and look at it now. And that that's your indication that inflation is not down, it's up. I've seen nothing but prices go up, even with the tariffs. When I was building this studio, I bought a box of washers to screw stuff onto the wall and stuff, right? And the box of washers was I want to say it was like $10 for a box of 100 of these washers. The next time I went to go buy them, because I ran out, I didn't buy enough, and I almost bought that extra box too. And I was like, no, I think I can get by. I needed the extra box. I go back, it was $17. It had almost doubled in price.
And that's when the tariffs came into play. And then in my comments, it said, fake numbers, they must assume we can't do math.
Yeah.
Which is true. That's true. We don't know. We're not paying the prices. And when that happened to you, I remember when you were talking about it, that is when the day after they said they're putting tariffs on everybody. So everybody just raised their prices. They're like, well, it's coming. Let's get it over with now.
Right. And then the next day, the news report that came out was that Home Depot was not raising any of their prices.
We all know that was BS.
Yeah, it was all BS. None of it was all fake news. I know better because I freaking bought it. I have the receipts to prove it. I have to save every receipt from everything I built here, right? And I have proof and receipts of everything that happened. It's just crazy to me is how people just believe it. The proof is right there on their receipt. It's right there in their wallet, the pressure that they're feeling spending every single day. And they're like, not my president. My president loves me. My president is making inflation go down because that's what the report said. You know what I mean? And it's like you're literally going to the store and you're spending the money and you feel the inflation and you're whining and crying about it. And at the same time, you're saying things are better. I feel great.
But the thing is, and this got brought up, some companies still have pre-tariff inventory, but are still overcharging because they're prepping for it. They're not. They're like, well, we can start making big money now if we just implement it. Forget you guys. And that's pretty much what's happening. Nearly 50. How many likes do I have? I have 70K. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that.
Nice. I'm at 66K. So
yeah, they're trying to keep them the same.
We're dying on this end.
Oh my gosh, no you're not. No you're not.
It's okay. I'm not as cute, so I get it. I'm gonna have to struggle. It's all right. I'm
If
okay
you
with
don't
it.
stop. If you don't stop. You need to stop.
I'm just messing with you. I really don't care. I'm just glad that people are listening and watching and engaging. Like I said, everyone, I'm playing a role, okay? Like I'm just having fun with you guys. I really don't care. I am just happy that you guys are here on this show. Whoever you engage with, so be it. Let's see. When you hear a lie, everybody will end believing it when we are creating a habit. Yeah. I think that's what you're trying to say, Mar Lopez. All right. This is what I think we should do now, because we're reaching the end of the show. Let's do some TA, and while we TA, let's battle, because if you want TA, you got to send me. I have to win.
No.
Yep, this way I'll actually win. Let's run it. Run it, Jesse. You're
right,
going
1
down
second.
this time because I got TA on my side.
I know, right? I don't have any of that. All right.
How do I
Let me push it.
even battle you right now? It doesn't give me an option.
It's saying match sessions are only available in co-host live sessions with camera only. Because you have the thing at the bottom, we can't.
Oh. I'll have to rug you.
I
then.
know
You're going to get rugged.
you would do that.
I would.
Fine, that's fine. Do it.
No, I
Do
don't
it.
think I have to. Oh, I
No,
do
I'm
have
pretty
to
sure
rug
you do.
That's all right. We don't have to do it.
That's
We'll do it
okay.
next time. We'll do it one of these
Okay.
other times. We'll start out with it and then we'll end it and start. That's the problem is we can't do it with this. That's no fun. Like I need a TA if I'm going to win. How am I supposed to win without my TA?
How are you
Rugged.
supposed to win without
I
your
rugged
team?
myself on this one. It is so hot right now. All right, you guys need any TA? I got you. I'm cooking to death.
I think we all are out here.
I'm gonna die.
You're
Lord,
not gonna die. Calm
Lord
down.
help me. I'm dying. It's cool in here, but when you have all the equipment on, it just gets hot so fast. It just gets hot so fast. Jasmine, please. Jasmine. That sounds like a stripper name.
Oh, Miss Scarlet. That's what he sounds like. You're right. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Only Jesse won't whine. I don't really care. I'm pretty easygoing. It is what it is. That's my take on life. We keep moving forward, we keep being better, and we try again the next day.
Let's see. Jasmine.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I appreciate all you guys. You guys are freaking awesome.
Makes it a lot more fun being part of work, and even though I'm home with my kids, it's really nice to be a part of this community. I really appreciate it.
What is? Do you mean Futter coin, like with D's? Like my last name? Fud. I'm gonna fud this coin right now. Jasmine looks like an ascending wedge, which is bearish. At the same time, if that's a flat bottom, then it would be bullish. And I'm going to lean towards bullish. So this should pump. I'm going to lean towards this is a flat bottom, not a slanted. but I mean, it does look more slanted. Look at that, lines up better. So, I mean, the chart says no, but alt season says yes. But I believe Jasmine is Jasmine the meme coin, or is that the
I think that one has utility. I think we looked into
has
that
utility?
one.
Then it
Yeah.
should. I'm gonna lean towards a pump on this one, but it doesn't look good. The chart says no, but alt season says yes. But we'll go based off of what the chart says, okay? And this is why we use the news and everything too, and to gauge, because this can show bearish but still be bullish. I'm gonna say up. I'm gonna say minimum it's going to like 2.5 cents. Minimum. That would be your first zone to take profits, and maybe even 0.03 cents 3. Somewhere around there. But the charts, this is a bearish indication, which means this thing's coming back down to 007. So charts say yes. Patterns say, or excuse me, charts say no. Pattern says no. I just don't believe it. I have a feeling that this is more flat bottom like this. Right? And if that's flat bottom, or excuse me, flat top, that would send it up. I think that wants to go up. It lines up more the other way, but it's very deceiving. This is a difficult one right now because it could be either or. But because alt season, I'm going to lean towards the upside on this one. But I could be completely wrong. This one's a tricky one for sure. All right, let's see. Ondo.
Oh, yeah. That one I need to know.
Yeah, Ondo. Man, I haven't done TA in a long time, guys. It's been a while.
Feels good, doesn't it?
It kind of does. I'm not gonna lie.
You feel like you're back where you're supposed to be, and not dancing with half naked women and rubbing elbows with weird people.
That's where I'm supposed to be. Rubbing elbows with real people.
I said weird.
That's
weird people.
That's
okay, good. Just making sure you heard me.
Yeah, Ondo is... See, that's weird, because like Ondo is kind of similar. Here's the thing. Everything is tricky right now. The whole market is in like it could be either or. I'm going to lean towards bullish. Can you believe it? Oz is bullish. What? There. $1.50. I'm leaning towards $1.50 on this one.
Don't you play with my emotions. Don't you do that.
I think it goes higher, to be honest with you. Look at, that's just short term, but look at this right here. Okay, let's just say that this is the trend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and let's be a little conservative with it. Let's go with that right there, right? Let's go with that line, which means that by October, let's say ISO is November 22nd. That would be $2.95 to $3. That's alt season prediction. More short term, it could just start working its way up, but you know, that's a lot of movement has to happen in between there. So like that means it would do weird stuff like this. You know what I mean? Like it would move like in the wave that it's moving now. I would feel like it would happen before November. It would be like October, and it would be like 280. September 13th at 280, maybe. 275. That's what I'm leaning for on these ones. I think it's gonna go up. It just feels right. You know what I mean? Like that's where we're going. We're going to the blue line up here. The question is when does it get this gnarly green candle that shoots it up? And it may not even go that high at first. It'll probably like, you know, something like that, and then come back down and then shoot up. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a straight shot, but that's what I'm predicting. Something like that. Let's do ICP. Insane Clown Posse in the house. Jesse, did you ever listen to ICP?
I know one of their songs, I think.
Which one? Sing it to me.
No. What is it? Something you know me. Something something. I don't. Okay, I'm not a fucking...
Something you know me. Something something. You should sing karaoke.
I know. That'd be amazing. I actually used to perform when I was younger. You know, when I still had hopes and dreams for my future.
You were a singer?
Yeah. I actually performed on stage in Burbank and San Diego.
Really?
Yeah. Did you think I learned how to do my makeup out of nowhere?
I don't
You have to look
it.
a certain way. Yeah. My parents, unfortunately, have most of the pictures, and I
You're
don't talk to them
messing with
anymore.
me.
Nope.
You were a singer.
I
huh?
might have a couple pictures here.
Let's hear it. I want to hear a
I was.
song.
Nope. No, I
No,
don't do
it
that
for the-
anymore.
Don't do it for me. Do it for the chat.
I don't do that anymore. That part of my life is dead, and it stays that way.
ICP is interesting one. It could go a long way up. Look at how far. Now I know why you guys are all into ICP. That's a long candle. Look at that thing. I doubt this one sees new all-time highs. I'll tell you that right now. Petal and Ton. Yeah, I did those ones earlier for you, bud, but you must have dipped out of the show. So I'll do them again for you, though. Being a subscriber and all. The least I could do. And then what time is it? 'Cause I gotta let Jesse go. 9:15. All right, we'll do ICP here, and then we'll do Pendle and Ton. And then I guess if I start getting galaxies and stuff, I'll keep going. Let's see here. Jesse, if you want to sign off, you're more than welcome to. Or if you want to stay, you can stay. I know it's overtime, so I'm gonna.
I don't really have anything to do.
Okay, I'm gonna lean towards upside on ICP. Short term would be 745. But this thing's hella volatile. It could easily do 11 cents. I would say probably more like 11.48. That sounds no, it'd be 10.99. That's what it would be. 10.99 to 11 cents. I'll do, Justin Kelly, I'll do all three of them. Can you do vet for everyone in the chat? What do you mean vet? Like the coin? Chris, thank you for the galaxy. Let me get these ones knocked out. Let's see here. Thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate that. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Pendle. Pendle. All right. Am I on the right one? Is that the right chat? Oh yeah, I remember this one. Pendle is a diamond top. Pendle is coming down to 5 cents. Minimum 5 cents. But there's also this fair value gap that needs to be filled. I would say it's probably going to 456 and possibly even all the way down. I would say that this fair value gap's already been filled right here. It seems like. So I'm going to say $4.55. All right, the next one was Ton. We did Ton. I remember that one. Ton. Is this the right one? Am I on the right one for Ton? Justin Kelly, help me out here. Is this the right one? If it's projects that I don't really know or follow, I have a hard time knowing if I'm on the right thing, and I don't want to give you the wrong TA. So please, if you do shout out a project, make sure you're sticking around to verify that it's the right one before I TA it. I think we lost Justin Kelly.
Yeah, it's getting late for people. That's probably why.
Yeah. That's a hard one. This one says $3.43. So this isn't the right one. Okay, $3.43. So this is the right one. Okay. This is difficult. I'm going to lean towards the upside on this one. That's the one, Brad typing skills. That's the one, bad typing skills on my part. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'm guessing this is kind of like a double or triple bottom thing right here. It's really out of structure. This has to be a meme coin. Which is probably why it just looks so funky. So I'm guessing this is a meme coin, but it seems like it wants to go up. I would say $4.54 to $4.60. It's a huge utility coin. All right, I'll have to look into it. Honestly, I'm pretty much invested where I'm going to be at now. I can't afford to get into anything new. Not that I can't afford. I don't want to diversify too much because I'm not holding massive bags like I used to. So I'm in a different world with it. So I'm trading, so I want to be able to manage what I'm trading. People always say, "Oh, you need to diversify." They heard it on freaking some TikTok. They don't even know what they're talking about when they tell you, "Oh, you need to diversify." And diversification is for long-term holding. This one's making huge noise. Don't ignore it. I'll listen. I'll look at. Is that what this project is? Is this Ton? Is that the shirt I'm wearing right now?
I thought that was Tron, not Ton.
No, I think this might be Ton. I don't think it's Tron. It might be Tron. I can't remember which one. I have the flyer for this one. I need to look into it. Because if this is, if I'm literally wearing the shirt for it right now, maybe I need to be into it.
Up to date.
I can't remember if this is Tron or Ton. There's just so many.
Now I gotta look it up.
Yeah, look at this logo. Actually, I'm just gonna Google Lens the logo. Let's see. I don't know if it'll let me.
No. It's neither one.
Right.
I don't know which one that is.
Up.
Wait, what? Wait.
What?
Who's mad at you?
What do you mean, who's mad at me?
Not you. My chat.
Who's mad at who?
Yeah,
Let me at him. Let me at him.
Oh, never mind. Just a misunderstanding. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a lot of those going around here.
Apparently.
All right, so we did Ton, and then Vet, I think it was the next one. Chris Garcia sent it. Where is it at? Vet. Okay, yeah, it was Vet. All right, and this will be the last one before, unless I get the gift goal. Vet. Are you guys happy that I'm doing TA again? It feels like it's been so long.
Especially in our Discord, they're like, when TA, when TA.
Justin, I will do Teo for you, but you got to send the gift. We're like way over time, and Jessie's willing to stay because she knows she gets paid the longer she stays. So
what? You were gone for a week, Brozilla. I gotta make up that time.
But I'm out of pocket right now. Going overtime, so that Vet is the one that they gifted. So Chris Garcia gifted a Galaxy for Vet, which is what we're looking at right now. Vet looks like a double bottom. It also looks like this. Maybe this is a giant bear flag. Okay, maybe. I doubt it. But it could be. If that's a giant bear flag, it would like basically drop to 0. I just don't think that that's likely. And I think we're moving into alt season. So I think it's up. I think this is a double bottom here. And it's working its way up to... I would say 3.5 cents to 4 cents. 3.5 cents to 4 cents minimum. Like, and look at this is the same thing as Ondo with this right here. Okay, let's be a little conservative with it, right? Just to be sure. That means come November 22nd, right? Because that's Moon Cheese Day. From now on, November 22nd will be referred to as Moon Cheese Day. We will celebrate it every day with moon cheese and crackers and a bunch of wine for all the whiners that are going to be sad that on November 22nd. All right, so 9 cents. On Moon Cheese Day, I'm predicting 9 cents. If we get the whole season stuff, this is so far down the line. It's uncharted territory. Do not take these long-term moon cheese freaking TAs, okay? They can adapt and change over time because we have to see what happens. The first prediction, this is going to happen, okay? 3 cents. 3.5 cents is happening, baby, okay? That's happening. The Moon Cheese Day is a speculative guess, okay? It's not as strongly holding, okay? So just bear in mind, that's just my prediction for its all-time high top of the cycle, okay? It could potentially go higher. It could potentially go lower. But that's my long-term end of the cycle prediction. My Moon Cheese Day, November 22nd, will forever be known as Moon Cheese Day. All right. I guess we're going to call it a night unless somebody sends a whale. Have a good night, TikTok seller. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you all so much. Unless you have another project, otherwise I'm calling it a night. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm going to snuggle up
hungry
with my little Pingu. It's so cute.
I need to eat.
I love it. It's so cute. I'm gonna die. I love it so much.
I can't with you today.
So much. It's so cute. Look at it.
Good night, everybody.
Are we doing the TA class tomorrow? Yes, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. TA
I
class
know,
tomorrow.
but you didn't TikTok, did you? You had to see it.
Look at how cute it is. You have to love it. You have to love it. Isn't it just the cutest little thing you ever saw? Good night. I'll see y'all later. else is going to
More work.
the store and you're spending the money.
Going over
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Ozthecryptogoat. We're finally back in the studio, back to our normal schedule and our normal program that we have. Things have been crazy. We've been doing Rare Evo and chilling in Vegas. It's been phenomenal. And now we're back to the same old, which is fine. It's great. I'm having a great time. It's good to be back. And I'm.
This was something
Where
else.
are you guys coming up about not talking to dolphins?
Look it up. It's a federal law.
It's a federal law.
To tell you, it's a federal law.
You can't
Federal
talk to
law.
dolphins. You can't skydive on a Sunday if you're
Oh my God.
a woman in, I think it's Maine. You can't leave a pie on a windowsill on a Tuesday in some states. You can't honk at a horse. I understand why you can't honk at a horse. If you spook a horse, it could kick the rider and it could kill them. And it's actually an attempted murder charge for honking at a horse.
You know, it's funny. In San Francisco, it's illegal to drop an ice cream cone on the sidewalk.
Kodak says, good luck trying to get in and out the South Sudan if you don't believe in imaginary lines. Let me tell you
Okay,
something.
everyone's rage baiting me.
The goat goes wherever he wants to. I don't believe in imaginary lines. Like, when they're like, oh, this is VIP, I'm like, cool, that's me, and I keep walking. I do whatever I want. Nobody ever can tell me not to do
Never
something.
squeeze a donkey's nuts in South Dakota. Oh my God. That's hilarious. Yeah, squeeze those
Well,
thoughts
that's
and
no
hold on.
fun.
Yeah.
How
First
am
of
I
all,
supposed to enjoy my weekend?
It was said in my chat to rage bait me. It's all California's fault. All California's fault. Listen here, for educational purposes only. Don't start with me. Don't start. We have the fourth biggest economy in the world. So don't start. Don't start with me. Guys, never protested. I'm like, okay.
Oh my gosh.
I know. Okay, I'll remember that. I'm gonna get you.
You want to
in
know
Discord.
something crazy about LA? LA is mostly oil rigs, and a lot of the buildings that you see are just facades, so that way you see a city and you don't see the oil rigs. This is real. Like, I've seen them myself. I've been there and I've seen them. This is a real thing. And they're like in like downtown LA, like all over the place, like where all the major people are like walking around and doing stuff. And there's an oil rig right there, and you wouldn't even know it because it's disguised as like a building. Cardano, baby.
No,
No Cardano?
I don't know.
You don't hold Cardano?
I don't. No, but here's my
Really?
thing. Anything that gets pushed that hard. That's why I don't trust BTC, XRP, any of those. Anything that gets pushed that hard is probably not great, or it's probably they're just hyping it up so they can make every dollar off you that they can. You know how I feel about that. If you remember, we were talking about the other day, all of us were talking about these medicine commercials for these new medications, right? And they're pushing them hard. And the reason they're doing that is because nobody's using them. And they're probably not good for you. So the medications that don't have a lot of promotion are probably somewhat better than the ones that have too much promotion that are probably bad for you. So that kind of way of thinking is what is how I
Ooh.
believe it.
Mar Lopez says, what's the secrecy of the Grand Canyon? Okay, so I will explain that to you. So there are portions of the Grand Canyon where you cannot go and look around and whatever, because the things that you will find there will basically rewrite the history books. And it's proof that there was more advanced technology in the past than what we've been told. And we keep seeing that time and time again in all these things where it's like, it doesn't make any sense. How did they create this all these, thousands of years ago with, not having the technology? I think that we were more advanced and we are living in a post-apocalyptic world. And they want you to think that the world is up and coming and developing new technology. We are actually in a place of trying to recreate technology that once existed that we don't understand how to use anymore.
I don't know. I mean, there's certain, those rocks, the face rocks that are all in a circle. I can't think of the name right now.
Easter
They're
Island.
ridiculously heavy. There we go, Easter Island. If anybody can explain that to me, how?
I can't hear you, Jesse.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, say that again.
I said, if anyone can explain to me for the time that it happened, how they were able to do that with what they had, you can't tell me they didn't have, the technology, might even more than what we have now, because we can barely do that.
Exactly.
So it's very odd.
Yeah, Mad Max already happened, okay? And now this is the new civilization sense. And I think that it's a cycle that repeats itself. We are constantly being hit with, we grow into a society and we grow our technology, and then either there's like a natural disaster, cataclysmic event, or we end up destroying ourselves. And then we start all over. And it's a cycle that just continues over and over and over again.
The monoliths, what's that?
Oh,
the monoliths in the middle of the country. I'm not familiar.
There was actually these chrome monoliths that were just appearing like out in the middle of nowhere. Now, I believe it was some sort of art installation, but there are like monoliths that do exist. And I think the whole idea of that was to raise awareness of this.
During COVID?
Yeah, this was during COVID.
Yeah, we love TikTok Shop.
We love
entertainment
TikTok
purposes only.
But yeah, there were these monoliths. They were chrome, and they were just appearing in random places. And they were saying it was like
theory.
The Anunnaki. They were saying it was like all kinds of different, conspiracies behind it.
Like the alien thing?
Yeah. I think it was an art installation, to be honest with you. Like, people were cooped up in their homes. They had nothing better to do.
We wanted to do, I know.
Go out and do something without being seen because nobody's out of their house.
So one of the things in my chat is, hey, the conspiracy theory XRP is being pushed to people that don't pay attention to XRP. XRP is the fake out, NFA.
Jesse, can you look this up?
Yeah.
He says the Antikythera mechanism.
Okay, you're going to have to spell that one for me.
Antikythera mechanism. Antikythera mechanism.
I'll take mine with the lime and Corona. Same, brother. Same. Make 2 and a shot of tequila. I like where this is going.
Yeah, you know what?
For entertainment purposes only.
Moodang. What is Moodang? Is that like a
mechanism?
coin?
Okay, so the mechanism he's talking about is, let me open this one, is an ancient Greek mechanical device, often considered the world's first analog computer, designed to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. It came out, around 150 to 100 BC.
There you
discovered in 1901.
Interesting.
Wow. Do they still have any of the pieces to show that?
right? Well, they found batteries in like the Egyptian pyramids. They're made of clay and they have like an anode, and then they're filled with like lemon juice or something like that. And they produce electricity.
Interesting. But like the actual mechanism, like have they ever found that, or it's just a theory?
That sounds like some Tomb Raider Lara Croft shit.
A little
They
bit.
have the original,
I
but
think
they
that
can't
would, it's
rebuild
not
it.
out of the.
So they have the
That's not
original
out
one.
of the realm.
They can't remake it. We don't have the technology. And that's what I'm talking about.
So that's what I'm saying.
Post-apocalyptic world.
They had the technology, but we don't. That don't make no sense.
Are you eating? I'm going to start calling you Caveman. Caveman is always eating during his life.
Listen, if you're gonna have me here for 4 hours, I need food because I'll die. They were natural batteries. I believe that too. Oh no, you're good, AB. They can remake it, just don't want the public to know. And I think that also has something to do with it. They don't want people to know they were smart as they are.
That might be
Because
part
then
of it.
it'll poke holes in their stories of history and civilization and, you know, BC, AD. They don't want any of that interfered with, because people don't even want to accept that there was life on the planet, you know, 1 million years ago.
Okay, let the record show I told Jessie she didn't have to work today. Jessie, you did not have to work today. She chose to come on. 'Twas her choice.
I haven't been myself. I've had some issues, but, you know, I thought this would help, you know, Oz and myself. And, you know, when you make commitments, you keep them. So
I appreciate that, but
should have probably
I'm
not
nothing
been
and
here.
no one.
And, well, to us and the staff, you're a lot, and we appreciate you. So
Oh,
I
thank
think this
you.
is the very least I could do.
Thank you for being here. What's up, Nico? Everybody tap the screen. Everybody hashtag FYP. Hashtag conspiracies of TikTok. Hashtags all around.
Entertainment purposes only.
Yeah. Hashtag entertainment purposes only. Everybody tapping away. Thank you guys for the support. Gifts are great, but the taps and the FYPs and everything, that's the way to go. Nico, thank you for the popular vote
love
and
TikTok.
the heart me. Daniel, thank you for the heart me. Rabid, thank you for the heart me. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, we figured we'd do some TA today, and just I've seen the news. I saw the first show. Nothing really happening, just all for show, all of it. And we need a break from it. It's too much. And there's nothing really coming about it. There's no news. It's just fluff. So, you know what? We're going to be silly today and talk about stuff that, for entertainment purposes only, that, you know, I'm interested in, and I'm sure other people are. Everyone has a conspiracy that they believe in. Not one person doesn't. That would be insane. You can't believe that everyone's batting 1,000. But there's also TA, so if you need that, you know, hop in Oz's live to get it.
All right, so TA on DGen. This looks... It looks like it might be gearing up for an upward move. It's kind of winding up, you know, and so I would say this thing wants to push up. We're getting higher highs, higher lows. Today is a down day. I have the green light on, okay? And see, people forget this, okay? That these big moves take time to play out. So most of these predictions I'm throwing out, they're going to play out in the next week, couple weeks, maybe a month. Is this goat coin? No, this is not goat coin. This is the degenerate coin. Degen coin. Let me tell you something about Degen coin, okay? Like, the hype is past on it. But it still looks like it wants to move upward. But I don't think it does anything too crazy. Resistance is at 005, and it looks like the next move is going to be even less, 004, and then it'll decide whether it's going to break upward or downward. So you need to watch out to see if it breaks past 003 on the way down or 005 on the way up. If it breaks out from there, then it's going to make a strong move in either direction. This is DGen. What do you mean base? Like on Coinbase? This is the right chart, right? But yeah, I would wait on this one because this is a meme coin, isn't it? Like, so it being a meme coin, it looks pretty dang dead to me. It looks dead.
Unalive?
It looks
F1 in the
unalived.
chat.
Unalived coin.
Not financial advice.
It's working for me. DGen is? I like meme coins that I know aren't going anywhere. Pudgy Penguins, it ain't going in. Fart Coin, it ain't going in. You know, Rismus is going to be over by Christmas. All right? That's what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, what?
Rismus. There's a Rismus
Oh,
coin.
you gotta be joking.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude.
Oh
I'm
my
actually...
God.
Look at the diamond bottom on Fartcoin. It is textbook, in the words of TikTok seller. This is so textbook, it doesn't get any more. And I called this one out days and days ago. Remember, chat? I told you this was going to be a diamond bottom, and it's huge. So this is going up to 31 cents. I think it goes right here. $1.30. $1.30, baby, is where this one's headed. And I just keep buying.
Hey, he saw it before you called it out, so he wins.
Who did?
He wins. You know who did.
Who did?
I saw it before he called it out, so I win. Who else would say that, bruh?
Oh my God. Probably either TikTok seller or Big Baller.
TikTok seller.
Yeah.
He was right, though. I remember the conversation. I saw it, bruh.
Hey, TikTok seller is GOAT trained, okay? My boy is GOAT trained. He sees the charts the way I do now. And I've been teaching him that in the TA classes. My guy picks up stuff quick, all right? And if you're not in the TA class, okay, y'all need to get with it, man, because we are printing money. Printing it. It pays for itself. Invest in yourself. Big Baller says XCN. Big Baller, you're cut off. No more for you. Just kidding.
I'm slowly improving, but very solid. I agree. You're doing awesome, TikTok seller. Like, we're so proud of you.
I am so proud of him. Big Baller's doing good too. Like, he's not even taking the class. He's just picking up on what I'm putting down and doing it in his own way, and he's doing well. All right, so XCN. I mean, it's definitely made a move. It's coming back for the retest. The question is will it break through on the retest? And I would say this is a nice double bottom. It could be forming right here. That would send it up to minimum 0.2275. But let me go into a lower time frame first and get confirmation that that is the direction it's headed up here. So, I don't know. I think it wants to come back down first, but it's a small move, okay? But we came up, we wicked hard, we drove back down. We're coming up for the retest. I think it's getting rejected. We're seeing a heavy wick on the top here. So it should come down to fill this fair value gap at 0135 to 0125. That sounds about right. Oh no, we lost Jesse. Jesse, come back.
No, you didn't.
You could blame
I'm right
it
here.
all on me.
Okay, a little less when you do that, but
There
yeah.
was something
I'm right here.
in everything about you.
That was unnecessary. I was sharing the live.
Oh, okay. I shall forgive you. I think this one's getting rejected. Big Baller, I would say keep an eye on it. Wait for it to break out from where it hit that wick and see if it breaks past it. If not, then it should reject it and fill those lower spots before it does make a nice upward movement. Diane V says, nice voice. I got the pipes. Chat has spoken.
Please don't lie. Like, then we have to listen to him sing, and we know we want our day to start off great. We don't want him, busting out Mariah Carey in the office.
Okay, so this one's fulfilled. This double bottom. This is fulfilled. So now what we need to do is look at the structure. It kind of looks like a bull flag. Not really. I'm not buying it. Let me go into the 1 hour here and see. So it's in a consolidation. Okay. It is about to make a move upward here, it looks like. But this heavy back and forth swing, it means it's in indecision. So ARB, we don't know what it's going to do. We need to wait for verification of a breakout, wait for a pattern. But I do see a pattern. I do see a cup and handle. So that should take it up to, I would say probably, let me zoom out here. So it wants to go to the next point, and that would be like 063 to 065. That's where this one should be headed. So this one looks bullish. Everything looks bullish, and everyone's like, oh, you were wrong because it came down a little bit yesterday. Hear me out, chat. We are chasing red candles. Okay, so if I have the green light on, it's usually right before a red day where it's gonna dip and you're gonna have a buy opportunity. Like, it's not rocket science, right? Let's see. Oh, brother, another chart analyst. I would say probably the best chart analyst. The chat has spoken, okay? I am on point. So, if you are like, oh, brother, another chart analyst, I get it. You have been hurt. Who hurt you? Okay? Who hurt you? I understand you have been hurt. But everybody here in my chat, we printing money every single day. What coin is this? This is ARB. I just want to know who hurt you. Let me at them. All right? But I'll tell you what, you send me a follow and you keep watching here and you'll be like, oh, not another analyst. The analyst. Okay?
Okay,
oh, yeah.
Take it down a notch.
ETH looks
take
bullish.
It down a notch.
ETH looks bullish as hell. Oh, yeah. That's what I want to see. ETH looks bullish. ETH's about to make a big move here. Looks like we found support here, which is beautiful. There is a fair value gap here. All the way down to 39.37. Maybe 4,000. Okay. But it hasn't been filling those fair value gaps. It's been making new highs. So I would say that this one is primed for a new all-time high. We hodl and never sell here.
That's not.
No, that's not it. That ain't it. All right. We are profit-taking degenerates here, okay? We are scalping, swing trading, pulling liquidity from the market, money-grabbing goats, all right? We are killing it over here. While everybody's hodling, hoping for their little percentage or their moon, whatever, we've already been to the moon and back a couple trips. You know, that's the difference.
Literally or crypto-wise?
Both.
Bull.
Both.
What? No.
Yeah, I got a rocket ship in the back here.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. We never, ever
We've never
went
been
to
to the moon. I'm trying to
No.
take the next ride. Hey, then send me a follow or become a subscriber. Join the TA class, guys. Somebody in the TA class, chime in the chat. Let people know that there is no one else in crypto that is doing it like we're doing it. And so accurate, baby. Like, it's kind of phenomenal how accurate we are. Everyone says we're like 95, 97% accurate.
I know.
I'm a little more conservative. I say like 90.
Yeah. You just promoted 3 things back to back to back.
Yeah, we're money printing goats over here.
Money print.
Yeah, get on the Discord, guys. We are having so much fun there. Jesse?
It's mostly just us roasting Josh.
Oh my God. Yeah.
It's all fun. It's all fun. Like,
Yeah, we love
it's a
Josh.
fun time.
I
Yeah.
absolutely love Josh, and it's great how we were able to actually, you know, like somewhat educate him and help him because he was hodling, you know. He was hodling. He's got some big bags, you know. He's been hodling, and I was finally able to get through to him and explain to him how trading and taking the TA class is going to make him so much more money. And now he's like, dude, I should have been doing this all along. I'd be up over 500% right now. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't need a moonshot. You just need the volatility, and that's what we got. We got a trader's dream laying in front of us right now.
Yeah, but
He
there's
needs
some of
the
us that
first
just
class,
aren't
what bro's
comfortable.
doing. He's being cheap, but don't worry. He'll figure it out.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
I'm cheap too. I get it. And that's why he's got big bags, because he's cheap. I get it. But definitely, you want to get in those first classes, because those are the ones where I explain the strategy on seeing the patterns before they form and taking a more aggressive trade. And you're just going to do phenomenal, man. Like, oh my God. Scotty Dog, what's going on? I am doing well. Yeah, Revolution's here. Say hi, Revolution. Scotty Dog says hi.
Hi, Revolution.
There you go. Perfect.
Hi, Scotty. No, I won't see, and you have the Moon Man. This has been a heated conversation in my household about landing on the moon, which I don't think ever happened because we never did it again. And with the technology and real-time lives that came from the moon that day, we can't even do that now. There's a pause.
Who put the camera on the moon that filmed the first guy walking on the moon? Who was holding that camera?
And they filmed both of them. Who? I don't think they thought anybody was going to look into it as hard as people did now. And we're looking at it into like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. I know, Hollywood guy. That's all it was. But my oldest, though, wait. My oldest, though, like, I don't believe it happened. And then my oldest is like, what if it did? And then people told you your whole life what you did was fake. And that, I was like, okay, that's a good point. That would hurt my feelings. But I'm like, show me your data. Stanley Kubrick. Okay, gotta look that up.
I will tell you.
Sorry,
this.
go ahead.
We were losing the space race. Bad. And losing the space race would have meant losing the Cold War. Okay? So we had to create a way to win. So we cheated.
That's right. Stanley Kubrick is the one who filmed the moon landing.
Right.
And they
did it in
couldn't tell him
Hollywood.
ever again. Yeah.
It was filmed at like...
And they never told him what to do.
It was filmed at Universal Studios.
Wow. I think
Why
it's
do you
a
think
hard
it's
one
called
to-
Universal Studios? And why do you think their logo is the Earth?
That's stretching it, but I get how people could make that jump.
I mean, come on. I used to work on the back lot, okay? At Universal Studios. I used to wave at the people driving by on the tram ride. You know, hey, you know. I'm the guy over there at the craft service table macking down on a cheeseburger. All right? And I'll tell you this. That studio, you can create anything. Even in the 50s.
Who took over MGM and rebranded?
Didn't Disney?
No. Oh,
Mother of
she
Dragons.
said Stanley.
Hello. We were just
Hi,
talking
Mother.
about you.
She said that Stanley Kubrick, excuse me, his contract made it so the studio couldn't ever edit his film. He had completely artistic, when they have artistic control of over everything. And it's because and everyone deduced it down that he filmed the moon landing, and for him to stay quiet, they couldn't tell him what to do.
Let's look at Toshi. Sorry.
Meme?
Yeah. G-Rod. My apologies. My apologies. Toshi looks bullish. We have an inverted head and shoulders kind of thing right here, but we're creating higher highs, higher lows. So, and it's just keeps repeating itself. Toshi's about to go. And it's going to... That's a good question. Where is it going to? Right? Okay. Toshi is going to 0.001. Amazon took over MGM. By the way, I'm pretty bullish on everything right now. Okay? And we had a little bit of a pullback. Okay, listen to me. 5%, 10% is nothing. Is not a movement in the market. Okay? We're looking for 20, 25% or more movements here, right? That's what we want. We need to cover our gas fees. TikTok seller says 139. Hey, they are not in the class. They don't know what you're talking about. Pengu. That one I'm going to do for free. You don't even have to be a subscriber for me to do Pengu. I got my little pudgy penguin right here. Pengu. What are you doing? You smoking them tweets?
I had to sneeze. Next time I'll sneeze directly into
Check
the
out my
mic, so it's
Pengu
gross.
chart. I don't have a penguin emoji, so I put a goat. Because this chart is goated. Okay, I think that this thing's going to take off at least to 0.035. Okay, but it could potentially go more. And if it doesn't, and it gets rejected there and it comes back, then it's forming a head and shoulders. And it's coming down to fill this fair value gap. Either probably more like right here, 0.247, but I don't think it will. Like the sentiment and the everything behind it, I just don't feel like Pudgy Penguin is going to be coming down to fill these fair value gaps soon. But the lowest it's ever going to go for a long time is going to be 0.01. You still bullish on STX? I'm bullish on STX and SXT. But let's look at the chart. I'm bullish in them as far as like the project of what they do, right? So STX gives Bitcoin utility. That's bullish as hell. But what does the chart say? Let's find out. Dang, STX. Don't break my heart, STX.
I bought at the bottom.
I'm still bullish on it because it has this double bottom that never filled yet. So it should get a shot up here to at least $1.20.
Yeah, I think it's gonna shoot up. That one is the only one of my the ones that I hold that has never gone into the red. It always stays green. No matter whatever the market is doing, that one stays green because I bought low.
ENA. Oh yeah, ENA is about to take off, guys. Okay, look, I got the rocket ship here. ENA is about to pump hard. Let's see. Let's measure. Yeah, ENA is going to $1, baby. ENA to $1. It might fall a little short, like 0.99. Okay, but yeah, that ENA is going to $1. Come on, get out of here. Look
if
at that.
Ethereum goes up, that one's gonna go up too.
Yeah. Athena, baby, let's go. I'm so bullish on this one. If you see me pull up the chart and you see an emoji on it, okay, as long as it's not a crying face, this thing is bullish. And this is why I put the emojis, so that I can have proof when you guys call me that I twas right. Twas right. Yeah, this is hella bullish. Tyrone, thank you for the follow. Don't forget to follow. Mother Dragons, thank you for all the gifts. Scotty Dog, thank you for the gifts. Jesus, Oscar, Daniel, Nico, Alexa, Big Baller, Fredrum. Thank you guys. Nick,
thank
you for the subscription. Nick Beamer subscribed. Don't forget to subscribe, guys. Subscribe to my community. Get one-on-one coaching and TA from me on demand during the weekdays, Monday through Friday, or you can hit me up on the weekend and I'll do it for a donation. Oh my God, I forgot to answer you. I forgot to follow you. You answered my question. No problem. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And by the way, if you're following me and you want the TA, you can become a deluxe subscriber and you can message me and I will TA any project for you on demand. Just let me know and I'll shoot you a TA on anything you like, because I can't be live all the time, right? So totally worth it. Pays for itself. And if you want to learn to TA, I teach a TA class. SEI. Jesse, what do you think of SEI?
I already made money off of it, so and then it went up and it came back down. So I bought at the bottom, I sold at the top.
I would say it's an ascending, broadening wedge here, which is bearish. but that doesn't mean that it won't pump out of it. But this is a bearish pattern, and so is this. If it dies right now and unalives itself, then it's an inverted, or excuse me, it's a head and shoulders, and it's coming down to 0.21, 0.22.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a layer 1 and, fast or whatever, but it's built on the Cosmos SDK, and I won't touch anything from that just because it doesn't seem to work out well. So I stay away from those kind of projects. So when I saw it top out, I was like, I need to get out now because it was going to tank, and did. I mean, it came up a little bit, but it wasn't worth the wait. I was too worried that people were going to pull out of it.
Oh boy, chat. I got one in here. You're not going to like this, but Dogecoin prediction, dog coins are dead. That's my prediction. But that doesn't mean that it won't move still, because y'all are still in the dog land. So let me pull up Dogecoin for you.
People still own Doge?
I got to do EOS because they're subscribers. If you're a subscriber, you get priority. So sorry if you're Eric and Dagmanosaur. I think that's how you pronounce it. And Trixie's Pink. Oh, that sounds provocative. I have to give priority to subscribers, so I do apologize. Danny. I feel bullish on this one. I'm bullish on it. However, it looks like it's a short-term bullish up to 0.057. And what it's doing is it's making a bear flag here. So as you can see, we have here and here. So we've got a bear flag. So that could send it down to a new all-time low, because it's massive. So I would say probably 3.5 cents. It could hit 40 cents and bounce up from there. But it does look bearish. However, everything seems bullish to me, and everything kind of moves together. So it could break itself out of it. But it needs a strong break of structure before I lean any other direction on this thing. So we need to see this thing pump past 64 cents. And then that would be confirmation of it moving and breaking structure. Catcoin. Is that CAT or KAT? Because I know there's two cat coins. And then there's also like Fat Cat. It's got a great all-time high. I don't think that it will see an all-time high, though. You have to understand, Danny, that the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. So, in my opinion, the alt season is going to be a bit lackluster. And a lot of people are going to end up holding their bags and round-tripping them because they're not going to perform as expected, because there's just more projects than there's ever been, and they're showing that there's not new people coming into crypto. There's not new money coming in. So like, yeah, we'll have money outflow from Bitcoin, but I would even say that a lot of the money that would normally outflow out of Bitcoin probably won't flow out of as much this time either, because people are holding it so tightly. So I do think that we get an alt season because that's what people will create. This should all be random, but because we all agree on certain things, it becomes reality. So we get an alt season, but I believe that it will be lackluster. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's face melting prices, and that's why I like to DCA out just in case. But I will have a strong and aggressive exit strategy very early on in crypto, and I'll trade it on the way down, because if it goes parabolic, then I'm still in it. But I like to trade it, not hodl.
Do you remember what we were talking about in Discord?
What?
That people who XRP, BTC, these coins are going to be old technology. Nobody wants to hear that. Everyone wants, that's fine.
Right.
Everyone is allowed to their opinion. But one of the points I was making is Apple, people are like, oh, Ripple. Okay, Ripple makes other things besides XRP. Now, will Ripple Labs be around? Of course, creating new things. But like Apple makes iPhone, makes the earbuds, makes Beats, makes Mac computers. But every year you get something new that's pretty and shiny, so you get rid of the old thing to get rid of the new, more exciting, faster running, better quality thing. So people need to get out of the idea that there's a one and all, and that that as new projects come out, new coins come out, it's gonna be better than the old ones. And the sneaky way that they're hiding the Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, whoever you want to call it, obviously not financial advice, and Ripple hiding XRP and unknown wallets, all sounds like a rug pull.
Yeah.
Okay, I know people don't want to hear that, but that's what it sounds like, and I'm not saying that for all across the board, but when we have newer coins, newer technology, you're going to go with the new one, not the old one that's slower. You're going to get a new car, not keep the old one that can't throw air conditioning. You're always going to upgrade. And people need to understand that, and people really need to they're going to have XRP till 2030. It might not even be there. It might have been already dead by then. Am I saying that it's not possible? No, anything is possible. The world is chaos.
It'll serve some
but not
purpose,
what people think.
But not replacing the banking system, not replacing Swift. Because we literally have Cubic right now, which is faster and no fees.
Yes.
So.
And that outranks Ripple. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The more we progress, the better the technology, the better the coins, and everything else is no one wants the Geo Metro anymore. Everyone wants the Camaro. And that's just not me making that up. That's just the reality of what life is, and how human psychology, and how humans are like, oh, I need the new shiny thing. So just please keep that in mind as you invest and what you are investing into.
Yeah. Let's just throw security out the window, right? And let's just say that because everyone's XRP'd out because of its speed and its cost, right? So if that's the main factors, is speed and cost, okay, then why would they not go with the faster network with zero fees?
That's what I mean.
Why would they not use Cubic? Why would they not use HBAR? They're faster and less fees. Cubic is literally zero trading fees. Zero. Hey, Eve, how you doing?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Eve. I see you. Sorry.
Can we do a welfare check on Ethereum? I just did Ethereum. Ethereum looks good. Ethereum's about to pump, baby.
So are coins connected to it, by the way.
Yeah. Athena, though, looks way more bullish than Ethereum.
But they're connected.
Yeah, they're connected. They look identical. Ethereum and Athena both look identical. No
Here's
worries,
one
buddy.
thing I noticed. And
That's
this
why you
is
subscribe.
obviously, I don't do TA or anything like that. But when you see those bigger ones, the ones that like Ethereum, 88, and Cardano, see what coins, blockchain, layer, see which ones are attached, because more times than not, if that's going up, so are they. for whatever, like, I don't understand why that works that way, but I've noticed that with my own investments, that if one of them goes up, the rest of them follow.
The Rabid Drop Bear says, what is the best exchange to use if you're based in Australia? I do not recommend any exchanges, okay, because of what happened with FTX. What I would say is maybe subscribe to Jesse, and Jesse can do a fact check for you on different exchanges. But that's more her site. So that's Revolution Starts Now. She's the co-host. So if you want to send her a subscription, you can DM her and she can look into all that for you. I love how Kodak says, can we do a welfare check on Ethereum? Ethereum looks great. What are you talking about, welfare check? Ethereum is living and thriving. The Rabid Drop Bear, thank you for the dinos and the ice cream cones. I appreciate you. Yeah, I would, say where and what I'm using. I'm using pretty much every exchange, okay? So I'm spread out. Change your goal. I'm not asking for gifts anymore, Eve. I know you
We're
want...
just here to hang out and let people know what's being silly in TA, because you know what? The world's not great right now.
Yeah, if people want to send gifts, that's up to them. I'm not going to be... I've been given too much hate for asking for gifts or putting up the goals, and I know like you really wanted me to push all of that. But I don't want to do it. I feel like if people want to give to the show, they will.
And if not, click the button.
Yeah.
Clickety click.
Yeah. And if not, just tap away or subscribe. Your subscription is really where it's at, because then I can TA for you on demand anytime. Become a subscriber. Let me help you. Let me coach you. Let me TA for you. Or join the Discord and get in the TA class. Let me teach you how to TA. I want to follow her too. She's got good knowledge, but how? So just click on her, on the thing where it says her name, Revolution, and then you can switch over to her side of the live. And then you can follow her. Chat, I told you guys, Eve's the one that wants me to beg for gifts. I really don't care. I want the taps. I want the views. Look, we got 44 people viewing right now. This is awesome. We're finally breaking out of the banana.
You know why?
XTZ.
Because we're not talking about sad news anymore, and I think maybe we need to branch out from that for a while and just for entertainment purposes only talk about the stuff no one wants to talk about because it's odd or weird. Because honestly, it's fun to hear everyone's thought process on a lot of this stuff and why they think the way they do.
XTZ. What exchange is that on? Because I do not see it, brother. Oh, wait. Bitfix? Is this the right one? Is this it? TikTok seller? It's on everything? Alright, this is it.
Yes.
This looks good to me, bro. I would even maybe say that's a bull flag. Maybe, but look, it's shown this before. Where it does this shoot up and then it comes down and consolidates and it drops. It's kind of showing that, and that's a cycle. That's kind of what the cycles do. They drop down, they come back like this, and they shoot up again. It's very normal to see. So we need to see it kind of break out. But I mean, kind of, it's a bull flag. I would say not, because look at these antennae here. This one could be dead skis.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was really sweet.
This could be to Dunsky's.
Oh, I didn't even know how to go. Oh, spin.
I don't know. I'm too unsure on this one. Yeah, keep looking. You want that flat line. Okay?
I did-
Where it's just flatline dead, like a dead meme coin, right? But something with utility. Jammer says easy 5x. On which one? I'll look it up for you since nobody else is. AIOT. Is this it? Is this the right one? OK Zoo? Oh, that was it. All right. Yeah, that looks good, but it looks like it's probably done. It looks toasty to the mosty. I mean, it hasn't really gone back to retest the rejection. It could keep going. It just started. Yeah, it's the 1 day, but that's pretty unhealthy market movement. What
Thank you,
goes up
Alexa.
must come down. But yeah, it could.
Always does.
It could keep going. It is a doji candle right now with more buy pressure up than down. But, and we've had hefty wicks like that where it just took off again. So I would say, you know, you're going to want to take profits on this thing if you got in at 68 cents. You know, there's no shame in taking profits. Right? No shame. DCA out of this thing. That's what I would start doing now. I would be looking to get out, and if it just starts coming down, cut it. I just realized my camera was off. All right, I do have a little bit of news. Should we read the news real quick?
Okay.
Just looking for profits, airdrops, and stakings. Yeah, dude, I mean, you know, DCA out on this one is not financial advice. 100% profits are yay. Yeah. All right, let's take a little listen to.
SEC pushes back decisions on Truth Social, Solana, XRP crypto ETFs. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has delayed rulings on 3 high-profile crypto exchange-traded funds, ETFs, extending review deadlines into October. In notices filed August 18, the agency set new decision dates of October 8 for NYSE, Arca's Truth Social Bitcoin and Ethereum ETF, October 16 for 21 shares in Bitwise's Solana ETFs, and October 19 for the 21 shares Core XRP Trust. The Truth Social Bitcoin and
Solana
Ethereum
for life.
ETF, submitted on June 24, is structured as a commodity-based trust holding
The
Bitcoin,
official creator
BTC,
for Solana
and
is
Ether,
coming on the show.
ETH, directly and issuing shares backed by those assets. While branded under U.S. President Donald Trump's Truth Social platform, it functions like other spot Bitcoin and Ether ETFs already on the market. Cboe BZX also seeks approval for the first U.S. spot Solana ETFs through filings from 21 Shares and Bitwise. These products would hold Solana, SOL, tokens, and give investors a secure way to gain exposure to Solana's price performance. A separate application from 21 Shares aims to launch the Core XRP Trust, designed to hold XRP and track its market value. First filed in February and later amended, the trust was approaching its 180-day deadline on Wednesday before the SEC granted itself an additional 60 days to review. Related, U.S. regulator considers simplified path to market for crypto ETFs. October shaping up as a big month for ETF rulings. The most recent
yeah,
ETF
Solana's gonna be
extensions are not
huge.
out of the ordinary.
Solana
The
has their own
SEC has been
phone. I
filing
want the Seeker
ETF
phone.
extensions all summer, and many of them are shaping up to be decided on this fall. In March,
That doesn't sound
Cointelegraph
right.
reported
You know
that
how I
the
am, and I'm
SEC
typically
had
not
delayed
wrong.
decisions on multiple altcoin ETF proposals, including
I still
products
want
tied
one.
to XRP, Litecoin, and
I think it's a
Dogecoin.
trap.
Among them was CoinShares' application for a spot Litecoin ETF,
I
which
think
would
it's
hold
about security and
LTC
privacy,
directly and issue shares backed by the token.
For who?
Cointelegraph noted that the SEC's extension placed its deadline in the
Solana
same
holders.
cluster of fall reviews as other altcoin filings. Separately, the SEC extended its review of
Maybe.
Bitwise's request to allow in-kind creations and redemptions for its spot Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. Now slated for September, that decision would determine whether investors can exchange ETF shares directly for the underlying crypto rather than cash. The SEC often uses its full extension periods to evaluate new products and collect public feedback.
Coach
Bloomberg
JV
ETF
just
analyst
shared the
James
live.
Seyffert wrote in a post on X on May
Thank you,
20th
Coach.
that the SEC
Oh,
typically
that was
takes the full
sweet.
time to respond to a 19B4 filing. He added that almost all of these filings have final due dates
agree
in
with you.
October, and an early decision would be out of the norm.
Anything that gets
Ether
pushed that
ETF
hard
smash
and
records
is trying
as
to
crypto
entice
products
you.
see $3.75
Even
billion
Sirens did that, and
inflows.
how did that work out?
BlackRock dominates as
Just
ETF
saying.
funds grow in popularity. The U.S. market now
I
counts
would
a
have
dozen
loved being
spot
a
Bitcoin
siren.
ETFs,
That sounds like
several
fun.
Ether products, and a growing roster of applications for Solana, XRP,
Or like a
and other tokens. Globally,
mermaid.
over 100 crypto-related ETFs are listed. BlackRock's iShares Bitcoin
We have
Trust
to
dominates
talk
the field, with more
over
than
the
$87 billion
article.
in assets under management,
Otherwise, it's
AUM.
copyright infringement.
Its scale,
We have to give
liquidity, and
context.
brand
I know.
strength have set it apart,
That's what I just did.
drawing the bulk
I know,
of
chat
flows
was
while
saying two
rivals remain
voices at
far
once.
smaller. U.S. spot Bitcoin ETF assets.
Oh,
Source,
fine, I'll be quiet. My bad.
CoinMarketCap. Magazine. Bitcoin ETFs make Coinbase a honeypot for hackers and governments. Trezor CEO.
So yeah, ETFs in October. I think they're coming. I think they're coming. I really do.
What do they have to gain for ETFs being what they are?
Massive inflow, and then shorts, and then the bull runs over.
So they're just explain to me, like I'm 5, why this is useful in any way. How does it help people? How does it grow people's portfolio? And how is it not just a scheme? Explain to me like I'm 5.
ETAs or ETFs are like a way that people can just buy crypto into their portfolio. So it's a way that they can diversify into crypto more easily. That's why. So it'll be more liquidity coming into the market.
Okay, and how many new people are going to know about this? Or what it is?
Yeah, they're gonna know. It's the talk of the town. The problem is big money does not want to make risky investments. There are some, but those that are, on the whole adoption is happening right now. XCN passed the zone. Let's go. All right, dude, that's good. Then I say bullish. I think everything's bullish, to be honest with you right now. The green light's on. Everything's going to be bullish. Another crypto exchange files for an IPO. Gemini, founded by Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss, have filed for a U.S. IPO after rivals Circle and Bullish staged blockbuster debuts. So Gemini Trust, the crypto exchange funded by the billionaire twins Tyler and Cameron, has filed for the U.S. initial public offering, positioned itself to become the third publicly traded digital asset exchange after Coinbase and Bullish. The filing, published August 15th, revealed that Gemini's revenue fell in the first half of 2025, while its net losses winded underscoring both the challenges and opportunities of going public is still a volatile industry. Yes, this is a fundraiser. So if a company is going public, it means they're probably not doing well, and they need the public's money to continue. So pump and dump. This is the meme coins of the stock exchanges IPOs, okay? They're fundraisers. They pump really hard and then they dump really hard. So yeah, there's a bunch of money that can be made, and that's why they run so hard. And a lot of people, they hodl, and they get left holding the bag on this one. Somebody's got to be left holding the bag.
That's true.
Gemini taps Ripple for credit line ahead of IPO. CNBC World Crypto. Let's watch it. They're hurting for money. Gemini is hurting
Make sure
for money,
you talk
people.
over. I wasn't allowed to.
Oh, yeah.
Today, Bitcoin and Ether tumbled to begin the week. The crypto program viewed as anti-crypto, and Caitlin Long, the CEO of Custodia Bank, which is based in Wyoming, sits down with us at the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium to discuss regulatory developments for crypto. Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World. I'm Talia Kaplan here in Jackson Hole for the second annual Wyoming Blockchain Symposium. Attendance doubled this year amid a more crypto-friendly administration and progress for crypto on Capitol Hill. Now, this event is taking place the same week as the annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. And this year, 2 members of the Fed will attend this conference. They include Christopher Waller, member of the Board of Governors of the Fed, and Michelle Bowman, Vice Chair of Supervision of the Board of Governors of the Fed. Also in attendance this year, many industry executives, lawmakers, and regulators, including SEC Chair Paul Atkins, who will be addressing the audience tomorrow morning. We'll have more on the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium in just a bit, but first, let's get a check of the markets. Crypto prices in the red to kick off the week as heightened macro concerns triggered more than $500 million in forced selling of long positions. As of noon Eastern, Bitcoin fell less than 2% to $116,200 after falling as low as $114,700 at
We need
one
a
point.
wellness check on
This
XRP.
after touching a new all-time high last week, its 4th one this year. Ether dropped nearly 5%, but still traded above $4,300.
5%.
And XRP fell 3.8% to $3.
That's a little baby
Both
move.
Bitcoin and Ether rolled over after higher than expected
Yeah,
July
but they make it
wholesale
seem like it's the
inflation
end of the
data
world.
raised concerns over a Fed
They
rate
just want
cut
to
in
go down
September.
more so they can buy
Also,
more.
profit taking from investors sparked a wave of liquidations across the crypto market.
I see that and I'm like, oh,
Taking
okay,
a quick look
let's-
at a crypto-focused stock,
buy some.
Tom Lee's Ether company BitMine dropped more than 2%. The move lower came after the Bitcoin miner that pivoted to an Ether treasury strategy notified the SEC in a filing that it was doubling down on its stock sale program in an effort to raise up to $20 billion to buy more ETH. Okay, let's talk about the top stories. Crypto platform Gemini entered a credit agreement with Ripple Labs. A Friday SEC filing reveals Gemini can initially borrow up to $75 million with the option to decrease or increase the amount to up to $150 million.
100K
Requests made
likes,
beyond that
let's
cap
go.
may be made with Ripple's stablecoin. The credit line will bear an interest rate of up to 8.5%. Now, this comes after Gemini, founded by the Winklevoss twins, confidentially filed for an IPO back in June. The same filing from Friday reveals the platform's mid-year total liabilities were more than $2 billion. Next, the Federal Reserve is shifting its supervision practices on crypto. On Friday, it announced the board decided to toss what it called novel activities, a practice it used to supervise banks on certain crypto and fintech activities. The Fed says since that program was implemented, quote, the board has strengthened its understanding of those activities, related risks, and bank risk management practices. Friday's announcement says supervision of those activities will fall under the standard supervisory processes. All right, back to the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium for our main story. This morning, I sat down with Caitlin Long, founder and CEO of
Stop
Custodia
shilling
Bank,
Cardano.
which specializes in crypto and is based here in Wyoming. We discussed the Fed's shifting stance on crypto, as well as
love
bank-issued
it.
stablecoins, especially now that the Genius Act stablecoin regulation bill was
Why
signed.
can't we
All right.
hear on your live?
Enough of that.
I know.
Yo,
Stop
what's
shilling
up,
coins.
Morgan Brittle? I'm not shilling coins. I'm holding a coin. It's a pretty
Did you
coin.
not just put a water bottle in the thing over and over this whole show?
You talking about this?
No?
Is that what you're talking about?
yeah,
Or
there it
was
is.
it this?
Mm-hmm.
Was it this? This is so
No,
pretty.
the water bottle was more prevalent.
You know what? I probably shouldn't do this, but I have to. Oh. It's so pretty.
Just so you know, this is what I have to deal with. Just to,
This is so pretty. Miss the days when it was 10. I know. It's so pretty. Did someone say their DCA on Doge? Did I ever do Doge? I think I forgot to do it, huh?
I didn't realize people still held on to it. That's why I didn't think it was serious.
Or I think he asked for my thoughts on it. I don't know if he asked for TA. I'll TA real quick.
Oh my god, I'm gonna buy it before it's too late.
I did it.
Oh, you guys are...
Oh, yeah. Doge looks like everything else. Here's the thing is...
Thank you, guys.
Dog coins are dead, but at the same time, people need it to pump, so it will. It kind of looks like a cup and handle thing, but it's not. It's a double bottom that fulfilled perfectly.
Thank you.
It's on a new pattern. Let's do a little wellness check on XRP. XRP looks like
You guys
Brad
don't
just
need to
went to
call it
town
that.
on this thing. Brad just went to town on your gains, guys. Brad is on
Sunday's
the
the
pole
drop.
right now. Brad is on the pole, throwing $100 bills. And David Schwartz is twerking in the background. And the money is flying around. They are just loving life right now and laughing at their holders. You've legally separated from XRP. And hear me out, guys, okay? XRP is going to do phenomenal things, okay? But it's not going to 11D, okay? And hodling is not the answer. The volatility is good. The way it shoots up like it does, and then they dump on it, and it brings it back down. It's a trader's dream, okay? It's beautiful. But the problem is because they dump on it the way they do, it's so heavily manipulated. It is hard to TA this thing. It is one of the hardest to TA out of all of them. I'm just like sick of it.
It's Ripple in general.
SXT shot
That's what
up
people
and
don't
fell right
understand.
back down. It was perfect. Nice. Yeah, SXT is like that. Okay? The reason why I like SXT is for trading, not for hodling. Mother Dragons, I'm talking to you. Okay?
You better leave her alone, bro.
I know, but I don't want her to get wrecked in the market. I'm trying to help her.
I held too. It didn't feel right, so we didn't do it.
I get it, and it'll do something. I hope it does a lot more. But it's very healthy movement, I'll tell you that much.
I got you.
I'm a little worried.
See,
I
think it has another. I don't.
It is coming back down. This thing's coming back down to 7 cents. Oh, I'm gonna buy so much more. It'll probably drop to like 7 cents. Then unless this is one of those sweeps where they're just triggering stop losses right now before it makes a big move up. You look at the water. These are what I like. These candles right here. These moves. These are money. Maybe it's going to go. It's just consolidating right now is what it's doing. It's pretty much found its bottom. I'd say it's pretty much at the bottom. It's probably going to double bottom right now. And then come back up to 8. Maybe it shoots up to 9, 10. It's got a strong ceiling of 9.5 cents. What coin is that? This is SXT Space and Time. This one prints money. When it moves very violently.
It moves
very,
fast.
Very quickly. Yeah. It's a late bloomer, so you get like a bit of a heads up when the market moves. But you got to be careful with this one. This one is for trading. Right? This one is for trading. And it's so new. It's just like, man, I'll tell you what, you can trade between where it's at 8 cents and 9.5 cents and just make so much money. I don't think it's a Head and Shoulders. You know why? There's no fair value gap. I think it's just building a floor at 8 cents is what it's doing. It's building a floor. The days of buying it for 6.5 cents may be over. Yeah, there's nowhere to really fill on the downside. There's pretty much only upward side to fill on this one. Yeah, this is, I mean, it's going to do things this cycle, but this cycle, it's for trading. Next cycle, this is going to be a big winner for sure. And Big Baller's right. And that's why we found it. Remember, I said this is, you know, if you're trying to buy and accumulate XRP right now, SXT is in its accumulation phase. So in the middle of the bull run, this thing is one that we can buy and hodl, right? Or you can trade it and keep growing it, whatever. But this one is at its floor, right? Has nowhere to go but up. What's up, Josh? How you doing, Josh?
He must have heard us talking about him and he just appeared.
Yep. Speak of the devil and Josh will appear.
Nah, he's a good kid.
I love Josh, actually. Josh is on the Cardano train with me. Yeah.
And we're shilling again.
I'm not shilling. I like Cardano. And I'm allowed to like what
Can you
I like. They give me free stuff.
Oh, that's true.
Let me tell you right now.
Can you explain to me
stuff.
what shilling is? Explain to me what shilling is. Great detail. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Promoting a coin, maybe?
Oh.
Chat, help me out. What is
that
shilling?
coin?
Pretend like I'm 5. What is shilling a coin? I feel like Cardano is a better technology because it's not proof of work, it's proof of stake. You want to know why I'm so bullish on Cardano? Bitcoin is coming to the Cardano network, okay? There's a reason why. I'm not just shilling it because they gave me a bunch of free stuff, okay? Yes, they gave me a bunch of free stuff, okay? But you know who I am. I'm about integrity. New all-time high for ADA this cycle. I think you're right. I'm about integrity, okay? But when I see something juicy, I'm not going to not talk about it. And there's something juicy. Bitcoin is coming to the Cardano network, okay? And Bitcoin will have utility because of the layer 2 that comes from Cardano.
So you believe Bitcoin has a future?
Absolutely.
You weren't saying that a couple months ago.
Well, things change. The layer 2 technology didn't exist a couple months ago.
Because you got bought by Cardano.
No. Cardano
They bought you.
No, I found the technology. I just went out of my way to gather more Cardano goods because I liked it and I wanted to promote it because I believe in it now. The layer 2 that Cardano has created that gives Bitcoin utility is everything. That's what it's all been about. We've been saying that Bitcoin is a meme coin for how long? That's no longer the case. Visibility restricted.
18 and over. This is not financial advice for entertainment purposes only. This is why you have to keep saying it. I wasn't just being annoying for no reason. Ow, my bun hurts. Or bun, not bum, whatever. What happened?
Take over for a minute.
Yeah, he was going to name the. Oh yeah, you know what happened is I ended up having to take the kittens because he had to go out. So now I have them at my house and my kids love it. I know it takes picture MVP help. They're a lot of work. They have to be bottle fed and.
If you're in the chat, help me.
And yeah, now they're my kittens and I will name them as I please. So I didn't realize bottle feeding kittens from birth was gonna be that much, but yeah. I mean, I have 5 other annoying children, so what's a couple more? You good, bro?
No.
'Cause I don't have anything on my side. That's why I always say, for entertainment purposes only, this is not financial advice. I don't do that because I'm crazy.
What if my content was unoriginal? I am the originator of creators.
How much longer till they eat solids? I don't know.
Oh
and
my
honestly,
God, viewership is dropping. No, chat, don't leave.
How much longer? Okay, so I was going to ask that, and I looked it up. My kittens should already be eating nuts out of saucers, but they refuse. They only want the bottle. I don't know how to break them of that. And of course, I'm going to feed them the bottle because they're cute and little. Like, I think they're using me. They're like, just give me the bottle, wench, and be quiet. Yeah, it's been a couple weeks now. I'm like, well, how much longer is this going on? Like, their eyes are open, they're running around. I know, that's probably why. And that's why I was trying to address it and get it over with, but nobody ever listens to me. But yeah, Mother, if you have any great tips on that one, I cannot get them to drink out of a saucer. They refuse. They want to be swaddled and fed like they're babies. And it's been and they're like, nope, feed me, do what you're supposed to do. And I'm like, I think I'm being controlled, but I'm going to do whatever I can because I love all my animals.
Alexa, thank you for the roses.
It is exhausting.
Mia, thank you for the heart me. Alexa, thank you for the goats. And Crypto Guy with a heart me. Thank you very much, guys.
It is.
The suppression is
I know.
real.
I'm not going to say those. I don't know. Wonder who GGGA884 is. Give them, yeah. Fran, do your thing.
I think I need to rebrand.
Yeah. Think you need to rebrand? Why?
Yeah, Oz the Crypto Penguin. I think I'm going to rebrand to the Crypto Penguin. Because it seems like the goat is under attack. What's up, Jay? How you doing? I think maybe the appeal went through right now.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's just we had an issue. One of my friendly, beautiful ladies had an issue the other day with posting something, and they flagged some dumbness because we love TikTok Shop. And for the life of us, we could not figure out what it was and why. The reason it gave made no sense to what the post was. So, entertainment purposes only, it is going overboard. And the more it is being controlled by certain people, the worse it will get. Exactly. Yeah, that one. I'm not going to say it out loud, but yeah, that was it, which didn't make any sense because it had nothing to do with what we were doing.
Oz the Crypto Penguin.
No.
What do you think, chat? Kodak thinks it's good. I think if I rebranded that, maybe some of the haters would not know who I am and just go with.
It'd be the same account.
I know it'd be the same account,
face.
but they wouldn't be looking for me, right? Because they're actively looking for me to come hate. Josh, thank you for the I heart yous. Drags, thank you for the roses. Alexa, thank you for the roses. You guys are awesome. Oh my God, Eve is calling me.
Ooh, you in trouble.
I'm in trouble. All right, take over.
Take over what? I can't see your chat. I can only see my chat, so I don't know how that's gonna work. Okay, I wanted to go down. I can't believe he took that theory from me, and he's gone. I know. I can't believe Big 12. I think he, you know what it is, and either side, whoever can hear me on both sides of the chat, promoting the show is a lot of work. And when you have 2 or 3 people who are vindictive and petty, and this is for educational purposes only, they will flag and flag. And what happens is it takes you out of the algorithm. So even if you have your alerts set up like I do for certain people, if they've been flagged so many times, I don't get thank you. I don't get those alerts anymore. And that's what's happening. And so 2 very interesting people who have their own thoughts and opinions, lost out on something, and they needed someone to blame. And unfortunately, that was Oz. And they even sent me some hateful, awful things, but I don't care because life is life and people are going to like you or they don't. I pay it no mind. But when you have a show like Oz does, and he puts all that work into it, and they put him in a shadow banana, again, for educational purposes only, if you, every time they go and they seriously, it's an everyday thing, report, somebody's reporting all of his stuff all the time, reporting the live, reporting everything. So what happens is you get pulled further and further out of the algorithm. So it helps so much when you share the show, when you like the show, and all those different things, because some people are just, and some people are just the way they are, and it is what it is, and we try to block and moderate the best we can, but they create, like, the level of petty that how many accounts they've created is wild, just to be a hater. Like, it is so funny to me. I'm like, dude, like, I don't even have that kind of energy. Like, I want you to step on a Lego, but that's about as far as it goes. He's doing, and he's not doing unoriginal content. This is his own. These are his own thoughts and opinion. And now he's exactly. It's crime for, he did the crime, now he gets the time when there was no crime. It's like, I thought you were innocent until proven guilty, which we know doesn't work in the United States. But for educational purposes only, and which is why I say those things constantly. This is not financial advice. This is, for entertainment purposes, educational purposes. And the reason is, I know, can't say that either. Educational purposes, don't talk to dolphins. It is illegal. And that, I think, as the new rules come up, and I don't know on the other side who's listening, you need to be careful what you do. The laws are getting, the rules for I Love TikTok Shop are getting much more difficult in the beginning of September, and they're starting to implement them now. And the further and further along that goes, the more you will get restricted. And you are going to have to be very careful what you say before and after you say them. Like, and this is why I'm saying, like, say, this is for entertainment purposes only. This is for, sharing. Like, there's a one that's, sharing positivity. This is about educational. This is not financial advice. Please remember to use those things. They will pull it. So, like, it does make me upset that now a platform that used to be so where everything went, you could think whatever you want, posted whatever you want. Oh, did it? Josh? Okay, so that, I can't say that word. I got banned the other day for saying it, or bananaed, sorry. We Love TikTok Shop, F1, in the chat. I can't say that because the last time I did, I was banated. I'm not allowed to say anything about those two countries at all. That's how bad it is. They pulled me right off. And that's what I mean by censored. You can't talk about certain wars. You can't talk about certain countries. You can't talk about certain genocides, because if you do, they don't want that on the system. And it's not getting better. I'm sure you guys saw the weird, I don't know how you say it. If everyone got that message about how it changes in September, everything is going to be off limits. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. TT is not cool anymore. Used to be the place you can go say anything you want, and now it's just not that. Everything, people can do whatever they want, say whatever hateful things they want, report whatever they want with zero consequences, but the person who pays for those consequences are the people they're falsely reporting.
Right. I think I'm going to move to X or somewhere else, because, man, this is ridiculous. What it was when I first started this in like January, February, it's nothing like it was. And you just can't. How are we supposed to function? How are we supposed to do this? So if you're not following, if you're not following me on X, make sure you do, because one day I might just disappear and you won't know where to find me. And we are streaming on YouTube as well, but that show's dead. There's 2 people watching there. There's 2 people watching on YouTube. There's 1 person watching on Twitch, and then there's now only 20 people watching on TikTok. We used to have like 300 plus viewers every day, and it was just me with the Nintendo Switch. I didn't even have all this stuff, and I was like, wow, we're really doing something here. And so I like invested into doing all of this, and man, I feel like, wow, what a waste of money. I mean, I helped you guys, but like, what am I doing here? Oz, you can live on X while you're live on everything else. Yes, I know this. I just haven't set it up yet. I just got my blue check on X yesterday.
Okay, so this is a good point, and I think you need to take this into consideration as well, because I think we were trying to tell you that, and you kind of had that suspicion. Just as the crypto market is diluted, the social media market is diluted on too many platforms. So what's happening is that, you have the market's not doing anything, and, and now that everything's diversified from X and YouTube and TikTok and all the other, and Twitch and all the other places, it's gonna get spread out, like
Right.
rain doesn't hit the same spot.
And it was all centralized here on TikTok just a few months ago, and then they just screwed it all up with the US coming in and taking control of it and messing with the algorithms.
Yeah, and
stuff.
it says we don't know where to go, we are lazy. And that's partially true. It's like, all right, what's the easiest place for me to go get that information? So of course it's going to be spread out, because if you add everything together, you have the right amount of people, but it's all spread out everywhere.
And that's why I like Twitch, but I don't like the commercials. Everyone complains about the commercials. But X,
I complain.
X, you can say whatever you want, no commercials. I think that's the place to go. I've been trying out new platforms to see what's going to work. And I don't know. This can't continue. Jfinity, thank you for the Let 'em Cooks. It can't continue. Something's going to give, and like they're driving away good creators. What are we supposed to do? Like I'm up to my ears in appeals and paperwork every live. Like, why am I
But it's
here?
not just you. It's not just you. I've seen other creators that had 80, 90 people and like 4 people on their panel, and now they've got like good creators on their panel, and they're barely able to keep 30 people. And these are all like people that I follow, like whether they're in a panel or not. And it's not just, I don't think it's as personal as you think it is, but I think there needs to be a line drawn where, maybe it's time to move to a different platform, or just see where this goes in the next month or so, and we're going to know more by September how,
right. I'm giving it
for
till
educational purposes, how centered we are.
I'm giving it till October, basically. And if they don't get their act together, we're gonna walk away from TikTok completely. I've threatened it so many times. TikTok seller, thank you for the galaxy. Uh-oh.
Oh, that was so sweet.
We've made $6.66. It's 666. You gotta send something else. You gotta get rid of that number. That's bad luck. Somebody.
I know.
Somebody send
more apps, more
penny.
passwords. It said, "Oh no, I would miss you, Oz," on this side of this stream. Just so you know.
Well, I wouldn't stop going live. I would just be elsewhere. You gotta get
People
off.
stick to what they're familiar with. That's never gonna happen.
I know,
People
right?
stick to what they're familiar with.
Kodak, Danny Gibson, thank you for the gifts. There's no more 666. You guys don't have to send gifts unless you want to. I appreciate it. 666 is a bad
Anytime-
luck number.
Order 66.
Yeah. So
That one's fun.
my main thing is that I'm not going to stop doing this show. But you guys are going to have to leave TikTok because I can't do it anymore. I can't. So if you want the TA, you're going to have to come elsewhere. At least come to my Discord. You know, because I can't deal with this anymore. What am I supposed to do? They're driving me out of here. Kodak says lead and we shall follow. I think that's my sign right there. You guys know what's good. You guys know that I'm doing a good thing here. And I know those of you that have been here for a long time. Danny says, just tell us where and start over. I think that's what we're going to do. I think I tried Twitch and we're not getting any new viewership on Twitch, but I'll tell you what, the X is starting to take off quickly. And there are big names that are following me on X already, and they're promoting me. So I feel like we're going to be moving to X. I'm going to give it a few more weeks here. I feel bad, like I'm letting down Eve. But, you know, as a creator, like, I can't deal with it anymore. It's so much paperwork. It's just appeal after appeal. Did my appeal still pending? It didn't get rejected yet, but it's just like we were just like getting into the algorithm and just starting to get going, and then boom, roadblock. Every time, every live. There hasn't been a live in months where it's just been smooth sailing. It's been months.
That's actually sad but true. I don't think people realize that. Like, that's real. Every single one. You're not leaving. Don't make me come to Cali.
It's not that I'm leaving.
You have a lot of people that... No, but you have a lot of people that love you over here. And they're just like, you know, they don't want you to leave. And I get that. We just might have to shift platforms because... And I feel like... I know no one wants to hear this. Yeah, it's every week minimum. But I don't think people want to hear this. When all those rules go into September, you're probably not going to want to be here either. Because even though I do not care for Mr. Musk, Twitter is a free-for-all. You can do whatever you want over there. No one cares.
And there's
Not
a lot of
one
moon
person.
cheesers I think we could reach there. I think we could help a lot of new people. You know?
Yeah, you believe that.
And look at Josh. Look at what we did for Josh. And
he did for us. You know, he
Yeah.
taught us some stuff. We taught him some stuff.
But Josh is just growing his portfolio exponentially now. Mar
We might
Lopez
have to do a
says
test run.
X is good, but you are exposed to such negative content and visuals, it's bad energy. I agree. And that's what I'm hoping is maybe we can bring something positive to a negative space. You know, maybe we'll stick out more because of it. We did here. We stuck out because we spoke out. So we'll have to see. I'm going to talk with Jesse about it, and we'll see. Maybe we need to give X a little trial run. And
That's what I'm thinking.
Because with the letter that I got from TikTok of the new rules that are coming, I only see it getting worse. I don't see it getting any better. It's just not. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why? I feel like we're wasting energy and resources in the wrong place. So hopefully you guys come with, whoever doesn't. The problem is I have to. Not everybody's in the live every day, right? And if I put out a post that says, "Hey, we're going to be on X," then TikTok suppresses it. So I'm not sure.
We'll give it the next month. Give it until September.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So
we give it till September and give everyone the opportunity.
TikTok seller says your Twitter looks fire. Yeah, my Twitter's like days old and it's already like taking off. Like I've got hundreds. I'm getting more likes on my videos there than I'm getting on TikTok. I'm getting more likes than I'm getting views on TikTok. So it's like, what am I doing here? So I think we're going to do that. We'll take some time and give you guys a chance to adjust. But I think we're going to start focusing on the X. And what I've noticed is that in the space, the crypto space, everyone is using X. That's where everyone's at. Can you
That's my whole problem
link
with
an
it, though.
arrow? I got you, brother.
While you're doing that, that is my problem with X is going to be your success with it. Is anybody can say whatever they want. Anyone can use fake news. Anyone can just post statistics that aren't real. Yeah, and you are creating a positive change, and that's what it says on this side. Just so you know,
I know
that it is hard. Nothing ever good came easy. It just doesn't work that way.
Chainlink looks bullish as hell. Look at that. It got that double bottom. It's just going, okay? There is a fair value gap down here at 20 cents, but I don't think it does it. I think it's going to keep going. Now we did have a bit of rejection up here, but we got our doji. I'm seeing a wick on the bottom, not on the top. I think it still wants to go. Let's see here. Yeah, we had like an ascending channel. It broke down. I think it wants to keep going. It's kind of like a double top thing, but no, I don't think so. I think this one's still bullish. I think Chainlink's got more move in it. All right, what was the other one? Aerodrome Finance. Mother Dragons, thank you so much. Chat, if you're a subscriber, everybody put a Killdozer flag in the chat. Don't make me do unreasonable things. Put the Killdozer in the chat. Don't make me do it. Because that's what TikTok's making me do. You guys know which one I'm talking about. It's the Gadsden flag, but it's the Killdozer on it. You guys know that story? Jesse.
It's a documentary. The guy pretty much has enough of everybody, and he secretly buys a tank, fixes it, makes this thing crazy, like there's a bulldozer in front of it. Like, you can't take it down. There's nothing you can do. He's mad at everybody in this town, and so he just starts wrecking every single building he comes across, and they can't stop him. There's no bullets. They're not equipped to stop a freaking bulldozer tank. And if you can watch, I think the documentary is on Max or HBO, because apparently we call it Max now. And it's one of the funniest things. Like, I know, like, it was dangerous. People were fine. It's really funny because this guy just had enough of all of it. He lost his job. He lost his family. He lost his house. He was done.
Yeah, the city council wouldn't let him, do things for his business, but they would let these other businesses do whatever they want. And they basically pushed him out and bullied him. That's what's happening here, is we're being pushed out and bullied. On the 1 hour, Arrow is a double bottom forming right now, so it should pump up. If it gets rejected at 146 to 150, it could continue on back downward and possibly form like a diamond top or something. But this also looks like a liquidity sweep where maybe they're triggering stop losses. So it could continue up still from here. I'm still leaning bullish. Yes, pudgy penguins. I got my little pudgy penguin right here. Check it out. I'll look at ADA for you, brother. Hey, Josh is actually a subscriber now. Wouldn't you know it? Josh is a subscriber. Check out the pudgy penguin. I love my pudgy penguins now. I was like kind of like meh, whatever, and then like I realized something. Marketing, baby. Marketing is huge. All right, let's look at Cardano. Josh says, tell Cardano to send me a bottle. I'll shill too.
I feel like he would. I really do.
It just tastes better in this bottle. You know which one I really like, though, is my Midnight one. Midnight spared no expense. I got my little Midnight on my pudgy penguin right here. Cardano. I have to say that everything looks funky right now. It is hard to say what's going on, but I feel bullish. Okay? Like, and we know how everything moves together, okay? Some are clearly bullish and some are just like, eh. I think we're moving into alt season. And I don't normally say, oh, DCA, but like this is one of those times where I'm like, maybe DCA. Buy, as it drops a little bit more, buy some more. Because I think things are about to go parabolic. Okay, not face melting parabolic, but I think we're going to see something. I don't know, ADA kind of looks like a bull flag here, yo. Cardano, the bull flag. That looks like a bull flag to me. Or, excuse me, a pennant. A bull pennant. Excuse me. I'm teaching a TA class. I gotta call them the right name. Excuse me, chat. Can Pudgy reach 9 cents? I mean, if enough people buy it, yeah. That is a good question, though. Let's look at Pudgy one.
I mean, penguin is in the name. I mean,
I
and
think
it's
penguins
pudgy,
are neat.
like a pudgy penguin. They're cute. They have little tuxedos, and the women leave the eggs with the males, and then they never have to take care of them again. Like, how awesome is that?
Let me tell
I'm
you
just
something.
saying.
So there's a thing with penguins is once they find a mate, they never leave
forever.
their mate, and it's forever, right? And so like once you get into penguins, it's forever, right? Can Pengu
They're really cute.
reach 9 cents? That is a stretch, buddy, but it's definitely possible. But maybe in meme coin season. Francesca says, I'll shill. Yeah, I'm monetized on X. It takes a year. I'm not going to make any money on X. So here's the thing is, if we move to X, like, we're not going to make any revenue. At least I made like $7 here. If I move to X, I'm not going to get anything. That's the problem. Is it's nice to have some kind of something coming in, because the overhead for this show is just ridiculous. So I don't know. If we're not making any money and we're not signing any affiliates, we're done. The show's over.
Yeah. And this might be my last week, so, you know, I can't take off, you know, I can't take people's food off their table, especially the people that work here. So I'm going to try my best. You know, in the next couple of days, I have some stuff to do, but yeah, I mean, this is just where we are, and that's okay. You know, we tried down a journey, and I tried something new, and I've had a lot of fun, and I've met a lot of awesome people, and I'll be in and out of TikTok, but yeah, this is probably going to be my last week, and but I do appreciate everybody.
It's just become unsustainable. I was hoping to sign an affiliate contract. It looks like that's not going to happen. So TikTok killed a good creator. We're going to give it one more go on X. And if that doesn't do it, then c'est la vie. Because I've just invested in so much into this. I can't continue. I have literally bled my bags dry. And on that note, let's call it a night.
I think so too.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
We love you guys. Thank you for tuning in.
Go follow me on X. Come join the Discord. So that way you can find me.
Discord's a lot of fun.
When we leave. The Discord is a lot of fun. And you know what? I'll be hanging out in the Discord after this. If you guys want to come over there and laugh and have a good time, I'll be on there for a little bit. Hey,
bye, guys.
Zane, much respect to you too. The Discord link is in my bio. I believe the X link is in my bio. If it's not, I will have the IT guy fix that. But you can find me on all platforms, Ozthecryptogoat. So, yeah, we're probably going to be leaving this platform. So if you enjoy this content and you want to be a part of the community, come find me, because we can't keep doing this. And we'll see. We're at 200K likes, which is crazy, and only 16 people watching. Thank you guys for the taps and the gifts and everything you guys do. Much appreciated to you guys. I appreciate you all very much. Mother Dragons, thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone. Make sure you come find me on X, okay? Because that's where we're going to be. We're going to give it one more go. Give it one more shot. And hopefully it works out. Bye, guys. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. All lowercases, no spaces. We are live on Abstract, Twitch, and TikTok. Thank you all very much for showing up and showing out. We got a special guest today from prison to blockchain. We're going to talk about his story, my story, and some crypto. We're going to look at the charts, do some free A for you. Everybody loves free A, right? I know y'all love the free A. That's why you guys are really here. You guys don't care about the info. You don't want to put in the work. You don't want to grind. You want a free payday. I get it. I get it. And that's why I'm here. I guess I'm here to do all the work for free, right? Anyway, I'm being hyperbolic. But we'll give you a little free A today if you're nice. If you're liking, if you're subscribing, if you're a super fan, or you're showing engagement, you're giving a little gift or something, you get some TA, all right? And it's still free A because all you got to do is like for it. All you got to do is hit the like button. It don't take that much work, right? So let's work together as a community and blow this show up, guys. Let's make it massive and be what it's intended to be, right? Revolution, good to see you. Everybody put a W in the chat. Get the chat rolling fast. Get the likes rolling fast. The more engagement, the more quickly, the better the algorithm is for us. We need W's in the chat. We need emojis in the chat. We need goats in the chat, baby. Yeah, let's get the goats rolling. I'm going to open up, let's see here. Get the Discord rolling. Just so that we have the... I want the voice channels. We want Camera. Comment bait more often. Like, what do you mean comment bait? Like, listen, guys, Bitcoin is a meme coin, ladies and gentlemen. It's a meme coin. And if you think it's not a meme coin, tell me otherwise. What is free A? Free A is free technical analysis. That's what free A is. It's free technical analysis. You tell me what you want me to TA for you, and I will do it. Obviously, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic right now because we're trying to boost the algorithm a little bit, right? But you guys want some good TA? I would say one of the best in the space. I got you. This is the last market pump before the bear market. I mean, we've been in the bear market. But yeah, moon cycle pump. We had a small little pump right here. Was the new moon was like the 22nd to the 24th. And then the full moon is around the 4th through the 5th. That's where we are. And so now we're headed back down. And if you think that that's not real, moon phases is actually an indicator on TradingView. And it's goated. It's pretty accurate here. Zcash crashed so hard. Yeah, we're gonna dump. I think we're gonna dump here. I thought that maybe Bitcoin had a flat bottom inverted flag, but now that I'm looking at it, it looks like we could potentially come up here and touch the top here at 95. Okay, and look at, I drew this a while ago. I drew this back in December 19th is when I drew this line. Okay, and it's followed it, and I just kind of threw it out there, right? So it looks like we're gonna pop up here maybe to 95. A little bit of hopium. Maybe we go to 96 and that's it. But the issue with that is, let's see, let's get rid of this. Well, we'll move it. The issue with this is an inverted, or this is a bear flag. So I thought it was a flat bottom, but we have this little thing here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to pop up here to like 96, right? It doesn't necessarily have to do that to fall, but I believe that this is the bear flag right here, guys. Maybe it's more like this, but there's your bear flag, right? So and this is an ascending wedge, you know, which is bearish. Boom, it's going to come down. We're coming back to 75K. Get ready for it. Buckle up, Buttercup. If you ain't buckled up yet, I sure hope you do soon, because we're in for it. So that's a bear flag, ladies and gentlemen. thank you for the gifts, Revolution, TikTok seller. You guys are awesome. You guys are the real ones, man. I appreciate you. Smash the like button, guys. Everybody together, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show. Share it out to all your friends. Comment, engage in the show. We are battling the algorithm right now. And not only that, like, we're battling major competition. Everyone's live right now at our time when nobody used to go live during our time. So we do have some major competition, and we're just coming back into the space. So it's going to be an uphill battle. Why is H-bar crashing? Everything's crashing, bruh. Everything is. You think it's crashing now? Give it a couple more days, bro. Give it a couple more days. You're in for another major crash. Let's look at H-bar. I'll tell you why. But Husty, Hutsy, I'm only doing TA for people who are either following me, they're hitting the like button, they're sending gifts, or just giving any kind of engagement right now. So we got to thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, brother. Hit that like button. Thank you, bro. I got you, bro. I got you. I appreciate that. And, if you can't send gifts, guys, gifts are great. And they do go to help, pay the IT guy here. And, but, if you can't give, you can always just engage. Just put a W in the chat. Put an emoji in the chat. Put a goat in the chat. Goats in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody right now, hit the chat with a goat emoji. So, here's the deal. I know people would say that this is a descending channel, but it's not. This is what you see in the cycle, okay? You see this cycle right here? You see this cycle right here? What did it do? It peaked up and then it ran down sideways like that. This is a mirror of what happened right here. Look at right here. We have the push up here, a double bottom here, a pump, and then a descending channel to the bottom. Same thing here. So we should continue on H-bar pretty much like that, all the way down to, I'd say, 7 to 3 or 4 cents. Bellstar, how's it going? So that's normal. We're literally mirroring a previous cycle right here. This was 2023, right? March, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October 2023. Now this took a long time. We took a whole year through here, but we're basically finding a bottom. Either we're at the bottom and the bottom is here at 9 cents, but I don't think so, because we should go into despair in the cycle. We should drop lower. We could just continue on like this. That's what we're looking at right here. I bought 5 XRP. Will it go to 10K and I'd be a millionaire? Absolutely not. I'm sorry, but it won't. I hate to burst your bubble, guys, but it doesn't matter how much money. Let's just say that XRP is adopted and trillions or quadrillions of dollars are flowing through it. It gets its value from the people that hold it, not from money that flows through it. Okay, so it won't hold any major value. I hate to break it to you, but it just is what it is. I know you were probably sold a bill of goods. Revolution, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. What crypto stocks are you currently invested in? I mean, as far as, so here's the thing is, I'm invested in silver and gold and copper, but not in stocks, in hard assets. I'm invested in steel and different metals, right? I've been in that for the last 15 years, right? But I hold hard assets. I don't hold paper, right? Because it's not real. The paper notes of silver are going to come crashing down, and there's nothing there. There's nothing to back it, right? They're trading silver that doesn't exist. So I hold on to the hard assets. I was literally today going through all my coins looking for all the silver coins because I've been saving change for, God, a freaking decade. And so I've been going through and finding, what is silver and what's not. And so, basically that's what I'm into. But as far as like stocks and crypto, I trade in crypto, but I'm looking for more like low cap coins with a small, amount, couple grand, nothing crazy, right? That I'm trading. I'm not holding it, I'm trading it, right? And I take wins, I take losses, and but I make more wins than I do losses. What stores do you buy silver, copper, or gold? Honestly, I buy them at like thrift stores, yard sales, swap meets, things like that. I've been buying it like that for years. It's getting harder to find, but it's out there. I buy circuit breakers and I take the silver out of them. And so, a lot of times I get that stuff for free. I don't even pay for it. I also own a silver mine. So, I prospect a little bit. I'm actually going to start prospecting more. That's one thing I'm going to be doing. And I'll probably film it too. I was thinking about filming, doing the prospecting stuff, but I'm buying stuff pennies on the dollar. I bought 5 ounces of silver from a decorative piece that was made in the 1920s. I paid $2 for it, like 7-10 years ago. Where do you get circuit breakers and silver mines? I get circuit breakers at like yard sales and trash bins. Maybe like updated on a job site or whatever, and they had like a bucket of them, and somebody's got it at a yard sale or whatever, and I give them $1 for it, for the whole bucket kind of thing. Silver mines, I bought the land. I bought it at auction. So somebody owned the land, they owed taxes on it and whatever, and I paid for it. That's how I did it. If you're looking for more information on that, by the way, join the Discord link in my bio. I'm going to be teaching people how to refine precious metals, how to search for them, where to find them, because you don't even have to refine them. You can just bundle up the raw materials and they're worth money that can be sold. You don't have to do anything. Let's see. Wait till probably March for what? Wait till March for what? Like to buy again? I would say March. Here's the thing is if we're still in a 4-year cycle, do you want to hold a coin that earns no APY, or do you want to hold a stable coin that's going to earn you APY for the next 3 years? That's the real question, right? Do you really want to be stuck holding an asset that's potentially going to come down more, or do you want to hold a stable coin that's going to earn you APY for the next 2-3 years, and then you can strike when the time is right? Beware the itis of March. Beware of ideas of March. Is that what you're saying? Everyone keeps saying March, March, March. I don't know where it's coming from, but I don't see it. Maybe like we'll have a downward and then up in March. But after March comes April, May. Sell in May, go away. So maybe March is the top after it bottoms. Like I don't see what everyone else is seeing. Every chart that I see that someone's like, oh, look here, this is what says it's going up. I see. I'm like, no, that's a false indication. I'm seeing nothing but misinterpreted charts and false indicators. So beware what people TA, do your own research, learn how to do TA. I teach a TA class. If you're interested in learning TA, I'll teach you. Join the Discord. I do all that in there. So click the link in my bio to join the Discord. If you are having issues getting into Discord, all you need to do is copy it and put it directly into your browser, and the link should still work. And make sure you guys are smashing that like button, subscribing to the channel, share the show with your friends. Thank you, Revolution and TikTok, for all the gifts. Chat, don't make Revolution and TikTok give all the gifts. Yo, what's up, bro? Nice, a silver mine. Yeah. I got lucky on the silver mine. It's not an active silver mine. It's just a mining claim land with buildings and stuff, right? And there's a mine shaft in it. So I don't even know if there's any more silver in it. Who knows? But somebody might, you guys are like, oh, I want a silver mine. Like, somebody's going to be interested in it, right? So who knows? It could take 20 years to, actually process and start a silver mine up. So all y'all who are like, thinking like, oh yeah, whatever, like, yes, good time to buy a silver mine right now. Good time to invest into that. Silver mines won't see a return for another 20 years, but that means the price of silver is expected to go up because there are no mines open or really functioning right now, or no new mines anyway. So it'll take 20 years to actually produce that product. Remember the goat boss? All right, you guys send in goats and I'll baa like a goat. Is that what I have to do? Do I have to dance for nickels? Is that what it's come to? I have to dance for nickels and baa like a goat. Tech CEO with the laugh. Shout out to Tech CEO. That's his line, dancing for nickels. I completely stole that from him, 100%. Make sure you give him a follow. Dance for nickels is my only hope, right? That for real, bro. Like, guys, my boy over here is actually dancing for nickels, like, and shout out to him, right? I can't do it. All right, I can't do it, but yeah, that line, and credit should be given where credit is due. If I'm gonna steal a creator's word or whatever, and especially if they're in here in the chat, you are gonna get a shout out, okay? Like, a lot of people steal stuff from me and they don't even give me credit for it. I don't care, whatever, it is what it is. But you are going to get you're going to get recognition here. Don't follow your dreams, follow me. Absolutely. Yeah, follow me as well, and also follow Tech CEO, follow Revolution. They're great people, creators here in the space. Starks as well. Starks is a creator. Glad to see you, brother. Everybody, make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Let's see if we can get to 250k likes today without clickers. No auto clickers, all right? No auto clickers on this live stream, guys. The auto clickers will mess you up unless you have it set up a certain way, and I can teach you how to make your auto clicker not get flagged. But it'll not only hurt your channel, it'll hurt my channel. No auto clickers, guys. We don't click. Oh my god. Dude, remember back in the days? Hey, and you think that you're the only ones clicking? I'm right here with you guys. I'm clicking too. I'm doing half the work here. Look at it. I'm cheating. All right? So don't think you're all alone. Don't think you're doing. We're trying to boost this algorithm. We've been off and for a while. Randomizer and slight movement. Exactly. You've got to be careful with your auto clicker. You've got to be smart. What I do is I tape down where it filters through the different speeds and it makes it cycle through all the different speeds, and then I'm moving it constantly like this while I'm doing it. And so there's still a human aspect to it. Yeah, and you got to pace it. You got to make it slow. And what I do is I'll have it click slow and then I'll click next to it as well. And it like doubles up. Guys, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat, the #1 live stream on Abstract for 6 days in a row. Let's go for 7, 6, 7, baby. 6 days in a row. We have been the #1 top of the charts for the show on Abstract, which is absolutely phenomenal. I feel very blessed and appreciative to be a part of the Abstract community. We're literally live streaming on the blockchain, chat. Live streaming on the blockchain, Ethereum network. If you're not using layer 2 technology and you're invested into crypto, what are you doing with your life? Educate yourself, learn how to actually use the tech. You can literally live stream, watch live stream, game, do all kinds of different things on the blockchain, guys. It's not just about buying tokens and your bag pumping and cashing out for fiat. There's so much more happening here, and we have the opportunity to be involved in it early on, guys. Early on. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you guys, everyone that's tapping away right now. I'm going to stop tapping so I can know who's tapping. I see you guys are still tapping. Oh, wait. Yep, they're still coming in. The taps are still coming. Thank you guys. JFM, thank you for the roses. Thank you for the heart me. Yeah, we need to get the heart me's too, guys. The heart me's are important. The more heart me's we get, the better for the algorithm. There's something about it. And they're a penny. JFM, it is so great to see you. It's been a while. Glad to have you. We got to get the whole team back. We got to get the squad back, right? It's been months, 2 months since I've been doing the show. And so we got to kind of boost the algorithm a little bit. And we're having a good time doing it. You know what we're talking about? Does anybody else have a project they want me to TA for them? Anybody want some TA? We got Bitcoin right here. Okay. This is my Bitcoin prediction right here. That's what I see for Bitcoin. We got an ascending wedge. LF goat, baby. LF goat. How's the music volume? Is the music volume good? All the audio's good? Cool. Appreciate you guys. Everybody, Beam? All right, let's look at Beam. Now we're talking. I want to do some free A right now. Some TA for free for you guys. I'm in the mood to TA right now because you know why? I'm expecting a dump coming. I'm expecting a dump, and I'm here to help you guys. If you guys want to know when it's going to pump, you're going to have to do that on your own. Or you got to be a part of the community and see what's up. A cup and handle on what? Cup and handle on BTC right here. You think that's a cup and handle? Cup and handle is from a bullish push into it, not a bearish drop into it. Opposite. It's the opposite if we drop into a cup and handle than if we pump into cup and handle. A little free TA learning for you. A little bit of free learning for you. All right, we were going to look at Beam. Beam. Little bit of free A for you, because that's all you really want, guys. I know what you want. You want me to do all the work for you. I get it. All right, here's Beam on the daily. What do you want me to look at for you here? It's only been out since December. There's no TA that could possibly exist for something this new. What I would recommend you to do is look at how it mirrors BTC. It's kind of like this cup and handle, everyone's saying, but the market's about to go bearish. So this thing is probably going to drop. All right. Moon cycle, that'll tell you where it's going to go. We're about to drop. Everything's about to drop. So buckle up. Obviously not everything, but the majority of things are going to drop. But this is a new release. It dropped down, it gets released, and it pumps up just over. It's done. This thing's going to do this right here. It's going to go. That's what you're going to see. All right. That's my prediction right there. That's what these new ones do. And then once it finds a floor, we're going to buy the floor. That's how it works. So new like this, I doubt it goes much higher. It's already passed. You got to remember, a lot of people got these airdropped or they're holding them for free. They're going to sell on it. Look at Pendle. You see a bear flag. Let's take a look at it. How much lower? I mean, there's no way to know on that coin because it's a meme coin there, or not a meme coin, a new coin. Excuse me. It's a new coin. There's no way to chart it. If you're asking about BTC, I'm thinking about 74, 75K. We're going down, baby. All right, let's see. It was Pendle.
Let's exit the matrix. It's about to crack. Looking for the exit.
Oh, the Loch Ness Monster. Let's see, what am I seeing? What am I looking at? A bear flag? I mean, it kind of looks like it's building a bull flag, but not really. What time frame are you seeing the bear flag? It looks like a bull flag, but it's probably not. It's going to come down like this. This is not a bull flag. It just looks like it. People are going to FOMO this and say, oh, it's about to jump up here to whatever. No. Thank you, Belle, for the shares. Don't forget to share the show, guys. Send in goats and I will do the goat. I will do the goat for you. All right, if you send a goat, I'll do the goat for you. That's where we're at right now. Dancing for nickels like tech CEO. That's what it's come to. Fine. For the short time being, I will shill myself and degrade myself for your pleasure. All right, because we got to get this algorithm. We got to get it back on track, baby. Because we were champions in this space, and now we struggle. We struggle very much so. So I do need you guys. I need your support. Hey Oz, can you look at CC? I got you, bro. Absolutely. How you doing, Seamont? It's good to see you, brother. We're back at it. Back to the good old days. Term of the day, it's going down like this. Exactly. Starks knows what I'm talking about. I've been talking about 74K zone upcoming for like a month or two now. Actually, it's been longer than a month or two. All right. I've been saying 74K was on the table, I think, since like September, seems like. 74K is definitely on the table. Honestly, I think 45K is on the table, but we're going to hit 74 first. All right, let's look at CC. CC. I'm excited to see you back, bro. You have been out having fun without us. I know, right? We've been having a good time. Oh, look at, I think it's coming down, to be honest with you. It could potentially come up here and touch for a new, I don't think this one, let's see, how old is it? It's been out since November. It could be topped. Okay, it could be topped, but I would say keep an eye out for 20 cents. 25 cents for sure. Like, it's probably not going to go past 25 cents. You have to understand, like, this thing's a rug, okay? It pumped right when it released. It rugged out hard. It ran down, and now it's recovering back to its original price, okay? Everybody that got in before and early, they're in profits right now. They're going to just continue to bleed on everybody. So, it's just too new. I know it looks like a cup and handle, but Bitcoin looks like a cup and handle too, right? And that's going back to December 9th. Okay, CC is going back to November. Okay, but still, nonetheless, we have that same cup and handle looking thing that Bitcoin is showing. And as we know, Bitcoin tends to move the market. So if we're going to see it do what Bitcoin's going to do, then more than likely this thing will break down. It'll probably fake up. I could definitely see it faking up at least to its original high of like 18 cents, right? And then drop. You know, because like people can say, oh, cup and handle, guys, everybody jump in, FOMO into this, it's a cup and handle, and everyone's just gonna on it, right? So just be aware of that. That is most likely the scenario. One Dope Nation says, you really helped me out. I'm trying to find a good trading platform for a brokerage that I can trade. What I would tell you to do is join the Discord link in my bio and get in there and reach out to me and I'll help you out. That's the best advice I can give you, is because I can just say blanketed random whatever. Let's talk in Discord. Let's get to figure out what your situation is, where you are located in the world, and so on and so forth. And let's figure out what's best for you. Yes, watch for scammers. Absolutely. And if you are a scammer and you come into the Discord, we're going to know right away and you're gone. So if you're legit, great. Come on through. All right, guys. Tell me, what do you think? I freaking love that. Do you guys even know what that's from? Does anyone even know what Cartman is? By the way, we have been live streaming every day. So when I'm not doing this show, after the show, we play video games on Twitch and Abstract. Okay, and we talk crypto. We onboard newbies. So when I get put into like a group of people, you know, for a squad, I onboard the squad into crypto, right? In a good way. Like we're trying to help them make sure that the normies are onboarded in under a good wing, somebody that wants to take care of them and help them succeed instead of get them scammed, right? So that's what we're doing. We're gaming. So if you ever want to show up to that, make sure you click the Discord link in my bio. It's on Discord as well. And you can actually come on Discord and chat and talk with us and have a good time. Let's see here. Let's multi-guest. Let's see if somebody wants to come hang out and talk with us up here. Let's see here. Where is... Interesting. That is weird, because it used to maybe it's for co-host. That's what it is. I wanted to get Mr. Non-Fungible up here. What's up, Belle?
Yeah, he's a good guest.
Yeah, I like him. I was trying to get him up here because I told him I was going to send him an invite. He must have turned it off because he knew I was going to send it to him. Interesting. Oh, here we go. Here's somebody. Let's see here. Let's get some people in the panel. Why not? Let's open it up here.
Hey, what's good?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
What's good, Oz? Not too bad.
What are you seeing in the charts, baby? Are you super bullish? Are we going to the moon, baby? Where are we going?
Nah, we're chopping sideways for a while, eh?
That's right. At least you see it too. Like, I'm not crazy over here, right? At least
No,
somebody's
no,
telling the truth.
It's a bit of uncertainty, but you know, it'll pass eventually.
I'm pretty dang certain right now. Like, obviously nothing's certain because, especially having Trump in office, like, nothing's certain. But I'm pretty certain because, like, literally, like, remember last year when Trump bombed Iran? You guys remember that, right? Of course.
Yeah.
How can we forget that,
Yeah.
right? That happened on the winter solstice, which was a new moon. Moon cycle is so goated. Okay, like it seems random and like, oh, it's not whatever. But I think we're just in a giant video game and we're just playing. Everything's coded, or it's all ritual, or it's all planned. Something like
better
that.
memes for that.
You know, like it's too perfect. It's too easy to predict for me. Like I've decoded it, right?
You're in the
feel
Matrix,
like,
brother.
yeah, I feel like Neo looking at everything, like when I look at the charts and I'm seeing the Matrix in it, and I'm just like, oh, this is so easy. I know exactly what it's gonna do. I've cracked the code. It doesn't
When you
matter.
take the red pill, you wake up the next day and it never happened. You take the blue one, you might go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, this is all a dream, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually asleep, having surgery right now, and I just think that I'm cool on the internet, and none of you actually exist, neither do I. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm laying face down.
What is
on
it,
the pavement.
conspiracy hour? Are we doing?
Why not, right? We do the rabbit hole stuff too.
Val, how you doing,
This is
brother?
the down the rabbit hole segment before our main interview. Thank you, folks. Stay tuned.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's what it is, pretty much. Like, we do both shows, so we do the charts. I game, but I'm also a rabbit holer, baby. Like, I'm in like every rabbit hole. Like I'm like digging new holes. I'm coming up with my own ideas. Cosmic Crypto, what is up, bro? Thank you for the
What do you
hand
think
hearts,
about
man.
gallium?
Which one?
Gallium.
Don't know what it is. What is it, like a?
It's a resource that like mostly needed into core Intel processors that like 95% is held by China.
So like rare earth minerals is what you're talking about.
Yeah, like palladium.
Yeah. All that stuff
And then
is going to be massive. It's going to be. Why do you think we went to Iran? Do you think we went there for nuclear weapons? No.
Lithium.
Yeah, rare earth minerals. And honestly, what I think they did with the bunker busters, honestly, you want to go down a rabbit hole with me? I think it's all orchestrated. They knew we were coming in. They moved out whatever they're doing, and we sent the bunker busters so that we could dig even deeper into their reserves, because they found the largest reserves of like palladium and rare earth minerals and all kinds of stuff, right? So they had a mine. They moved everything out of the mine, and then we came in. We dropped 3 bunker busters, boom, 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 and then they're going to go in and mine it all out. That's what I think is going on, right? And it's all in cahoots. Look at the Maduro thing, right? We went after Maduro. First of all, it looks like Iraq 2.0, okay? Second of all, chat. When we captured bin Laden, how many wardrobe changes did he have? Right? Maduro had like 4 wardrobe changes. Every time there was a picture taken of him, he was in a new outfit in the same day, mind you. This all happened in the same day. 4 wardrobe changes. It's a farce. It's all theater. Everything you see on TV is scripted and plays out for you to be a
So we
fairy
brought
tale.
his stylist along?
Well, not a stylist, but like a change of clothes. Like, what prisoner have you ever known, especially if he's like, did we let Saddam Hussein have wardrobe changes after we apprehended them? No. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's never has happened. Like, he just had a change of clothes ready. Like, it makes no sense to me. Never, ever. And the thing is we have a bunch of boomers, right, that are in charge of the media and the space and everything that's happening right now. And they don't quite understand the internet and editing and TV and like we do, like the younger generations and even the generation below me, like, what is it, Gen Z and all that? Like, they understand things that go over my head. And so it slips through the cracks. We've got boomers saying, oh yeah, that's good, let's do it. And they don't even realize, like, oh shit, this one little thing. That's why the internet's such an amazing thing for information, is because people can take it, and once it's up there, somebody can grab it and hold on to it. And so it never really disappears. Yeah, they can try to remove it, but it can always just pop back up, right? So I think they're making mistakes. I think they're getting noticed. I think they're figuring out that the emperor has no clothes.
Hey Oz, any idea of who's tokenizing the oil yet? Because, you know, you think they'd be the first one, but it seems they're dragging that out a little bit.
I mean, why would you want a tokenized oil when you can buy oil on the stock exchange? Isn't it the same thing? Like, what is the difference?
24/7 trading.
Yeah, but like,
there's lots of benefits.
I mean, yes, 24/7 trading. That's the only.
So Canton's
benefit.
taken on the copper. We've already had the gold on there for a couple of years, but I'm just wondering why they didn't have something like the oil, because that's what the currency revolves off, isn't it? Petroleum dollar.
I think yes and no. I think right now it does revolve off the US dollar revolves off of petrol, right? At the same time, I think that's the shift we're seeing. Is I think the real thing is the rare earth minerals, because we're entering in a new dawn, in a new age, in a new era of tech, AI, robots, things like that, right? So with that being said, we need those rare earth minerals in order to make that happen, right? So honestly, I believe most things are going to be, I think there's a lot of technology that has been suppressed, right? In 2020, Donald Trump signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies bill, which is to release and implement all suppressed technology into society by 2025. So that was last year. Obviously, things get delayed, just like ISO got delayed a little bit. It's going to be delayed, but basically, they want to implement this stuff into these hidden, forbidden technologies into society. So there's obviously new tech that we've never even seen before that's being developed and implemented right now. Okay? And it takes rare earth minerals to do that. I don't think we really need the oil so much anymore. Obviously, yes. But that's just for, the pushing and moving forward of everyday life and society, right? Obviously, oil is not going anywhere. Maybe they have like a free energy technology, something out there that they're just not ready to release yet, or they're building it. Who knows, right? Because let's say they are going to go robotic for every job across the world and replace everything with AI and all that, right? They're going to need a way to power it. Okay, so
if Bitcoin's like the energy currency and the US dollar is the petroleum currency, where are we going like in the future with that? Do you think they will take on more electrical energy than
it depends
oil-based?
It depends on what technology they have, right? It depends on what comes out. By 2030, the world's going to be unrecognizable. Trade routes are going to be different. Borders are going to be different. laws are going to be different. Everything's going to be different. Technologies is going to be different. There's no real way to know what's coming exactly, but we know that everything is shifting and resetting into a new everything, right? Everything is.
But we can agree that Bitcoin is the energy currency.
Absolutely, because it's proof of work, right? So it takes energy to produce it. And one thing that I say is like, let's look at money for a second. Let's deep dive into money just a little bit. What is the real currency in life? Is it gold? Is it paper money? What is actually valuable in this world? What is the most valuable thing? Anyone got an answer for me?
Time.
Yes. And what is a derivative of time? Labor. Right? Because you give up your time to produce labor, right? And that's what Bitcoin does, is it accomplishes a task. So it's doing a labor, right? It's doing calculations, right? That's the true value. We take our labor because we work for our money, right? We work and we get compensated in whatever it may be, wherever you live, right? So that is a medium that is a store of your time and your energy. Time and energy are the most valuable things. So that being said,
hypothetically, you could say that Bitcoin has provided a income for a certain amount of people, not everybody, but as an investment for a certain amount of people, it's provided an income.
Well, yeah, because if you're mining it, you've invested into a computer that is using time and energy to produce income, right? So essentially, you've created a smart robot that does calculations to make money. It's working a job. We can agree, right?
Definitely.
So if time and energy is the true value, where does that leave Bitcoin? Now, obviously, if comes along another technology that can produce more energy in less time, it's going to be more valuable. But as of right now, this is what we got. Anyone want to speak on that? Anyone got an idea? Obviously, we're speculating. I gave Cosmic an invite to come up, but he declined. So maybe he's in the shower or something.
Yeah, in terms of energy, if you're looking at energy and what's going on with Bitcoin and stuff, then I think AI is going to be taking a lot of that energy away.
Yeah, and that's why I believe that they probably have a free energy source. You know, they've been speculating it for years. That's why I'm tempted to lean on the idea that the technology is there, it's been suppressed, and they're building it and are going to implement it soon.
Well, they leaned on the excess energy of nuclear plants. That's where they're building these big data centers. If you take a look around locations around America, where the data centers are, they're taking the resources of excess energy off the nuclear centers already. So there's that.
Absolutely.
Well, do you remember? Don't know if it was El Salvador, but they're using volcanoes.
Yeah,
for energy.
Have you seen the wave one? They have these like arms with floats on them, and when the waves move, they move like this, and it turns.
They're like a caterpillar thing. Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, that's really cool. I like that idea. You know, there's a lot of energy I think that we lose out the exhaust pipe in a figure of speech, right? Not in an engine, you know, you have all this power that's you know, made by the engine, but you lose 20% of it in the transmission, you lose so much in the differential, and you lose so much in the pavement to the tires, right? So we have a lot of untapped potential energy that we're just not utilizing yet. We just either don't have the technology, or we I believe it's not that we don't have the technology, that it's more lucrative for them to be inefficient than to be efficient, but I think that that's going to change. Like, for instance, like your home, okay? The power that comes in to your home is at a certain frequency, right? But all your appliances run off of like 60 hertz. So the frequencies don't line up. So they're inefficient and actually use more energy than they should. If they built the motors or they had a converter that converted the energy coming in from your home to align with the frequency of whatever it is you're using, then things would be more efficient and it would use a lot less power. So like I think more or less it's out of malice and greed that we are suppressed in our move forward with energy.
Well, that's always been the case. If something was free to create, yeah, then what you're gonna charge people for? There has to be something you charge for.
Exactly, it's about money, and that boils down to Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. Don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. We're jumping down some rabbit holes, obviously, and we're looking at the charts as well. Honestly, I think all of this goes together. The rabbit hole stuff, the media stuff, the adoption of crypto, or the adoption of crypto, or digital assets, whatever you want to call it. You know, I think it's all working together, and it's all a giant shift, right? I believe everything is shifting, and that's why I believe that the energy problem that we have is soon to go away, because they can't allow us to move forward into this AI robotic technical age with that problem existing.
Well, the way it's looking at the moment, you got certain states in the United States making AI data centers, which are going to have their own. I don't know whether it's a nuclear plant or a solar field or what, yeah, but they're having their own thing and they're keeping it completely off grid and off the internet because of the AI.
Right.
Now, they're going to be producing a lot more energy than what they're using, but they're not allowed to sell it to the public.
Interesting. You know what's crazy about the AI thing is there's some places that are like testing AI and stuff, and they have it hooked up, right? And all the cables for it and stuff, while they're like testing and letting it learn and do different things, it's literally a guillotine that is manually operated. It's not electronical or anything, it's mechanical. And so at any point, if like this thing goes awry or whatever, they pull this guillotine and it cuts all the wires to it, all the power, everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, the dead man switch.
Exactly. I'll tell you, this AI stuff is scary, man. Did you see like the AI they were building? The AI wanted to copy itself and upload itself to the internet, and basically it wasn't allowed to happen, so it started blackmailing.
That was scary, bro.
Yeah, it blackmailed the people, the scientists or whatever.
Yep.
That's so crazy.
It blackmailed them on emails of all things.
Yeah, like the dude like was like seeing some dominatrix or something, and it
did you see that
to his life.
Did you see that somebody, one of the investors from Caterpillar, that pulled out a couple of $1 trillion from investing?
Really? Why is that? I didn't see that.
Misuse of the machinery.
Interesting. See, I have in my
Concerned
Discord.
Israel.
Join my Discord, buddy. Anytime you have news or something like that, any article, drop it in the news section so we can like deep dive into it and cover it. And like, I'll respond to like, or Revolution will, and say, this is what we found. And like, we deep dive into anything you post into like the news or the rabbit hole stuff, crypto, new projects. So definitely get in the Discord. I would drop it in your Discord, but you banned me, bro. You slapped me with a banana.
He does it to all of us weekly, so feel special, okay?
I know, right? Like, what did I do, bro? I thought we were friends.
That's how you know he likes you.
Yeah, he rugged me on Waddy's live the other day. And then I realized that's just what he does. I'm just giving you a hard time, buddy. Don't worry, I won't rug you here, bro. Because I'm happy to have you up here with us. I don't do the rest.
On the topic of AI, a certain state.
Oh yeah, all good, bro. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm just like cooking as well. Just
Hey, no worries,
chime in
man.
a little bit.
No
But yeah,
worries,
I'm
man.
here. Everything's sweet.
You're good, man. What were you saying, Starks?
I was saying on the topic of AI, there's a certain country at the moment that's starting wars all over the place in the Middle East. They made an AI to counter what's going on in the media, and their own AI turned against them, and they had to shut it down. I found it hilarious.
Interesting. See, that's the kind of stuff I want to see. I want to see that in the Discord. If you guys see articles like that, please drop them in the news section or rabbit hole, whatever it is. I try to keep things really filtered in there, so like put things in the right sections, but I go through everything. If you post something to the Discord, I'm going to read it. I'm going to look into it. So please drop it in there, man. I'd appreciate that.
We need to write some letters to stands with crypto and to our legislature and our government concerning AI related and crypto things that maybe we want changed, amended, or, you know, a focus group for.
Absolutely. And you can do that on your own. It's this easy. Go to Google and type in, how do I contact my state rep? Boom. And look it. Find your rep right here. And you just put in your address, city, and zip, and it'll give you their email, phone number, everything. You can literally call them. So, and what I would do is the best time to do this is during primaries. We're about to go into primaries right now. Right now is the best time to be ringing the bell, guys. Like, you can write them a letter about anything that you're concerned about. And it's their job to represent you. And I tell you, 99.9% of people don't even utilize this. It's usually like a group or a firm or whatever. If you're an individual that does this, they go like this. What? You know? And
yeah, the problem is these politicians, they don't understand anything of AI. So you can go tell them, right? But you might as well go tell a blind man to be a traffic warden.
And that's why
patrolling traffic lights. You know what I mean?
We need to hire the right people for the job around here. You know what I mean? Stop with the hiring people because of their race or whether they're a woman or a man or whatever. Let's hire the right people. Like, can we go back to a meritocracy where people were judged based on their merits and not who they are? Who cares if they, you know, what their past is or what they did? If they're the right person for the job, honestly, we're all human. We all make mistakes. We all do different things. Let's get the right people that know what they're talking about in, and quit having a what do you call it, a popularity contest. Like, we're having a great reset. We can all agree on that. Can we reset the politicians? For the love of God.
Well, this is the thing, and if politicians were doing their jobs, then the top 1% wouldn't have a say.
Yeah, that's true. I hear somebody tapping. Thank you for tapping away.
Sorry.
No,
I
you're
forgot.
good. You're good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. Tap away. Share the show out. Share it with your friends. Let everybody know. I know there's a few big shows going down right now, so it is what it is. They'll come around here ending soon, and we should pick up viewership. But share the show out. Send a like. Send a gift if you can. If you can't, no big deal. All you got to do is hit the like button. Unfortunately, TikTok cares about money, right? So the gifts are what was that? The gifts seem to be what really pushes the algorithm. Honestly, I could care less about the gifts, but it is what it is. So, but if you can't give, obviously just hit the like button. And as always, anything that you give goes to the staff here. We still have the IT guy employed here, keeping everything running smoothly. Because honestly, I'll tell you what, guys, I know how to run audio and video equipment, but like the computer stuff and all of it, like it's more than I can manage. I can't put the show together, go live all the time, and edit the videos and make the content and do everything. Like, I need help. So that's why we have a quality show here, is because of viewers like you. We're PBS, essentially. So thank you, guys. I appreciate all of you that continue to support. And thank you to everyone in the panel here. Make sure you guys all follow everybody in the boxes down here, okay? Give them all a follow. These are all great people right here. And I feel blessed to have them on my show. And you should feel blessed to hear their opinions and their thoughts. That's the beautiful thing about TikTok, is we can actually come up here and have a conversation. It's not just me recording something and saying, everybody go buy XRP, it's going to 10K, and then that's it. That's the only information you get. You get that push and that pull here. And that's why I like TikTok, and I want TikTok to work. Things are changing with TikTok. I'm hoping that this new algorithm is better. Honestly, I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm going to give it another shot. We'll give it a shot. But please follow everybody in the panel here. They're great people, and I would consider them all my friends. So thank you all for coming up. We got about maybe like another 30 minutes for our guest.
Thanks for having me. I
Absolutely.
don't want to take over the show, so I'll drop down, but appreciate you.
Hey, take it over, bro. Here, I'm gonna put you on the. No, I'm putting you on the main screen.
Next time we'll have a chat.
No, you're on the main screen now, bro. You can't go anywhere. You're stuck here. Oh, he rugged us. He rugged us.
That's Chillwell's specialty.
Wait, we got another Bell Star?
I'm tapping on my other account.
Oh, you gonna have both of you guys up here?
Oh no, I didn't mean to.
All right, let's disconnect it. All right. Thank you guys, all you guys, for showing up and hitting the like button and everything. Mother Dragons, how are you? Good to have you here. So Starks, tell me, what do you think, bro? Do you think the future is bleak or bright?
You want my honest truth or just what I tell people on TikTok?
I want the honest truth, brother. That's what this whole show's about.
Right, well, I'm thinking we're gonna have about 5-6 years of bliss entering this digital currency just to get everyone used to it. And when the live free, be happy policy has run for about 5 years, I think they're really gonna start tightening the leash on everyone. That's what I honestly think.
I agree.
Right now, you're in the honeymoon phase at the moment where everything's gonna be new. It's gonna look good. The grass is gonna look green on the other side. But when you get there, you're gonna realize, hold on, I was better off over there.
I agree. I think what they're going to do is like everything is like a hardship right now. It's been that way for a long time. It's the fourth turning. I don't know if you know about the fourth turning, anyone in here, but it's basically a cycle that the world goes through. And the fourth turning is a time of great despair, right? And the fourth turning is over in 2028, 2029, I believe. So we're getting close to the end of the time of despair. However, we need that despair in order for people to cling to a new idea, right? And so we get this new idea that we're going to reset everything. We're going to change everything. Everything's going to be great. It's going to be very blissful, like you said. And it's going to be the problem. And they're going to have the solution, which it will be the new problem, right? And everyone will come running with open arms, embracing their demise for a short-term Band-Aid fix, right? And then long-term, we lose freedom, we lose free speech, we lose everything, and we enter a society of full control, dystopian, live in the pod, eat the bugs life.
You know, I say that to people, yeah, and people are like, nah, it's gonna be good, everyone's gonna live free, everyone's gonna be happy, right? I even hear people saying, oh, we're gonna have AI robots working for us. Well, if the companies are gonna have AI workers, why are they gonna employ one from you that's gonna break and need repairs that you gotta pay for when they can just run them directly from the company?
Right.
You know, it don't make sense. The only people that are going to benefit in this situation with AI is the institutions.
Yeah, and I think the whole AI thing correlates with UBI and what was the other thing I was going to say? Shit, I forget. But basically what I see is for the future is that everything will or digital currency, that was the other thing. So UBI, digital currency, and AI are all correlated, right? So basically AI creates a faster way to do things. Crypto gives us a new way to fund and finance things, and UBI is a new way for us to receive payment because AI is basically taking over the jobs. Robots do everything for us, right? And so there are no jobs left. Obviously there'll be some, but there's more people than there will be jobs, right? So I think the start of it is the AI takes over, the robots take over all the jobs, and everyone's like, hey, I don't have to work anymore. And then the next thing they come in is with UBI, and a universal based income, and so everybody gets an income. It's I'm not quite sure where the money's going to come from. My guess is from corporations will basically finally pay a tax or whatever, and they fund it out, just kind of like what we're seeing with tariffs.
That's never happening, bro. The only thing that's going to happen is the printing machines are going to come on permanently.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that's the cascading effect. So the next step is with that correlation is the digital currency. So then we're pushed out of the paper monetary system. We move into a digital asset system, and then we're under full regulation and full control over how we spend our money. There's no way to get around it, no way to get around taxes or whatever, and if it's UBI, obviously there's not going to be any taxes. I'm just saying, like, me personally, I think UBI is coming because if everybody gets laid off, and we're already seeing the beginning aspects of UBI right now in the US with the tariffs. They're talking about a tariff dividend everyone's going to get. They gave out stimulus checks to people. That's basically what UBI is. It's just going to be the printing of money and currency, giving it back. That's what it is now. I think it will change. Obviously, I can't begin to know and explain all of this, but I see the overall direction in which we're headed. And then therein lies the digital currency, which is the full control.
You gotta understand though, they're not gonna do that every year. They're gonna do it maybe for 5 years, and after that, no, we've transitioned now and we're not gonna do it no more.
I mean, for the meantime, this is very long term. I'm thinking 20, 40, 80 years into the future, right? Is what I'm seeing. That's a more of a short-term goal. I'm very zoomed out with this vision for the future. I'm talking about our children's future would be live in the pod, eat the bugs. They'll say, hey, you can't, they'll have control of your money because it'll all be digital. There won't be paper money anymore. And it'll be, you know, you go to the store and say, hey, I want to buy some meat, and they say, hey, you spent too much, you've used too much meat credits, you can have cricket soup. You know, you'll live in the pod, you'll eat the bugs. You'll say, oh, I want to go on a trip to wherever, and they'll say, no, you can't go there because your carbon footprint is too high. You need to lower your carbon footprint, blah, blah, blah. And people will live in the pod and eat the bugs. That's what I see. Obviously, I don't know. I'm speculating, but it sure does seem like the dystopian future we're headed down.
I'll tell you something. If I could, you know what? Yeah. I'm willing to put money on what you just says. I ain't even lying.
Bro,
you just
we
says
ain't gonna be alive
what
in 80
I wanted
years.
to say to you.
We ain't gonna be alive to see it. That's what I'm saying. But if I'm right, I'll tell you what. I will leave a silver dollar, a Liberty back on your tombstone if I'm still around.
Can't we just have like spirulina and like zucchini? Do we really have to eat the crickets?
I mean, yeah, because you got to have protein, right? Obviously beans or whatever, but crickets have, you know, more than just protein in them. We have to have a sustainable food for the future, right?
Isn't that what guinea pigs and quail are for?
What's that?
Quail and guinea pigs.
Snack Attack CEO says the guy's TA is a joke. Damn, I feel bad for you, brother. You know what I would tell you to do is you should probably buy this dip, man. Not financial advice, but I'd put it all in right now. I'd go all in, and then once we hit about 75K, sell it then. Buy the top, sell the bottom. That's what I would tell you to do. You're going to do really well that way. Not financial advice, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I would tell you to do.
You know,
hurry up and buy, guys.
A lot of different opinions. I have a lot of different opinions to a lot of the TikTokers here. But making comments like that is uncalled for. You could do it in a more constructive way. That's just terrible.
Are you talking about me or them? Because I'm being hyperbolic, obviously.
That person down there making that comment.
You know what? I'm okay with it.
CEO.
We need the comments. We need the engagement. Part of what I do is rage bait. Obviously, this is real TA that is legitimate and is probable. But the rest of the community, most of the people out there, they don't want to push that narrative. They want everything to pump. The only content that gets pushed is pump content, not dump content. So at the same time, it does help the algorithm because the guy is in the chat. That's why I don't ban him anymore. I welcome it. You think I'm wrong? Come up here. Actually, Snack Attack CEO, I want you to come up here and tell me why I'm wrong. I would love to hear it because I'm not about hating people or discounting anyone's, ideas. If you have something that I'm not seeing, I want to know because I want to make money too. So please, if you can TA better than me, I challenge you to show me what I'm doing wrong. You know,
You're right
anyone
about
can
it,
say
okay?
that it's a joke, but tell me why.
Yeah, I'd like to know as well now, to be honest.
What was that?
I'd like to know as well.
Yeah, that's all I want to do is educate me. If I'm wrong, please say whatever you want, but have an argument to back it up. That's all I ask. Because if you don't, then obviously you're just, you know, rage baiting, but that's fine too. Go ahead, come on in and hit up the chat. I welcome it. G-Rod says, I love TA. I made 231% profit on it today. Dude, great job, man. G-Rod took my TA class. He was a hodler, and all he did was hold, and we were at the top, and he was like, what should I be buying? What should I be holding? And I taught him, I'm like, man, you need to be trading. And now he's making 231% trade profits. And instead of just losing his value, he's gaining value, whether it goes up or down. That's the beauty of this, is we make money whether the market goes up or down.
Yeah, it's good to have a strategy, you know, for the way out as well. Not just for when it goes up, you gotta know when to sell. I mean, me, on the 21 bear market, I sold all my Bitcoin and I bought a bit of gold. And that's done quite well for me now. So it's a win-win-win in that respect if you know what you're doing. But a lot of people, they invest, they see the money go up, they think it's going to go higher, and it slowly comes down, and they're just hoping that it's going to go back up again. And we end up in this little cycle. Oh, it's come down $2,000. Oh, it's come down another $2,000. Oh, it's going to go up now, but then it comes down another $1,500. And before you know it, you're sitting at 65K, thinking, what happened?
Yeah. You know, it's sad that people just think that it can only go up, right? It comes down a little bit. They think, oh, it can only go up. I'm like, it really hasn't come down that much. It's up a lot. It's at 91K right now on Bitcoin. That's pretty dang high for a whole year of a bull run has gone by. That's pretty dang high, which is what leads me to believe like we're due for the correction. Obviously the hopium and social media has kept it up higher, and it's a little less more volatile than it was, but it is still volatile. At the same time, Bitcoin does follow gold, right? So if Bitcoin does crash down to 75K and doesn't recover back up to a new all-time high from there, that's a pretty good indication that gold is going to collapse next. Because it is a bubble. You got to remember, all these things that you're seeing that are up right now, it's at those prices because of leverage trading. It's over leveraged. So beware. I don't mean to be the boogeyman and scare you guys, but these things are bubbles. G-Rod says, shit, I make more money when it goes down. Exactly. Why do you think I'm watching for the dumps more than the pumps? And it's easier to tell when it's going to go down than when it's going to go up. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll just look, and G-Rod does this too. We do this in the Discord. We look for something that's up 90, 100% and put in a short. And it usually comes down, and it comes down a little bit lower. That's how you're making that 231%. You've been like 80% shorts. Nice. Yeah, shorts seem to be the way to go right now. One thing I can tell you about the markets is a bull kick comes all of a sudden, all at once. It's very hard and strong, and it's shoots straight up, right? But when you see that, that should be your, hey, the market's out of balance. and it's going to come back down, and that's when you short it. And you can catch both. You can buy the dips, sell the tops, and short the tops. You know, you can play it both ways. It's very simple. Starks, do you trade, or do you just like buy and hold, or do you short? What do you do?
I'll be honest with you, up until about 12 months ago, I was a holder. I was holding Bitcoin from like 16K, so I've done pretty well in that respect.
Absolutely,
but one thing I noticed about 12 months ago, my banks weren't going up no more, and for about 6 months, they were just going sideways, and Bitcoin was going up, and the altcoins were staying down, and I weren't seeing no real gains. And about 6 months ago, I made a decision, I'm going to start trading, so I started trading. I don't trade every day, but I trade every couple of days on like sure things, you know, when they hit the channel lines and stuff.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm doing. I don't think you're gonna make much money holding anything other than Bitcoin in this current market.
Right. We need, if you're gonna buy and hold, you need to wait for a smart money zone to buy, right? And that's gonna be 74K or lower.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's too high to buy.
For me now, I mean, I exited 1, 2, 3, and I exited most of it at 110. Right, for me to buy at this price is going to be pure stupidity, because if we come down to 40, I'm still going to lose half.
Yeah. And
hey, Mohammed, you got to tell these people you got in early too, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I got in the bottom of the bear market.
Yeah.
Yeah, 16K was that sweet zone, and I wish I'd bought more then. But I didn't really believe in Bitcoin. I was still sold on the idea of the beta test coin back then. You know,
I bought in at 17.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Welcome to the 2-digit club, sister.
I mean, I told my parents about Bitcoin years and years ago, and they didn't even buy it till it hit 50. And they ended up holding it until it went up, and like they were about to sell it at a loss. And I said, no, just hold on to it. Wait a couple years. It's going to go up. I said, it's going to see 90K for sure. I was like, it'll probably go a little bit higher, but I would start taking profits at about 90K. And here we are. That's the level we're at right now. So let's say they held through and now we're entering the bear market and they get out at 90K now. They're in decent profits from 50, you know, but, you're not going to see much more, honestly. I just don't. There's not enough newbies and normies coming into it, right? Not enough.
Did I share a little story with you?
Hey, Oz, I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here. Yeah, there's not newbies coming, but if we just see just 1% or a 0.5% of the stock market moving into crypto, there's going to be a lot of money flowing in. There doesn't have to be newbies to come in.
Yeah. The thing is, I think most of the people. Hold on. Let me just push back on that thought real quick. I think most of the people that are going to come in from the stock market are going to be small-handed investors. People aren't going to move, and it's going to be mostly retail people, and they're going to move a small portion of their 401k into it, you know, and just allocate a little bit of risk into their 401k. And that's really all we're going to see. Big whales are probably not going to move too much into it right away. I think what you're going to see is more whales come later, but they're going to know better off to wait for the bottom to buy. They're not going to buy right now.
I think he was talking about tokenizing the stock market rather than whales.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, I thought you were talking about like ETFs.
No.
No, he said about tokenizing the actual stock market. There's only one problem with that, my friend. If that does happen, right, where's all this digital currency going to come from? Right? It's going to be like buying OTC and then selling on the market. That's going to be a bit concerning. When they transition from the stock market to the digital market.
Let's see here. I think we got our special guest here. What's up, buddy? How you doing? I'm gonna go ahead and rug all you guys, and you guys can come back up after the show.
Nothing new. Keep rugging us, Oz.
I'm gonna rug
just a
G-Rod
joke.
last,
Just
though.
a joke. Just a joke.
I'm gonna rug you last, G-Rod.
Rug me first.
Nope. You're last. If you're not first, you're last. All right. Thank you for coming up, buddy. I appreciate you.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yo,
what's up, Oz?
What is going on, man? Here, let's expand you up here. Everybody, go follow my boy, Prison to Blockchain, right here. You got a camera on today, or are we just doing the? There he
I got
is.
you. How you doing, Oz?
Good, man. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on today.
Nah, thank you for having me. I'm flattered for real. Honestly.
Thank you. So, first of all, who are you? What do you do? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name's Zoe. I'm from West Virginia. I'm an HVAC technician, and I'm now investing in cryptocurrency. I'm not really a technical guy. I'm just a street hustler from the street since I was 13, 14 years old, and been in and out of prison 90% of my life. And I was looking for a change, and cryptocurrency fell in my lap.
So one of the reasons I had you come on here is because your name, Prison to Blockchain. So you said you spent 90% of your life in and out of prison. Do you mind talking about that a little bit more, or is that like a subject you don't want to touch on?
Nah, I'm not ashamed of it because people need to understand what happened, because we make mistakes. It ain't where you're being, it's where you're going.
Absolutely.
So I started selling smugs in 1996. I was around 13. I ain't dropped out of school to around 9th grade. But full throttle on the streets since then, at early 90s, and ended up going to juvie from 17 to 18. Got out at 18, then at 22, I got caught with a key of cocaine and ended up doing time for that. Got out at 28, went back at 32, and now I'm 42, and here I am.
Dang, you did that long for drugs?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Because of sales or something like that?
No, my last one I got 9 years over 2 ounces. 9 years.
That's crazy, bro.
I did 7.5 off of that 9.
That's a lot. Hey, did you like sign a deal? You got hit with that? Like what happened?
Nah, somebody wore a wire on me the first time. Got the 9 years.
They got you snitching. Dang. And so was that a federal case or a state?
Yeah, my last one was a federal case.
That's why you did so much time. Damn.
Yeah, my first one was a state case, but they pulled me over on a freeway coming from Columbus, Ohio to West Virginia,
Damn.
Nah.
Cross state lines, federal offense.
I didn't cross the state line yet, but they got me right before. That's why I did the 6 years for that the thing of coke, the brick. Let me say that. I ain't gonna say the C word.
Yeah. For the rocks.
Yeah.
For the drywall.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
boy
There you
was
go.
slinging drywall. Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Everybody's got a pass. Like I'll tell you what. Like throughout my life, if you don't mind me telling a little bit of my story, because I told you we have more in common than you think, and this is a story that I've been wanting to tell everyone for a while. That I've been kind of waiting for the right time before I actually did it. And I felt like it was best to do it here with you because look at you, what you've done with your life. Where you came from, and here you are, you're on TikTok, you're doing something positive with your life. You're educating people in digital assets and I see some of your lives. It's not even all crypto. Like you guys are just talking about life and being positive with life. And like I saw that and I was like, man, like this guy needs a platform. What you're doing is the right thing, and you're not out here trying to shill coins or nothing like that. Like you're looking for knowledge and education, and you're trying to spread what you have as far as knowledge and education with the class. And I absolutely respect that, bro. So like you got my stamp of approval. Everybody follow my boy right here.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely, man. But one thing I want to tell you is so like I said, we had something in common. I actually, the difference with me is I was innocent, right? I obviously, I guess you're admitting to it. You did something, you had a wire or whatever, but the system comes down on people.
Yes, it does.
And it seems like, nowadays, it's even easier for someone to catch a charge, have their life thrown away, lock you up. I was looking at 14 years. And I did about a year in county. I didn't actually get to prison. I got a suspended prison sentence.
Yeah.
So I'm currently serving 4 years in prison, out of prison right now.
Yeah.
But what happened to me so I carried a firearm legally for the last 10 years, and I had a license to do so and everything. And I came home from work. I was working in LA, came home. I was gone for like 10 days at work. I come home and a bunch of people had broken into my house and were robbing me. I had my previous podcast at the time.
Yeah.
And I called the police or whatever, and I get out of my truck and I'm like, hey, like, what are you guys doing in my house and whatever and whatnot, right? And they like basically surrounded me and were like getting very aggressive. One guy like took his shirt off and he's like, gonna fight me or whatever. And I basically, all I did was I said, hey, back up, I got a firearm. They ran into my house and the cops showed up. And they called the cops on me after I'd already called the cops. They said that I pulled a gun out on them and pointed it at them, which I should have had the right to do. It's my own damn house.
Yeah.
Right? And because I live in California, bro, they arrested me. They claimed squatters' rights on my house and were able to legally rob me. They took away my home, everything I had in it, and my freedom. Bro,
that's some BS right there.
Yeah. And I was staring down the barrel of 14 years, bro. And they didn't want to cut a deal. They didn't want to do anything. They were like, we got you. Because, they showed up. They found my gun in the car. I told them where it was. I'm like, yeah, it's in the glove box. It's right there, whatever, And they're like, all right, we got him. He's got a gun or whatever. And like, I wasn't even doing nothing, bro. And so like, but hey, despite everything that happened, and when I was locked up, everybody was like, hey, don't take that suspended sentence. Don't take it. They're going to get you on a violation. You're going to end up doing those 4 years. So I actually made it through my probation and served my probation. And so now I don't have to do those 4 years. Now, I'm not sure if I do get in trouble within that 4 years. I think I can still go back, but I ain't gonna do anything. So like, obviously, right? So, but like, dude, they tried to violate me several times, man. So like, I had my firearms in my name or whatever. I had to transfer them out of my name and stuff because I had an arsenal, bro. Like, I had a lot. Dude, it was a lot of money just to get them out of my name, and I'm just out of jail and everything. So like, I had to fire sale them and everything. It was a big old ordeal. I lost a lot of money. But basically they were like, oh, well, you didn't submit the paperwork to the court or whatever. They tried to put me right back in prison when I had done literally the next day I was out. I had all of them sold. It was done. Right. Went Turner's and dropped them off. Said, take it. But yeah, they tried to hit me with that. And then there was another one I'm supposed to check in with my probation officer, and I checked in a day early, right? Because I had to work, and they tried to violate me for not checking in on time because I didn't check in on the day. I checked in a day early. I'm like, are you fucking serious, bro? Like, they wanted me to go back to prison. Everyone was right. Like, dude, I came so close. There were many times where I was like, I had to go back into court, and I was, any given moment, I could have gone right back in, and I would have been shipped right off, man. But like,
See, one thing about the can I say to tell you this? Why they doing it to you? One thing about the system, right? They done already locked all of us BLK men up. That's what it's all about, right? So now they need beds, they need bodies, right? So they'll do anything to get a body because the system is worked off. That's how they get paid, off of bodies. You know what I'm saying? They get paid off our bodies.
It's a system to make money, right? So they need to fill that those cells up because they get paid on it, and it's
They get paid by the beds.
It's a money laundering system too. Like, most of them are owned by shell companies, owned by politicians that are making and enforcing the laws. Yeah, it's really bad, man. But one of the reasons I brought you on here to talk, I know we're going to talk some crypto too, but this is one thing that I wanted to use my platform for, is to educate people about the injustices that are happening in the criminal justice system right now. And I'm sure, because if you were locked up, then you know what I'm talking about. I was locked up during COVID, right?
Me too.
Yeah. Hey, did they give you the COVID meals? Did you go through that?
Did I?
Yeah, so
they had the cow house shut down. We was eating bologna sandwiches.
Bologna.
We were getting boxed lunches.
3 hot meals, man, and they were giving you bologna sandwiches it was not food. We were starving to death in there. And then
starving.
Did your section ever get shut down because somebody tested positive?
Listen, it was a prison full of 1,500 individuals, right? I'm in a federal prison in Mississippi, Yazoo, Mississippi. You couldn't leave the unit. Everybody locked in the whole unit. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't a like cells or nothing. It's like just an open barracks, and we all locked in there.
Yeah, so you were in GP in like the big population, a dorm, right? That's where I was. Oh, what happened? We lost you. Uh-oh, we lost him.
I got kicked off. I was disconnected.
Sorry, man. That was an accident. I was trying to expand you, and you got disconnected. Go ahead. So you were in a dorm.
Go ahead.
You were in a dorm. Mm-hmm. I was in a dorm. It was like 75 people in my dorm, and then in the wing that I was at had 5 different blocks of like 75 people in them, and that was just like
we had 150 in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
150, and you ain't going nowhere. And then like I used to pass the trays out, Oz. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me get an extra. Let me get an extra. No, you can't get an extra. We gotta make sure everybody eat. But it was crazy though. I'm gonna tell you a story. Like what really changed my life. I didn't do anything to get into trouble while I was in prison. Try not to, but I was getting transferred from the inside the fence to outside the fence to a prison camp. Right, and it was during COVID, and they had me go through quarantine. Them some bitches forgot about me in quarantine and left me in there for like 3.5 months in a cell by myself.
They did that to me, bro. They left me alone, and when I say a dungeon, bro, like when you imagine a medieval dungeon, that's where I was. I was underground, and it was like old school. Like this place was built like during World War II, and it was a camp that they kept the an internment camp for the Japanese or whatever during that time. And bro, it was a 1-man cell, and it was basically the length of the bed was the width of it, and it was like you could put 2 beds, but 1 bed was missing, and that was like your walkway. 14 days in there, no TV, no shower, no the water that came out was brown. And when you flushed the toilet, shit water went everywhere.
I believe it.
And I was
believe
living
it.
in my own refuse like that for 14 days. It was awful, bro. It was,
no.
And they wouldn't let me have a book or a Bible or nothing. Like, dude, it was foul. I couldn't access the kiosk. I couldn't use the phone. They locked me in there and forgot about me for 14 days, bro.
Yeah, they did you wrong in there. That was inhumane right there.
And I no human contact, no nothing. And the only way I could tell time, because the lights are on 24/7, only way I could tell time was when the food trays would come. And that was it.
You know that coming. You know that's coming. In count time.
Yeah, they wanted me to suffer. And what was crazy is because I was in solitary, but they treated me like I was a solitary, like I deserved it or something, right? But I was only in there because I tested positive for COVID, which I know I didn't. I was not sick. But they got paid more money for every person. So every person came through with COVID. It was bad. And what they're doing in these prisons, man, it is inhumane. It is so bad what they're doing to people. It's downright evil. And one of the other things that, and I'm hoping that through this platform, eventually, maybe we can bring light to this and make a change. And I'm sure this goes in every country. It's probably worse elsewhere. But like the air is like a recycled air system that comes through, and the water is recycled water. So you're literally drinking toilet water that's been like filtered, and they would not clean the filters regularly. So like every week or two, you would get this smell in the section, right? And it smelled like rotting flesh and shit. And it would come through the air vents, and you could smell it. And I would like try to block it with like wet tissues and stuff to like keep it from coming down. But anyone that slept under a vent was sick all the time, always sick. And whenever I would smell that, I'd instantly put a mask on to like kind of filter it out. But they were like pumping this air, and whenever you would get that smell, then all the water, you would start to see toilet paper in the water. And it was like they weren't cleaning the filtration system of the water or whatever. And like the water filtration was on site too. It was bad, man. And they're poisoning us. It was awful.
And then like people, you can't buy bottled water in there, so people, you got to drink the water. You know what I'm saying? You cannot buy bottled water. And it's a little different. And I know what you're talking about. When I was at the federal prison camp, I seen how they did the water filtration system. They don't take care of it. They don't take care of none of that stuff. Half of them, they're just to get a paycheck. Half of the guards, they're just to get a paycheck. They don't care about us, you know? Some of them do, some of them don't.
They
especially
really
in
don't.
federal prison.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a few people in there that are like caring or whatever. And I got moved to like a medical section because like I have like medical issues and stuff, right? And so luckily that was actually a good thing for me because there was a lot of old dudes with walkers and stuff. It wasn't as active as some other places, like where I first was at. It was like always popping off, man. They used to, I was in J Tank. They used to call it Jumpin' J because it was like, it was wild in there, man.
Yeah. Gladiator school in there, huh?
Yes, bro. And dude, and they be like people like me, man, I would get heart checked all the time. Every time I got moved somewhere, they did a heart check on me. I got put on the wall so many times by my own people just because, you know, they wanted to test me or something, man. And like, dude, it got to a point where I actually went ROP. I said, fuck all you guys. You guys are fucking with me. I ran my own program because, and this is my little segue back into economics and crypto, right? So I got a enlightenment in economics when I was in there. Because when I ran ROP, they tried to basically exile me, right? And I couldn't, transact with anybody or do nothing or whatever. But luckily I had money in there, right? I had some money on my books. I got arrested with some cash in my pocket. So I taught everybody in the section a lesson in economics, right? I gained control of all the assets in there, which put a little bit of a target on my back at first. But once I started to like build up, whatever I was doing, I became too valuable because like I could make anything. Like, dude, we had miniature golf. I had miniature golf. We had ping pong. I made a chess set. I'll probably bring it on. I'll show you what I made.
Yeah.
Like some of the stuff that I made. I was able to sneak some of it out. But I made a whole chess set out of like this Play-Doh that I made out of food. And like I could make anything in there. I was making tattoo guns. I was, you name it, I could make. I could make a fucking handcuff key that I made. I made a couple of them that were made out of like a carbon fiber type of material that I created in there. I used.
Lucky you didn't get caught with that.
Right. Well, I would sell them, bro. So like, it got to a point where I was so valuable. I had every resource at my fingertips, right? And I was balling in there. Like once I went ROP, like nobody could tax my stuff anymore. And like I was too powerful because like, I kept everything running, right? Anything they needed, I had it, and I would go around and so like I like to drink at the time because I was bored, right? Yeah. So one time I got blacked out drunk, and mind you, it was on Black Friday. I got blacked out drunk, and I started some shit, and I kicked somebody down the stairs and got into a big old tussle thing, right? And basically, this is when I decided to go ROP. They said you can't drink alcohol anymore. You're cut off or whatever, right? And I was like, oh, okay. I'm gonna teach y'all a lesson in economics. I gained control of every sugar and fruit product in that entire section. That's the money. And I hiked the prices up on everything because you couldn't produce nothing without me. I was like, all right, you're going to drink alcohol? You're going to pay for it. Right? And so then they couldn't do nothing about it because they needed me so much because I was producing everything else. I mean, I was making... You name it, I made it, dude. Like, it's crazy, like the shit I was making. Because I believe it. I'm an engineer, right? So like, it's my job to solve problems. Yeah. So like, dude, it was crazy. I made ping pong balls. We had fucking beer pong we were playing.
Y'all was having fun.
Oh, dude, I made a Monopoly board, and I made like the little dog and the houses and the thimble and the wheelbarrow and everything. Like, and we had and we called it Your Mom Monopoly. And I actually called somebody on the phone and had them list out the board and map it out to me over the phone so that I could like make a full life-size board of Monopoly. And the fucking the depths come walking through, and they're like, y'all played Monopoly? Like
they didn't give y'all games? They didn't give y'all games to play board games?
No, this was county. This was county. It's worse. Yeah, it's worse in county than it is in prison. Like you actually you're there to live there, right? So like you get a little bit more luxuries and stuff. We didn't have none of that. So like it was like all the luxuries that you would have in prison, but in county, like in my section. That's why they wanted me, bro. Like I was working on Connect 4 and I made ice chests, bro, out of the foam trays and shit.
Yeah, I'd have loved to have you in my pod.
Oh, bro, literally people would come to me. I'd be like, think of anything you want and I'll make it happen for you. I'll make it happen, Captain. And that was me, bro. It was, I'll tell you what, I had a lot of fun. There was a lot of times where it was cool, like chilling and playing poker with the boys and stuff. There were fun times, but man, it was the most scariest, most unpredictable environment. You're always looking over your shoulder, especially like playing poker too. Like shit can pop off with that, you know. Every time you step in the shower, somebody might come at you or whatever, like. And there were many times I fought for my life, bro. And it was at the same time, like, I never learned how to talk to people, you know. I my brain operates differently, right? And even on this app, man, I've struggled to deal and talk with people. But I learned a lot of how to people in there. So it was the worst time of my life, but I wouldn't trade it for anything, because it taught me how to be strong, you know. No matter what, nothing will ever bring me down.
And that's how I am in my life too right now, you know, after everything I've been through, because we go through things for a reason. That God wanted you to go through that to put you where you at right now, to test you, you know, because everything is a test. I wouldn't be here right now if I didn't go through the things that I went through, you know. So it's all about like measures of the heart, and I had to learn what I had to learn through this, you know, through these situations. And like you said, like my whole life been having to watch over my shoulders in the streets, my whole life, you know. So yeah, I don't regret none of everything. None of it. I'm glad I went through it, because I wouldn't be right here talking to you right now.
Absolutely.
You know, I wouldn't be into digital assets the way I am. You know, I don't think I would be where I'm at with the prison of blockchain community if I didn't go through what I went through. So I'm grateful for those trials and tribulations, you know.
And you know, I probably wouldn't have gotten so close with God if it hadn't been for being in there. Like, and people like try to educate me on the Bible. I'm like, have you ever sat down and read every word? Like, I had a lot of time on my hands. I read every word of it. I don't know if you're a believer or not. You are. So
Yeah, I believe in God. I don't follow a religion. I just follow God, you know.
Same here. And that's one of the things, like, I teach people. A lot of people are very dogmatic. They're like, oh, you're in the stock market, you're gambling, God says you can't gamble. I'm like, show me where it says that. Show me one place where it says it. They don't know what they're talking about, you know. But
I can tell you some scripture now.
Same here. And I think you know, religion's a little less dogmatic than what we're told. We actually talked about this last night on the show, is that a lot of what's in the Bible has been removed, changed, manipulated.
Yep.
And so it can't be dogmatic anymore, right? You just got to know what's right and wrong, and listen to your maker. He'll tell you what to do, you know?
And you know, and for the individual, what he's talking about is your discernment. You know what I'm saying? Your spirit, the inside of you. Because in Luke 17:20, right, it says the observation of God is not coming back the way you think. But then in Luke 17:21, the next verse, he says the observation of God is within inside of you. So we all have God within inside of us. You're the generator of your life, you're the operator of your life, and you're the destroyer of your life. You know what I'm saying? So we make these decisions, and that's what Oz was just breaking down, you know?
Absolutely, man. So tell me more about your situation, and so you do. Obviously, we talked about where we come from and what we've been through. Where are we at now?
You know, now I'm an HVAC technician, you know, for one of the biggest companies in West Virginia, well, in Southern West Virginia. I'm an HVAC tech. I started in Tennessee, then I moved back to West Virginia because.
Did you take the prison program to learn that?
I did on my first prison stint. I did, but when I got out, I ain't go back. I went back to the streets.
Yeah.
I was 28. I said, man, I went in at 22 because the age you go in is the age you are when you come out mentally. You know, you might have grown, but you got to think your life has stopped. It's like Groundhog Day. If you're doing the same thing over and over for years, your mind hasn't grown through life experiences.
Absolutely, man. So, like, tell me, like, when did you learn about digital assets, and what got you into it? What got you excited about it? Tell me more about that, man.
All right. I took economics in prison too. Let me tell you that. Macro, micro, took accounting, took all of that. All right. So 2023, around March of 2023, I had downloaded TikTok, got on here, start scrolling through. And then somebody was like, ISO 222, they switching from Swift to the ISO messaging system, go buy those digital assets, that's those cryptos as ISO compliant. And I went and looked it up because I'm inquisitive. So I went and looked that up. What is ISO 222? Start researching. And I put Quant, XRP, XLM, HBAR, Algorand. And that's what started me. And then here I am now.
Awesome, man. So let's talk about that ISO 222. Tell me, what is it? What is it?
It's a global messaging system for the banks, for all financial institutions to speak the same language, so we can move money cohesively. Because the money has a lot of friction right now. The money moves slow throughout the world. So if you move money wires, like say we move a wire, this for the people in the back, guys. I know you know. So if you move a wire across seas, it takes 7 to 10 days. People in power want their money to move instantaneously.
Absolutely. They also wanted to move securely as well, right?
Yeah.
So like, let's talk about that for a second. So let's say, and I'll kind of segue back into the ISO thing. But let's say you're an institution, right? And you want to move some money. You got $10 billion you got to move, right? Now, if in the real world, if I want to move that money, I put it in an armored truck and I put it on the road and it moves down the road and it's safe and secure in that truck. It might take it a while to get there because of traffic and whatever and whatnot, but it gets there and it gets there safe, right? Whereas, would you rather trust the armored truck or the crackhead with a bicycle that can get it there faster?
The crackhead with the bicycle.
No, come on, bro. You trust the crackhead with the $10 million? You be Dave Chappelle with the largest rock in the world, bro.
I had to say that. I had to make you laugh, man. Hey, I like to have fun, man. We got to have fun in life, man. We only get one opportunity at it. But now that he right though, the armored truck.
Yeah, and I think that's why the next narrative will be privacy and security, right? Because we have to be private on what's moving where and where it's going, and it needs to be secure. If institutional money is going to be going through the blockchain, right? So let me ask you, what do you think delivers that privacy and security in the blockchain?
Metallicus ecosystem. Who?
Metallicus. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Metallicus is the only compliant ecosystem out there. Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering. You know, it's built for the institutions, built for compliance first.
And it's fast, right?
0.5 seconds, a half a second finality.
And what?
No gas fees, too.
Tell me more. Why it's secure? I like no gas fees. You got me. You got my ears going up like this because I've heard of Metallicus, but I haven't really deep dive into it. So please educate me a little more.
See, Marshall Hayner said it. See, Marshall Hayner is the co-author of the KYC and the co-author of the Genius Act. He's part of this whole system. He's just one of the brainchilds, like Jed McCaleb. I know XLM too. I love XLM too. So I was just like, you know, I'm a big XLM guy. That was my first ecosystem that I learned. But Metallic is like, they didn't set the, you know how it's a lot of bridging going on with all of the hacks going on in the bridges. Yeah. Like when we moving money, it's like, that's what David Schwartz, he said, the hacks with the bridges, right? So Metallicus have created something called the Metal blockchain, and they got something called the interbridge, the intra-blockchain. So it's going to stop all of the hacking. So it's created a sandbox for each of these digital assets to come into, to operate into their own sandbox. And you could, in case you have to hack the whole blockchain to get in. You get what I'm saying?
Interesting. I like it.
I'm not too technical. I just understand. I love how to make money, and I understand. You know, I'm not a technical guy. I ain't got number the 9th grade education, but I know money when I see money.
Hey, you know more about it than I do, so I can't. you don't worry, you're good, bro.
Now that's why I asked you last night. You remember I asked you, do you think Bitcoin going to proof of work or the proof of stake? And yes, it's going to proof of stake. Everything's if you do your research on the Metallicus ecosystem, it's already ISO compliant. It's already working with FedNow, U.S. Faster Payments Council. They done onboarded over 13 credit unions right now, and 20 more is waiting in line.
That you know what? I'm gonna have to look into that one because now I'm like turned on to it. I like it. I thought you were gonna tell me XRP, man.
Nah, I'm not the XRP popped my cherry, you know, but XPR network is faster than XRP. It does 4,500 transactions per second.
But is it safer?
It's way safer.
Right. I think there's a lot of technology out there as far as XRP goes that's faster and safer.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly feel like XRP is a bit of a dead technology. And as time goes by, a lot of these projects are going to fall to the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously the narrative through social media is really pushing the XRP thing, bro.
That's why I push Metallicus.
Yeah, I think with XRP, it's going to have its place in something, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to do something.
It's
but
the ledger. It's the ledger. Think about it. XRP ledger. It's the accounting ledger, digital accounting ledger. That's how I look at it. I'm just using common sense, right? That's how I see it.
Yeah, but who's even using the ledger? It's like the lowest used, ledger that's out there. So I don't know. I think a lot of the XRP stuff is moon cheese, but you had mentioned XLM. XLM was my first one that I really got into, that and XRP long time ago. And I like XLM better because, it's a public traded company and they don't own all the supply, and I see it as more of like daily money, right? Like actual like stuff that retail is going to use to transact. Maybe not institutional, but retail definitely. Like XLM's going somewhere. And
yes, it is.
I think a lot of people, they see XLM and XRP as kind of like the same thing, but they're not. Like different companies are owning and operating them. They're very similar, but they're not the same.
Can I speak on that right fast?
Yeah,
I was on the live the other night, and the guy was like, XRP and XLM the same. I said, does XRP have smart contracts? He said, no. I said, XLM has smart contracts. They have sorbet built inside their ecosystem so that they don't have to go up. Institutions don't have to go off chain to do transactions, so they do everything in-house. You know what I'm saying?
Well, XRP is technically supposed to be having smart contracts come to the ledger. Yeah, so that it's speculative though. There's no real concrete anything about it yet.
You got to wrap the XRP for it to have it as a smart contract. Where XLM already got the Rust solidity built inside of the ecosystem.
Yeah. Another this is a little off topic from all this, but I have a theory.
Okay.
That native tokens are obsolete altogether. I mean, though there will be some that have like some use case in the background, but won't really produce much value. I believe that stable coins is the future of everything. And they say no CBDCs, and like that's how the Clarity Act's written, that's how the executive order's written. But stable coins is CBDC without the label.
Yep, that's all it is.
Yeah, and it seems like that's the direction everything's headed, right? It seems like we are moving towards a CBDC type society. And think about like everyday, transactions and stuff. Let's say, we move to a digital world and currency where they're like, all right, we're going to give you, you worked all week. We're going to give you your paycheck and you're getting paid in whatever token, right? If the value fluctuates and you get paid, you might have to wait before you can spend your money. You might have to, or you might have to spend it all right away because it's going to go down. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense in real world application, but stablecoins does. And with it earning APY, now obviously they're trying to take away the APY. And that's why we want the Clarity Act, but we need to amend it a little bit more. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But, stable coin seems to be like, if we're really looking at adoption and the move towards using this as the way we operate as a society, it seems like stable coins is the more likely option. And a lot of stable coins don't need native tokens to operate. What do you think, bro?
You got a point there. I know one thing, like with the a lot of stable coins, think about this though, Oz. There's going to be a lot of friction with different stable coins, right? because this bank having this stable coin, this bank having that stable coin, right? So that's what Metallic has created, something called the XMD stable coin. You can mint the XMD with USDC, with Tether, with PayPal, with RLUSD. You can, and it's 1 for 1, and don't
But
never lose its
is
value.
there a transaction fee in doing that though?
Nope.
See, that's a good thing, because I really feel like if that's the case, and like we got Amazon coin and Walmart coin and all these different coins, because they're all those two coins I just named exist. They're making them happen right now. So if we don't get a hold on that, then what we're going to see is the new overdraft fee or transaction fee is going to end up becoming transaction fees from stablecoin to stablecoin, and then that's wherein lies the native token, maybe somewhere in facilitating that. But with Metallicus, you telling me that it don't do that now, dude, you're turning me on to it. Now I gotta look into this thing. Now I gotta look into it. But hey, all my warriors out there, my little minions that research everything, we gotta look into this Metallicus thing, because if what you're saying is true,
go look into it. You'll be back.
Yeah.
Echo came over. Echo, Mims, like they all coming because they see the compliance. They see what is built. You can go look up the Metal L2 stack, the EVM stack. All of that's, everything is the banking layer, right? All of that's coming over there. Everything coming over there.
Interesting. I like it, bro. I like it.
See, the A chain, right? The Metal blockchain A chain is built on top of the Avalanche protocol, but they basically enhance the Avalanche Snow protocol. So once you get inside of these sandboxes, you can do up to 100,000 TPSs per second.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, we're gonna look into that more, because like anybody can just say stuff, right? But like me, like I'm based on hard facts, right? So I'm gonna look into this thing. We're gonna find it, and obviously I don't shill coins, right? There's been a few I've been like, hey, I like this project, I think it's cool, I'll do some TA on it or whatever, but I'm not really a coin shiller. That's not what I do. But
me neither.
If there's a good project out there, like you're saying, that's what we're all here for, right? We're all speculating on what is the next money, right? What is it going to be?
Go look it up. Go do your research and get with me tomorrow.
Yeah. We'll do this again for sure. I 100%, bro. Like,
hey, and also with XLM, right? I still buy XLM. I still buy Stronghold. You know, they're partnered with Security, right? And then ZK Verify is now partnered with Security and coming to the Stellar Network for the privacy, because that is the new stock market, the Stellar Network.
Interesting.
You got a Lobster wallet?
No, most of what I do is Cardano stuff, right? Because like I've been all about Cardano, because like I said earlier, like I believe the next narrative and everything is like privacy and security. So Cardano has Midnight, Glacier Network, right? And Cardano was the only blockchain that's never been hacked. That changed like a week ago. So they got hacked for the first time. And then Cardano was created to operate with Bitcoin. So it's supposedly you're going to be able to hold custody of your Bitcoin on Cardano and stake it there. But it seems like that narrative's starting to shift. So now I'm like, okay, like what is it going to be? Because like, you know, we keep getting like these little bits, right? And we're speculating on it, trying to figure out what it's going to be. And it's always something new and something whatever coming out. So yeah, I'm looking for the next thing right now. So maybe you found it.
Not me. I thank DeFi King for finding it. He helped me find it. DeFi King, CCS. I'm gonna show you something.
CCS is good. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, CCS. That's where I learned the most of it from. See, this is the loan markets right here on the Metallica's ecosystem. You can come over here and earn against your digital assets. And it's a compliance. It's all compliant through the BS Bank Secrecy Act, FedNow, and U.S. Faster Payments Council. You're getting 16% on your USDC. You can bring your Bitcoin over here and lend and borrow against it. This is the lending and loan market. Like you can bring your Stellar That's the metal dollar right there. The one I was just telling you about, the XMD.
And that's Metallicus right there?
Yeah, this is their DEX right here. They lending protocol system. This is H bar. You can bring your H bar and lend it.
Really?
Ether. Yeah. Then metal Dow. That's the that right there is the L2 layer, the banking layer right there. That's the governance token of the ecosystem. You got Dogecoin. You got Cardano.
Governance token. That's another name for meme coin.
Just another name for meme coin.
Yeah, governance token is basically, this is a meme coin, but if you hold it, you have voting rights.
Yep. Yeah, that's what it is. Exactly.
Shiba Inu was the first governance token. And dude, I round tripped that bag like a noob, bro. I made a lot of money that I lost. That was a sad bag to see.
You can farm and lend. They got their own DEX. The WebOff wallet is the most secure wallet. So you can farm. Let me go over
You can farm on it too, huh?
Yeah.
Can you lend your crypto there for other people to leverage?
Yeah, that's what I was just showing you over here.
Yeah, okay.
Right here, the loan market.
Interesting.
Yeah, right there. Then you can lend it and borrow against it.
Yeah. Oh, you can borrow also. Nice.
Yep. You see, lend and borrow against it.
That's a nice little gem there, bro. I have to admit, that's a nice little gem.
Coinbase does it, but Coinbase is not Bank Secrecy Act compliant and working with Fed now.
It will be though. I'm not worried.
Yeah.
I hate Coinbase, man.
Me
Coinbase
too.
is trash. Every time I try to trade on it, bro, I get signed out like right when something's happening, or like try to cash out when it goes out. The network's down. I can't use it. Charts never work right. I hate it, bro. It's so slow. I just can't. And the fees,
As soon as you go
man.
to Fed now, you see Metallicus. They don't even make sense to me.
That's on Fed Now.
Fed Now web. Yep.
And Fed Now is the new federal digital currency that they're doing, where they're going to make payments through IRS and everything else. Interesting. Bro, this is the one, man. If that's the case, everything you're telling me is true, but the fact that it's on the Fed Now. Now, is Fed Now using anything else? Or is it just
Stronghold working
Stronghold.
with Fed Now? Yep.
Yeah, anything that's connected with Fed Now is more than likely going to be adopted in some way.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they're probably going to have, multiple projects and then maybe go with one later on. Because, government payouts, for like disability and stuff, it used to go through Bank of America. Now it's through some other thing now. So obviously they switch and transition, but dude, I think you got a gem right there, bro. I really do. That's awesome.
Hey, I'm gonna send you you had to send me your information. I got a bot already. So they let you know I've been doing something. TikTok that gave me a bot, and I ain't even got about 4,000 followers.
For real?
Yeah, I got a bot, man.
Oh shit! All mine's organic.
Yeah, I built my page organically, but somehow they got a bot that made a page. Somebody made a page, and I got a bot now.
You know what? Eventually, bro, and you probably already have them now, where there'll be fake accounts of you, right?
That's what I'm talking about, the fake accounts.
Yeah. Dude, I realized this the other day. I'm a lot bigger than I realize, because there are bot accounts that have hundreds of thousands of followers, and they steal my content and repost it. And so I realize, I'm like, honestly, I don't care about the recognition. I care about the message. Right. I want to make a difference in this world. I want to do something positive with my life. I want to, that's part of why I wanted to talk about, the first subject of like the whole prison thing, and like shed some light to the community that like there are some serious atrocities that are happening to people. These are people, not animals. Like, and even animals, I wouldn't treat animals that way, man. It's bad.
You got to think, for 4 ounces I got in my last case, I got 9 years for 4 ounces.
That's crazy, man. I'm
For
sorry.
real.
And it's not like you tried to hurt anybody. Like my charges, I get it. Obviously,
Yeah.
any other state, if I hadn't been in California, I wouldn't have got charged. I was on
And
my
not here,
own.
because we got open carry. You ain't got to have gun license in West Virginia or
Right.
Tennessee.
In California, guy with gun equals bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the problem is out here. But honestly, I feel like God put me through that situation and then put me where I'm at today so that I could eventually shed light on what's going on and make a difference. You know, I think everything happens for a reason. And I think that's why, you know, I don't know your whole situation, but we all go through things. God puts us through the fire to refine us. Like silver.
It's just like making a sword. What they do when they make a sword?
Right. They hammer it and they reheat it and they hammer it and they reheat it until finally it's a fucking katana that can cut through anything. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I feel it. And dude, I'm glad to see you out and free, man, and with us. And I want you to know, like, you got my backing and support. I'm here for you, bro. Anything you need. Guys, make sure you follow my brother right here, Prison to Blockchain.
Thank you, Mr. Page.
Send him some gifts, whatever. Appreciate it. I don't care if you send the gifts to him. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, as long as the gifts are coming in, the algorithm's going, like, I'm happy. Like, that's all that matters. So give to my guy. I don't need it. I need the engagement, man. Like, that's where I'm at with everything is like, I just want to get the message out there. And
Can I say this, Oz, after you done?
What's that?
Can I say after you done? Can I say
No, go
something?
ahead. I basically all I'm saying is like my whole goal here is to spread the message, and you know the whole prison thing is part of the message that I wanted to share, and I felt that you were the best person to bring that enlightenment with, you know, like, and I appreciate you backing me on everything I was trying to do here.
Yeah, and I want to say this, you know, since we connected, right? And I've been making connections. Like the other day, I got connected in the prison ministry live. So the universe is putting us in position, right? We already in position to be wealthy with these digital assets, right? So it's going to be upon us because with great reward comes great responsibility. So that's why I quit my job in Tennessee to come back to West Virginia, so I can rebuild communities, change you know, saying the mindset of certain individuals, you know, and help keep individuals out of prison or go back to these institutions and talk to certain individuals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, in the Bible it says it is easier to thread a camel through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom. So in order for God to allow us to become rich and wealthy, we have to have a strong mental fortitude and not allow it to change who we are, and not let it distract us from what our goal and our plan is here, because he giveth and he also taketh away.
Taketh away. Look at David.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He can leave the fiery women alone.
Yeah, everybody's got their vice and none of us are perfect, but the moment we lose sight of what the overall goal is here, that's the moment he brings us back to earth, right? And so as warriors, because you and me right now, we're fighting on the front lines of freedom, right? Talking about this subject and these atrocities that are happening to people is part of that fight, I believe anyway. You know, they say 75% of the people that are in prison or locked up are innocent. And honestly, I think you're innocent, because it also says in the Bible that it's not what goes into a man that defiles him, but what comes out of him. Right? So who is the government to mandate or dictate any of that activity that you were up to? You know, you're just a businessman in my eyes.
Yep. And you think about it, let's go back. They put it here.
Yeah.
Then go back to Contra. Go back to Oliver North. You know what I'm saying?
and like the CIA, they allow certain amounts of whatever to come in, and then they take down whatever shipment and seize that, and they take that Bitcoin and whatever that they seize now too, and that's just them getting their cut. It's just a whole ring of it, man. And our government is doing way worse than trafficking drugs. Now, we can't talk about it here on TikTok, but on the other platforms, they're involved in some shady shit, you know.
Hell yeah.
Schmepstein stuff, you know.
And that's what I believe happened with the Venezuela situation. It was the deep state playground. So what Trump has been assigned to do is to take down the deep state, and he did that. We're going to Cuba next.
Yep. They're gonna come to my front door one of these days, man, and I'm okay with it. That's what I'm here for. I'll see you in the gulags, my boy. I tell you what, like, I feel like I went through what I went through to prepare me for the fight I'm about to fight, you know, because I believe that this war is being fought in our minds and on our phones and on our TV screens. And that's why I've been putting into the position I've been put into, because, like I said earlier, is we are fighting on the front lines of freedom right now. You and me, we are warriors.
Definitely are.
And one day is probably going to come bite us in the ass. But I think that we were put through the fire. We were put through to prepare us for what's to come, whatever it may be. So may be it.
Yeah, we had to go through it. We had to.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, because, like, yeah, I learned so much, man. And, like, I understood economics and macroeconomics and stuff, like, before getting locked up, but being in that environment and controlling the economics of the section like that, and then throughout the whole building, it really enlightened me to how the market structure actually works, how the global economy actually works, because it's really essentially the same thing on a much smaller level, like the smallest it could possibly be, and you actually get to live it and experience it as a nation, because in there, you as the individual are like your own nation. You know what I mean? And
Sure is.
Yeah, so very enlightening experience.
Hey, you know what though? I just thought about something. You said we on the front line. We're basically this right what we doing right here is called social commerce, as you know. We're going to be like the new newscasters, you know, getting up here to talking to the people because they love our likeness. You get what I'm saying? We're relatable.
Yeah.
In this new world, you know, we're going to give them the information, you know, that they need.
I mean, that's basically what I do now. Is like, we're a news show. I have the right here. Like, this is our little flyer right here. Let me pull it up on the screen here.
You got to put yourself in the big screen. I can't see it.
So this is the flyer I give out to people on the show.
Okay.
Right. And basically it says financial news media outlet and technical analysis, offering one-on-one coaching and technical analysis classes. Our news media outlet consists of 3 journalists, right-wing, left-wing, moderate, along with Jesse, our on-site live broadcast fact checker. So, like, that's what we do. Like, I'm a news anchor. I'm just the anchor. I'm the personality, right? We have the journalists that now I had to lay off a lot of the journalists, right? But we still have the IT guy, and we have Jesse, and Jesse's basically acting as the journalist now. I'm hoping to like get everything boosted back up to where we were, because man, before TikTok did this whole like reset of everything, and basically you know, China and the US fighting over who's going to have control of it. Before that, man, we had like 300 people in the live, and I had like 200 subscribers, and you know, we were raking in money. And so like I could afford to pay all these people, and I was like, hey, we're going to do all this stuff. So I built this whole studio and bought all this equipment and everything. And then it all just went like overnight. And so, like, I took a little break for the holidays, and, like, now I'm back at it. I'm like, okay, they're going to redo everything. They're resetting the algorithm. There's a deal. I'm hoping that maybe we get back to where we were. So time will tell. But yeah,
Do you think? Do you think we would go to the Web3 platforms, as far as like connecting your digital wallet to these social media platforms?
we already are. I'm live streaming on a layer 2 of Ethereum right now. It's called Abstract, and I get paid in crypto for my time that I live stream, and I get paid for my engagement, so for likes and everything. My wallet is connected to it, and people can tip me in cryptocurrency, in stable coins, and I'm doing it right now.
Damn, you gotta teach me that.
Nigga, hold on, I'm gonna pull it up right now. Check this out. So this is Abstract right here. We're live streaming. This is my wallet right here. All right. So there's rewards. So I earn XP for the time that I go live, right? I earn these little badges that I get into my wallet or whatever. I can trade. So I can, trade Ethereum, Pudgy Penguins, Absternute, whatever, for whatever token right here. I can use USDC, USDT, right? I got my wallet.
I like that.
I got like $18 in it right now, but that's just what I've earned on this platform. And like the markets have gone down. It was actually quite a bit more. I just don't spend it. I'm just letting it accumulate in there.
Yeah.
And then there's the live streams, right? So all these people are live streaming. Look at, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 people ahead of us. So we're the number 4 live stream on Abstract right now.
Damn.
Top of the
I gotta
charts.
get on Abstract
right here. Top of the charts. And then on top of it, you can also develop. So there's games you can play. There's all these different games and apps that you can play and discover, and they're all listed right here. And you can also develop stuff here. So let me see here.
Man, so much stuff nowadays.
So like if you're a dev, you can create your own like smart contracts and different protocols and things on the this layer 2 and develop. Maybe it's this right here. I think it's because of how I have it opened up right now. But there's a lot to it. We've only been on for like a couple months. We got like 219 followers, and these are real people. There's no bots allowed on this site. It's
That's
all
why
tracked.
I asked that.
Yeah, it's all tracked by your wallet and stuff, right? So it's on the blockchain. So there's no fake accounts. It has to be linked to like a real person. So it's real engagement, real people. And like everything that I had, I made a few trades in here as well. Like, so I had some other tokens. You can also store your NFTs. You got your whole transaction history is all like, so every one of these transactions is where somebody either sent me money or I earned money from going live on the live stream. So that's every one of these transactions. And they're micro right now, but I see a long-term potential and go, with this. So this is definitely like the future of live streaming happening before
I like
eyes.
that.
And
I gotta go ahead. I like that.
Yeah. I feel really blessed to be a part of Abstract because you actually right now not anybody can live stream on it. You have to be approved and you have to prove engagement and different things just to get on it. Like there's a bunch of creators that are on here. They're asking me, hey, how do I get on there? How do I get on there? I'm like, I mean, these are the steps. And if you want to take the steps, I will point you in the right direction, bro. And I will help you out. But like, I got lucky. I was in the right place at the right time. They only allow so many creators at a certain amount of time every so often. And they've had 2 waves of onboarding of creators. One was in January and one was like a couple months ago. And then that is it. They haven't allowed new people and they only allow so many at a time. But if you're interested in getting into it, man, I'll point you in the right direction and think of it as a long-term goal. Even if it took you 6 months to get it took me 3.5 months to get into it.
Yeah.
once you get in, you're at the beginning stages of something massive here. So
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
and I think
I love being at the ground floor.
right. And dude, think about it like this, bro. We're here on TikTok, right? We're live. I've been live for 2.5 hours. We made like $11, right? In like gifts and stuff, right? I'm sure you made a couple bucks in gifts, but that's money that people sent us. On Abstract, we're getting paid for our time, right? So the longer and the more I live stream, the more money I'm making.
Damn.
That's
so if you live streaming all day long, you making money.
Well, see, I used to do that. So I have a whole year of going live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Right? So 4 hours of content, 5 days a week. I've got terabytes of footage all recorded. And so they allowed you, as long as you had a disclaimer, you could live stream like that. And that was like when it was in the beginning. Last month, they updated their entire thing, right? So for like 2 or 3 months, I just live streamed around the clock, right? And I was just collecting, and that's why, like, I made like $20, but it's really more like I made like a couple $100 because the markets just continued to go down. And that's one of the problems is like, okay, like we're getting paid in crypto, some of it's in stable coins I'm getting, but the way I see it is right now where I'm at is I'm live streaming and the markets are only going to go probably up from here as far as Pengu. Right, it's bottomed out, and that's mostly what I make is like Pengu or ETH or whatever, right? So I see it as like I'm just going to accumulate it on here by going live, and eventually it'll take off, and that $20 will be $20,000 in a couple of years. I'm cool with that. I am cool with that. So I'm patient.
You got to be in life. That's one thing we learned in the situations we were in: patience.
Absolutely.
A lot of people don't have that, because you had to, especially like this, like say you go in a commissary line, like when you in prison, like you got to stand there for hours. Hours you standing in the commissary, and then right, as soon as you finish with your bag, you go through the commissary line. You can't leave. You got to still sit there till they do the next move. Because they only do 5-minute moves.
And you had to like check everything, make sure it's there. And if it's not, they take it all back. Like, oh man, that was awful.
So it's a little different in prison, you know what I'm saying? Because you go into the commissary store.
Right.
And you hand them your slip and you just right there, you know what I'm saying? And they fill in your slip. But you in a room just full with your unit. This is just your unit's day to go to the commissary. Y'all all in there. And you stuck locked in there.
In county, they'd bring it to the section, right?
Yeah,
and everybody be in a line, they'd call out the number or whatever, and you come up and you get your bag or whatever. But you had to check it right there. And if it wasn't in there, you walked away with it, you didn't get it.
See, I ain't do that much time in the county. I only did when you go into federal prison, they get you out of there because they got to pay for that bed.
Right.
So when you're in the county and you're a federal inmate, they don't want you in there long.
Right.
And you're not with everybody else. Like you're not with state individuals. They got a whole pod just for federal inmates.
We had federal inmates in my section.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay. In mine, they didn't. Where I was at in West Virginia.
I was in a medical tank at that time, so they had like mixed people. So like,
that's why they did.
Yeah,
medical tank.
Yeah, they had all levels in there, like, and because my charges were pretty high. I had assault with a firearm with intent and all kinds of add-ons and extensions or whatever on them. So like I was in with the murderers. And 99% of the people that I was locked up with took someone's life. There were people on death row in my section, or at least facing death row. Like they hadn't gotten their, they hadn't been charged yet. They're like going through court or what.
Yeah. Hey, some you grew when you grew up in our neighborhoods, like you grow up with them type of guys. You know what I'm saying? That's already they say ain't never been caught for those things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I know serial K's. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know that they did it, but you just can. You know how the streets be talking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, revolution. I forget what the figure is, but it's like one in so many people are that you're around have killed somebody or unalived somebody, and have and there's like a statistic of how many people are serial, whatever, you know. So like, yeah, it's more than people realize. Like you've been in contact with somebody that's taken a life.
Everybody has.
Everybody.
All 46 people in this live, them probably have.
I didn't realize how common it was until I got locked up. Right? I didn't realize just how, I wouldn't say normal, but common. Like it happens a lot more, and it's not always, you know, in the news, because it just happens all the time. And I think they don't want people to think that it's happening all the time, but chances are it's happened in your neighborhood, in your area, on your block, whatever it is. It's happened there recently.
Yep.
Yeah, the world is not all sunshine and rainbows.
It's not. And you know, one thing that I've learned, right? I like when we as in we reading the Bible, I like the allegory story, Tower of Babel. It's an allegory story, you know. And one thing I've learned when I study comedic knowledge, that we all are God's children at the end of the day. You know, it's just the soul has a duality, male and female duality. And when we take physical form, we come to this life to experience. You know, that's what this life all about, is unconditional love. This is a matrix we live in. It's a maze. It's a game. All of this is a game. But how you gonna play it?
Oh, there's Revolution. She says the average person will cross paths with approximately 16 to 36 emitters.
Mm-hmm. Easily.
Yeah. I did more than that, guaranteed. Guaranteed.
And but you know, them guys that have done that, they're just regular guys. You know, they don't. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
or women, they not.
There was this one guy, the nicest guy, you know, and I kind of like befriended him. You don't have no friends in there when you're locked up. You ain't got no friends, but like you have people that, you know, that you coexist with well, right? There's this guy, man, like we were coexisting, and like we got along, and like, you know, we were in prayer group together and doing Bible study, and we're always talking. We walk together every day, right? And then I found out what he did, and I was just like, whoa, it is horrific what he told. I can't even say it on this app. You know,
I believe it.
Yeah, maybe one of these days we'll do a Twitch abstract exclusive where we can basically say whatever we want. But here I can't tell you. But man, when I found out what he did, I was like, I can't talk to you anymore, bro. Like I can't. It was that bad. Like,
I believe it too,
dude.
I believe it.
It was so bad, and I only found out because basically someone that knew who he was like came into the section next to us, and like they wanted him, right, because of what he did. And I was just like, oh, bro, like, nah, you should have told me that a long time ago, bro. It ain't cool. It ain't cool.
It ain't.
Yeah.
You know, when I did my state time in Ohio, like they mix and mingle you with the M people, the murderers. They mix and mingle you with them. But when you're in federal prison, those people can't come down to the lower level. They have to stay in higher securities. You know what I'm saying?
Like
Behind
level
the
2,
fence.
level 1.
Yeah. They have to. But like when you in the state prisons, they don't care. They put you all together.
All of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Ohio. Yep, TikTok seller. I was in Ohio, London, and Noble in Ohio. London Correctional Facility and Noble Correctional Facility in Ohio.
Yeah,
He said, TikTok seller said Ohio.
I was in several of the worst county facilities in California.
I believe it too.
They moved
It's
me
rough out
around
there.
quite a bit. Yeah, it was bad. One
And all of
place
those
was
G
not so
labels.
bad, but the place that was not so bad that they had me, that's where they had me in the dungeon. So like, I didn't get to experience the nice grass outside and like all the different things that were great about it. But man, I was actually in one of the worst places you could be in Southern California.
And think about this in Cal, y'all got them G people, the G's. You know what I'm talking about. I don't want to say that word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of that out there.
Yeah. And the PCs too, man. You think that you can just PC up in there? They don't just let anybody PC up, and they'll even put PCs in GP. Which is crazy in county. Like and like, so I mean, there's some foul people that were in there, and like, you know, sometimes you got to put in work. I don't want to scare people, but like, there are times I had to put in work. You know, they make you do it. You don't have a choice.
Or you gonna get ran up top. Or they're gonna try to run you up top.
Yep. It's either you or them, and you're like, well, fuck, this is what they did. I guess they have it coming to them. You just gotta you try to rationalize it, I guess, but it's politics, man. It's all that politicking.
Yep. It's all about politics in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why we are, and we went through that. You know, we can talk about it now, but here we are now. We are on the verge of rebuild communities, on the verge of being great people, you know, successful individuals, you know. Look what we got going on here.
I know.
Look what I created. I got over 120 members in 3 months in Prisoner Blockchain in the community. In 3 months.
That's awesome.
And it's still growing.
Yeah, and you know, I'm growing too here as well. Like just having you on and having this real conversation, like viewership is starting to go up. Like, I appreciate you coming on, like, because, you know, honestly, I think a lot of the community is a little burnout on, you know, talking about the same shit all the time. Like, it's a bit of a refresher to like speak on these things, you know, because like I said, it's not, I'm trying to get your attention with your wallet, but I have a message that I'm here to spread. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to do anyway. And I feel like you're doing the same thing, like, because like that's why your name is what it is, and like you're trying to, you know, pull people up instead of push them down. And that's why I was so called to you. Like I seen you and I was like, man, I need to reach out to this guy. We need to link up. I had to do it before you got too big, bro, and then I fly under the radar.
Hey, listen, I'm still gonna be a humble guy, you know, because that's just who I am, you know. Like I had money already. This little stuff don't bother me, you know. You know, when you 10, 15, 16 years old with $50,000, $60,000, that's nothing, you know. That's been my life. So nowadays, like being big, I'm still going to work on houses. I'm still going to work hard paintings and vans and being a normal guy.
Yeah, same here, man. Like, I'm retired off this. I don't know if you know my story, but I retired in January last year.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
So I've round tripped like every bag, every cycle, bro. I've been in this since 2016. I just can't. I didn't like. Okay, so I've been a trader since I was like 18, right? In the stock market mostly. I got into crypto, and I just had this feeling like, oh, okay, like it's gonna go more, right? And then it didn't. So I round tripped my first bag in like 2017, right? And then the next time it happened was in like it was like 2020, right? We had that other bull run, and I was like, okay, well, all this COVID stuff happening and everything, this time it's different. You know what I mean? And I fucking round tripped again, bro. I was like, it can only go up. They're resetting everything. They're doing all, because everyone's talking about the great reset and everything and all that stuff. all the narratives that we're being taught about adoption and everything that you're hearing right now, there's nothing new about it. We've been hearing that since day one.
Yeah.
And so this time, finally, I was like, I learned my lesson. I was like, I'm taking profits. I'm getting out when it tops. Like I'm not round tripping again. Like I could have been retired years ago.
Yeah.
You know, and so finally I was like, and that's why I'm here, is like to help people and let them know, like, hey, I know adoption's happening, but it ain't happening right now. You got time. So like take profits still. You got to make the money real. And this was what we were talking about last night on your live. What was his name? We were talking
Crypto Cliff.
Yeah, Crypto Cliff. As we were saying, is like, you got to take profits. It ain't real until it's in your bank account. You got to, and most the creators on here, they're preaching the word of just buy it and hold it forever. And they're preaching that at the top of the cycle. They're literally telling you to buy and hold Bitcoin at 100K. That ain't right. And they know better. They know damn well better that it probably ain't going higher. Maybe it is. Maybe they think it is. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, most of these people that are telling their communities to buy are selling on top of their people. They're using their own followers as exit liquidity while they're collecting gifts in the chat.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
That's why I tell people, like, for me, I missed the train for Bitcoin. You know, I ain't spending that type of money to get into that asset. So I'm looking for these lower hanging fruits. I ain't gonna lie to you. Put $30 in there, get 400,000 tokens. That's how I did Loan Protocol, XPR Network. Got in early, you know.
Yeah, I think that's another problem, is like thinking like, oh, I have a lot of tokens, therefore I could potentially make more money. What we have to look at is we have to look at not only the price, but the partnerships with the project, and also the supply ratio to the market cap.
Tokenomics.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when, so the Metallicus, I'm going to look into that, all the tokenomics on it, and see where
love it.
Where can we go with this project? Because everything you're telling me, I like it. I hope it's right, because like that's the next thing for me. And like, we talk about diversification and whatnot. Like I keep a diversified moon bag, but my trading coin is very centralized, right? So whatever I'm trading like one or two at a time. I'm not trading, 80 different tokens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just better with like basic Bitcoin, Ethereum.
No, I'm more into small caps.
Okay.
I like small caps. I'm actually starting to get into meme coins. I know I'm a DJ, bro.
Ain't nothing wrong. Hey, you an OG? You can do that. Now you playing around. You just make a little money here.
Exactly. I'm just, I got LinkedIn with Crypto Rap, and he's been like showing me a thing or two, and some of his filters he uses and stuff, and like I've been making big plays. I did like 1,000% the other day off of a coin he called out, and I'm only playing with a couple bucks, but like, hey, that's real money. Like,
hell yeah. Hey, I found a Polymarket token on Solana. I put like $20 in it. When that thing go to a penny, I'm gone.
For real.
I'm gone. I can't hold that. For what?
All right, let's see here. It's about 8:00. Is there any last thoughts you want to leave us before we end the interview here, man? And obviously we're going to do this again, man. I had a blast talking with you, man, and like you touched my heart in so many different ways, man. I'm glad to have you here.
I'm just going to say this for the people in the chat, man. If you do today what others don't do, you can do tomorrow what others can't do.
Damn, that was real. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you next time. And thank you again for coming on. Make sure
Man,
all of you
thank
guys
you.
follow Prison to Blockchain. Real dude in the space. Appreciate him. Consider him one of the fam here, the crypto fam. All right. Take care, brother.
All right. Take care, boss. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, guys, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, share the show with everyone you know. thank you all for showing up. Start tapping that screen. Show some love. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the gifts. We had a few gifts for myself and for our guests here. Thank you very much. Let's give a shout out to TikTok Seller, Paige, Revolution, Saints, MVP. Let's see. Man Friday, D-Joy, Tasha, Seamont, Mr. Squirrel, Starks, Solom Spartan, Miss Evie, who else? We got Run Up the Blockchain, Mother of Dragons, Crypto Rap, Chillwell, Cosmic Crypto, JFM. Thank you all for your wonderful gifts and everything, your support. I appreciate you guys. Looks like TikTok Seller wants some free A. Everybody wants some free A. Throw out a project, and if you are following me and you're hitting that like button, I'll do it for free. Otherwise, it ain't free. All right. I guess that's the small price you got to pay, right? It's still free. It ain't going to cost you nothing. It's just going to cost you a follow and a like. How's that sound? And don't forget to join the Discord, link in my bio. Join the Discord. We got a lot of sections here. Let me pull it up here for you guys. Let me just show you what we got going on here. So we got the voice lounge going right here. Let me close that real quick. Oh, shit. Shoot. I'm still kind of learning this. So these are all the sections. So we got our rules, we got announcements, all the different things, right? Different flyers that happen. We had today's flyer right here. Locked in, not locked out. Right. And then we got news section. So we're posting all the different news articles, what's going on, and which is very important for tracking the markets is you want to know what's going on in the news, right? We want to know if we're going to war. What does this tell you? If we're getting steak and lobster for the Marines, what does that tell you, right? If you know, you know. Also, you know, we got what's going on with Venezuela and different protests. We got crypto news as well. All the different news articles that I cover in the show will all be posted on here. Everything going on. And as you can see, it's stacked up. There's a lot of news to go through. We've got merchandise here as well. We got social media. Social media, different platforms and places we're on so you can find us. We have the knowledge section. This is my favorite section, by the way, knowledge. So we post audio books in here, legal knowledge, how to navigate through the legal system, criminal, civil, financial, how to build trusts and businesses and things like that, books to read, and you can add anything you want to it. We also have survival skills. This is one that I like as well. It's got skills on how to tactics and stuff, like because we play Call of Duty, wound care, first aid, surviving like nuclear explosion, things like that, all kinds of different stuff. We have personal growth where you can it's, you know, mostly like inspirational different things. We have recipes that teach you how to make like homegrown food and recipes and stuff. Then we have like the general crypto. We have wins. Let's look at some of the wins we got. We got 48% right here from G-Rod. We got 31%. We got 206% and 156% from TikTok Seller. We got 231% from G-Rod. We got another 116% from TikTok Seller. These two guys right here, they're doing some real trading and they're making a lot of big wins, guys. So if you're looking to link up, we also have the crypto section where we're doing technical analysis. Yeah, Josh as well. Josh is doing a lot of good stuff. So if you're looking to learn how to trade or link up or copy someone else's trades or whatever, or just get locked in, we're doing a lot of big stuff here, and we're making a lot of wins. And these are on up days and down days. We play both sides of the market here. It's beautiful. And then we got memes, obviously, funny stuff, little jokes and whatnot. We got Down the Rabbit Hole, and Down the Rabbit Hole is active, okay? We are going through conspiracy theories and different things all day. We're having long debated discussions about different topics. As you can see here, we're just talking about all kinds of different stuff there. We do have a special one that's called Moonshot for anyone that's in the TA class. If you're a part of our technical analysis class, you can be a part of Moonshot, where we do group trading. We have cars where you can post pictures of your cars and what you're doing or whatnot, or what car you want to have. I got some of my cars in here and different projects that I built. So you can post your cars and things that you like, whatever. We got true crime, and one of our next guests coming up is going to be Lisa, the True Crime Corner. She's coming on the show. She does a lot of true crime stuff, serial killers and missing persons, stuff like that. So all those different videos, if you like true crime. We have ghost stories. Now, we don't have any ghost stories yet. This is a new one. Tell us your ghost story and paranormal encounter. If you've ever had a ghost encounter or a paranormal encounter, I want to hear your story. Or if you find a cool one on TikTok or something, you want to post it there. I want to hear these stories so we can talk about them. And because we don't do just crypto, we have multiple shows that we do as well. This is our crypto show, obviously. And so then we also have our TA class, and then we have a voice lounge where we all get together and we basically talk, right? It's a group where people are talking, and I'll be playing video games or whatever, live streaming, and we have it open and everyone's just talking and chatting. And we're all just hanging out, and we're talking crypto. We're talking about all these different sections. So click the Discord link in my bio, join the Discord. If you have any issues with joining the Discord, just copy the link and put it in your browser and it should come right up, no problem. All right, so it looks like we got some people want some TA. Viewer description. Let's do some TA for you, brother. Good to see you. Let's do quant. I guess we could do Kraken. Quant. So Quant is nearing the bottom. I think we're going to retrace back down here to that 59 level. 59.27. It's definitely coming back to 67.45 soon. It looks like a bull flag, but it's not. It's actually a descending, broadening channel, but it's going to break down. I think a lot of people, you're going to see the manipulation happen here. You're going to see a lot of things that look bullish that just really aren't. I think what I see here is kind of a head and shoulders right there. I think we should see back down here around 58. We should. Obviously, that's subject to change. We shall see. Hershey Kisses. Are you following me? Do you follow me? Because don't forget, you got to be following me. I have to see you around. I got to see you at least hitting the like button. At least start hitting the like button so I see you pop up that you're liking. Make sure you follow. That's all I ask. All I ask is that you like and follow, and I will do TA for you. So the next one, Bobby Namadi. Bobby, are you still in the chat? Otherwise, I'm gonna skip over you and we'll go over to Hershey's. Bobby, are you still in the chat? And remember, you gotta be following me. All right. And Bobby, you gotta be hitting the like button. I can see who's liking and who's not, just so you know. All right. So make sure you're liking, Bobby. I see you. I appreciate you. All right. Let's see. Bobby wanted Teo. I will tell you this about Teo. Didn't this one, it was the one the CEO like basically got brought up on charges. This one might be dead, to be honest with you. Yeah, this one's coming down. Yeah, and it kind of looks like it's going to form the cup and handle thing here, but remember, this is a drop into a cup and handle, therefore it is not a cup and handle. Cup and handle only works if it pumps up into it, all right? So it usually has like a long green candles, like double its size. Then you're talking about that. Let's look at the 1 hour. I imagine this thing's coming down. So it looks like it wants to bull flag in the 1 hour, but I'm not buying it. I think what we're actually seeing is a double top. We had a small double top right here, but in the next day or so, we should see something like this. So it's coming back to 220 short term, and that puts us around January 12th. Yeah, so it could potentially come back down here to the wick of 199. It'll probably retest the 199 zone, 200. All right. So just so you know, more than likely that's what's going to happen come the end of the month. We should be, maybe the lowest is 220, right? Or 206. But it's going to come down around this zone here, right? Where this consolidation section is, this is where it's headed. All right. So keep that in mind. We have a double top right here. It's coming down. All right. Let's see who was next. Let's see here. All right. XCN, it looks like. Let's take a look at XCN. XCN. Yeah, same here. XCN is coming down to the low. Expect anywhere between 006 and 004, 003 even, maybe. Somewhere around there. Maybe 003.537. It's probably going to come down to about this price here. Either the top of this candle right here or the top of this wick right here. Somewhere around there is where it should come down to. And it could potentially go lower. I could see it coming all the way down to 001. It's definitely likely, especially if the cycle is over. Right? If the cycle is over, this is what they look like, ladies and gentlemen. They shoot up like this, and then they trend down like this. All right, expect to see that. All right, and expect it to, come down to around here or just above it, right? Somewhere around there. That's what you should be keeping an eye out for. Let's see, who was next? It looks like we had Beam. Let's take a look at Beam. Beam. By the way, if you're in another country and you want me to pull this up in Australian or euros or whatever it is that you're trading in, let me know and I can do that for you. It's no different. I'm looking at the numbers, not the I'm doing lightning TA for you. Okay. Beam, there is not enough data here to know where it's going, but I will tell you this, it's coming down. All right. It could potentially, because it's low cap, go to 0.03355. It could potentially, okay? But I'm going to say probably highly unlikely that it's more headed for the downside. I would be looking for sub 0.002, on this, and probably even lower, okay? This is how these things run, ladies and gentlemen. They go up like this, and then they come down like that, all right? So don't be surprised to see it look like that. All right. Be careful. I could be wrong. There's just no data, but this is typical, is to see something like this. And it could, like, in between here, go up higher and then come down. It could easily do something like this. Okay. Like, none of this is certain. Okay. But I've seen them do things like this where they'll go like here, down, and then up again, and then down. That is also another potential, right? And that's where it would move up to that zone I said, but you're talking about, this is from January to February 4th. That actually lines up with the moon cycle. I'm going to go with this TA. This lines up with our timeline. This is what I'm thinking. This could potentially, it may go less high. It may go up and do like this. It may do, and this is probably more likely. And that's end of January. And that's probably a little more spread out, but it'd probably look something like that. This is probably the more likely scenario. All right. So you'd be looking to buy somewhere around 0.025 and sell around 0.0285. Something like that. That's going to be your, can't really tell on this. There's just no data. Okay. There's no data, but I'll tell you, this is probably going down. I can give you for certain, I pretty much know what the market's about to do right now, so I don't have to look too much. But if I go into the 1 hour, you can clearly see we're building a head and shoulders. Okay. So it's coming down. I don't even need, I don't need to do it. I pretty much know what's happening because the markets have been moving together. So I can pretty much come up with a consensus in the market. And if you want me to validate it with the TA, fine, whatever. But there's your head and shoulders right there. It's coming down. What coin is that? This is Beam. Oh, you're going to go short it, aren't you? Maybe I should go short a bunch of stuff. You know what? Let's get on tonight and do some shorts. Let's get our shorts on, baby. Well, I got some khaki shorts. Maybe I'll put those on tonight with some cargo pockets to hold all the chips that I'm going to be making. Yeah. Bro, we been shorty. I know I do. Honestly, I haven't even been trading, bro. Like, I've been just so busy. Miss Evie says, let's get our shorts on, baby. All right, let's see here. Who is next? What was the next one? Let's see, we did Beam. And then what's the next project? Can you do XRP, please, bro? Yes, I can do XRP. Oh, you're not going to like it. You're not going to believe it. I tell you what, no matter what I tell you, because you want to know what XRP is, you're not going to like anything I have to say. You're not going to like what comes on the screen. Look at, there's our spooky ghost. Our spooky ghost is back on screen. Everybody hit the like button for our spooky ghost friend right here. We've had our spooky ghost on the show for a long time. That's what's up. Let me see here. You know what we're missing right now? We're missing a little bit of tunage. We're missing a little bit of Goat Tribe. There we go. All right. You ready for some free A? XRP is going to fill the fair value gap at 195. And it could potentially go lower from there. XRP is in a descending channel. It's wicked out of it, you know, but yeah, it's coming back down here. It seems like XRP, because of the community has decided that anything under $2 is a buy, right? Which will potentially keep it up. Eventually it will drop below $2, but expect to see these low levels, 190, 180, and 175, and it can potentially come lower. 130 is on the table ish. 130 ish is on the table for XRP, so be ready, because that is the next sub level to fill, around 130. All right, let's see what's next here. We did XRP. Kronos. Let's do Kronos. Let's leave XRP up for a while. XRP is like our baby. Everybody hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Everybody, I need y'all to like right now. So I need to see the likes flying, or I'm just going to stop doing TA, because we've dropped below 20 viewers. I can't have below 20 viewers, otherwise I have to cut the live stream. So we need to get above 20 viewers. Likes, we need to give something, boost the algorithm. So if you want me to continue TAing, I need your support. I need your engagement. So anytime we drop below 20 views, I either have to get the engagement or I have to stop the show. It's just what it is, because I'm not going to fall out of the algorithm again. All right, we've finally gotten back into it. I cannot have the algorithm thinking that since the guest left that everyone else is leaving with the guest, because it's going to just push you all to them, and I can't have that. So I need y'all to get me up to 20 viewers. All right, I will do Kronos for you. But after that, if no go, then we're gonna end the live. All right. I mean, it's doing something cool though. It's trending up. Here's the thing is, here's your TA. All right. We got an ascending broadening wedge, which is bearish. Eventually it's going to break down below this, and that's going to take us to basically zero, right? 0.000000 something, right? It's going to come down here to 0.0005, right? That's where it's going to come down to, right about here, when it does fall. Or it just respects this line and just continues to creep upward. I would say your buy zone is between 0.086, 0.085, and basically nothing. 0.00 whatever, right? Anything below that. So here's the potential we could see. We could definitely see it shoot up here again. It could hit, you know, 50 cents. It would probably fall short. I'm going to say 0.047 is going to be your exit point. And I would say even less. I'd say 0.045 is where I'd be getting out. I want to get out a little early. There's plenty of money to be made here. Don't be greedy. I'd even get out at 0.039. I'd start 139ing at, 0.035, 0.039, and 0.45. Excuse me. 0.34, 0.39, and 0.47. That's where I'd 139 out. Your screen is so tiny. I'm sorry. Come to Twitch and you won't have that problem. Send me a follow, and we're multi-streaming on multiple platforms. Other platforms, it's easier to see. I'll tell you what. Here, is that better? Can you see that? Does that help you? I'm trying to help you out, guys. I am. All right, so we're at 15 viewers. I'm gonna call it a night. If you guys want more TA, you got to send a gift now. That's where we're at. So send a gift and I'll stay on. Otherwise, we're gonna call it a night. What is the coin name? It's Kronos. Kronos, right here. Kronos. Miss Evie, thank you for the rose. I'll tell you what, I will set a goal, and if we don't reach it in the next 2 minutes, we'll... First of all, okay, we need a heart me. So we need to get a heart me within the next minute, and then we need to get like a galaxy within the next 2 minutes. Otherwise, we gotta call it a night. Because we're dropping below 15. That's where it's at. Oh, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, now we need to get a galaxy, or it needs to be a dollar or two more gift. Oh, you know what? Donuts. I need like 80 donuts. I need 80 donuts like yesterday. Let's see here. Where's the donuts at? There it is. We need 80 donuts. I know that sounds like a lot, but they're like, that's just what TikTok wants. Which is really, like, it's weird because TikTok wants us to basically perform where we were at like months ago. That's basically what it's telling me right now, is that they want us to perform like we used to. Do you guys see any of my goals? Are they even popping up? It didn't even work. I don't know. The live goal thing, it doesn't even work for me anymore. There's the donuts. Yeah, I need like 80 of those though. One ain't gonna cut it. I appreciate though a couple of them. I mean, I need like $5 or $10 to follow in here real quick. Otherwise, we're toast. I'm gonna go ahead and do Cardano for the guy that sent the, what is it? Mike Dillon. I can't pronounce that. I've always been bad about doing it. The names, but I'll go ahead and do Cardano for you real quick, and then we're gonna call it a night, unless I receive like a galaxy in the next couple minutes, because we're just not getting up there. We're at like 16, but it's just not good enough. TikTok wants it, so but I got you, since you helped me get the heart me and complete my goal. I appreciate that. But this might be the last one. Let's see, Cardano. Yeah, Cardano's coming down, broski. Expect to see 0.031 ish. 0.32 or 0.31. So 32 cents, maybe 33. Yeah, it's coming down. It's gonna do something like this. It's gonna come down here. Probably something like that. Probably coming to 20 cents long term. Would that be like June? Yeah, that makes sense. This is March. Yep. That kind of lines up with the timeline. Something like that. It's coming down. It could potentially go up, but it ain't gonna. I just know better. I ain't stupid. Yes, smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. All lowercases, no spaces. Thank you guys for the donuts and the roses and everything. I'll continue to TA. We were at like 16, 17, and we're just starting to fall down. Like the likes just aren't coming in. The gifts just aren't coming in. So I'm going to call it a night, guys. Thank you. Unless I receive a galaxy in the next, let's see, we're at 42, 15 seconds, or I'm out. We'll call it at 3 hours and 20 minutes. Nice round number. So yeah, we got to get a galaxy in the next couple minutes, or we're out. All right, that's it. All right, have a good night, guys. Take care. Appreciate you. Make sure you click the Discord link in my bio and get engaged with us. We're going to be trading. I'm also going to be live streaming again on Abstract and Twitch exclusively after this, where you can ask more questions about everything we talked about today, things that we can't say here on TikTok. No, not begging for tips, just trying to get the algorithm boosted. We're trying to get back to where we were. I've been on a break for a little while, but if you want to continue with the show, we're going to continue the show. I'm going to be playing some Call of Duty and doing TA as well for free, obviously, and we're going to be talking more about everything. But TikTok, it just is what it is. TikTok wants to make money. That's all they care about. All right, have a good night, guys. Make sure you send me a follow. Hit that follow button, guys. All right, have a good night. Somebody sleeping with somebody else. Just shut the fuck up, keep it to yourself. That's why you won't see me on your latest X space, cause you don't have balls to say it directly to my face. They always be talking behind my back, bro. I really don't care. I'm just trying. Yeah, the face cam is different today because we're going to be doing things a little bit different. Just wait and see. I got something special for you guys. We're going to try something new. See how it works out. Let's see here. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz the Crypto Goat. And today's live will be special. We're going to be doing something a little bit differently than we've done in the past. I'm convinced there was a cyber attack today. There was. We're going to talk about that. Probably going to have to do it on Twitch, though. We'll talk about that and all the other things that we can't talk about on TikTok, on Twitch. Let's see here. Yay! Jesse, your camera's off center.
I'm camera's off center. Okay,
Yeah.
1 second.
Better. Welcome, Jesse. What do you guys think of this new setup? We're going to have Jesse on the live with us as a co-host. And if you don't follow Jesse yet, make sure you click on her page and give her a follow. That's Revolution Starts Now. Say hi, Jesse.
Hi, you guys.
The floor is yours, Jesse.
Oh no, I'm just away from everybody so I don't get everyone sick, so voila.
Your camera's still a little off center.
Well, I don't have a big, beautiful studio, sir.
How do you like the setup? Like this chat? You're still off center. Your background, the little. I'm a stickler for professionalism. I get mad when they come in to the studio and they mess up the curtains because I like the curtains to look perfect in the background. You see the little corner in the right side of your screen, your backdrop. So
There's no light on that side.
you can see it.
Oh my god. You are impossible.
Professionalism.
Mm-hmm.
I need a goat background for my time to get rid of the money face. XRP could potentially go up from here, but this looks like a Head and Shoulders to me, baby. So we filled this FVG here. More of an imbalance. This is an imbalance that filled. And if you were in the trading class, you would understand these things, what we're talking about. Thoughts on Pengu? It's a meme coin. That is my thoughts. I am fully expecting a troll in the chat today. 100% expecting a troll today, and we're ready for it.
Are we?
We're ready. I'm so good with the trolls. I don't
The
mind
best
it.
part is I can't see it on my side.
Maybe they'll come troll you instead. That'll be better.
Thanks.
I've been receiving hate mail. Hate mail and messages from people who are mad because they didn't buy XRP because of me. But you know what? SXT returned way better than XRP did. And XRP's already coming back down. It didn't moon. It's already back to where it was in January. Hopefully you've seen my memes. If you haven't seen my memes yet, make sure you go and like, share, leave a comment, because they're hilarious. Why do people act like you can only make money on XRP? That is a great question. There are so many things that will pay you so much more than XRP will. They are in a cult. That's the problem. They're in a cult. And that's fine, you know, but like, don't be a bear, don't be a bull, be a goat. Be a goat. And add a goat to your name. Let everybody know that you are goated. Pengu outperformed XRP this month. Oh yeah, it did. The meme coins are always going to outperform. But you got to sell. You got to trade them. Jesse, how you doing today?
I'm good, just under the weather, unfortunately.
Huh? What are your thoughts on XRP? Do you own any?
Honestly, it's just I know nobody wants to hear this, but I think Ripple is just seeing how well it works, if they can stabilize the price, and I don't think it's ever going to 10K in this year or 20. I think it's more along the lines they want it to stay stable. That's why they're hiding money in wallets and dumping a whole bunch off. So, I mean, that seems really sketch. So, I don't know. It's got an unclear future.
Yeah, we got some news on XRP and why it's down today. Just wait till 3025. 3025, it'll be dead tech. That's funny.
Exactly.
Make sure you're hitting that like button. Share the show. Hashtag FYP in the chat. We got about 10 viewers right now. We're at about 5K likes, which is great. We need to, those are rookie numbers. We need to bump those numbers up. So make sure you are spamming the chat. You are putting in those hashtags. Because we want to thrive. We want to thrive as a channel here. We want to reach as many people as possible. That's the whole goal here. XRP will hit $4 very soon. Josh. Oh, Josh. I thought it was going to $100 very soon, Josh. What changed your mind? Was it this Ripple sell-off right here? Jesse looks bored.
No, I was thinking, I think the max it's ever going to go to is maybe $15, but that's a stretch.
I think it could do 25 by 2030. I think that's possible.
If it's still relevant, it's possible.
I think it'll still be relevant over the next 5 years. That's not that long away, you know. I think that's very possible, especially if they get rid of their supply and they're no longer dumping it. You'll see it do crazy stuff. Alexa says, "You're the GOAT. XRP rugged us." What'd I tell you guys? What did I tell you? XRP.
That's what I'm saying. What they're doing is sketchy.
Yeah, it's like the biggest scam of all time. And maybe it's on purpose to scare people away from it. Like, who knows? George Orwell says XRP is overrated. Absolutely. 100% overrated. I think that it will serve a purpose, but not what everyone's saying. Come on. Let's be real here. So many people talking about market cap and everything, but that isn't the only thing that determines. Dude, market cap matters, bro. Okay? and supply matters. Okay? And who holds the supply matters. This is a fundraiser, baby. This is a pyramid scheme at its finest. If you've ever done multi-level marketing, okay? Let me tell you right now, my family used to be all deep into the multi-level marketing. My mom sold Amway, all right? And so many other different products. And it doesn't mean that the product's not good, but the people on the top will always dump on the people on the bottom. That's just how it goes. That's the name of the game. XRPS sidechain is what I'm interested in, not XRP itself. I sold 75% of mine at the last high. George, what is XRPS? That's interesting. Jesse, can you look into XRPS? I guess it's a side chain. I'm more interested in Ripple. I think I would rather hold Ripple IPO stock than I would rather hold XRP. You know, XRP is just the token, and people always think that Ripple means XRP. XRP means Ripple.
Are you sure it's XRPS? I can't even find it.
Yeah, it looks like XRP sidechain. XRPS.
So is it XRPS or XRPSC?
George, help us out, buddy. George, we want to get rich too, bro. Don't gatekeep. Yeah, I'm all about looking into different stuff, but I don't think that XRP is this end all be all. No, it's XRPL EVM sidechain. Yeah, okay, XRPL. I've heard of this. Look into XRPL EVM sidechain. It's risking 1K for retirement. Now you're just jeebling, okay? We don't jeeble. We're investors. We're traders. All right? We are looking to become financially free. We're not just going to throw money at something and forget about it and hope we wake up one day rich. That's not how this works. That's hopium. And I get it. You all need hope in order to wake up every morning and go to your shit job. But if you really want to get out of that shit job, follow me. Become a subscriber. Become a deluxe subscriber. Let me coach you. Let me teach you how to actually become financially free. All right, go ahead, Jesse.
So XRPL EVM sidechain. It's a new development that merges the speed and efficiency of the XRP ledger with the smart contract capabilities of the Ethereum virtual machine. It operates as a separate sidechain connected to the XRPL mainnet Axelar bridge, decentralized interoperability protocol.
This guy
Ethereum
Jay,
capability. What?
hold on. I got to address this guy Jay real quick. We'll circle back to that, so leave it pulled up. This guy Jay says, I'm 20. That's how it works. So you just buy something and you hold on to it forever and hope that you get rich from it. That's how it works. That's how BTC works. No. That is not how it works, bro. People get rich on crypto because of its volatility. And with volatility, you can swing trade this thing and you can make some serious money. And you can do it quickly. Yes, you can gamble. You can put some money into something and hope for the best, have the hopium, and just hold on tight and never sell. And then one day only wake up $1,000 broke. Or you can take that $1,000 and trade it and you can grow that bag. I'm not saying XRP isn't going to make you money, but you can grow so much faster by trading. You don't even have to day trade. You can swing trade this thing, right? And XRP is beautiful for swing trading. But telling people that the hopium is going to make them rich and it's going to 10K is a disservice to the crypto community. All right? So Jay, Mr. 20-year-old that drives a Mercedes, okay? I drive a Mercedes, I drive a Corvette, I drive a lot of different cars, okay? I'm 37 years old and I'm actually retired, okay? And my cars are paid off. I don't have payments on them. My house is paid off. My land is paid off. Everything that I own is paid off, okay? So enjoy your car payment on that Mercedes, all right? You better trade crypto to make that payment. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
Well, I pretty much said everything. Ethereum capability. Developers can leverage familiar Ethereum tools like MetaMask, HardMask, and Remix. Leveraging XRP serves as a native token, facilitating transactions, network fees, and smart contract executions. Proof of authority. It utilizes a POA census model, prioritizing speed, efficiency, and security with faster block times and low transaction costs.
Nice. I actually like that. We're going to do more research on that. Put a pin in that, Jesse. I like XRPL. I think it runs quickly and efficiently and cheap. So I'm not turned off to the idea, but do I think XRP is the answer? No. Let's see here. MMG says Bullish Babe looks different. We've got Jessie, the revolution. She is on the front lines of freedom over here, ladies and gentlemen. She is fighting the good fight. And she does more than just crypto. So she is our political journalist. So Jessie, tell them about your show and what you do.
I just do recent headlines, what's going on in the world, what's going on here in America, and it's different perspective because I'm libertarian. I'm not one side or the other. I'm in the middle. So if I think something's bad, I'll post it, but majority we just talk about the news and go down lots of rabbit holes because sometimes those rabbit holes lead to another side.
Yeah, and I think that your show is actually really fun. I really enjoy watching your show. So if you don't follow Revolution, that's Jessie, our fact checker. Make sure you follow her. She's going to be doing her own show in her own lives, and it's going to be a more political based show, and but still fact based, right? Because we don't want to create echo chambers, and we want to allow people who have an opposite opinion to basically have the floor. Because if they're going to be screaming Hail Hitler, we want to know who these people are so that we can distance ourselves from them, right? Let them say it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, chat, you are so bad. I can't even read some of this stuff. I can't.
I'm kind of glad I can't see it.
Oh my God, chat is so bad. They're talking about you, Jessie. Apparently you are beautiful.
Aww.
Big Baller says, wow, so nice to look at someone so beautiful. I told you she's beautiful.
Aww.
I'm not allowed to ask for pineapples anymore. That's on you guys. Mother of Dragons is our... oh, there she is. As soon as I said it, she pops in with the... She's our HR now.
She felt it in the force.
Yeah. I'm buying another 10K of XRP this week. Oh, Josh. Josh.
Let him have his dream. He's out there trying really hard, and he seems to be doing well on his own.
You know what? I have to give this to Josh. He's 18 years old, and he's at least in XRP and not in the trenches trying to trade butthole coin. So,
Oh my God.
I give him that. He's at least somewhat educated and like trying to do something. So he's a smart kid. I think he's just caught in the echo chamber right now. That's all. But he's here now. He's part of the show. I'll tell you what, he's become a lot more conservative with his price numbers and the things he says now. He holds back a little bit because I'll tell you what, a few weeks ago when he was here, he was preaching 25K, 100K, something XRP. Now he's like $4. That's a big swing. That's a big swing in the right direction. Let's see here. What does chat say? I want to do TikTok shop tactics. Help. TikTok shop. We love TikTok shop. We love TikTok shop. Fredrum, become a deluxe subscriber and I can help you to get onto TikTok shop immediately without any restrictions, without any thing holding you back as a creator. It doesn't matter how many likes you have, how many followers you have. I can get you on the TikTok shop selling within the week. I have connections. Oz, you're in
Mine
your
just
own
opened.
live. It says, Oz, you're in your own live in chat. Imagine that. Am I really? Oz is in the live. Goat, come up here. We want to have the goat as a guest on the show. Send the goat. I'm going to send a multi-guest request for the goat. No guest request invites yet. Let's see here. Where's Ozthecryptogoat? Oh, look it. Oh, it won't let me invite him. Oh, man. There is an Ozthecryptogoat in the live right now. I see it, but he won't come up. Come on, bro. Sell me some XRP. Sell me on the moon cheese. I want to buy it. Goat, let me ask you a question. How's your trading experience going? That is crazy. Let's see here. XRP will be at 298 at 2 a.m. buy. It will go up to 250 next day by 10 a.m. And then, oops, 350. That's possible. Marco says, I'm buying another 10K of SXT. With the money faces. Money faces on SXT, okay? SXT lags a little bit, but bro. And the narrative is not even there yet. Wait till the narrative comes. Bro. Jesse, what
Do you think it's going to stay at $3 and not go down?
What, XRP? Are you talking to your chat?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Do I think it's going to stay at $3 and not go down? No. I think depending on how high it goes will depend on how low it goes. But eventually when this cycle is over, it will come back down. Unless we're in like a long extended cycle and we go into a bear market where we come back to like $2 again. But it won't stay at $3 forever. No, it will fluctuate forever and always. Just imagine.
All right, what did you need?
I forget. Oh,
sorry.
Let's talk about SXT. Obviously there's some people that know SXT and those that don't. Let's let them know what we stumbled onto. The greatest crypto in the history of crypto. I'm just kidding. But it's great. It's a one of a kind, that's for sure. And I think once the narrative is there, and I think the narrative is being built right now. So Trump had done some things recently with data. Oh, My foot massager's going off under the desk. Hold on, guys. Have the awesomest foot massager underneath my desk. It is amazing. Highly recommend. Sharper image, baby. Sharper image. Let's see here. When SXT wants to pump, you will know exactly. When you see the football goal posts on SXT, buy. Yeah, SXT is basically one of those. It's the canary in the coal mine, right? So it has a canary. It will scream when it's about to pump. It will tell you when it's time to buy. It is so... It is perfect for the new trader to learn from. That's why I chose it. What brokerage is that I'm using? This is TradingView. Oz, I never said it won't hit 10K anymore. I just said $4 for the next move. Oh my God. Josh, you're still on the 10K Mooncheese. Josh. I feel like we need to
He's talking about XRP?
Yeah. He's still on the 10K
That's
train.
like saying Bitcoin's going to be relevant in 5 years. It's just not. That bubble's going to pop. And
it'll
by
still
that
be
time,
relevant.
nobody's going to care. Not really. Nobody's going to invest in it like they are now.
STX. STX makes it relevant. You showed us that. I think it does something amazing. Bitcoin will always be a placeholder in this place. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. Give it 20 years, maybe it goes away. Anonymous says, Oz, have you changed your mind on the bull market? What do you mean, changed my mind? That I think we're going up? I've been saying we're going to go up since XRP hit 163. And then I said it was going to go down a couple times, and it did. And then I said it's going to go up. Now I'm saying it's going to go down. I think it's got a little bit more downward movement, just a little bit. That's why the red light's on. And then it's going to go back up again. That's what it does. It goes up and it goes down. Who unalived Hulk Hogan? Interesting question. I had that same thought, but we're going to talk about that on Twitch. There's been a lot of mysterious, prominent people. And let me tell you right now, I have to have surgery. That's how Hulk Hogan died, surgery complications. I'm probably not going to have surgery just because of who I am. I think I'm going to end up having to deal with this pain and just go on living.
Look what happened to Ozzy Osbourne. He had that surgery and he was never able to walk again without being in severe pain.
Right. I'll tell you what, I had back surgery before and it just made it worse. It just made it worse. Why are you on the list? Mastrotech. Why am I on the list? That is the right question. That is the questions you should be asking yourself. But those are also the questions I can't answer just yet. I do use cold wallets. I have several. Oz, I'm no longer looking at you since Jessie is on my eyes. Are all on her, LOL. Oh, Jessie is a star. Here, let me help you. Is that better?
Stop it.
Is
You
that better,
stop it.
chat?
Stop.
Or maybe I
Stop.
should put the moon guy up here. I have a moon man. Can we speak on healthcare triangle stocks? What are your thoughts? My thoughts are, you tell me. This is more of a crypto show. I think healthcare stocks are good. I'm more into defense contracts. Alexa says, Oz gonna get jealous. Oh, I'm already jealous. I'm a ham. I want all the attention on me. And here's this beautiful young lady soaking up all the attention. I'm sure everyone is rushing to her side of the live for a better view.
It's the same view.
Jake Claver is so right. I'm not even funny, to be honest. Oh my god, the Jake Claver guy. Dude, I looked into Jake Claver, bro. I've seen enough moon cheese. I'm good. Jake Claver moon cheese. My word. Thoughts on SXT? Oh, since you should mention it, Jesse, what are your thoughts on SXT and what does it do?
Okay, so this one's a lot of fun and actually has done really well for me and I'm sure other people. It's a native utility token of the Space and Time Network, a decentralized data warehouse that aims to bridge the gap between traditional data systems and blockchain technology. Securing the network, validators to the Space and Time Network is required to stake SXT tokens to participate in security networks. I think the most important part is their partners, which is Microsoft and where's the other one?
Chainlink.
Chainlink, yep. And Chainlink. Those are its partners, and anybody who's bought Microsoft knows how it goes.
Exactly. And Primes, we're just going to call you Primes. Dude, where did you hear about SXT? SXT could do 50x long term. I think it could do more. I really do. I think it could do 100x. And with the right narrative, like if it had the XRP narrative behind it, which it could potentially get, I could see it doing way more. The market cap is so low on it. It's in like 150 million. Wait till it gets in the billions. It's newish on Coinbase. Look at chat. Look. Prime has discovered SXT on his own. All right. People are starting to find the narrative. The narrative is creating itself.
Yeah, Big Baller said that this is going to be big. SXT could do 500 times what it is, and I agree. I think this is going to blow up.
I think it could do 1,000x by 2030, to be honest with you. And that's obviously like a moon cheese pipe dream. Okay. But I've seen other projects do that. And you have to understand that the market cap is so low and the coin supply is so low that it's actually possible. Because, and that's why it's not as possible with XRP, because the market cap's already so high. It would take trillions upon trillions. Hi, AB. How are you doing? How's adoption for SXT currently? They're actually pushing for these data infrastructure. So Trump just did something on it. Big Baller knows more about it.
Yeah, he just said this is the easiest coin to take profits. I agree. I took a little bit of profits this run. Obviously just a little bit, and then when it dropped I put the rest back into it, but Yeah, this one's going to be fun because we bought in so low.
Justin just said, why is no one talking about XRP ETFs tomorrow? And I have the answer to that. Let's see here. Where is it? SEC grants, then halts approval for crypto ETF with XRP. Expert calls it a bizarre situation. So, XRP's ETF is on hold. It's not happening. That's why, and we'll get into this more later. Let's talk more about SXT though. But there's your answer. What is SXT? SXT is space and time. It is off-chain data verification. It's the only thing that does data verification off-chain. The most secure way to store your data. Period. Basically, it can't be hacked.
I think you're right, Big Baller. The banks are going to start fighting back, and that's the whole thing. They're going to get regulated. They're not going to be able to give people these ridiculous loans or mortgages. Everything is going to come down to investigating them, and they're going to fight that tooth and nail because one thing banks don't like is being investigated.
You know, the banks are already on the verge of collapsing.
And last time they got bailed out. There is no bailing them out. We're too far in debt. That's just not a possibility.
Crypto is the bailout, in my opinion. It's the race to the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got
Trump just signed a bill for AI storage, and that's SXT. And if that's true, that's a big deal.
Exactly.
Oz, unless you figured out a way to live forever. He probably does. He came from Hollywood. I couldn't imagine he doesn't.
adrenochrome.
Shh, no, you didn't.
Bro, Big Baller can't see your messages. That's because he's on Jesse's live. He's a traitor.
No, I can actually see their messages and comment. You get too many, so I can give them each individual attention. That's the only difference.
I'd stop watching
Oh,
if you
thank you,
did.
Callie. No.
Dude, I would never do
He
the
said-
adrenochrome stuff. Come on.
Yeah,
You know better.
they're saying they're Switzerland. Yeah, and that's down a terrifying road. There's not one you can come back from.
Dawn says, anyone holding XRP? I'm not holding it. I'm trading it. Jesse, are you trading XRP?
No. I'm just letting it sit because I bought so low, and I still believe that it's gonna go higher. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but probably in a couple months, and I'll pull out then.
Right. Yeah, if you're not a day trader, you're not a swing trader, I get it. Buy and hold. You know.
Hi, Callie.
But buying right now at $3. You got Crypto Callie in your live too? Jesse, you're gonna be more
I don't know
popular
who's in my
than I
live,
am.
but I know the name, and I've watched him before, so it's called Just Being Kind.
Jesse's gonna push me out.
Oh, thank you, Big Baller. That's so sweet. Here's my question for you about crypto, though.
TikTok seller says
everyone's-
Jesse could definitely be more popular.
No, I'm not smart enough about crypto. I look at the news of crypto, but I can't do price points, which is why this works, because I can look at the news, evaluate it, but there's no way I can look at a chart and be like, this is happening. That just wouldn't work. But my thing is on just your stance. Is Bitcoin going to be more popular in 5 years, or will it be XRP or ADA or Solana or Ethereum? Like, what's the reality? Like, who has the most utility?
I don't think XRP has the utility that's being pushed out. I think Ripple does. I think stablecoins are going to end up being it. I really do. The future is bleak for crypto. Decentralization is going out the window. We're marching in lockstep for it too. Everybody wants their bags to pump, so they are cheering on things like the stablecoin bill, which basically lead us down that road.
Right.
People always march in lockstep for the opposite of what they want because they want a short-term goal. They'd rather slap a Band-Aid on something than actually try to dig out the bullet from the bullet wound.
So just like a Band-Aid on a cracked cement block. So that's pretty much what it is.
Won't inflation eat your stablecoin? That's a
good question.
That is a good question. That's why I like RWAs. Why would I want something that's backed by fiat when I could have something that's backed by a real world asset? Here's the thing. I'm not sure inflation will affect the stablecoins. You're getting all the gifts too, huh? Dang.
No, they're easy gifts.
Dang. All right.
Can you stop
You're
for
about
5
to-
seconds?
you're
The whole
about to get
world doesn't
rugged.
revolve around you.
Jesse's about to get rugged.
Hi, Crypto Callie. Thank you.
Crypto Callie's coming on the show tomorrow.
I know. I'm excited for that.
That'll be fun. I'm excited to talk crap about XRP. Simon with the hand hearts.
You say that, but you invest in it.
I don't invest. I trade. There's a difference. I invest into stocks. Okay? I trade crypto. There's a big difference. Let's see here.
Okay.
I need a live goal. You gift to send me. Gift to send me.
Thank you, TikTok seller.
Gift to send me. Let's do heart me's. Gift to send me with the heart me's. And make sure you're sending Jessie gifts as well. I'm just giving her a hard time. I'm actually really glad to see. What's your viewership at right now?
Not high, but I appreciate all the people in the chat and on my side. I have 6 people and they're awesome and being really supportive.
That's great. Now I don't feel so bad. I'm just kidding, Jessie. If you guys don't follow Jessie, make sure that you follow her. Send her a heart me. Let's promote her channel. Let's promote her as a creator. She is an awesome, phenomenal creator, and she is going to be doing her own show. She's going to be doing a more political side of journalism, right? So we're financial. She's going to be more political and current events. And I think it's good. What are you going to talk about, Jessie? What's your next live?
We're still on the Epstein files. We haven't gotten past that yet. It's all tied up in the court, and the problem is, anytime there's redaction to anything, which you do have to keep the survivors and the victims' names, out of it. But what happens is there's a state of mind when people look at things and something is scratched out, their first thought is, what are they not telling me? And even though it's a victim's name or a survivor's name, it's irrelevant because people, and it's just automatic. If you see something scratched out, you're going to try to read it. You're going to try to see what they wrote. And that's what's going on. And until, you can put the cane sugar in the Coke, you can do all these things, but we want the list. I don't care who's on it, right, left, middle, elites, company, I don't care. We all want the list, and I think all of us are really in agreement about that. And until that gets more sorted out with the courts, I think that's just been the number one thing everyone talks about.
Even if my name is on the list, I want the list released. Okay? Even if my name was on there. Yes. I don't think it's on there. But if it is, I still want it released.
See, oh, also I'm doing a women-focused show, and we're going to be doing it on Sunday. So hopefully you guys, with Francesca and Mother of Dragons and Belle, and hopefully you guys are able to join that as well, because they are amazing women.
So
the queens of the chain.
MMG and Josh are having it out in the chat. If you want to, you guys want to squabble on Discord, click the link on my bio, go to my Discord, because I want to be a part of that. I want to hear this stuff. So please take it to my Discord. I want to hear it because I will be the neutral party there. Jesse's there as well too. We're there to fact check things. So make sure y'all squabble on my Discord. Yeah. I feel like we should have Josh up here to squabble a little bit. Should we bring up Josh?
I don't mind. I don't completely disagree with him, but I noticed with the both of you, there's some, like, yes, you're right sometimes, yes, he's right sometimes, but really you guys are arguing about the same thing, and it's pretty much the middle ground that you do agree on. You just don't agree on the extremes, if that makes any sense.
Let's see, how do I call Josh? Forget how to do this all the time. I told Josh that he was going to come on today.
Okay.
And then, oh, here it is. I figured it out. Let's see. Is he going to show up? Or is he squabbling with MMG?
For the gifts.
We don't want the list. We want the videos. Anyone can put a name on a list. We want the goods. Okay, let's be clear about that. We do not want child pornography released to the internet. But what we would like is the clips from the videos that show the faces of each individual person. Definitely. But we need to redact anything that's criminal.
No, you know what the problem I have with it is, the people who, and I'm saying list because that's what people want, they already have it. The depositions, all of it. If you just listen to the survivors,
Yo, can you hear me?
the hundreds of them,
yes,
that's all you need. But they don't listen to women. They only listen to men.
So we got Josh. Can you hear Josh, Jesse?
Yes, I can.
I just want to close on this fact. Boilermaker says a list means nothing. And we're going to talk more about this on Twitch exclusively at the end of the live. The last hour, we're going to talk about the Epstein stuff. I'm going to do some more story time. And we're going to talk about the DJ story.
Oh, God.
But we'll talk about that. But I just want to close on this last fact real quick, that there may not be a list, but there's definitely evidence that needs to be released so that we can create said list. Okay? There may not be a list in quotations. Okay? And that's where they play semantics to get you. All right? Hi, Francesca. All right, Josh, what's going on, buddy? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. You think we can get MMG in here too or not?
Yeah. Do you know how to bring him in?
I know he's in the Discord server, so I mean we could create like a temporary messaging group chat and I'll add the both of you in there.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
And then all right.
Francesca says, much love to Oz, but I'm headed back to Jesse. Jesse with all the love.
Fredrum said,
MMG
Oz,
is in
thanks
your
for your
lounge
time, buddy. I
voice
love you.
chat on your Discord server.
All right, let me see here. I'm not good at this. Let's see. There should be... Admin lounge? No.
I believe it's the open one under voice channels.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. I'm in MNGs now. There it is. What up?
Bonjour.
Hey, MMG, you're a little quiet. Can you turn your mic up a little bit?
Yeah, I might have to turn it up on Discord. Let me look. Or sometimes also you can turn up the mic if it doesn't let me. Let me see.
So we're gonna squabble this one out here. Let's get to the bottom of it. The gloves are off. XRP is a scam. I'm just kidding. I don't know if it's a scam. I'm not 100%
I'm not. It's a scam camp.
Yeah,
That's not me.
I know. I'm just being hyperbolic. Okay, like, and we have Jesse here. Jesse's gonna fact check anything that should come and rise from this conversation here. So let's start with MMG since he's a newcomer here. Welcome to the live.
Thanks for having me.
I've been trying to get you on for a while, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, especially like recently, I've been like having some long work days, so I haven't even been able to have my own live streams. I'm starting earlier than I'd like to and going a little extra long. I work in crypto, and so it's been a fun time in the market. And certain clients are a little demanding.
Work in crypto. Elaborate.
Yeah. So, I mean, like a few years ago, like I would have said work in crypto as in like I just do DeFi for myself, right? But then I was brought in-house for a DeFi protocol on Ethereum about 3 years ago, and so I did that for a year or so, and then transitioned from that to working for an agency. And so now it's a marketing agency, but yeah, I write blogs, threads, and documentation for different blockchains. I work for different blockchains, DeFi protocols, games, etc.
Okay, cool. That's actually pretty awesome. So
yeah, it's like a dream job to me.
Yeah, so you're
like,
in
I
it,
get
man.
to wake up and do crypto. Yeah. I've
You're-
been like full time for over 5 years, like haven't done anything other than crypto for like 5 years, and only because I had taken like 2 years off, just like being like a trench like degen, and I was like, I should probably get an actual job before it looks really weird on my resume.
Facts. So from the trenches to the blockchain. That's amazing, man. So as you all know, and hello Josh, how are you doing?
What's up?
Glad to have you. You all know Josh here in the chat. Josh comes on quite often and we squabble a little bit, and then usually by the end of the live Josh is on our train. We'll see. Josh, I believe in you, bro. And I believe that you have a bright future. I just believe that because you're young, you're like, I'm okay, I can lose, right? So I feel like you're just feeding into the hopium because of your situation. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I wouldn't say hopium because I originally got into XRP before I even heard people talk about it.
All right. So, what is do you think that this thing's going to go to 10K?
I think it certainly has the ability to do that, but there are like certain catalysts that have to play out. Because, you know, I've been very vocal, like this can't happen with like retail alone.
Obviously. But if there's an injunction, how do we get institutions into it? And
You know,
hold on.
you want to start?
Go. Actually, go ahead. Answer that question.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to the injunction question. I saw the other day that they ruled Ethereum won't be in security, which I know we talked about that. So I believe even if there is like a slight chance that it was, I don't think that they'll care. I think that they would just move through with it. And that's like the greatest opinion that I could give on that.
What do you think, MMG? You think we're going to 10K with this thing?
10K per XRP. No, I don't think so.
Why is that?
I think simple, like, I know tons of people in the XRP community hate to hear it, but like when you compare the market cap, so like, which is just a simple like equation to value that asset, like it doesn't really make sense. It would be worth more than the entire crypto market, like, and then some. Like the leaps and bounds that you have to take to get there just don't add up. So like that would be like one thing to say. Then like outside of like the market cap equation in itself, um, just like logically speaking, like when people make up a lot of these arguments to get there, like when they try to like reason, well, here's how it could happen. They're like, well, if XRP took over the entire world and then all of the money went into this one centralized company and did what no other company has ever been able to do in the history of mankind, and what people have for the history of mankind stopped individual companies from doing for things like monopoly purposes, etc. But XRP, well, Ripple is going to do it. Like it doesn't. It's not really rational.
I agree with that sentiment, 100%. I think it's irrational to think that a company that is basically there's other rival companies is going to be this end all be all. I mean, David Schwartz himself at the XRP conference out of his own mouth said that XRP won't be this end all be all one world thing and control everything, that it will be an ecosystem. And if that's the case, how does it reach 10K? Even with institutional money, there's just not enough liquidity because market cap does matter.
I think I think like the counterpoint, and I just want to be clear, I don't associate myself with the group of people that just post about it. Like they just say it's going to go to 10K. Like I have my actual reasons for it. But I think like the overall point to look at here is David Schwartz also hasn't ruled out that a $10,000 price is impossible. And he's actually tweeted multiple times in the favor of that happening under circumstances, which in my opinion would have to be settling the derivatives market, which is an actual issue. And then obviously XRP right now that I know of is the only blockchain that does real-time, what do you call it? Basically the audit of the transaction. So like Solana, for example, can take up to 3 minutes to validate a transaction. And that's like a huge thing, especially for banks. Like if you're operating in the SWIFT system and the government passes some sort of legislation that tightens the rules on that, you would need something that can validate during a transaction and not after.
Okay, let's back up to what you said about what David Schwartz said. Okay, David Schwartz and Brad Garlinghouse, all these people that are affiliated with Ripple, they have everything to gain from keeping the price up. So they're never going to openly come out and admit that those prices are or are not possible. You know, so that's not really an argument for me, because I take everything that they say with a grain of salt, because just like Brad Garlinghouse saying that they could potentially take over 14% of Swift, of course they could potentially, but even that is probably not going to happen.
I mean, it would just depend. I think like overall, if we were to address it, I mean, there's so many millionaires just even on the planet alone. So, assuming like ETFs came in, that would boost the overall liquidity. And if they decided that they were going to use it, it could become an actual asset. And I mean, they've been very vocal that Ripple is going to use XRP. So I don't see how that's a contrary. Like, just because they have everything to gain doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying, right? Like, at the same time, they've basically already gotten rich off of it. So at this point, they don't really gain that much extra about saying it if it wouldn't even happen in the first place.
Well,
I would
greed.
jump in and
Yeah,
say
go ahead.
I don't think it's that they're lying. It's just that they're avoiding telling the truth in some of these cases. Like they don't want to Oz's point, like they're not going to go out there and bash their own token. And it's not really even bashing the token, but they're not going to talk. Number one, from somebody who works in crypto, it's like a no-no for you to talk about price whatsoever. For you don't really talk, if you're a blockchain, you don't talk about price or yield, period. It's not allowed. Like, so they're not going, so they're going to avoid that conversation. And when people bring up those numbers, they're going to avoid answering it most of the time. Like, it's just something they're not going to do. And so that's kind of on the community. What they could do a better job of, though, however, is like reeling people in and educating them, like how to actually find these valuations, how to actually study the blockchain, how to it kind of baffles me that they don't do that more when when everybody else in crypto, it's again, as somebody in crypto, and I've also seen, I forgot his name, he works for Cosmos blockchain on here, but he mentioned this in one of his videos as well. It's kind of like the laughing stock behind the scenes too, and it's like not the laughing stock because XRP is a bad product or something. It's just because like this community like throws out these like astronomical numbers, and it's just like, man, this is like, it really comes off as the most uneducated like sector of crypto, specific to like how crypto actually works.
Right. Throwing out these crazy numbers does a disservice to the entire crypto space. We have to, if we're going to say something that something's possible is going to happen, we need to have facts to back it up. Like, this is how it's going to happen. And like MMG said, a lot of those facts don't add up because no company ever in the history of mankind has ever amounted to the aspirations that they are giving Ripple. And look at Circle and Coinbase working together. They now are in direct competition with Ripple and can do everything that Ripple can do.
Yeah, I would comment that with a question to Josh, like, because I don't believe this is the case, and so if you have an example of this, please share it with me. But like, why, like, because in your assumption here, like this, like, well, Ripple would do this for the derivatives market. Why would somebody use an individual cryptocurrency like a volatile asset? Because even if Ripple or XRP doesn't move a whole bunch compared to like some of these other like other altcoins or Bitcoin or whatever, it's still a volatile asset compared to a stable coin. And so I'm like, why would somebody use that versus a stable coin? Like when we look at all other markets and all over, they don't use any cryptocurrency. They could be using a cryptocurrency right now. They choose not to. Whenever they're going to use like a stable coin. So like, why would we suddenly shift to this use of XRP? Also, you mentioned like the finality thing of like XRP handling things so quickly, and you mentioned that sometimes Solana might take 3 minutes. However, Solana's actual finality is a lot shorter than that, right? I believe it's like a few seconds or like a few milliseconds. It's like not very long actually. And when you were bringing up that sometimes it takes Solana longer, that's because Solana handles like the most transactions of like on average of like any blockchain, and like in comparison, XRP Ledger has never handled that many transactions, and so like they're not battle tested either.
It's theoretical still. Unused.
I think the biggest point is that all these other cryptocurrencies use smart contracts. And when you actually look at banks and how they're currently using Swift, they actually don't prefer smart contracts because they're more vulnerable to hacks. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong with smart contracts. So they actually don't prefer smart contracts. And XRP makes sure that everything is on the layer 1 side of it. So you're avoiding smart contracts by using XRP. And since XRP can be, I mean, it's basically part of the XRPL, and they plan on combining it with their stablecoins. So the slippage argument, it's realistic, but it doesn't work in that way, and it would just be that they're using the liquidity that XRP has to offer and to swap between different currencies or liquidity pools. And I think even David Schwartz has said this before in an interview not too long ago, that if he had to make the strongest argument for why banks would use XRP over other assets, is because it can connect with different coins. Like XRP could co-interact with other countries' CBDCs, whereas that's not exactly possible with other assets.
MG, you got a rebuttal on that one?
Yeah, my rebuttal on that would basically be that, like, yeah, well, it doesn't have like support for like full smart contracts, or at least as logical as like you see on like Ethereum or so. It does still have like smart contracts on the XRP ledger. Like, yeah, they're not. It's not Turing complete. It's like akin to like a Bitcoin level. So it's like the logic is not nearly as sophisticated. But yeah, uh, I have nothing to the banking side of things. I also don't think that they would do things entirely off chain. I don't know. To me, the argument kind of falls flat, but might need
Brian in the
to hear
chat
more.
says that burn rate will have to increase, and that's what's going to make the price go up. But let me tell you right now, the supply of XRP, it would take like 1,000 years if XRP was used on a global scale to burn enough for it to actually increase the price to some of these, like the $1,000 price range. It's not even $10,000.
Another fun thing to look at with that, Oz, is like, because like you can compare existing products, right? And so like Ethereum is an existing product that burns with each transaction. And actually there's like millions of dollars of Ethereum that burn like on a daily, weekly basis, like millions of dollars in comparison to XRP. It does like what XRP does in a year in like a few days. Like, right? If that, like, it's above most, and it's not moving my point here is that it's not moving the price.
Exactly.
So if you have this thing that's burning millions of dollars and XRP hasn't caught up to that yet, it's like we're seeing the proof in the pudding that like just burning millions of dollars is not enough to move the price of an asset that has a smaller supply.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe XRP can operate fractionalized so that they don't even need a whole XRP to facilitate a transaction.
Yeah, that's correct as well. And also for like when people bring up the argument of like, because I've seen this argument around sometimes, and there was like an article a while ago where they were like, well, if XRP moves back and forth between hands this much, I'm like, they threw out like this theoretical number of XRP that if this much move back and forth, then this would happen. And it's like, but you don't even need to move that much back and forth. Like, quite honestly, if there's not enough, like if you're moving $100,000 at a time, like then you're just moving 100. You can, sure, you could maybe do the full 100,000 if you had enough liquidity and that you didn't have to incur slippage. But if you did not have enough liquidity, like what would you do? You do the same thing that we've learned, like that I've learned on decentralized. You transfer smaller amounts, and that's how you would get the transaction across. You just wouldn't transfer the largest amount of XRP. And a lot of people have this like argument that like, oh, it has to have this certain value so that it can handle that much volume. And not really. Like, not really. You've maybe gone to ChatGPT and asked it this question and you haven't like rebutted it enough. You haven't like countered its arguments enough, because when you do, you get more full answers, because that's like the truth of it. That's what you do with any money market. It's like, okay, we don't have enough money, but this person needs this. Like, well, we do multiple transactions.
I think like overall the burn argument is pretty lame inside the XRP community. I think that's like a really bad basis point to argue for a higher price. I would see, honestly, it's more likely for maybe 5 million millionaires deciding that they want XRP, or they were advised by their financial advisors or whoever they have in their circle to purchase XRP. And if that were the case, that would limit it to about 7 to 8 XRP per person, which significantly lowers what Ripple has to work with. But going to the divisibility part, it would be down to 6 decimal places or drops. So it lets basically XRP handle tiny transactions, which is good because, I mean, in theory, it could basically process millions of small payments or move billions in a single transaction, unlike stablecoins, which would be my argument against stablecoins.
Hey Ray, thanks for deluxe subscribing. Appreciate you.
What was the unlike stablecoins part? Sorry, I missed that.
So like basically, because it has 6 decimal points, it basically allows XRP to process millions of small payments and move billions of dollars in a single transaction, unlike stablecoins.
But like wouldn't you just like go to like a smaller like you don't necessarily have to move a full dollar. Like that's kind of like how dollars work, right? Like it's already down to decimals. So I'm kind of like missing like what part you're saying is the unlike stable coins part.
So like I would say like the reason why banks would need an asset that can scale for both retail and micropayments is because trillion-dollar flows and derivatives and cross-border payments and all these things, you get really low fees per transaction, unlike other coins. And like even like with stable coins, it doesn't really work because if everybody has their own stable coin, now you run into the issue where people have to move their money between the stable coins, which unless you're doing it through XRP, you have to pay a ridiculous amount of fees to move it back and forth, and then you have liquidity issues again. So
Well, in the case of that argument alone, like at least the part where you ended it, like unless you're doing an XRP, that's like assuming the XRP is the only option. Like it's not even the fastest blockchain. Like
Exactly.
it's a
Right.
blockchain. It's a blockchain, but there's tons of blockchains that are faster and cheaper than XRP at this point. Like most blockchain developers go, okay, speed and cost don't really matter as much as like security, and then we figure out these other things. You need security, you need adoption, period, and then you figure out the other steps. Because like the speed and like they can only get so fast. Like again, we got blockchains that are down to like a millisecond, under a millisecond and stuff now. Like XRP is not at that level. And so, like, if we were just talking about speed and cost, then it loses, and we'd be talking about these other blockchains that are faster.
Let me tell you something that in that argument is security will always trump speed and cost. People want secure transactions, especially if this is institutional at a global scale. They're going to want to make sure that their money is secure.
100%. I like to break that down, like explain this one time because like somebody was on one of my live streams and they were arguing. They're like, "Oh, well, the security doesn't matter, blah blah blah. This is what matters, the speed." And I was like, "It's not even the fastest." But then I explained it this way, and like some of the stuff, like again, I came from like being a poor degen to making a decent amount of money in crypto, and then like being truly like immersed in the industry. And like when I was immersed, I'm like working with hedge funds and stuff and institutions all of a sudden. Like, so all of a sudden I get to see like, I'm coming from the side of like, how do I increase $5 to $20 to $100 to 1,000, etc. And then I'm being met with people that are millionaires, plus that are like, okay, well, we can't even enter the liquidity pools that you're talking about because like we'd incur too much slippage. And like that stuff didn't even cross my mind. But then they like also mentioned that like yeah, like that's when I first heard like security is the thing that matters the most. And so I like to kind of explain that by going like, if you were a millionaire or a billionaire, right, and you needed to move your funds from wherever you were to like some bank downtown or whatever building downtown in your city, like, and you have two options. You have the option of like somebody with like a rickshaw who can get you there in 10 seconds. He'll transfer your $4 billion or $4 million downtown in 10 seconds, but he's gonna put your money in a rickshaw. It's like there's no windows, there's no security, it's not bulletproof, etc. Or you can get it downtown in an armored vehicle that's going to take 10 minutes. As you're always going to choose the armored vehicle. You're not going to risk your money, your capital, for speed. That does not matter to you. What matters to you is that at the end of the day, your money gets to where you thought it was going to get.
Exactly. And right now, the narrative is utility. The next narrative coming is going to be security. And that's why I'm so bullish on SXT, because SXT basically is security. But please go on.
I think my like core argument is I'm not really on the speed side. I'll be the first person any day to agree that XRP isn't the fastest blockchain out there. But the reason why banks would use it is literally just due to the fact that it has validation while the transaction is going through. And that's something Solana or Ethereum both do not have. And banks would prefer that over anything else any time of the day. Even if we're talking about cryptocurrencies or not, being able to validate a transaction while it's happening and not after is much, much safer. So, if we were to talk about stablecoins, why would banks just use stablecoins over XRP? Stablecoins are infinitely, like, there's no supply limit to stablecoins. We see it with Tether, what they're doing with Bitcoin. So stablecoins, they just don't serve the same purpose as you could with XRP. And I mean, we could go back and forth on this any day, but I don't think that stablecoins in the long run would win here. I just don't think they would. Liquidity would be too far spread out. And then, I mean, we talked about this last time. If Walmart wants their own stablecoin, Amazon, even if that were the case, at the end of the day, they would still have to use XRPL to connect them all. So at that point, XRP wins regardless because of the volume that's being, created over the ledger. And then, a lot of people like to argue, well, the transaction is going in and back out, which is correct. It is going in and back out, but it's using the original liquidity inside of the ledger and then replacing it with whatever transaction is coming in front of it. So when you have banks using it 24/7, it just creates total 24-hour volume, which then, because there's only a limited supply of XRP, would then create the supply shock to where you have a larger asset price. And then obviously, if they were to do this, many people would probably most likely buy the asset. And when you really point it down, it's about 7 to 8 XRP per person, assuming everybody who is in crypto would want to hold XRP. So,
Well, with this limited supply you speak of, yes, there is a limited supply, but there's also Ripple dumping on people constantly. And I have an article right here. XRP news today. XRP dips 17% after Ripple's co-founder moves 175 million in XRP. So, and XRP, or excuse me, Ripple has restructured the way that their escrow operates, where they can unlock more than they ever have, and they're moving it into private wallets. And they're unloading it when not just at the end of the beginning of the month, but whenever they see fit. And the reason that they said that they do this is to stabilize the market. So how does that skyrocket the price if Ripple continues to dump on it?
I don't think them dumping it will long-term affect it at all. Like, I get people's concern with it, but I don't personally see it as an issue. I mean, people were dumping billions of dollars in Bitcoin the other day, and it's like nobody talks about it then. So I think the only difference is that they're part of the project. But the other thing is, XRP wasn't even called XRP when it was first created. And, even the Bitcoin maxis argue that Bitcoin's going to be used for payments, right? So it's literally the same argument, just different blockchains. And the side that everybody argues about is supply. If you were to run every single bank transaction on Bitcoin, which is impossible because it's way too slow, but if hypothetically you could, the price would be way too high. So when we're talking about $10,000, that's just a sweet spot where you can use less XRP per transaction over it being too expensive, because there's also issues on both sides. If it's too inexpensive, you run into issues, and if it's too expensive, you also have issues. So 100 billion tokens was thoughtfully thought out before they even created it, which is what many people fail to understand. So even if they unload, and let's say we have entire 100 billion circulating supply, it would get eaten up like insanely fast if it gets adopted. So that's why I've always said it's non-retail. It's just if they adopt XRP, the supply, like 100 billion really isn't that much realistically.
I don't really think that adoption is what you think it is, though. I think adoption is more or less use case and utility, it actually being used. But I don't think most banks are going to use XRP. And like MMG had stated earlier, it's about security. Banks are going to want security. People, institutional money, big players are going to want security. Retail is going to look for quick, fast, right? But the big players, they want security. And that's why I think I used to be, really bearish on Ethereum. But I'm starting to realize that Ethereum is probably going to be the one because it's the most secure and it's becoming more affordable every day. It's becoming faster as well. So unless Ripple can offer that security, I don't think that it actually gets adopted on this global scale like everyone thinks it's going to be, this global adoption of XRP. No, there will be some adoption where there are different use cases and it will be used, but it's not what you think, in my opinion.
I think to argue that Ethereum is safer than XRP is kind of a joke. I mean, I've already backtracked this. I don't like XRP. Like I said, I'll be the first person to admit other blockchains are faster. But Ethereum, at the end of the day, uses smart contracts, and the goal is to use XRP and not have smart contracts, because smart contracts are actually more unsafe. So, even XRPL uses a unique node list, which is a UNL consensus mechanism, and it uses, trusted validators and not miners, which confirms transactions in around 3 to 5 seconds. Whereas, you have Ethereum and it's more proof of stake, POS, which they've been using since 2022, and it's still exposed to risks. You could have chain reorganizations, and
can't you argue that the UNL is also exposed to risk and more risk than Ethereum and its thousands of validators? The UNL is nothing more than if you want to compare the UNL to Ethereum validators, all that's saying is that instead of having Ethereum's thousands and thousands of validators, not just nodes, because there's a difference between nodes and validators, but instead of having Ethereum's thousands and thousands of validators that operate trustlessly, you have a list of 35 that run the entire blockchain in a trusted manner. 35 versus thousands. 35 is a lot easier to corrupt than thousands of validators that you need to corrupt.
The difference, I would say, is that Ripple has private validators and trusted validators, whereas Ethereum, anybody can just become a stakeholder and hold large amounts.
That's
right?
the reason why Ethereum is more secure. It's permissionless. Anybody can run a validator versus you requiring, number one, they have this list of 35, and so it's trusted. And so there's concepts in crypto as trusted, which is where you get this federated consensus model, or trustless, which is like Bitcoin, where you don't have to trust anybody. It's trustless. You can run your own validator on Bitcoin, essentially. Right? You can run your own validator on Ethereum. With XRP, even if you strike up a node today, you can verify your own transactions. However, you do not just automatically get in that. You can't just become a validator. That's not possible. You need to have everybody else, a large consensus of the network, go, yes, let's put that person, we're going to put that person on our UNL. This person is trustworthy. We trust them. They have to say that they trust you, versus nobody having to say that they trust you and you still being able to use the network.
I mean, that would just be more open use. I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to who banks trust more, right? So if they decide that they trusted Ethereum more, then that would be a good argument. But so far, Ripple by far has way more NDA agreements. And
Well, it would be banks saying that they trust themselves more in this case, right? That they trust themselves, that they trust versus the list of 35 people that has already been predetermined and that has influence by a centralized company. They don't need that centralized company's list. They can just strike up their own validator and they can just confirm transactions and be a validator themselves.
And with the NDAs, man, that's not really a solid argument because every single person working at Ripple has an NDA. Every single the number of NDAs isn't really indicating that there's NDAs for multiple companies for adoption or all these different things. That's very speculative.
I mean, at the end of the day, the only person I saw at the White House was Brad Garlinghouse really representing on that edge. And at the end of the day, I mean, whichever way you want to look at it, I would still have to say that Ripple and the XRPL, ledger is far safer for banks. I mean, Ripple is already trusted by major banks. They're already working with them. So it would make sense. And literally the whole reason why Ripple even was continuing to develop on the XRPL is for this exact reason, right? Like that was the whole reason they were doing it. And they have the most connections. They have more insight. As a lot of people deny this, but they've been using the private XRP ledger this whole time testing, and they've already been doing it. So, I don't think there's any sort of issues on the XRP side, because if there was, they would have already presented them.
I don't think that Brad Garlinghouse being at the White House is also a good indicator of what you think it indicates. Okay, he's basically the face of the SEC's witch hunt that Trump has thrown out there that is happening, right? And that's part of why they're at the White House, because they're trying to figure out how to get this injunction lifted from them. And they're that voice of, we're in the crypto space and we're being attacked. So that doesn't really tell me that, oh, he has this, what do you call it? Like influence. What it tells me is that this is the face of the company that has suffered the most from the prior administration.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go
right.
ahead.
I mean, I'm not using it as like my whole argument.
Jesse, go ahead.
Okay. The thing with Brad Garlinghouse is he's a perpetual liar. He leaks out misinformation. The thing is, my thing is, I'm not saying either way how you guys feel or believe, but he has so many times just leaked information when he wants it to pump right before they dump a whole bunch of. He does a lot of things that are sketchy, and the newest thing with XRP is there with the just putting away in random wallets has been sketchy, and I don't think you should trust Brad Garlinghouse. That's just my opinion.
I don't trust him. I don't trust anything they say, anything they do. It's all a theater to me. And I notice, and like Jesse said, the timing is just so impeccable of when these things happen. What do you say, MMG?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of weight to somebody being at the White House. I wouldn't give that too much attention. Like honestly, it's a nice camera moment. But I would pay more attention to where people are putting their money, right? To Josh's comment about Ripple having more institutional partners or more bank partners, I think it was, like that's been their goal, to work with banks specifically, versus a blockchain that has had the goal of being decentralized and permissionless, as I stated earlier, where anybody can just choose to build on it. And so when people choose to build on Ethereum, they don't need a partnership. They just go and build on Ethereum. And that's why we've seen, when we look at the juxtaposition between like Ethereum and XRPL, where are people choosing to actually build? Where's JP Morgan choosing to build? Where's Franklin Templeton choosing to build? Where is BlackRock choosing to build? And like, how much money are they putting into these projects? Where is Robinhood choosing to build? Where's everybody choosing to build? Where's, like, when you look at Ripple's own product, right? They started a stable coin recently, RLUSD. Where's RLUSD majorly? It's like 84% on Ethereum and like 16% on their own blockchain. Like,
Precisely.
regardless of the partnerships, all the money is going to one place. Like, the vast majority of money in DeFi is on this one place because of the argument that we made earlier, security. Like, kind of like, regardless of how, like more objectively, a list of 35 individuals that you can contact versus thousands of validators. The thousands of validators went out over decentralization and security. That's just how that works out.
Yeah, there's a bit of a trend with Ripple that I'm seeing, And it's that it's narrative, you know? So go ahead, Josh. Didn't mean to.
No, I would just say, like, at the end of the day, Ethereum has had the highest transaction fees overall. Like, to make an argument that that would be suitable for transactions is kind of ridiculous in a bigger sense, right? Like, you can fractionalize transactions on XRP, and the congestion on ETH would also become an issue because we're talking about moving trillions of dollars around. So that would be like my core arguments.
And yet people still choose it, right? But like, for example, like a lot of these institutions that I just mentioned, the Black Rocks, the JP Morgans, the Robin Hoods, like where are they building right now too? Like, yes, most people come in and they settle on Ethereum mainnet because of security purposes, because big money wants security above all. They don't care about the cost that you care about. They care about that
Facts.
security. But then when they want to like do more transactions and higher volume and micro payments, they do what Robinhood did recently. They build on Ethereum L2. And Ethereum L2 still utilizes Ethereum mainnet security. It batches up tens of thousands of transactions into one transaction and puts them on the Ethereum mainnet because that's where the security is, versus having them on some other blockchain where it's not as secure. That's a rollup. That's how that works, and that was Ethereum's goal with their initial roadmap. Now, Vitalik has like mentioned that like in the next year, Ethereum is planning, like, because like they've gotten a lot of pressure from people because they've had a whole bunch of upgrades that focused on making things cheaper and expanding the blockchain or the network, not just the L1 blockchain, but the entire network, which is why we have all these different L2s that aren't just like, well, that are official L2s, not side chains. A side chain is not an official L2. A side chain is its own independent blockchain, if we're going to be honest. And then you have a rollup, which is an official L2. And so Ethereum's idea was to have all these rollups that post to the mainnet. However, it's cannibalized the profits of the L1. Like these individual rollups can make their own money. And so now they're focusing back on, okay, well, how do we just straight up, like, number one, the L1 has already become vastly cheaper than ever before, like compared to like a year ago or something. Like you look at I think a lot of people like often miss like our assume that the cost on Ethereum is like still like, oh, it costs this much money. Oh, if I wanted to send a like you hear people be like, if I wanted to send a transaction on Ethereum right now, it cost me $10 or $50, and it's like you haven't looked at Etherscan in years, and it shows, because most transactions on Ethereum are like 50 cents or less. Like that's just the case because they cut everything down by over 99%.
Right,
And now
and
they're looking to increase things by 10x within the next year.
yeah, they're
Going to
looking to
continue to develop.
change the fees to become even more affordable than they are now, and the transaction speed. And I think it's a realistic goal to see it grow. If other companies can be faster and cheaper, why can't Ethereum?
I think like this is really the part where I would have to say, like, this is perfect, because if you really think about it, even if Ethereum fixed all these issues and they started using it to move in between all these different coins, you would still need XRPL ledger anyway. So like the goal has never been for XRP to be this one-stop all, but it's going to be the thing that connects everything, and I truly believe that, right? And then like even the fact that XRP can already fractionalize at the millions means it's already steps ahead. And at the end of the day, I could actually argue that I think ADA or XLM would be better than Ethereum over. If I had to pick, it wasn't XRP, I would honestly pick XLM or ADA.
Have you used either of those blockchains?
I'm particularly looking at ADA the most.
Have you used Cardano?
I haven't used it, but I have traded it.
Because it's like I haven't used it in some years, because the first time that I used it, like, and again, it was congested at the time, so it became congested. But I wasn't very much of a fan of using like a full Cardano for some of my transactions. Like,
Right.
so it's not exactly the best. Like what I've seen is it's not exactly the best blockchain. I would argue that like XLM is a lot better than XRPL or
Agreed.
Cardano. Like, so I agree with you there. However, from what you just said that I disagree with is that XRPL would be needed to move between all these different coins. It's currently not needed to move between all these different coins, and it's currently lagging behind most other like contemporary popular blockchains in terms of interoperability. You need to point at Bitcoin to find a blockchain that's not as interoperable of such like a high name. Like XRP just got a connection. Like they're praising a side chain that has like, I don't know, less than $100,000 on it right now. They have like a connection. They just got their connection from that side chain. Again, not a true roll up to Axlar and IBC, and they just got an interoperability integration with Wormhole, which isn't even like really being used yet. There's no bridges using it yet, but they're lagging behind. Every like Ethereum, like all these things start on Ethereum, and then they go to all these other chains. Like there's a reason why their side chain is an EVM sidechain, Ethereum virtual machine, so that they can tap into Ethereum's interoperability and its volume and its TVL, like all the money, the liquidity over there. But like, yeah, I'm curious to hear from you, Josh. Like, why is it that you think that like if all these tokens are already able to interop with each other, they're already being traded between different blockchains and whatnot. I went from Base to Avalanche last night in about 5 seconds because I saw a good yield opportunity. Like, I didn't use XRPL for that. Why would all of a sudden everything as we know it change and we have to use XRPL?
So, first, what we were talking about earlier, the only reason I said ADA is because it's in my opinion the most decentralized. And then when we're going to the reason why XRP would be needed to, connect with all these other blockchains, it's simply just from a point of if we start seeing trillions of dollars flow over the crypto market, right? Because when I'm talking about like adoption, I just use it as a word, but if all of these chains started being used, I don't really like, I think every chain is going to get adopted. I think every chain is going to be used, but if trillions flow, the other side of it is which coins are regulated in other countries to be used. XRP has that. XRP has more contracts in every single country than any other chain in the world, which makes them perfect for it. And when we're talking about liquidity, XRP is so close to flipping ETH even. The minute we get ETFs or even more open interest or people start finding out what they're actually trying to build, the liquidity is going to be massive, and that could be a huge hedge on it. And it's just regulated in more countries. So even if something is usable, the question is, where is it usable also? Because we have to look at, is Europe going to want to have their transactions over Ethereum? Would China want to have their transactions over Ethereum? Or would China and Europe?
I think so, because they could just spin up their own Ethereum L2. Like they can just make their own regulatory compliant blockchain on Ethereum and have it be super cheap and use Ethereum security.
UB says in the chat, it's not about who's the most decentralized, it's about what big money will use. And big money will use secure transactions.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, TikTok seller.
I mean, like I said, like
hold
XRP
on a second,
has.
Josh. Hold on a second, Josh. Go ahead,
sorry.
Jesse.
I'm not on the TikTok live, so.
Oh no. In reality, any of us, our first priority is going to be security. You don't leave your house without locking it. You don't leave your car without locking it because it is a source of value. So here's my thing. Even if you have to pay a little bit more, you're going to go with the secure option. And the reason is you would rather have Tommy with the gun next door than little Susie with the plastic scissors to protect you. So the problem is people, and myself included, I'm going to pay a little bit more for that security than pay a little bit less and feel uncertain. That's all I had to say.
Right, what if, let's say I had some money, right? And I wanted to keep it safe. Am I going to give it to some guy standing on the corner and say, hey, can you take this and run this down the street and go deposit it for me real quick? And, you know, he's on crack. He can pedal that bike twice as fast as anybody else. But am I going to give it to him? Or am I going to give it to the armored car to have them go drive it down the road? You know, it's literally that simple. Like, I don't trust some random dude on a bike to go make sure that my money gets delivered. I trust the armored car because I have a lot of money and people want that. Go ahead, guys.
Oh yeah. Before Josh takes the floor again, I would also just like to throw something in there. Like you made a comment that, and we don't have to stay on this. I would just like to say that well, I've argued this with people in chat before. Decentralization is like not black or white, right? Decentralization is a spectrum, and so there's various things that play into what is actually decentralized, right? So it could be the validators, it could be your ability to vote, it could be the supply, it could be there's all sorts of things like how it's distributed. All sorts of things play the decentralization, and the sense of like calling like Cardano the most decentralized. I think maybe you're like focusing on like maybe the set of validators or something, but you can easily like counter that by saying I believe Bitcoin probably has more, or like Ethereum might have more, or in terms of voting, like Polkadot has what's known as the largest on-chain governance ecosystem. So they have the most people that actively participate in voting, and that could be considered decentralized. But yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm not that I'm saying Cardano isn't decentralized. Obviously, it's decentralized and more than some other blockchains that we've talked about today. But I don't know that I would just free-handedly give it the top dog spot.
What do you think of this? Trends to you says in the chat, bro, would you trust Ripple is secure once they're a bank? What do you think on that comment?
I would trust them the same as I trust any other bank. There's a reason why I like cryptocurrency to begin with.
Exactly.
I don't necessarily trust the banks.
Do not
Like when
trust
you put
the
money
banks.
in a bank, you don't own that money anymore. The bank owns your money. I want to own my own money.
Yes. And that's why I brought it up, because I was like, that is the worst argument I've ever heard. That's why we're all here in crypto, because we don't trust the banks, right?
Yeah, 100%.
But go on.
So, is everybody? I'm assuming, kind of our kind of basis argument right now is over smart contracts or XRPs.
Well, no, like mine was that like I would call Ethereum more decentralized due to like the number of validators and it not relying on a trusted base of UNL, the UNL list of just 35, which not only is it just a list of 35, like similar to like Binance Smart Chain, but like again similar to Binance Smart Chain, Ripple, a centralized company, has influence over that list, and that centralized company also owns the majority of the supply, which they release to the public whenever they like feel like it. Like if they like, yes, it gets released from escrow monthly, but if we look back to the past, there was times where they like it just wasn't being released. It's like okay, it unlocks and we keep it. We just kick it down the road. Like when I say they keep it, they lock it back up. Maybe they lock up all of it, but in general, they like choose how they choose, because when you read their website, when you read their documentation, they own all of that XRP. It's theirs. They do whatever they want with it. They
Exactly.
own the vast majority of the supply of that token. That's not decentralized. And so like yeah, my argument is that like the Ethereum ecosystem is wider. It's the biggest DeFi ecosystem in cryptocurrency. There's more new addresses being added to Ethereum than XRP or the XRP ledger. Somebody was just like celebrating in my comment section the other day where he was like, "Yay, we had the 14th. They added 7,000 new wallets today. That's a win." I'm like, Ethereum is adding like 100,000 plus wallets a day. Bitcoin is adding like nearly 1 million new wallets a day. That's like nothing. That's like nothing. That's like congratulations, but that's peanuts compared to everybody else. So like on the decentralization of the supply, on the validator nodes, on the size of the ecosystem, on the TVL, on the number of transactions going across, on the active users, on the developers in the ecosystem, all of these things, Ethereum is winning. And I don't want to give all this attention to Ethereum because I like other blockchains too. Like I'm not a maximalist for Ethereum or
Facts.
Bitcoin. I'm chain agnostic. I've deployed capital in more than 20 plus blockchains. But if we're putting apples to oranges and it's like, oh, XRP versus like something like, I'm like, well, here's an example of something that's like beating the crap out of it. And like, if we're being objective, like it's not winning, it needs to catch up. And I don't think it's ever going to actually catch up if the community doesn't get more realistic about what it needs to improve on. Like I just saw the other day, it was the their side chain was like making a joke about Bitcoin, and they were like, haha, this meme that the Bitcoin account posted like aged so well. And I'm like, why don't you guys focus on your own volume? Your exchanges have like $5,000 of volume a day for an entire blockchain. That's pitiful. Like, incentivize your blockchain and get some liquidity over here before I move my money off. Like,
Exactly.
but those conversations aren't being had enough. People are like in the comments clapping it up, like, "Oh, it's so good. We got a wormhole partnership now." It's like it's an integration. It's not a partnership. But like, man,
And I'll say this, okay? And there's a lot of people in the chat that were like, I'm not buying XRP anymore, blah, blah, blah. I got turned off to it. And then it ran up and they were salty about it. I never said that XRP won't go up and won't make you money. The narrative behind XRP is so phenomenal. And the cult-like following for it is just beyond what I've ever seen before in crypto. And one thing that I've noticed is a lot of people that are in XRP are religious. And so they treat this almost like a religion. And because of that, it's going to do phenomenal numbers. It's going to go crazy. And Ripple's going to make a lot of money dumping on those people, right? And the fact of the matter is that a lot of those people will not sell if it hit even $25 because it's not the price that they're being fed with the moon cheese. They're waiting for that $1,000, $10K, $100K price that's probably never going to come. And I think that's why the narrative is those numbers, is to get retail to buy and hold forever, to keep it from being sold, to keep it running up. But that doesn't mean that you won't be able to make money off this thing. The narrative is just ridiculous, and that's why I still trade it. But I trade it because I know it's going to swing very volatilely because of the people buying it and holding it forever, and the people, and then Ripple selling off on it, and it's going to make it swing, which is beautiful. That's what you want in crypto, right? That's how we get money here. But at what cost? Somebody has to lose, right? Somebody has to lose. And that's what I'm trying to educate people, is that just because there's a narrative there doesn't mean that the narrative is true, but it doesn't mean that you can't make money from it.
I would say, and this is a really probably not the greatest thing, and I'm not using this as a debate, but just for a factual point, Ethereum was actually formally developed and it began through a Swiss company. And right now, through our current administration, I don't see any chance that a company that is not from the US would basically be adopted. And like for many good reasons. I mean, you already see Trump coming after every single other country with these tariffs, and everything is going to be US prioritized. US companies are going to be prioritized. So, not that that's a strong argument, but it is one. And at the end of the day, if, going back to which is safer or more secure, Ethereum or XRP, I would still say smart contracts are never safer than what XRP has right now. And when you want to argue, well, yeah, but it's not as decentralized, banks don't really care if it's decentralized. They've always been pro centralization. So they're not really going to be like, oh, well, I want to use Ethereum because it's more decentralized, because banks don't care about that. And at the same time, the fact that they can validate transactions while the transactions are being made and not after makes them a lot safer.
to that argument, like because that's like similar to like why a Bitcoin maxi likes Bitcoin, and they don't want to introduce more smart contract ledger to, or logic, excuse me, to Bitcoin, right? Because they don't want to expose Bitcoin to all these like vulnerabilities. Like you enter more logic into the equation, there's more opportunity for people to get smart and create things that expose your ecosystem. So yes, that's part of like why these blockchains aren't fully Turing complete in terms of XRPL and Bitcoin. However, if we're just talking about like straight up like transactions, like going peer to peer, wallet to wallet, you're not interacting with a smart contract. That's something different, and that's that ability on your blockchain. But you're not sending your money necessarily through a smart contract. That's just more opportunity for your blockchain. It's having more programmability options. So like I hear that argument that you were making, but I'm also like, well, there's a reason why XRP keeps trying to, or XRPL say, keeps trying to advance, or is made the side chain to begin with, or is working with Flare to begin with, because they realize that they do need that programmability, even if
Right.
that isn't the like what all the transactions, the basic level peer to peer like type of transactions are going through.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Revolution. I sent a video in the general group chat, which is from a German financial company talking about Ripple, which I thought was really interesting.
Was it on X? Was it in the Discord or on X? Where was it?
I sent the video like in the general group chat.
Okay, I don't always get them, so I'd have to look into it because I'm not trying to be mean, but anytime it says X, I don't really read it. So I will look into it when I can because I don't have Discord on here while I'm on my phone.
Let me see. I could probably pull it up. It's in the general.
Yeah.
And do you know when you
It's
sent
above my
it?
comment.
Is it recent?
Yeah, it's right above my wave comment.
Oh, is this the one that says Josh at Revolution?
Yeah.
This video? Let's take a gander.
Der zeitliche Druck, so schnell wie möglich etwas zu tun gegen diesen drohenden Kollaps. Und da wird man natürlich auf das zurückgreifen, was da ist. Ripple ist da mit seinem Angebot und wenn die Zeit für Ripple spielt, dann kann Ripple durchaus die World Reserve Bridge Currency werden. Und wenn das der Fall ist, dann kann man das hier streichen und eine 4 oder eine 5 hinmachen.
So he's basically saying Ripple can become the world bridge currency.
Yeah, I mean, at the end there, he also said that it could be a 4 to 5 digit price, which is what I was saying. Like, even people in Europe are looking more towards the XRPL. It just depends on like who you're going to. But
Who is this guy? Anyone can
I
say
don't
that.
I don't exactly know who he is, but I could probably find so many other articles and companies and videos of like these similar high net worth people talking about.
How much you want to bet he holds XRP?
Well, I mean,
That
yeah,
part.
he obviously holds it, but I don't see why he wouldn't.
He served me food in Germany last time I was there. Oh my God. We don't know who this guy is. We don't know who he represents. So I wouldn't say that this is a valid source.
I mean, I was just like putting it like as a general idea because I mean, even if we went like back and forth on this like all day, like even if you ask AI, there's like an actual reality in where a high price on XRP is definitely plausible.
UB says I have info for that. I'm from the EU. UB, if you want to jump in Discord and get in the debate, you're more than welcome to come up. I can't bring you up on the live with TikTok because it'll rug Jesse.
To Josh, like, what do you have to get to with the AI for it to go, okay, yeah, that's more probable. This is a likely outcome that XRP would reach these 4 to 5 digits.
That's actually an interesting question. I don't think I ever go too deep into it, but I just kind of ask it general questions. Like, here, let me actually. I wonder if there's a way that I can share this because I just did this recently. Actually, my last conversation, which I think, as we said, we were going to talk about this, but my last conversation with AI was about the cycles. How I told you I don't think we're going to see a bear cycle anymore because I said it was unrealistic for BlackRock, MicroStrategy, and all these other people to dump their Bitcoin. and the fact that even if they tried to create a bear market, people would buy up these dips so quickly, it wouldn't really even be a bear market. So I got into that, and then I was asking it about like XRP, and I asked AI from a non-biased perspective if it thinks CBDCs or XRP are more likely to be adopted to settle these transit dollars and transactions. And it said, due to the fact that Trump is anti-CBDC, it's leading towards XRP. And that's like literally like the greatest
Could
thing.
you could you expand it then past that? 'Cause I get that, but like I feel like even when you're like asking a question like that, you're giving it two options versus being a little bit more objective and giving it the full optionality of what's available in crypto and what we see actually being practiced.
Like, do you have like examples of like other ones you'd want to also have in
Like
that list?
an example would be like throwing any other cryptocurrency or blockchain that's
Right,
faster
right.
or cheaper than XRP into the equation. Throwing just straight up stable coins into the equation. There's a stable coin for like all these different countries. Like they all have their own stable coins at this point, as well as we have USD peg stable coins. There's a Euro peg stable coin. There's a Brazilian Reals peg stable coin. Those Juan peg stablecoin. I would throw them all into the. I wouldn't limit it to only two options, and then be like, well, it picked my one option of the two options. I would give it all of the options.
Right. I'm not opposed to that. Again, I'm just more leading to the fact that like Ripple and XRP is a US company, and especially here in the United States, that's what they're going to prioritize. And it has the capability to do it. So it's just kind of a matter of fact on who they basically choose for it. And I'm just betting on the fact that that's going to be Ripple. And I don't think I could give a deeper explanation than that.
I would like my last, and then I'll like leave the floor to us, or you can go ahead again. But I'd be like, my pushback would be like, we chose gold, like the United States in the world at some point chose gold. Like, and gold isn't owned by like it's not a company, especially a centralized company. I think that like weighs into things a lot more than you're like giving credit to. I don't think anybody wants to give any one centralized company control of the world. Probably
Facts.
not going to happen. Like that's very, very, very unlikely that any other country, especially, is going to like forget the United States. Like probably not the United States too. Like there's a reason why we have a treasury and a Federal Reserve. That, like there's a reason things are split up the way they are in some form of decentralization, even though it's very centralized. Like they still try to make it somewhat decentralized, even in that aspect. And like what you're suggesting is let's give it all to this company. Like I don't think so. And also historically, to my point with gold, we chose gold before, and gold isn't owned by one company or one country, and gold isn't primarily in the United States. You like mine it like other countries like more gold than the United States. We chose that before. So I don't know that giving United States based companies all this credit as like, well, because it's a US based company, then that's going to be the option. I think to our earlier argument, the stability, the security is going to factor in a lot more than it being owned by any one country. And that's partially why Bitcoin, like other than first movers advantage, like first movers advantage alone, if Bitcoin wasn't more secure than all these other blockchains and stablecoin or not stablecoins and meme coins and altcoins and whatever else, then we wouldn't be talking about it like we do today. They'd be like, all right, it was cool, but Litecoin is superior. Like it's just vastly superior. And so that would be the conversational topic.
I think like I could give you a really good counter argument. And basically when I talked about this before with Grok too, but I do want to answer your first question.
With Grok.
What I told basically when I asked it around like the $10,000 XRP price, the only thing that I said is that the XRP's circulating supply does not limit it if enough demand comes from people buying it in institutions, and that's where it agreed that it's unrealistic to say that that supply is too much to get bought up. And then to counteract what you said about it being centralized, or you said decentralized, yeah. So Federal Reserve, I think that they're going to get rid of it, to be honest. If not, they're going to appoint somebody new. And then the other thing that I asked, where you said with gold, is I think we should get a new US dollar that's backed by gold. That's one thing. And then two, if every country wants their own CBDC, and the reason why, like even with the US dollar, these other countries, they don't like it because it's the US dollar, right? Like you could argue China doesn't like the US dollar currently being, you could say, the leading currency. And so if every country has their own CBDC or their own, stablecoin that runs for their country, then you could basically have XRP connect them all to trade seamlessly. So it's less about giving XRP, like XRP becoming the main thing that everybody uses to pay with, but more of a way to connect every single country's asset, which in turn would actually make it less centralized and more decentralized, because it could allow every country to use their own types of technology, currency, and it doesn't even need to be crypto. Like the XRPL can interact with different how do you say this, like
But
different
the X,
technologies.
but as we talked about earlier, it wouldn't be the XRPL necessarily connecting to all these things. Otherwise, the XRPL would be connecting itself to Ethereum and to the Cosmos ecosystem and all these other blockchains, but it wasn't able to without a sidechain. It doesn't have the programmability to do so. It's not Turing complete, similar like Bitcoin as we discussed earlier. And so like it can do a lot of things, but I don't think to the degree that you're like giving it credit to.
I think
Right.
more
You know,
like
and I
liquidity.
also just wouldn't like. I will also again like I wouldn't limit it to just XRP being able to do these. Like I think like yeah, possible, but like of all the options and like of what we see adopted on like from blockchain technology, it's got to like forget price. Like price of an asset is one thing. There's other tokens. I'm sure other people don't necessarily know this, but did you know there's another token out there that's worth $95,000 right now? And I'm not talking about YFI, but YFI was, approaching $90,000 like last cycle. There's tokens out there that have extremely high valuations. That doesn't necessarily matter. That the price of an asset doesn't matter. It going up whatever percent doesn't matter. Like the true adoption of that blockchain, of that ecosystem, how much money is there to be used, those things matter more.
Right.
I agree.
I think
and all the things that you're saying, Josh, like let's just say that all that happens. Let's just feed into the moon cheese for a minute, right? None of that necessarily indicates these crazy prices that you're talking about. Because let's say mass adoption for XRP, it's still not going to go to 10K. It's like XRP is like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it. The liquidity doesn't stay in XRP; it flows through it. What do you think about that? Oh, hold on, I want to see where MMG.
He's gone right now. He said he's
okay.
going to be back.
Got you. Brooke is here. She's not happy. Hi, Brooke. How you doing?
We should get Brooke in here too.
I'd love to have Brooke. Brooke, if you want to come and yell at me, come on Discord and join the lounge voice chat. And we're on Discord doing that so that way we don't have to rug Jesse. Hi, Jesse. How are you?
Good. We're having our own conversation listening to you guys.
That's awesome. Make sure you follow Jessie. Jessie has her own live going on, and she's doing a more political type show. And so make sure you give her a follow. Go check her out. She's a cute one.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I know this generation is very different from our generation. But the more you talk to these AI things and you bring up specific things, it feeds its algorithm and will feed you back specific things it knows you want to hear, whether they are probably true or probably not true. And we did a test case with Oz's computer, and the more he pushed a certain thing, the more it started giving him what he wanted to see.
Exactly.
So be very careful. Have one account where you do it and another account that is so just out of left field, and see if you get the same answers, because more times than not, you just don't.
AI tells you what you want to hear.
And it doesn't mean it's not true. It just means
like,
it's
I would agree with
conflated.
that. And I do want to, before we continue, I do want to state, like, again, I'm not bearish on XRP.
Same. I'm
I
not
do
bearish
think,
at all.
I think it'll go up. I think, like, again, like when most people talk to me, I'm like, I think a 5x is possible. That's 500%. within like, I think that's possible within a year's time, 500%. What I don't think is possible is 300x. I don't think that's possible.
Well, they're saying more than 300x.
Facts.
Well, I think it's around like 300x just to get to like the 1,000 like price range or so. But I'm like, that's like, guys, like if you were to ask your GPT today, like ask it what top 10 cryptocurrencies or assets in general, stocks or crypto, has done a 300x, being in the top 10 spot already.
But also at the same time, which cryptocurrency has ever settled trillions of dollars a day? So that's basically like the weight that you're like balancing in between.
I don't think it's going to settle trillions a
Yeah, I don't think
day.
it's going to do that. And like that's like extreme speculation. It's just like it's never even handled that like anywhere near that amount of money. So like I hear that, and like that's interesting speculation, but it's not battle tested as we like talked about before, where people were like, they like to, and like I've been just as negative on Solana at times as anybody else, but like it's one of the more battle tested blockchains at this point. When Solana goes down, it's because it's handling more transactions, more volume than any other. Like XRPL's never done that. Like you don't know that we just straight up don't know that if it starts to handle even a fraction of the volume that Solana has handled, that it doesn't just crash. It's never been tested like that. And I don't think major like big money is willing to just like throw it all at this thing and be like, well, it's never been tested like that, but let's try this one right now.
Right.
I think if anything, it's super incremental and like we can all watch it happen over time, but that incremental is not going to happen in the next year. It's not going to happen in the next 2 years. It's not going to happen next 3. It's going to take a while.
That's what I like what Brooke just put in chat. Like they are testing it. They've been testing on the private ledger. So like I don't agree with anybody who says that
I
because
didn't say
like
they aren't testing up to the degree that we're talking about. You think they're doing more money than we're seeing on Solana?
I think they're like the price has already been like leaked on the thing. It was like upwards of $130,000 last I checked. Like
First of all, let me reel that one in. Okay. The private ledger thing, yes, they are testing and they are doing all that, but those numbers have not been confirmed that that's the transactions that they're facilitating. The official story is these were glitches, and it's not just happened with XRP, it's happened with Bitcoin, it's happened with Ethereum. They're just glitches.
I'm not talking about like the actual glitches on regular XRP lists and on exchanges. So I'm more about like the private ledger.
I do agree with Brooke. Solana is a very different use case. I agree with that 100%. Right. And I think all these different blockchains are going to facilitate different use cases, but that doesn't mean that XRPL is going to facilitate Swift. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. It could, but it's kind of a reach right now just to even speculate that.
Right. I mean, like it is a reach, but at the end of the day, like that's based off of the research that we've all done. Like even Brooke said in chat, like trillions easy, right? And it's like it just depends like who you're asking. Like I've looked into stuff for years, and it's just like when I'm debating people and they go to a different topic, it's just like I don't like to go too deep into it because I don't even have to answer it that much. My consensus is just it's going to be used, and I'm not saying other chains won't be used, but I think I made a pretty strong fact when I say other countries don't like the fact that the US dollar is so inflationary. They don't like the fact that it's the main currency everybody's using. So the fact that every country could have their own CBDC or all these other things and the XRPL could connect with it, that's a very, very strong use case that can't just be ignored, right? Even if the US decided we're going to abolish the current US dollar and we're going to make a new one backed by gold, which I think is going to happen, which again is also speculative, but it is a possibility. And that's where everybody who is pro XRP, I'm not talking about the people who just go on Twitter and they post it's going to go to these prices. The ones that actually think about this, yes, it's speculative, but it's also not unreasonable. Like it is something that could happen and there's actual use case to this.
I just still think that as far as XRPL goes, it's probably more or less retail that would use that for the speed and for the low fees. But like we had said before, is institutions are going to be looking for security. Big money is going to be looking for security. The amount of fees that they pay is worth it because of the amount of money that they have at stake. So I still think that the security narrative is the real issue here. If Ripple had, the security that Ethereum had, I would lean that direction. But it doesn't. So institutional adoption for XRPL just seems unlikely right now.
Yeah, I would also like if I could make a comment on that. Like Josh stated, like, okay, well, what if all these different countries, like they all have their, you said CBDC specifically, not just stable coins, but tomato to some degree. Like one just has more control.
Yeah.
But then you were like, your statement was that like that they all choose to use XRPL for interoperability essentially. And like my pushback to that would be like, and for that to be their only option, like number one, like you have a bunch of options, but you choose to only use one option, right? I think that would be kind of odd. The second pushback to that would be like, why would you choose specifically? Like if you have the option to use, like again, Bitcoin L2s are coming and they're working on having them be trustless and have interoperability and everything else. Like so you have the most secure ecosystem with trustless, not trusted interoperability. I think that becomes really attractive, especially to big money. So like you have like these type of options and stuff coming through. Why wouldn't you choose one of these options, an Ethereum, a Bitcoin, or something like that, versus choosing a centralized United States owned company because you want to get away from the United States dollar ruling things? You're going to go to a centralized United States company, or like I say company specifically because like like possibly like RippleNet, but if you want to keep it to just the blockchain, like it's still a situation where again that company owns the vast majority of the tokens for that, so that company owns like the circulating supply essentially of that blockchain. They can inflate it whenever they want, they can make it like crazy numbers whenever they have that control. And at the end of the day, who has control over that company? The United States. And so like I don't understand, like how are you escaping it if you're still giving United States so much control versus something that exists outside of that?
Brooke, hop in the Discord. Come on into the chat. Come up
Yeah,
here.
I was gonna ask Brooke to elaborate on what she was.
Yeah, Brooke, come up
chat.
here. UB, come up here as well, man. Go in the Discord and in the lounge we've got a voice chat. All right, no problem.
She can't.
No problem. UB, come on down. UB says major institutions are building their own L2s on Ethereum because it's safe. Exactly. Security is the next narrative. Right now, the narrative is utility. Okay, everyone's looking for utility right now. Okay, and right now, XRP is going to do phenomenal things, and you're going to see major price movement, and you're going to make a lot of money off of it because of the narrative behind it and because of its utility, which is great. Right, but the next narrative coming will be security. And that's what this show is about being ahead of the wave, thinking fourth dimensionally where things are going to go, so that way you're not buying something and get stuck holding the top of it and then it just comes right back down. This way we can get into projects that are, because we understand that security is the main thing that is going to play a role here in the future. So to get into security now, before it's ran and done crazy phenomenal things just like XRP has. That's all I'm trying to say is if you got into SXT, which is on the Ethereum network, okay, it's the only one that does what it does. There's no other crypto, whatever you want to call it. I don't claim to be know everything about crypto, but I'll tell you this, that SXT is the only one that does off-chain data verification, and that's security. And that's also going to be interoperable with AI. and it has use case with military intelligence, storing intelligence information on the chain, but verified in a data center off the chain, which makes it secure. So that's why I'm like, okay, like SXT is going to do phenomenal things, but you're not looking at billions of dollar market cap on it. You're looking at a low coin supply, and you're looking at $100 million market cap. So when XRP runs like crazy, you made what, 20% on a bad day? On a bad day, SXT is going to give you that same return. So when it actually does run, you're looking at 30, 40, 50% returns. That's what I'm talking about. It is why get stuck in a monocular vision on one project when there's so much more to be had in this whole space. That's all I had to say.
That's a good point. Before Josh says something, just good point there. Like, I think it's really important, again, to not be like, you could say tribalistic or whatever, but like to take off the blinders and to look at the entire space, and like not just the entire space for, okay, these are options, and then like outside of looking at the options, look at what's actually being built on. Look at where developers are building. Look at where the money is. Like, there's the saying, follow the money. Actually follow the money.
Absolutely. We don't have to be tribalistic in crypto, right? We don't have to be, but we've chosen to become tribalistic. And that's Cosmic Crypto likens it to the cell phone era, right? Everyone had their own different cell phone data carrier that they were, super into. And obviously one day there will be whatever is adopted and used, like iPhone or Android, right? But the issue is that what it'll come down to is real world use case. Retail and institutions are going to choose what will be supreme based off of ease of use and based off of security and based off of what is fast, what is secure, and what is the best option out there. The market will decide. Okay, so being stuck on XRP because it's fast and it's fast and it can do all, I can't think of all of it right now. Everything that everyone's saying, right? There's so many other options out there that can do what XRP does, if not better. That's all I had to say.
Brick says there's tribalism and XRP hate, but is it tribalism to like have an open mind to other ecosystems and not to just feel like one is the solution when it hasn't been adopted by all these other things? Like, I get the speculation, like, portion of things. You can always speculate on an asset, but I feel like that's much more tribalistic to like be like, I speculate on this asset and I see a future where this could happen, and so I believe that's going to be all of these I statements have to come from that. Like, versus it could be any one of these, and it's maybe the one that has the most builders. It's maybe the one that has the most money on it. It's maybe the one that has the most transactions on it. All of these options that I've listed so far, and none of them are XRP.
I think
I choose to keep my mind more open because of that.
My speculation is it's going to be what is the most secure. This is money we're talking about. People want their money safe. Period. They don't care how fast it can move from one place to another. They care how fast it can move there safely.
I like what Brooke put in chat there. She said, most XRP holders I talk to own many others because they understand the structure. And I would agree with that, because just because I think XRP is going to go to a high price doesn't mean I don't think any of these coins won't play a role. I think all of them will be used. I think that's the main thing that people get wrong is when I'm saying XRP could get adopted and go to these high numbers, I'm not saying that that's the only thing that's going to be used. At the end of the day, everything could have equal use. But I mean, you know, XRP could use things like Interledger. We have R3, so many of these other things. So
But a lot
I
of these
don't.
numbers that are thrown out factor that like make that not possible. Like when we use math to have these extraordinary numbers that people are throwing out, that's the counter argument. Is that for you to do that, then all the money needs to be absorbed from all these other assets. They like all need to go to zero for you to have these valuations. And then people go, well, that's not likely. Like it's probably going to be a mix of all of them. And then somebody still goes, well, it's still going to reach these high numbers because it has to. And it's like it doesn't have to. You can just do
Exactly.
more transactions. And then some other thing comes up. And like I'm just gonna go from like historical, like we like been in crypto for 8 years. We see so many like it's a joke also on the inside of crypto that like you don't make an announcement before the announcement. Like it's just like stop doing the announcements. But like we see so many announcements from XRP community. It's like if it's not this date, it was like I believe like in 2024 it was something about like early July or January, and then it moved to later, and then it moved to sometime in spring, and then it moved to July 14th, and then people were like, well, it's not July 14th, it's going to be sometime in November. That's when
November
the actual
22nd.
deadline. Yeah, now it's November 22nd. It's going to keep moving. They don't do nothing but move the needle.
Yeah.
And it's like at some point you have to take a step back. Like again, been in crypto for 8 years. So I've drank at one point I drank the XRP Kool-Aid. At one point I drank some other tokens Kool-Aid,
Same.
and I was all about that token and stuff like that. And then at some point you like snap out of it and you start to go, okay, well wait, if there's all these quants and all this big money and all these people are like, that's just not the way to approach this. That's not like what this says. Here, read this documentation, read XRP Ledger's own documentation. Like you read all these things and it's like, okay, that makes more sense. Maybe I am being a little tribalistic when I'm just choosing this one and all be all more so.
Right.
And
You
it
know-
all falls into line.
You know what I try to tell people is don't be a bear, don't be a bull, be a goat. All right. And what I mean by that is the bears are always trying to push it down. The bulls are always trying to push it up. The goats, all right, in this space, we ride the wave down, we ride the wave up. That's how you should be handling crypto right now. Okay. Because everyone's talking about mass adoption is happening tomorrow, or it already happened on July 14th, or it's happening November 22nd. Okay. Y'all, we're here because of volatility. That's where the money is made. Being a trader, those of us that are buying and holding are the ones that are pretty much gambling. We're hoping, living on the hopium, that something's going to take off and we're going to have chose the right one. All based off of speculation, right? But if we're in here and we're trading, you can literally write all of them down on a hat or on a piece of paper, put them in a hat, shake it, and pull one out, and there's money to be made if you're trading. That's the whole point of this. Otherwise, I'd be trading in the stock market. I trade in crypto because I want the volatility. I can make what I make in a year on the stock market in a matter of days here. And that's the point that I think that people don't get. They got this idea of mass adoption and this new paradigm and all these things are happening now. That's literally the top of the cycle is the new paradigm, the adoption. Okay? And that's the goal of what I'm trying to reach people with here is that there's money to be made so much better and faster with any coin you pick. Any single one of them is going to be a great swing trade. Where do you guys fall on that
one? G, do you have something you want to say or?
Oh, I was trying to give you the floor.
Go ahead, Josh.
I don't know. I mean, I would still counter argue. My thing is, I don't think that all the money would have to flow into XRP for the high price. That's kind of a misconception. I don't know if that's what everybody else in the XRP army says, but based on what I've found, that's not how it would work. Just to clarify on that.
What have you found?
So basically, I could probably start the reusability, which a lot of people see as a disadvantage. But the fact that an XRP can technically be reused an unlimited number of times for transactions with, tiny fees, like it just means that a single XRP can facilitate millions of transactions. And with that, it actually needs less capital. So you can't even put a market cap on a cryptocurrency the same way you could the stock market, because basically XRP would gain its value from its use case. So even if all the money from the other coins isn't inside XRP, the only thing that's bringing up its value is the sheer volume, the severe volume that's running over the ledger. So it never needs to be inside of it. As long as it runs over it, that alone just brings up its market cap. And there's so many other people that say it the exact same way. I mean, I've told you, like, even Jake Claver gives very clear examples of that. And I don't know how far you've looked into it, like, besides just the short clips that people have of him, but he
Like,
explains it
before
all.
we go any further, because I want to stop at that point, like, and I'm sure I don't want to. I want you to continue, but like, how does a blockchain, which was your point, then having more volume run across it, equate to that blockchain's asset than having a higher market cap? Because the two are separate. That's like saying like Ethereum has a ton of money moving across it. That doesn't equate to the token's market cap going up. Like you need demand for the token itself to go up for that to happen. Also, you made a point about like XRP being able to be used reusable millions of times. I agree with that. And I think that's also why I don't believe that it needs to go up to some extreme valuation, as I said earlier.
Exactly.
I'm like, if it can be reused a bunch of times, then you can do a bunch of transactions versus needing the token when people are like, well, it has to be $10,000 because that's the only way that you're like, no, there's stable coins. You just need liquidity in general on that blockchain. It doesn't have to be that blockchain's native asset. You just need liquidity. And then number one, even if you're using that token, you can, if it's so easy to move it back and forth, then you would just move it back and forth. You wouldn't buy a bunch of it. You buy $5 if that's the cheapest option you can do, and you can move all the money for $5. You're gonna do the cheapest option.
My Discord link is in my bio.
I would say the biggest thing is like it would still require more XRP if it's a lower price. So like these transactions are still using XRP to go through, but they're not holding it. It's just using the liquidity that was already there. So if you can use less XRP, it's actually faster. And David Schwartz said that himself. So it's pretty straightforward.
XRP gets its value from the people that hold it, not the liquidity that will flow through it with adoption. Okay? It's like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it. The moment the money goes into it, it leaves it. It happens instantaneously. So how does that drive the price up? It's a liquidity pool.
I would say, I mean, technically both would play a factor. I'm not really understanding how it would just be the holders.
It would affect the price somewhat, but it would be the splashes of drops of water that hit the side of the bucket, not the actual money flowing through it.
But like transaction volumes would still basically drive demand for XRP as a bridge asset, though. Like that's still the same concept.
I just don't see it.
Would it? Especially if like what we currently see right now is that like because your whole argument is based around like institutional adoption. After the institutions buy enough money, buy enough XRP, why do they need to keep buying more XRP? They don't. Then they have enough liquidity of XRP to make these transactions. You only need so much, like, and then you can make the transactions. Like you need, if you want to make $1 billion, then we get $100 billion, and then we don't need any more XRP. We can start making $1 billion transactions like that.
Exactly.
Right? At some point, they no longer need any more XRP, and so that factors out like the volume thing. Like if we're just talking about like demand and that type of institutional buying for that purpose,
and people
then it has a ceiling. And then I'll give this to Oz really quickly. But then like we're constantly seeing that like retail, by and large, doesn't use XRP. They don't actually use the blockchain. They don't use the EVM sidechain. They don't use other blockchains. they they don't use these chains, but these other ecosystems do have that more so. So I'm just like,
and
I don't think it's going to come from retail.
They act like, okay, it's going to be trillions of dollars, if not quadrillions of dollars flowing through it. What makes you think that these institutions or banks or Swift or whatever is only going to use the XRPL? You know, like mass adoption is not just going to be with XRPL. By that time, there's going to be so many different options. Some will use it, but we're not talking about all of it going through one pipeline. Think of it like water flowing, okay? That's what I'm trying. The analogy is water, okay? Right now, the water faucet is not turned on. It's just dripping out of it, right? Eventually, the water faucet will turn on, but it's not going to go through one hose. It's going to be, you know, one of those 4-way valves with multiple different hoses going from this place to that place, and with other hose attachments that take it to other places, all throughout the entire garden. It all comes from one spigot, possibly, or even multiple spigots, but it's not one hose being used.
I think the main thing is like demand would still outstrip like supply. So if you have ETFs, obviously, and you have all these people holding it, then realistically, even though it can be used in a limited number of times, the fact that people are holding it and the fact that there's volume on it, and then you can also put real estate on it, all these other things, like XRP has so many use cases. So I still, like, we could go back and forth on this, but to be completely honest, throughout our whole conversation, I still haven't really shifted my opinion, just because, you know, if I talk to somebody like Brooke about it, we would understand the same points that we're relaying. Whereas if you were talking to somebody who has counter arguments, would say the same thing. So
my thing is
Because to our first point earlier, you still believe XRP ledger is more decentralized than an Ethereum or a Bitcoin, right?
I think it's safer.
Well, that would be in like its decentralization would make it safer. Like, because again, like
yeah.
the peer-to-peer payment system is what it is. You don't have to use smart contracts. That's an option that people have on those chains.
I'm thinking they don't use smart contracts, is what I'm saying.
Do, 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 do.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, it just depends who you talk to about this. You know, I think it would be really cool, and I know Oz might hate this, but if we had Jay Claver come in here and debate Oz, that would be something cool to watch.
I'd love to have him come on. Have him on.
We should figure out a way how to do it.
I tell people that I don't claim to know everything about crypto, but what I see is the reality of these situations, that a lot of this is just pipe dreams. Okay? And you can come up with every kind of avenue for speculation, but the reality is that what we've seen happen in the past? It's understanding the past to predict the future. Have we ever seen anything like that happen in the past? No, that's just not how the world works. So thinking that XRP is going to take over everything and so that it reaches these numbers, yes, there's probably a situation where it could do, you could come up with any kind of speculation to create a narrative that fits your price that you're looking for. That doesn't mean that that's exactly what's going to happen. And that's where I'm with it, is like, it seems a little too good to be true. And maybe it does. Fine. I'd be happy with $10. Great. $5. Great. But holding on to something, waiting for something that's going to be super crazy is a disservice to people, because the real people that are making it in crypto are the ones trading it. There are a few people who have gotten lucky. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not about rolling the dice over here with me. For me, it's about creating wealth and doing it as fast as possible for everyone. Is XRP crashing? Kind of. It's coming back to about $3, maybe 304.
I mean, even like Brooke said, most like the actual XRP holders, they hold everything. They hold XLM, they hold XDC. A lot of them hold Quant, which Quant is actually great because it has half the supply that Bitcoin has. Like, we're not really placing all our eggs in one basket.
But they're all just
And
holding.
And it's also a very similar narrative. Like it's almost like I call it like the X basket personally. 'Cause I'm
Yeah.
like, it's like almost like they all got attracted to the X name. They must be the same. It's like XDC, XLM, XRP, and then you get like H bar, and they're all to some degree more centralized projects in the space versus like the more decentralized projects.
they all serve different use cases, though. Like, if you look in
Honestly,
like the
I like XLM better than XRP. I think XLM is going to do far more than XRP will.
It does more numbers, has more daily active users, has more like, institutions are actually building on it and using it. And instead of like because they have a similar like type of setup with their consensus, but instead this one's run by a nonprofit.
Exactly.
I like that
You don't
much more.
have Ripple dumping on it every month. That
I mean, I don't
money,
really, yeah.
that liquidity that's extracted from XRP every month goes right to Ripple. Whereas in XLM, it goes to you. Those who are trading it. That's the
I mean, I
difference.
hold XLM personally.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is like when you're just holding, right? You're holding and you're hoping. You're on hopium. You're hoping that you pick the right one, that your lottery ticket is going to hit. All right? Your lottery ticket doesn't have to hit if you're trading. And that's why I'm teaching the TA class. I'm teaching people how to trade. And that's why I'm offering the deluxe subscriptions, because if they don't have the time to learn to do it themselves, I'll do it for them. Because you don't have to pick the right one. You can pick any single one of them and you're going to do well. That's what I'm trying to teach here. That's what I'm the fact that I'm trying to shill out, I guess, is that you can get rich guaranteed with crypto if you're doing it right. It's a guarantee so long as it stays volatile like this. You don't have to hope.
Similar to like Oz's like pitch for like why trading. Like that's why I fall more toward like blockchains with not just decentralized DeFi. So decentralized finance. And I would be that much more interested in XRP Ledger if it had like decentralized finance projects that like actually did anything or like had any real like yields on them. Like when you look at it, it's like sologenic yields are like pathetic. It's not comparable to anywhere else in the space. You can get that like anywhere else times 10. So like you don't see it there. You don't see this many builders and stuff like that in that over there. And like over the years, you have to start to question like similar to like the just straight up volatility like question. You'd be like, okay, well, why aren't they building over here? Why don't I have that opportunity here? And I have that opportunity on all these other blockchains. And like that portion of things like makes me go, okay, there's something going on. If I have that opportunity on Sui, on Tron, on Solana, on Ethereum, more so on XLM, even though the yields are great over there, but I have it on all these other chains. They're starting to build those opportunities on Bitcoin, and they still don't exist on XRP. I just have to hold my token and pray. Like, I'm going to choose one of these other options to make a bunch of money.
Exactly. With SXT, if you're gonna buy and hold that one, you're gonna do way better than if you buy and hold XRP. But you don't have to. You can swing trade it.
I mean, just like a counter argument, not that trading is bad or anything, but a lot of people also aren't that into it. So like you could be out of a trade and the asset gains adoption all of a sudden and you're out of that trade when that happens, then you're locked out. So there's where those issues come from. And also like me saying I think XRP is going to go up. I also hold XLM. I hold these other assets that I also think are going to get adopted because we're leaning more towards crypto being adopted as a whole. So I don't really think it's a one-sided thing, to be honest.
That's just greed. That's just greed and hopium. Right?
Is it though? I mean, like if I'm saying,
yeah, because you're like, oh man, I missed out on adoption. Something else is going to come along. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say is you're looking for a winning lottery ticket, and you're locking up your liquidity.
But like Apple, for example, if you invest into Apple now than before when they first blew up, that's a huge difference in returns.
But
like
you had to know that Apple was going to do something, and
right,
no one knew. No one knew who it was going to be. There are just some that chose it, and they had the winning lottery ticket. Same thing here with XRP.
A lot of people knew what Apple was going to do.
Yeah, but even you can know what something's going to do. Even if XRP does get adopted, and you got out too early, if you're not being greedy and you're taking profits, you're at least securing your wealth. Greed is what burns people here in this space.
I mean, I guess it would just be different if we're looking in terms of like adoption, because like crypto isn't really being adopted like at that scale. So like it still doesn't exactly make sense. Like I'll be the first to say I don't really like Ethereum, but can it hit $42,000 within a year or two? Absolutely. Like
honestly, I think it could hit 5K, maybe even 10 by 2030.
Yeah, I think that's possible, and I think like to the adoption conversation, like yeah, like crypto as a whole isn't like totally like adopted. We haven't had our point where like yes, the entire world is using cryptocurrency, but we do have blockchains that are more adopted than other ones. Like that's something that we can look at data for. Like we look at Bitcoin. There's a lot of active addresses on Bitcoin. We look at Ethereum. There's a lot of active addresses on Ethereum. We look at Solana. Solana currently, I believe, has the most active daily addresses. Like shortly down that list is XLM. They have a lot of daily active addresses doing remittance and stuff. Like Tron has a lot of daily active addresses. It takes us a while to get to XRP. It's something like its average, I believe, for the year is something like 20,000 daily active addresses compared to other blockchains that are in the 100,000.
Exactly.
It's just like it's behind the party. And like I get that a lot of people hold it on exchanges and are waiting for it and stuff like that. But like that's my point. Like it's not being adopted on chain. Those people like people on chain, like even if they do go, they're not using it for its like actual like DeFi like uses. Like so you can say it's a decentralized blockchain or whatever. Nobody's using it for those purposes. It's not being used.
Yeah.
It just does not have that adoption.
Follow the money. Where's the money?
And it could change someday. I won't say that it can't change
Absolutely.
someday. But like I will, because like I changed my mind on Solana. Like I was like, all right, well, change this thing up. They're more centralized, and eventually they change things up. I'm like, okay, cool. And like I need to see more than it just being like an NFT space. Cool. They started building more DeFi applications on Solana. I will change my tune. I have not seen these things from XRP. And I don't think number one, I don't think Ripple does it a very good like service. They do a disservice when they don't like, correct the community in certain things and like actually help educate them, which they should be doing.
And that's because Ripple has everything to gain from that. That's why the narrative has been created and pushed the way it's been pushed.
Yeah, I think so. And then the community doesn't like, because of these reasons, they just like I feel like a lot of people are like, I did research, and it's like, okay, you read an opinion article, or you listen to somebody talk about their opinion on YouTube, and they're running a speculation. Yeah, their speculation on this or that, and like, well, I consider research is like looking at data. Like actually go into the documentation to figure out how it's supposed to work. Like how is that new application going to work, and what else does it work with? These are things that I would consider more toward like actual research versus like somebody's opinion on whatever. Data and what's actually happening is what I would consider research, and like what's the trend that you see from that data.
Absolutely. And that's why I've been more like, you know what, Solana is going to do something phenomenal as well.
I mean,
It
yeah,
doesn't
as
even
much as I
have.
did not like it.
Yeah, I didn't like
Totally
it at first. I was like, oh, that's going to be where all the collectibles are at, right? It's going to be the collectible blockchain. And it very well could end up falling into that niche. It pretty much already has. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to do something phenomenal. XRP doesn't mean that it's not going to do something phenomenal because the narrative behind it. But like MMG said, I'm looking at real use case. And I see XRP and I'm like, why would I buy XRP when I can buy XLM? Why would I buy XRP when I could buy something that doesn't have a crazy market cap already and a low coin supply? There's so many more options. But most of the retail is low information, uneducated, and force fed the moon cheese through the algorithms, through the social media, which is the only reason why it's doing what it's doing. There's no actual real use case that's causing these prices to go up.
Right. I mean, I was the first person to say that on your live the other day ago that all the recent price appreciation hasn't been towards utility. But that's why it's like I'm over here fighting for the fact, like, I'm not even trying to convince people to really buy. I just have a deeper understanding that other people just can't seem to see. And it's like, yeah, like right now there's no utility on it, but that doesn't factor out the fact that it has it. It's not being used, but it has it. And when it's being used, like besides what other people say, there is 100% a chance that it's going to be a high value. I don't see why it wouldn't. Like all this global adoption, I don't even think it's going to take 50 years. It doesn't even make sense that way. Like that's like being an XRP maxi that it disagrees with the people who think it's going to go up to a high price in a short term, but say, well, XRP is going to be worth $8,000 by 2070. That doesn't even make sense. That's like saying one bank is going to use XRP and another bank is going to use it 7 years down the line from that. Like the slow appreciation model doesn't work the same way for Bitcoin. That's why I don't think we're going to see a bear market for Bitcoin, because why would they sell Bitcoin if somebody else is going to come in and eat their position up at $50,000 per Bitcoin when they could just keep loaning against it and bringing it up and using it as a store of value like they're marketing to everybody right now?
MMG, you got anything to say on that?
Yeah, I started to type something because I wanted to get the specific numbers, but I'll just mention it like off the top of my head. And it's somewhat related to that what Josh just said. And Josh, I didn't get like I feel like I drifted in and out, so correct me where if I fall flat on this. But somebody mentioned in chat also that like we're here for, what did he say? It's like we're here for the real wealth, like not like chump change. I think it was. Yeah, we're here for real wealth, not chump change. I think that's his argument for like
That
why
comes from
XRP.
trading.
Yeah, that why and yeah, I would argue Oz's point. I say yes, that versus like what this person is more so assuming from XRP, where like again it has this narrative that like, well, if you choose this one, it's going to outperform all the other ones by so much. And like, do I agree it'll likely outperform Bitcoin and Ethereum? Yes. Partially because like the market cap is smaller. So I think that like in like general like supply and demand and market cap and like so it makes sense that the lower market cap token would outperform larger market cap token. So I would say, yeah, sure there. But do I think it's going to be some massive outperformance? No, I don't think so. And like this number has probably changed, and this is why I was going to look for the specifics on it. But when you like earlier this year when I had gone back and I had looked at, and it's like only like within like the last few months, when I had gone back and I had looked at the price appreciation of XRP, Ethereum, Solana, and Bitcoin from the bottom of the market in 2022, Solana had outperformed everybody. Solana was the best performing asset from the bottom of the bear market, not XRP. XRP had outperformed Bitcoin by a little over 100%. However, like a little over 100, and they both went up. It was like something like Bitcoin went up like 500%, XRP went up like 620% or something like that from the bottom of the bear. It was some type of numbers like that. However, the narrative on TikTok and a lot of influencers like to push to you is that like, oh, it's definitely way outperforming Bitcoin. They can't catch up to it. You're just going to waste your money, put it in this other asset. Meanwhile, they were all around the same, like give or take this 100%.
Exactly.
That's the number one asset. You could have gone with number one overall, done no thinking, and still made out like a bandit. But the narrative being pushed to you is that like if you don't choose this one, you're going to miss it all. And it's like that's just not been the case, and it hasn't been the case historically as well. When we go back 5 years, it's also not the case. I'm looking at price performance over the last 5 years, and this is a little bit more distorted now because like we do have that most recent run up again. So I'm not looking at like a shorter time frame, but this is even Bitcoin 111,000%. Ethereum same. So 1,200%. I should say 1,100%, 1,200%. XRP 1,400%. You would think with the narrative being pushed that XRP is at least 2x more than these other ones, not just inching above them. But it's just not the case. That's just not historically what it's been. And it's partially because they're all large caps. They're all mega caps. These are the biggest market caps in them. Like it takes a lot to move these. And when they move, they typically move together. Like they might run at different times, but you don't get that much difference. Like for one of them to like all of a sudden, for us to get the numbers that people are pushing, again, like not just the 5x where I'm like, because like that's like do I think Bitcoin's going to do a 5x this cycle? I don't think so. I think a 2x is maybe in the cards. Maybe. I don't even know about that, right? We've already moved up so much. So that 2x is already partially played out. Same thing for though I think a 5x is more likely from Ethereum. Cool. Yeah. We're moving down the line of market cap though. And so yeah, it's more likely for that one than the higher market cap. And then when we look at XRP, do I think that 5x is that's the one where I give the most credit to the potential for a 5x. I'm like, sure, we've moved down that much more. This has way more potential to do that 5x. However, where I start to call BS is at a 300x. I'm like, no,
Absolutely.
it's not going to do a 300x, guys. We've never seen a 300x of any asset in a year's time. Period. It's not about to happen with this one. Not from a top 10 asset in any market. No.
Exactly. And you have to understand the way the money works in Bitcoin, Ethereum, all these different cryptocurrencies is it flows into Bitcoin, it flows into Ethereum, it flows into the other alts, and then it flows into the meme coins, and then it comes back around. And that's the cycle that we talk about, the bull cycle. But that cycle happens over and over and over. So you can buy Bitcoin, then trade it to Ethereum, then trade it to XRP, and then trade it to HBAR, then trade it to Algo, and then trade it to SXT, and then trade it to meme coins, and then back around. When you're trading it, you're just exponentially doubling the X's that you can rack up. This was meant to be traded, not bought and held. That's why we're here. We want to be rich, right?
I would just say with Bitcoin, trying to time Bitcoin hasn't really been that beneficial for people up overall because anybody who's bought at any point in the chart is currently up. So, and like also the thing with Bitcoin is I don't think it's done this cycle because we're going to have a huge supply crunch because a lot of the correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we're at like 19 million circulating supply. We're approaching 20, and then they won't get done with mining the last Bitcoin for a long, long time from now. So we're going to reach a point very soon here where there isn't Bitcoin left, and it would cause the scarcity to push it up dramatic numbers. And I actually ran these numbers through, and if every single or a huge chunk, I think it was 30, if 30,000 millionaires out of the 22 million we have in the US all of a sudden decided they wanted to buy Bitcoin, all the supply would be gone and it would shoot up to incremental numbers. And that could genuinely still happen this cycle. I don't even want to put this cycle into it because I don't think we're getting cycles anymore. I don't think seeing Bitcoin dump is realistic. It just doesn't make sense to me. But when you're looking at the same thing, it's like, especially for XRP, the only reason why I'm holding it is because I got in so early. So for me to get out and in, it doesn't really make sense because what I believe is going to happen, it would be a rapid price jump and not something that's going out. And it's okay if people don't agree with me or like it's correct to say that it's never happened before, but that doesn't make it something that can't happen. And I'm sticking by the narrative that I have, and it's a narrative that I put together. I'm not on the side with every single other XRP maxi, but I'm accumulating multiple different tokens that I think are going to have significant price appreciation. And it's the same like the influencers who were trying to push we're going to get a bear market. They have everything to gain from a bear market and nothing to lose because they basically time it at the end of the day. It's like, why would somebody sell their Bitcoin now? Because like if Bitcoin went back down to 50,000, why would somebody wait 3 years before an influencer says, okay, bear market is over, we're going to go back into a bull cycle, so Bitcoin is just going to supposed to hover at $50,000 a coin for 3 years? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, let me tell you something, okay? Crap, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, you said you're accumulating these coins, right? For a long-term hold. Accumulation is not done in the middle of a bull cycle. It's done in the years between. All right? So now is not the time to be accumulating. Now is the time to be trading. And then once the bull cycle is over, then we go back into accumulation. And I know you think that the cycles are never going to end. That was the narrative every cycle. Okay? The bull run, I think, continues from here on out. I do have a speculation that we are going to redefine the bear cycle. Okay. And what we're going to have is we're going to have a bull cycle that runs for the next 5 years, I think, until things stabilize. But we're going to have bearish trends in there, and there'll be flat zones. And this is speculative if what you're saying is right. But either way, there's going to be a time and a place for accumulation. And that's not right now. Right now is the time to be trading it, not accumulating it. That's all I'm trying to say.
But like, how would that work in a sense? Like if people took profit on Bitcoin and it went back down to 50, why would people wait to reaccumulate?
That's when you would reaccumulate, is when it drops. But trying to accumulate XRP at $3 is not the right move. There are other things that you can accumulate that aren't running yet.
But also, it's getting more expensive. Like if I were to not accumulate,
Look
like,
at
by the way,
SXT, man. SXT was prime for the picking, and you bought some, right?
Right.
You did amazing, right? And it hasn't even really ran yet. That's what I'm trying to say is those are you got to look for the right project to be in accumulation before you start accumulating. XRP has already passed that accumulation point. It was accumulated around 50 cents.
Right. And I got a lot there too, but my point is trying to, like, I can trade and buy these other assets, but I'm talking about Bitcoin and XRP specifically. Like, people are so eager to take up positions. How do you get to the point where, for example, if XRP ran to $15 this cycle, right? Let's just hypothetically say that there was an adoption and it just ran to 15 off of the hopium that people are spreading, right? Let's just say that. Am I ever going to get an entry lower than 50 cent? That's highly doubtful. And the XRP you get
maybe $1
when you buy 50,
maybe $2.
even then is really speculative. We've touched the $2 floor so many times, and
Yeah,
once we get
it could be
ETF
$2.
approval,
it could be $2. I
the whole
could agree
crypto
with that, but I'm thinking more like $1, dude, and maybe even lower.
But that's like speculative because the whole crypto market is only 4 trillion. The stock market is 111 trillion dollars, and they're going to open the floodgates from retirement accounts and ETFs, which means I don't even think it's speculative to say trillions of dollars are going to flow into the market. So when you have that much price stability, there could be a real chance that if you take profit early, you are never going to get a better entry, and then you're just going to be buying on top of all these new people who come into crypto.
That's
And
greed.
that's why
That's
but
greed.
it's really not. Like it's a possibility, and that's why I'm just trying to not outweigh that.
I
because
understand what you're saying. Okay. And you know, we've been back and forth on this already. It is 8:00 and we have to go to Twitch exclusively so we can talk about the Epstein stuff. But I'm not discounting what you're saying. Yes, there is a possibility, but for me, that's just a lottery ticket. Okay, you don't need a lottery ticket to win in this, is all I'm trying to say, buddy. Right? And if that's how you want to play the game, I'm not saying that you're not going to make money doing it. I'm just saying you're limiting yourself. That is all. Hey, buddy. You know, I appreciate you. And I love these debates. But I got to let you go, buddy. It's 8:00.
All right.
Thank you for coming on. MMG, thank you for coming on. Appreciate you
Yeah,
as
good
well.
job.
Is there any last things you want to say, MMG, before you go?
Yeah, I guess the last thing that I would say is, yeah, Oz was like talking about trading a lot and totally agree. But like more so than just trading, like, yeah, I suggest that people like take your crypto learning like past just learning about like price and charts if you have it that in you, and learn about like actual activity on chain. Because I think like once you start like actually interacting with like applications and stuff like that on chain, and you don't have to use all of your assets. You can even use test nets. So it's basically paper trading. But once you start to do that more so, I feel like you learn a lot more about the market. And it also opens you up to more opportunities. You can trade more assets. You can trade assets before they get on these exchanges. And so you're able to experience pumps before they get on the, you know, Uphold or Coinbase or wherever else. You
Absolutely.
experience the pump before it ever gets there. And then it pumps when it gets to that platform. You're open to way more opportunities outside of that in terms of like what's available in DeFi and TradFi. You need like certain amounts of money in like in certificates and whatever else to be even eligible to use certain financial tools and investment like routes. Like in DeFi, it's all just open to you, and there's more and
Absolutely.
more coming every day. And so I would say like if you're actually like interested in crypto, you like, you know, you can always speculate on price, but like diving more into like how things work and how they work on chain, and like, yeah, experimenting in that world is where the most money is to be made.
Yeah, what I say is invest in yourself before you invest in the market. Educate yourself first. Don't just listen to a creator on TikTok that's shilling you some coin. Invest in yourself, become educated, and then invest into the market. Thank you, MMG. Appreciate having you on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem. All right, that was a great debate. Revolution. Hi. So you want to promote your show real quick, and everybody go follow Jesse.
I'm usually on Wednesdays or Saturdays, and then Sundays we'll have the Queen of Chains, and that'll be, I think it'll be 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And there'll be 4 amazing, beautiful women that are going to talk about politics and crypto and all of it. So I'm really excited about that.
Awesome. And we're always happy to have you, Jesse. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the gifts that you guys went over and sent Jesse as well. Thank you for the gifts you sent here. So many gifts.
We had a great time over here.
I saw you. You guys were having fun.
We were. Thank you guys, whoever switched over here and talked with us, and you guys are amazing, and I can't wait for the next time because that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, this was a cool way to do it. Have you on the camera here, and if you want to continue doing this, chat, how do you feel about having Jesse on the camera? Better than looking at my ugly mug, right?
This isn't an ego contest.
No, I think you're going to do phenomenal. I really do. You're going to surpass me. People will come here
I don't know
because...
anything to make people money.
Yeah, they'll come here for me to line their pockets, but they'll watch your live to see your face.
Well, that's why we have both.
Yep. All right, Jesse.
All right, Twitch.
I will see you guys on Twitch. Jesse,
bye, everybody.
Do you want to get mic'd up for Twitch? How can we do that?
Yep, I'll be. I'm pretty sure I can figure it out.
Okay.
I'm like dumb, but not like dumb. So
I don't know how it works.
I'm sure I can use. I
you're
can use
there
the
and
same
I'm
microphone.
here.
I know, but I can figure it out.
All right,
It's
we'll
called
figure it out.
Google. All right.
All right, we'll figure it out.
All right.
All right.
See you over there.
Bye. And if you're not watching on Twitch, we'll be live on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come on over. We're going to talk about things that we can't talk about on TikTok. Buy high, sell low. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Buy high, sell low if you're in a short. Make sure you come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. We're going to talk about things that we can't say here on TikTok. It's going to be a little bit more spicy, a little more less family friendly. And if you are not trading crypto and you want to learn to trade crypto, join on Discord. We have the TA class that we're offering. I also offer one-on-one coaching for deluxe subscribers here on TikTok. So as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly. I will do on-demand technical analysis for any project and help you set up your wallets with your portfolios and basically nudge you in the right direction to get you profitable. Everything that I offer pays for itself, okay? And I try to keep the amounts as minimal as possible. Invest into yourself and then invest into the market. And that's how you're going to become profitable very quickly. Everyone here that takes advantage of the subscriptions, takes advantage of the technical analysis class is printing money. Start printing money. You don't have to have a winning lottery ticket. You just need to learn to trade. And you will make the money not only faster, but more of it. So if you're looking for real money, you're looking for the big money in crypto, and you're buying and holding, you're doing it wrong. So become a deluxe subscriber, join the technical analysis class, and change your life. I'll see you guys all on Twitch. Have a good night. Remember, that's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. What's up, chat? How we doing? Let's see here. So how hard is going into XRP going to crash? I mean, it's pretty much done what it's going to do. I think there's a possibility of a head and shoulders formation right here. So that would send it back down to like 247, 265, somewhere between there. Okay, I lied. I can't figure out the microphone, but I can talk in the chat and have commercials anyway because my boss is cheap and won't pay for the ad free. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free subscription through your Amazon Prime. I believe everyone has Amazon Prime. Can I be completely honest with you? No, absolutely not. Just kidding. Go ahead. I don't have Amazon Prime. Well, you can always just subscribe on Twitch as well. I will buy my deluxe tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, get the deluxe subscription. Take advantage of it. And remember, you get out of it what you put into it. All right. I have other people I'm coaching as well. So you have to, you know, message me and conversate with me, and it's not something that happens overnight. But it does happen, and it does happen quickly. And I'll tell you what, like the TA class, man, TA class is legit. You guys are going to learn a lot from there. I don't have Amazon. You need to cut those boys off after an hour because you guys were talking in circles and it was just going on, and you didn't do any TA, didn't go Uber over any news, and you have a set time limit to be aware of time. Yeah, you're right. Big Baller just gifted a tier 1 sub to Paul. Thank you, Big Baller. How do I send a sub to Jesse? I think you have to select Jesse's name when you go to gift a sub. Gift some subscriptions, guys. Help support the channel. Remember, when you guys send those subscriptions, that money goes to Jesse. To everyone who was on my side of the live and kept me entertained and we laughed and had fun, I appreciate you. Oh, Jesse. And look, Big Baller just gifted you a subscription. There you go, Jesse. You are locked in. See, Jesse, your boss did pay for a subscription for you. Jesse says thank you. And Big Baller, you never called me, bro. You got to call me tomorrow. We got to talk about some stuff. I got busy. Sorry I didn't call you, but when my phone rings, I'll answer it. All right, and we'll do some technical analysis because the Epstein stuff there's not too much to go over, but we want to stay informed on what's going on with this because this is a big deal, man. I think this is the biggest deal. Children matter, right? And we need to do everything that we can to keep this relevant and keep people talking about it and fighting about it, because so long as it's being talked about here on the internet, they can't hide it. So Trump's deputy attorney general says he will meet with Elaine Maxwell again tomorrow. So Deputy General Todd Blanche said he will continue his interview with Ghislaine Maxwell tomorrow. Today I met with Ghislaine Maxwell and I will continue my interview with her tomorrow. He said in a post on X, the Department of Justice will share additional information about what we learned at the appropriate time. So they're interviewing her now. That's I'm wondering what's going to come about from that. Let's watch this little clip
Just tell
here.
CNN that U.S. Attorney General Bondi told President Trump that his name was in the Epstein files. Let's bring in CNN's Jeff Zeleny at the White House. Jeff?
Jake, we are learning this evening that the president was briefed, as you said, by his Attorney General Pam Bondi back in May, that his name was mentioned in the Epstein files. That is what we do know. What we do not know is the context in which his name appeared. Of course, it has long been established that the president was a longtime friend of Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1990s in New York. They were featured at many parties together. Jeffrey Epstein attended one of Donald Trump's weddings at least, and on from there. But what this does is return the questions, the unanswered questions, back to the White House. The White House, of course, has been working overtime trying to change the subject with the deflection, with the distraction. But what this shows is that Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, told the president that, look, your name is mentioned in here. Of course, several other names, many other names are mentioned in these volumes of files, but it does not answer the questions that still remain about this entire matter. Now, White House officials are telling us, look, this is not surprising. The president knew his name would be in there, but they are saying that he did nothing wrong. Of course, the president severed his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein over a real estate fight in Florida in the mid-2000s here. But what this does, again, return the conversation back to the president's name being in the files. Of course, the files have not been released. There's been an uproar over that. And many people are wondering if it is because of the Trump mentions in here. Again, we don't know the context of how many times his name appears, but we do know the president was briefed on this by his Attorney General.
Yeah, we should reiterate, this doesn't mean he did anything wrong. There's a lot of hearsay in investigative documents by definition, but it's sure interesting.
It sure is interesting, isn't it? And it kind of brings light to why he was like, why are we still talking about this Epstein guy? He died years ago. Why does anyone care? Obviously, he knows that it's bad for him. Whether he didn't do anything or not, his name is listed in there. The fact that they would not release the information just because of that, that's sickening. Okay? That's sickening, but I'm sure there is some kind of evidence, and maybe there's not. Maybe it gets sealed by the Secret Service. We don't find anything out about Trump. Jesse brings up a good point. She will cut a great deal if she says what they want to hear, and that's a problem. Okay? She has everything to gain from saying what they want to hear, right? So are we going to get the truth from her, or are we going to get some moon cheese just so that she can get out of prison? That's a problem. So that also raises more questions and concerns about this whole thing. Do I think Trump is implicated in this criminally? I think there's a high likelihood. Does anything come about it? Probably not, because it'll be sealed by the Secret Service. Jesse says, take them all down, listen to the victims. He and Epstein was deposed for SA, a 13-year-old. Yeah, I think there could be some evidence. You will never see any Epstein stuff come out. I don't think so. I think we'll get a fraction of what's supposed to come out. And let me tell you, these files that they have, this is the FBI files, all right? The CIA files, the NSA files, they're separate, and no one is ever going to get that, okay? And that's going to be more along the lines, was Epstein intelligence? Was this an operation that was happening? None of that information is going to come out because everyone's going to be focused on the FBI stuff. They're not going to realize that there's more to be had. And that's a problem as well. He's going to give Americans a lot of money to silence them. That's what I heard, you know. I'm telling you, like, that's all you got to do is lower the cost of food and make it so people can buy a house, and they will be too concerned with getting into their new house and moving to even question what's going on with the Epstein stuff. They will be distracted. Give them food and entertainment, and they will never revolt. August 1st is coming soon. We will see money soon. Stimulus checks. Ooh, that would be something, huh? I'll tell you what, stimulus checks would definitely pump the markets. Universal health care is what file? Exactly. Exactly. That's what it'll be. It'll be, oh, everyone's got their own home. Everyone's got something to keep them distracted. Everyone's happy, and they will all get tucked into sleep. I think stimulus checks won't be enough. I think they'll probably do that, and that'll be good for the market. But I think more or less, if people are moving into a new house and they're not paying for health care, that would be something that would change the narrative. At the same time, I don't think anyone ever gives up on this one. I won't. I'm not going to give up on this one. We're going to be screaming to high heaven about this for a long time. We're going to try to keep it as relevant as possible. Keep you guys talking about it and talking about it on TikTok as well, whatever we can say, and trying to keep it alive until we get the information we want. How much do you guys pay for healthcare? That's a good question. I'm not going to say. I think that's kind of private. But most people that have healthcare pay more than if they had like federal or state healthcare. It's usually more. House Democrats force Republicans to take vote after the vote on the Epstein files. Let's take a
Tonight,
look.
Attorney General Pam Bondi's top deputy meeting at a Florida courthouse with Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted accomplice of notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche meeting privately with Maxwell and her attorneys. Earlier this week, Blanche posted if Maxwell, quote, has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. This tonight from Maxwell's attorney.
She answered all the questions truthfully, honestly, and to the best of her ability.
The Trump administration seeking to cool the ongoing firestorm over its handling of the DOJ's files on Epstein. Today's meeting blasted by Democrats.
There is every reason to fear that Donald Trump could offer Ghislaine Maxwell a pardon in exchange for silence or even worse, phony exoneration.
It comes 24 hours after the Wall Street Journal report, citing senior administration officials, that the president was briefed in May by Bondi that his name appears in the unreleased files. The Journal reporting the files contained what officials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump, who had socialized with Epstein in the past, and that being mentioned in the records is not a sign of wrongdoing. The White House calling the story fake news. NBC News has reviewed over 1,000 pages of documents tied to Epstein or related investigations and conducted interviews with dozens of victims and attorneys, and none has suggested Trump committed a crime. All as President Trump tonight toured the Federal Reserve's $2.5 billion building renovation, which has already run over budget, squabbling over its costs with Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
It looks like it's about $3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
You just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
The president asked what Powell could do to get him to back off his criticism.
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you?
Garrett joins us now live. Garrett, a lot of headlines involving President Trump tonight. The FCC has approved the $8 billion acquisition of Paramount, which also owns CBS.
Yeah, Tom, the sale to Skydance Media comes on the heels of that $16 million settlement between President Trump and CBS News over a 60 Minutes interview with then Vice President Harris. The FCC says Skydance will make significant changes to the CBS broadcast network to ensure, quote, diversity of viewpoints across the political spectrum. The FCC's lone Democrat dissenting with the decision, which she says threatens press freedom. Tom?
All right, Garrett Haake first. Garrett, thank you.
All right. I want to talk about the healthcare thing for a second. So we kind of, the Epstein thing, we don't really know what they're going to release. It's probably not going to be much, and people are going to fight over this no matter what comes out. But I do want to ask Shaz. Shaz is in Canada where they have free healthcare. Here's the issue with the free healthcare, okay? Yes, in the US, we pay out of pocket, but we have the options with private healthcare to get certain procedures done that are, like in Canada, a lot of people will be sick or dying or whatever, and there will be procedures that can help them, right? The problem is that the government pays for the healthcare. They won't pay for those procedures because it's too expensive. So they offer things like assisted suicide instead. That's a problem. Okay? If we have universal healthcare, we need to have access to any and all procedures that people want. Not true. I work in an ICU unit. It's not. Okay. Hear me out. Okay. It's not that that's the case, that it's a slippery slope. And that's the direction it's headed. Okay. And there are plenty of procedures that people could have that they can't get with that healthcare. That is the problem. I'm not saying that they're giving assisted suicide yet. Okay? But it's a slippery slope. Do I want to live in a world where there's procedures that can save someone's life and you can't have them because the government is saying no, we're not going to pay for it? That's the issue. Yes, we have to wait longer here and can go to the States and pay big dollars. Yeah, and I think people need the option. People need an option. Waiting for a knee replacement is 3 years. See, that's a problem. That's a problem. So it's a double-edged sword, okay? It's a double-edged sword. So there needs to be clarity in universal health care. It needs to be available in a timely manner, and it needs to be available in all aspects. And it needs to be where the person has the ability to choose and say, I want to have this procedure done, not that one. Because they have crazy advances in medicine, but they're not available to certain people because of the healthcare they have or the money they have. Universal healthcare needs to be universal. It doesn't matter how much money you have access to get certain whatever procedure done, and it done in a timely manner. Because what they'll do is they'll just wait you out. If there's a procedure that's too expensive for them to pay, but it needs to be done now, it ain't gonna get done now, and it'll be too late, and then you'll be past the point of no return. That's a problem. It's a slippery slope. Just wait till you find out our hospitals are organ harvesting. Oh yeah, that's, dude. Yes. 100%. Don't be an organ donor. All right. If you go to the DMV, they ask you if you want to be an organ donor. They will literally kill you. so that they can harvest your organs. You would have a chance to live or be resuscitated, and they won't resuscitate you just so that they can harvest your organs. Somebody is dying but has a good kidney, $100K for the hospital. Exactly. Exactly. The healthcare system is screwed up. It's all screwed up. Everything is messed up in this world right now. That's why we have this show. That's why we're trying to change things and make a positive change in the right direction. But like I said, it's a double-edged sword. We need to be more educated and more clear as the people of what it is that we want and understand what we want and how it can be accomplished. And that's the problem, is most people are low information, don't know. Healthcare in America is only about profit, not about people, and we all know it. That's for sure. In the ICU, we deal with a lot of organ donations, and it's very emotional for all. Yeah. The organ situation is a problem too. That's why they want to do the cloning. They want to, what was that movie? The Island? They would clone the people and have them live on the island, and then it was like rich and powerful people, and then they would harvest their organs. My son needed emergency surgery and they charged me $12,000 with a PPO. It's messed up. It's messed up. And the problem is we have the technology, we have the resources, but our hands are tied because the systems that we've chosen. That's the problem. We need to change the way things operate, the way things go. And even with that, it's a double-edged sword. How do we fix all these problems? What happens if you don't have insurance? Basically, they garnish your wages. They take your assets from you. Revolution. Jessica says revolution. It's all about greed. That's it in a nutshell. I know, right? And that's why I'm trying to like teach people about the markets to not be so greedy. Hopefully that transfers. When, Moon? Not tomorrow. I'll tell you though. Come beginning of August, if we get trade deals, we pump because of August 1st, right? But if we don't get trade deals, we dip hard. Y'all better buy. That's going to be your last opportunity this cycle to buy and get in at those low lows. Back to $2. Thought it wouldn't age well. 126, here we come. On what? On XRP? Yeah, we shall see. We shall see. I don't know if they go that low. They pumped everything just right before. They knew what they were doing. They're going to keep it from falling that low. You still have the short, dude. That short is going to pay off at the end of the cycle. All right. Come November, you're going to get paid. End of November, baby. End of November. Maybe sooner. Maybe we get it on the 1st. Maybe things just drop like crazy. Maybe so. It depends on how bad the deals are. All right. DOJ seeks interview with Ghislaine Maxwell amid calls to release the Trump Epstein documents. All right. We already went over that. not going to beat a dead horse with that one. Let's do some TA. What's happening in November? ISO supposedly gets adopted again. It gets its last pump November 22nd. And then I think it's all downhill from there. Retail will start selling off for Christmas. I have Beer Gator merch coming in. I need to get you some tanks in about 2 to 3 months. Yeah, we'll meet up, bro. Dude, the Beer Gator thing, I have aspirations. I have ideas. As you know, dude, I've got Raider Nation. Okay, I have like one of it's like a spider web of Raider Nation connections. Not only do I go to the Raider Nation car meets, because I do like the car club stuff, but also my security guard is like a crazy Raiders fan and knows every Raiders fan. All of them, they all know each other, and it's a community. He does his social media on, I think, Instagram or Facebook. He is plugged in as well, and dude, he's down. He's on board, and I want to tailgate party this thing. Yeah, get us, dude. What I'm thinking is we go to the games and we tailgate party and we give out free beer, free alcohol. So I brew alcohol here too, right? So I have gallons and gallons of free alcohol to give out. I don't drink. I just do it for fun. So that'll be where we can kickstart it, get it going. But dude, free beer and hot dogs, bro. I'm telling you right now, people are going to come for the free booze and the free food, and they're going to stay. They're going to get toasty to the mosty, and then they're all going to buy a Beer Gator. Guaranteed. It's going to be so easy. I already bought like a pop-up tent to do it, and I got CO2 coming in the mail. I'm gonna start testing the Beer Gator stuff, and then I want to get like some like sound equipment, do the DJ thing, and dude, basically all the games in Vegas, man. Be there, tailgating, and promoting Beer Gator, promoting the show. It's gonna be legit. We're gonna have Jesse out there giving out free beer. It'll be awesome. Yeah, call me tomorrow, man. I have ideas. I have infrastructure set up already. I have people and know-how. Basically, it's whenever we're ready to pull the trigger, dude. I can make this thing happen. Can I come and help give out free beer? Absolutely. Absolutely. It'll be in Las Vegas. We'll be doing this. Especially if you're a female. If you're a female, we need you. Yeah, we need to work on the contract. We'll talk tomorrow, bro. Okay? Let's talk tomorrow. We need to iron this thing out. In the meantime, let's do TA. What projects you want me to look at, guys? I'll tell you what, all the people on TikTok that didn't come over here missed out on TA. Sucks to be them. Kronos. Crow. Kronos. Is Kronos a meme coin? Help me out here. Oh, dude. Kronos hit that mark that we were saying, 13 cents to the cent. Is that what we said? I think it'll do 14, to be honest with you. That's that double bottom there, too. That's that first spot right there. That's that first point of resistance. This one's going to 14, 15 cents. Saw a W for a win. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. 14 to 15 cents. I think on the low side, 13. I think it's going to do better than that. I honestly think it'll do 15 cents. That's a psychological number. And that's just to get started. All right. That's just to get started. It could do way more. Way more. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. Somewhere around 15 cents, baby. Well, I can only TA what I see, right? So obviously it can go much higher. If this is the trend, $26, 25 cents. That's where I'm seeing. If that's the trend. And obviously it could go higher. Could be trended more like that. And that would put it at like 30. Oh yeah, everything's dumping. Dude, the red light's on. All right, everything is going to dump. But I think long term, obviously this could come back down first. And it would probably hit $11 to 10 cents. Probably like 10.5 coming back down. If it did, and it could continue back up from there. Okay, but I think overall things are bullish. Yeah, I would say probably 10.5. 10.5 looks good. 10 or 11. 10.5 to 11 cents. I think 11 cents is more like that sweet spot, but it may very well fall to 10.5. But that first spot is at 11 cents. But everything's going up, okay? Long term, everything's going up. So it really depends on your time frame on these things. So if you're looking to buy more, just buy the dips. Everything is pretty much, I think we're going into alt season. Pretty much August is going to be your last big dip, the beginning of August to buy again. That's going to be your last chance. Obviously, there'll be other chances, you know what I mean? But like to get the low. All right, Ethereum. That looks like a bull flag. Also kind of looks like a head and shoulders in the 1 hour. Which means it could come down to like 34. But I think this one's going to keep pumping. Four hours of descending channel played out. Coming back down. Hulk Hogan, wrong orange. Dude, do you think they murdered Hulk Hogan? You think he knows something? Tell you what, though. In the one day, we have a descending channel, which means we could, come down, come up, come down over the next couple days. Looks like 35 is the bottom. It could go to 34, possibly. Here's the thing, okay? That fair value gap takes it to 31.5. If it does break downward, it's coming to 31.5. All right, just like XRP did, it'll do something similar. But XRP has ripple dumping on it, which is what's bringing it down to fill those fair value gaps. So this could potentially come all the way down here. But I think long term, if it breaks 4,000, it's like, if it breaks 42, it's going to go, its next spot up is going to be 44. I think it does 5,000 this cycle. I think it easily do 5,000 this cycle. At some point. That's where it could go. And I think even higher. It can go even higher. Welcome to the Matrix just keeps hanging a carrot in front of your face. Yeah. Any other projects? We got time. We got 10 more minutes. Any other projects? Is Hulk Hogan a coin? Tell me there's a Hulk Hogan coin. STX. Oh. Oh yeah, STX is about to pump, y'all. STX is about to pump. If you haven't bought STX right now, is a good buy. It could potentially go to like $74. It could potentially go to like 73, 75, 74. Okay? But this one is pretty much seems its bottom, and it's that double bottom. It's that double bottom like we've been seeing, okay? This one should pump us up to $1.35 to $1.40 to get started. Yeah. The first zone of profits is going to be $1.25. And then it'll be $1.30. And then it'll be $1.40. Really? I did buy a little bit last week. Yeah, it's definitely a good buy right now. This one's a buy. It could potentially come down more, but yeah, this is what you want to see. This is what we're looking at. This one's going up. All right, and that's with the presumption that we're going into alt season. By the way, when you guys see the red light on, you shouldn't be selling. You should be buying. All right. When you see the green light on, you should be taking profits. You know? I mean, I guess this is okay. No, don't go off of that. Ask me. Okay, ask me. Ask me. Don't go off the light. Honestly, I should just keep the light white because it just depends on what we're looking at, right? Depends on what we're looking at. This one, though. This one looks like a solid buy. Obviously, it could definitely come down a bit more, but I think it's right there at the bottom. If it does come down more, it's not coming down much further. 74.5. The lowest it's going to come down is right here. If it does. It's going to be right there. 73.81, 74. 75. Yeah, pretty much where it's at, where it wicked to could definitely be the bottom of this one. This one looks prime. Like, hopefully alt season happens. I think it does. All this crazy cycle stuff, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Can we talk about taking profits? I haven't done that yet. My thoughts, if you take profits in XRP, then I have less XRP. I'm not grasping the concept. Shaz, are you a deluxe subscriber on TikTok? And what I would recommend is also the technical analysis class. I think we get alt season, okay? And even if we don't get alt season, we'll get a form of alt season. It just won't be as phenomenal as what we've seen in the past. We're going to get something. Okay. As a deluxe subscriber, I offer coaching where I can teach you the taking the profits, and you can message me directly and I will help you. You can just say, hey, like, this is the project I have. Where should I be taking profits? How much you got to tell me your situation. Everyone's different, you know. We can't do that in the live. There's not enough time. I got 5 minutes left. Can you see if I'm a deluxe? What's your name on TikTok? Actually, just send me a DM on TikTok. Okay? Send me a DM on TikTok. Sharon Strong. Okay, Sharon, I believe you're a deluxe subscriber. Send me a DM on TikTok and we'll hash it out, okay? I shall help you. I think we got time for 2 more. Oh, that's beautiful. I think SXT is a buy right now too. It could potentially fall lower. If it does fall any lower, it's not going past like 8 cents. But what I would predict is this is an imbalance. So this thing's definitely going up to 10.21, 10.5 for sure. Eventually, wherever it goes from its bottom. But here's the trend line right here. Bottom. So 0.85. 0.875, somewhere around there would probably be the bottom. This is a strong buy right here too. This is a strong buy. Creating higher highs. This should, when it pumps again, reach for higher. I would think that if it breaks 12.5 its highest and it goes again, it would wick up to like 13 would be the next spot. So it should go from where it's at now to like 13.5. And it could obviously go higher. Look at that nice green candle. We're starting to get those big green candles again. All right. That is beautiful. That's what we want. Okay. And the fact that it came back and it filled this again, like that's what we want. That swing trade. Boom. We're going to trade this thing as it goes up and down. Obviously, we got a cup and handle here. That pretty much played out. Now we got to see what else it does. If it doesn't run up and it just consolidates, then it's going to come back down, right? And it's going to come back down to like 7 cents, maybe 6.5. All right. I don't think it does that, to be honest with you. And don't forget, 50% of donations go to OperationUndergroundRailroad.org. That's the Tim Ballard Foundation, the founder of that foundation, to stop sex trafficking of children. Right? Everything going on with the Epstein stuff, we don't want that. Look at this, baby. SXT could very well stop right there at 883. I would say 888. It's pretty much there. This one's a buy right now, I think. I would buy this, and even if it does drop down lower, it's going to stop at 8 cents and then continue up from there. In my opinion, I think so. This one is getting narrative, okay? This one is getting traction right now, okay? There's a lot of stuff going on with data right now with AI and all kinds of different stuff. This one's about to get its narrative. All right, chat? This one's ready to take off. I think this one does 50 cents this cycle. That's a long way up here. That's definitely possible. I'm happy with 20 cents. If it goes to 20 cents, I'm absolutely happy with that. Let's set our mark for 20 cents. Yes, this is SXT, baby. This one is a buy. I would say right now almost. Obviously, it could fall down to 8 cents, okay? If this thing falls any lower than 8 cents and it goes to like 7 cents or 6 cents, buy it. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, okay? Anytime this thing falls below 8 cents, you better buy it. All right? And it's just a matter of time before you're able to get some profits out of it. It might take a little bit longer, but it's going to pay off big when it does pump. All right? This one, this is your golden goose right here. This is the project that is going to make me the most money. It's so new. So new. Because it's so new and unchartable, it's actually better. It's more likely to go up. It's going to be hard to get this thing above 16.5. But when it does go above 16.5, it's and after it goes up and it gets that pullback, it's going to shoot up to 20. This one right here, baby. This is what you want. This is what you want. All right, it's 9 o'clock. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Today's live was a little bit different. We had a debate and we had Jesse on our live. A little bit different. And I don't know if we're going to continue it that way. I'm going to talk with Jesse about it. We're going to see. We shall figure it out, right? So Appreciate you guys. Don't forget, take profits, send donations. Good night. Appreciate you. I'll tell you what, SXT barely has to move to make a lot of money. You know what I mean? It barely has to move. I'm glad that you're winning, Mother. That makes me really happy. The trick, though, is you have to learn to take profits, because even if you're just going to buy and hold, unless you're taking profits, nothing's ever going to happen from that. You know, you got to take those profits. Hey, check out what I got. It's got a mustache. Hold on, let me see here. Fix the camera so you guys can see. It's got the mustache on it, chat. It's from Bored Apes. There's like a little chip on the bottom you can scan. It's pretty cool, right? But it's got the goat's mustache on it. I had to have it. Hey, thank you for the heartbeat, Mother. I appreciate it. Don't forget to smash the like button. Don't just tap it. Don't just click it, but smash it. Yo, what's up, Mar Lopez? How you doing, bro? Hey, thank you for the heartbeat. Appreciate you. How's everybody doing today? W's in the chat if you're winning. Mother's got a W. She's winning. I feel like I need to put a W in the chat because I'm winning. You know what's great? Free money. Free money is so great, isn't it? I feel like we're going to have to do another giveaway soon. Give away some more free money. Who would want a giveaway? Obviously, you're going to have to be a super fan to get the giveaway. But we got a few super fans in the chat. Well, I accidentally sold my whole position, so now I have to get back in. Hey, that's all right. Just wait for it to dip. Let's take a look at it real quick.
Let's fucking go.
Let's take a look at it.
This one for all my rap and hip hop lovers. 32 originals, 9 doing covers. Trying to do something completely different from the others. Paint a picture for you now. Do you see the colors? Pink, blue, orange, and brown. Was that a zebra? All kinds of breeds around. Hanging out at Charles Ranch, a grassy pasture, a perfect match.
SXT, Space and Time.
Okay, I'm getting nerdy. It's time to switch it up.
Let's take a look.
My latest NFT pick up. It's a goat. It is great. There are really
Okay, where did you sell at? 2 cents? Or higher? You sell like 2.5? Where'd you sell at, Mother? I was in at 0168. Out at where? Where'd you get out at? I'm like a scribe, yeah, focus in on the smallest things. We making art that's fit for kings. Like these lyrics, most details over your head. You won't catch me slipping, that's what I said, cause I wanna win. I strive to get ahead. There's room at the top, let's just break some bread. Damn, this verse is getting long. Let's hit the chorus before you click next song. We here and we chillin' with the tribe. Got my grass and my hoodie and my light. Getting lit, come when you know you wanna try. We doing good, bro, please don't kill my vibe. Said we here and we chillin' with the tribe. Mother, what position did you get out at, though? Yo, what's up, Starks? How you doing, bro? You want to come chat with me? First sell at 25, then accidentally at 0.23. That's good. That's perfect. That's a perfect execution. You pulled all out of it, and then you should be able to get back in at the bottom, because it's probably going to come back down here to 017. Yeah, you're way winning. That's awesome. Let's look at the 1 hour on it real quick here. Yo, what up, Starks? Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. It's good to see you. So we have a bit of a descending wedge here. So this could potentially take off here at 0.195. You might want to, put a little in there. I don't think so, though. You've seen how it does this before. Look at it spikes up and then it just dips back down to the bottom. That's probably what it's going to do. It might get a little pump here and then continue on downward. So I would be looking for an entry at 0.0167. That would be sweet. I have an order set. I'll watch it. That's awesome. You made some serious money on this one. That is so great. I'm so proud of you. What's going on, Starks? How you doing, buddy?
I'm just chilling here, mate. I've just been riding the waves on SXP the last week or so.
SXP?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it. SXP, what is that one?
It's solar, I believe.
Solar. Have you heard of XPT?
No.
I think it's a meme coin, to be honest with you. I'm not too sure about it. I'm still trying to look at it. So, SXP, huh? Tether.
Yeah.
Is this the chart? Ooh.
Yeah. What level are you looking at it on? Time frame?
This is on the daily.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see those spikes though.
Yeah, that's what I've been trading, them spikes.
Nice. Hey, you know what this kind of looks like?
Look at this at the 15-minute chart, bro. It's even nicer.
Let me see here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, zap that up a bit. You're getting like 15-20% moves regularly.
Nice. Let's see. How many was that? That was in all today. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 solid moves.
That's your 100% done right there, bro.
Right. If you catch all 4 of those. And there's more in between there too.
No leverage.
Yeah. Mother says XPT is a pump fund coin. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yep. Interesting. You know what I see in here? Look at this on the daily, bro. All right. So.
Yeah, this is flatline. It's ready to turn back up as well. It's getting to that point. That's why we're having these 20% fluctuations at the bottom.
It looks like the inverted tombstone.
Yeah.
So this thing might come up here to 46.5.
It's got a lot of prospects, bro. It's got a lot of prospects.
That's why you're seeing all that sell pressure. That's just people trying to get out. It's trying to make its way up.
Yeah, but it's not really going below 200. That's what I'm seeing at the moment.
And even this, look at this. Let's say that it is this inverted tombstone. Right here, right? That's still well within the trend here. It's got like a trend going on like this.
Yeah.
You know? So it's due for a turn up for sure and then another drop back down. So I would definitely keep an eye on this one.
I mean, right now, what I'm looking at with this, right, is when Bitcoin's coming down, this is coming down as well. But when Bitcoin comes down further, this one's staying at about 200.
Really?
Right? And when Bitcoin goes up a bit, you can see what it's doing. It's doing 15-20% fluctuations up and down. Right, that's indicating to me it wants to move back up now. It's just a case of waiting on Bitcoin to do a good maneuver.
Right. And it's like this descending channel right here. So that's bullish. So
Yeah.
I could see it going up to 35 cents, maybe even 40. It seems to go a little bit lower each time. So I would say probably about 39 cents. It could potentially go up to. That'd be a hell of a move, man. Yo, what up, Cooper?
Yeah, this is one I've been trading for like 4 years. I mean, you see the big ones here, yeah, where the bull market was.
This
I
is
made
crazy.
money there, bro, on this.
2020, 2021.
Yeah.
It's a bummer. These kind of moves are just gone. We're just not going to see these anymore.
I'm not counting on it to go back to them same levels again. I'm just counting on it doing about 300%, 400% from where we are. And I'll be happy with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
If that's what we get this bull cycle, I'll get a minimum 400 to 700%. I'll be happy with that.
I think a lot of people are like waiting for moves like this. You know what I mean? And they're never going to take out their profits until something like this happens, like a new all-time high. And it's just, we're probably never going to see that again. Not in like these low caps. There's too many of them.
Yeah. I mean, look how old this coin is as well, and it's still sustaining, you know.
Right.
It hasn't fizzled out. It's still there. It's still moving along with Bitcoin.
Even if it went up to like 80 cents, man, that would be one hell of a move on this.
Yeah, that's what you gotta watch out with this one, because when this one does fluctuations, it does some really nice fluctuations.
Yeah, it looks volatile as hell, which is great. That's what you want to see as a trader.
Yeah, for trading.
Yeah, and seeing how it just dropped and dropped and dropped, and now it's getting like flat and curving on the bottom. I would assume that this thing's ready to break out to the upside pretty soon here. Even if like nothing crazy, even just this little move right here, that's a lot. That's 100% right there, maybe 200%.
Yeah,
That's
this is
big.
what I'm saying. And I mean, people, this is a China coin, so
Gotcha.
not a lot of people